betrayed by those he once called family, rose a god of—
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed and Became the Most Powerful God Orochi movie. Before we start, please go support Roberto Torres 769 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. After resealing Trixa, Issei was happy, but he realized that his girls were no longer with him and that everyone had distanced themselves from him. Then he realized that everyone had turned their backs on him, even Dreg. So he was summoned to a meeting where the Red Emperor was removed from him and he was banished from everything. Chapter 1 Betrayal. After the defeat of Trixa and the Chaos Brigade, everyone lived happily except for Issei, who after 2 months realized that no one spoke to him anymore, not even his friends. Issei woke up and saw that he had slept alone again. It was already a habit for him that no one slept without him. Issei. Good morning Dreg, he said, looking at his hand. No response received. He decided to go to the mansion's kitchen and made himself something to eat. Issei. Being alone has helped me a little. Now I can cook, wash dishes and clothes, but what good is it? He said, looking at his hand, trying to start a conversation, but nothing came of it. Issei started eating what he had made, then he went to practice his magic, since that distracted him a little. At that time, Issei decided to practice his magic alone, since neither Dreg nor Li Fei helped him with that. Issei. Well, I'll go for a walk. He said as he left. He walked to the park and saw the fountain where his adventure began. Issei. You know, Rainer, even though you were the cause of my trauma, I have to thank you because without you, I would never have known about this world. He said while leaving a black flower in the fountain. Issei walked along and saw a jewelry store and went inside. Issei. Hello, I'm here for an order I placed 2 weeks ago. He said with a smile. Cashier. Yes, of course, Issei Hyoudou, right? He said with a smile. Issei. Yes, he said with a smile. He left and brought back 2 rectangular boxes and gave them to him. Issei. Thank you, he said, leaving the place. He went home and hid the boxes under his bed. Issei was about to do something else, but he receives a message from Sirzechs, his brother-in-law. Sirzechs. Issei, come to the underworld, it's important. He said very seriously. Issei. Sure, I'll go right away. He said, but noticed that the circle disappeared when he said that. Issei just lowered his head but decided to go in a magic circle. Issei arrived in the Gremory territories of the underworld and began to walk. Issei. Thinking, why is everyone ignoring me? I've given up my perverted attitude, I've become a bit smarter, I've even improved my magic powers. I could have improved my Sekiryuutei power, but Dreg hasn't given me any power lately. He thought, what did he do wrong? He arrived at Gremory Castle, and the guards let him in. He walked until he reached the meeting room where all the leaders of each faction were, including the Olympian and Egyptian ones. Issei. Hello, what do you need me for? He said with a smile. The leaders looked at him coldly, and then chains caught his hands and feet. Issei. What's wrong? He said while looking at the chains. Sirzechs. Look, Issei, you're no longer needed. We realized you're weak and only think about breasts. He said seriously. Rias, without saying a word, removes the pawn pieces, leaving him with only a dragon. Rias. You see, when you were in a coma after the Trixa battle, we met someone who might be a better Sekiryuutei than you, and he's now our fiancé. She said as a black-haired man entered with an arrogant smile. Ryu. Hello Issei, I'm Ryu, a Mao class demon. It's a pleasure. He said with an arrogant smile. Issei. He will replace me, he said incredulously. Dreg. I'm sorry Issei, but I spoke with him when you were in a coma and I realized that my reputation has been tarnished by you, so I will be Ryu's host. The dragon said seriously. Issei. We didn't experience things together and this is how you repay me? He said as he began to cry. Dreg. Idiot, because of you I'm known as the breast dragon, I'm a laughingstock to everyone, but that will change thanks to him who has a fighting spirit, he said seriously and annoyed. Office and Great Red begin to take Dreg away from Issei and give it to Ryu. Office. I can't believe I fell in love with you, you were just a pervert, she said while taking away the power she had given him. Great Red. He's a better candidate to have that power, so don't take it personally. He said while taking away the power he had given him. Issei was now a human and he was crying because everyone he knew had betrayed him. Issei. Please, if this is a joke, it's cruel. He said, looking at everyone, who all had serious expressions. Ollie. It isn't, he said very seriously. Sirzechs. Well Issei, you are banished from all supernatural things, and if you touch our territory we will kill you. He said seriously. Sirzechs. You have 24 hours to leave Japan and go wherever you want, he said seriously. Grayfia drew a magic circle and left it in her room at home. Issei saw everything he earned taken away from him as if it were worthless. Issei. I didn't do much for them, and this is how they repay me, he said as he began to break everything in the room. Issei punched the walls, but since he didn't have the strength of a dragon, they began to bleed. Issei kneels down and begins to cry uncontrollably while shouting, why? 2 hours later. He stopped crying, grabbing his things like clothes, some food, and all the money he earned from the Op-I Dragon program, which was $2 million. He had more, but it was in his bank account, which they probably froze. Issei. If they want me far away, they'll have me far away. He said while taking his suitcases and leaving the house, but not before throwing the boxes containing engagement rings into his trash can. Scene change. Issei is seen at the airport trying to decide which country to go to next. Issei. Australia no, Italy either, I don't know Italian France either, I didn't dislike the French Germany even less, I'm afraid the Nazis will return, the United Kingdom is not there, Li Fei's family lives there, the United States isn't very racist, Canada, I don't like the cold, Spain no, Mexico seeing that he didn't know Mexico. Issei. Mexico, why not? I already know Spanish, plus I want to try your tacos and go to the Mayan pyramid, he said while buying a ticket. He waited an hour and then the notification came out that it was ready. So he went to the plane and sat down, but then he saw a picture of himself and his ex-girlfriends. Issei angrily breaks the phone and throws it in a trash bag. Issei. I hope they never come looking for me and apologize, he said angrily. He takes out of his jacket a photo of himself and his parents and another of him with his friends Mitsuda and Motohama. Issei. Mom and Dad, I promised to do things right, he said as he began to cry. He remembered how they were killed by Rizavam and how Rizavam killed him. Issei. Mitsuda and Motohama, I don't think I can fulfill that dream of being the harem king, but I do promise to have a peaceful life. He said with a smile while shedding tears. He recalled how they died after receiving an attack from Trixa. So he decides to sleep, unaware that life had other plans in store for him. Chapter 2. Arrival in Mexico and the release of a god. 20 hours later. Issei woke up from his great journey and saw that there were only 2 more to go to reach Mexico. So I wait until I arrive. Some time later. He arrived and the first thing he did was go to the bank to exchange his money for Mexican pesos. In addition to creating a bank account that contained 40 million pesos. So Issei was rich, but he had to know where to invest his money since he couldn't just keep it like that, but he would think about that later. So this one only took out $100,000 pesos to go first to Baja California Sur. He arrived at a bus station and bought a ticket, but not before going to eat something outside. He bought something that piqued his curiosity. Churros and coffee, since these weren't sold in his country. When he tasted them, he was amazed because it was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. The coffee was also good, as the man told him it was Café de Ala, Mexican-style coffee. I hear the bus has arrived, so he pays and goes first to Baja California Sur. 10 hours later. He arrived, saw everything, and was delighted to see the city. He went downstairs and looked for a nearby hotel, where he only asked for 2 days since afterwards he would go to Baja California Norte. So he rested a little at the hotel and the next day went to the nearest beach he could find. He had to call a taxi to take him there and it took him to a decent beach. The taxi driver recommended food and drinks, which Issei appreciated. So he arrived and went to a room to change, and once he finished, many girls stared at him because they thought he was very handsome, as they could see his muscles and the scars he had. Girl 1. Hey handsome, don't you want to be with me? She said while approaching seductively. Girl 2. It seems you have something good between your legs with me, she said while biting her lip. Girl 3. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun, she said with a smile. Issei blushed at the girls' comments but politely rejected them, which they liked because he was polite. Issei. Thinking, if the girls were still with me, they would have already pulled my cheeks. He thought, but decided not to dwell on it and went swimming. But the chestnut-haired man's ex-fiancés. They were happy with Ryu going on a date, but they felt a pang in their hearts and had the urge to hit Issei, but they didn't know why. Issei's son. Once Issei got tired, he went to a restaurant where he saw everything and ordered a deviled mahara and an apple soda. He received what he ordered and began to eat and was amazed by the taste of the food and the soda. He returned to the hotel and fell asleep. The next day he went to visit all the tourist sites of Baja California Sur. Once I finished, it took me all day until nightfall, where I bought some things like shirts, sweets, and keychains. So he traveled to Baja California Norte where he was amazed by everything, and then he continued with all the states, which took him about 2.5 months since there were many countries and he had many memories and met interesting people. He arrived in Yucatan, the last state he had yet to visit and where he found what he wanted to see. The Mayan pyramid. He took several photos while the guide showed them the pyramid and explained the history of the Aztecs and how they were defeated by the Spanish. He sensed a presence within the pyramid, but it was not that of a fallen angel, demon, vampire, or any being he knew from this different era. Issei. Whose presence is this? He said in a low voice, looking at the pyramid. He looked her up and down and decided that tonight he would go and investigate this place because it was hiding something and he wanted to know what it was. At night, Issei had knocked the guards watching over the place unconscious and began to check the entire Mayan pyramid. Upon reaching the top, he saw something interesting. There was a magic circle on the floor, but it was one that even he didn't recognize. So he put some magic into the magic circle and it glowed green and where he was standing began to descend in what looked like an elevator. Issei was surprised and decided to wait and it wasn't even a minute before the floor led him to a dark hallway, but several torches lit up instantly. Issei. How strange, the factions never mentioned this place. He said, walking carefully as there might be a trap. He reached the end where there was an old piano and a sunstone. Issei was a little surprised to see that there was ancient writing, but he didn't know how to read it. Issei. Interesting. It's the first time I've seen this language and I don't understand anything. He said while touching the writing. Issei saw the piano and touched a key. Issei. It even helps, I think. Being alone for 2 months has improved my piano practice, but what will I play? He said while thinking about what music to play. Issei thought about the song from the movie he watched and began to remember the song that gave him calm and tranquility. Issei starts playing while remembering the song. Then several instruments appear and continue the song, but Issei doesn't pay much attention and continues with his melody. What he didn't know was that the entire human and supernatural world was listening to the beautiful song, but it was also causing tsunamis, earthquakes, and tornadoes throughout the human world. Everyone was experiencing serious natural disasters while listening to the music, but the strange thing was that Mexico was the only one not suffering from these damages. They didn't even have any earthquakes or natural disasters. On one island, there was a cave where several people were living, but they appeared to be in a serious state of malnutrition and lack of hygiene. Person 1. Did you hear that? Said while everyone listened to Issei's melody. Person 2. Yes, it will be possible, said the happy person. Woman. After a long time, our God will return, she said happily. Woman 2. And he will be able to take revenge on all those wretches who sealed him away, she said happily. All those people begin to celebrate and so they all decide to go back tomorrow morning to see their God. Issei's son. Once Issei finished, he felt good and was about to leave, but he saw the sunstone begin to crack and once it broke, a light blinded him for a few seconds. When the light ended, Issei was surprised because there was a person saying. I'm free, she said while flying around the place very happy. The being noticed and saw Issei and his face turned serious. So you freed me, he said very seriously. Issei. If I may know your name, he said seriously. Orochi. Of course, my name is Orochi, the most powerful being of all, he said seriously. Chapter 3 The God That History Forgot. Issei looked at Orochi and saw that he easily surpassed Office and Great Red together, but he saw that this was not all of his power. Issei. I've never heard of you, neither the factions nor history books mention you, he said, looking Orochi up and down. Orochi. I suppose those wretches of the biblical God and the 4 Satans decided to erase me from history, he said seriously. Issei. Did you know them? He said, surprised. Orochi. Yes, I knew them, but what do you mean? Did I know them? Are they dead? He said seriously. Issei tells him about the Great War and how they died in it, as well as the serious damage it caused to demons and angels. Orochi, upon hearing that, begins to laugh. Orochi. Ha 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 those imbeciles ha 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 ha, he said laughing. Issei. Hey, and who are you? If you're Orochi, are you a god or something? He said curiously. Orochi. If I was the first being, the most powerful of all, even Office the Dragon of Infinity and Great Red, the god of sleep couldn't reach my feet, he said seriously. Issei. But I sense great power in you, but I feel that it's not all there is to it. He said seriously. Orochi. Indeed, you only sense 10% of my power. With this, I can easily kill the Maus and fight Office and Great Red. He said seriously. Issei. Great, but then are you a god or a dragon? He said seriously. Orochi. I am a dragon god, but I am also an Aztec, he said seriously. Issei. Aztec, I've never heard of them, he said, confused. Orochi. Just as I thought, those wretches erased all trace of me. And tell me, mortal, why did you release me? You know I could easily kill you and leave, leaving your corpse behind. He said seriously. Issei. I had no idea you were sealed, but how did you end up sealed? He said seriously. Orochi. Well, I'll tell you. You see, many years ago there were 4 factions stronger than the others. The angels, the fallen, the demons, and the Aztecs. He said seriously. Orochi. I was the leader of the Aztecs. All of America was my entire empire. I was very loved by all my people because I treated them well. I was loved by everyone, and even my people were loyal to me. I had very beautiful and strong wives. Their names were Kurumi, Toga, and Miyuki. He said seriously. Orochi. But one day my right-hand man Christian and my brother Joshua betrayed me, but so did my wives by sleeping with my brother, and after a merciless 5-day fight I defeated them, but I didn't have the courage to kill my wives, so I sealed them away, he said seriously. Orochi. But the biblical God, as well as the 4 supreme Satans and Azazel, attacked my territories, taking advantage of my weakness, but they couldn't kill me, so they sealed me away. The last thing I saw was my people being massacred. He said seriously. Orochi. I was sealed away for thousands of years until you freed me, thank you. He said with a smile. Issei was surprised to find himself face to face with a god that history had forgotten. He felt a connection with him because he, too, had suffered a betrayal. Orochi. And tell me why you ended up here. I sense you suffered something. He said seriously. Issei. Well, you see, I was betrayed too, just like you. He said seriously. Issei tells him all about his adventures, his travels, what the Sekiryuutei was, the battles he fought, and how someone came to replace him and take everything from him. Orochi was so furious that the place cracked a little, but he controlled himself and showed mercy to Issei, since they had something in common. Orochi. I'm sorry for what you suffered, he said seriously. Issei. I'm sorry too, but changing the subject, we have to get out of here. He said as Orochi nodded and touched his shoulder, and they suddenly appeared in the forest near a taco stand and the road. Issei. What was that? He said, surprised. Orochi. It's one of my abilities, it's called teleportation. I can go anywhere in the universe just by thinking about it. He said seriously. Issei. Great, but one question. Can you change your appearance? He said, looking at him. Orochi. What's wrong with that? He said seriously, with his arms crossed. Issei. I don't think it's normal to see a person floating with a symbol on their chest, he said seriously. Orochi. I understand, he said as his body lit up, and how about that, he said with a new appearance. Issei was surprised because he looked better that way. Issei. You look better. Well, let's rest. He said, but his stomach growled, just like Orochi's. They both blush with embarrassment and go to a taco stand that was nearby. Upon entering, the women in the establishment couldn't help but blush at Orochi's appearance. So they sit down and order some tacos al pastor while they wait and chat. Issei. Then let me see if I understand, you didn't make sacrifices to the gods. He said, impressed. Orochi. No, what you saw in the Mayan drawings was basically the punishment we gave to rapists and murderers, he said seriously. Issei. Oh, I understand. He said while Orochi told him several things, but then they saw the news, and Issei explained what it was. Reporter. And in other news, global chaos. Music was heard all over the world, but at the same time there were earthquakes, tsunamis, and extreme tornadoes. Watch the videos. She said while watching and listening to the music of all the chaos and destruction seen around the world. Reporter. Luckily Mexico was the only country that wasn't affected by nature's fury. No state has reported earthquakes or hurricanes, she said while Issei was impressed. Orochi. I didn't think my awakening would cause such chaos, he said seriously. Issei. Me neither, look, the tacos are here, he said while eating one. Orochi stares at the tacos, takes one, and eats it. Orochi, upon tasting it, begins to cry because it was delicious, and then he tries an apple soda he ordered and is equally fascinated by the flavor. Issei. Are you okay? He said, looking at him. Orochi. Yes, it's just that this is the first time I've tried this, he said, eating the rest. Issei. I understand. When I first tried them, I cried because of the taste. He said while eating. They both ordered 20 tacos each, and they paid for them, of course. Scene change. Orochi looked surprised by Issei's room. Orochi. This is the first time I've seen this. I thought we'd be sleeping in a cave. He said as Issei had a drop of sweat on his brow. Issei. Well, you can sleep in this bed. We'll see what we'll do tomorrow. He said with a smile. Orochi. Hey, do you know where I can find out about the history and everything that happened when I was sealed away? He said seriously. Issei takes a tablet and gives it to Orochi. Orochi. And that, he said waving it and touching it, but Issei touches the power button, little lights, he said surprised. Issei showed him how to use it and taught him things like YouTube, Facebook, and Google, and he was fascinated by such technology. Issei. Okay, when it says low battery, use the charger and don't watch porn, okay. Rest. He said as he went to his bed. Orochi. Let's see if it works, he said while touching the tablet. Orochi. Absorb knowledge, he said as all the knowledge of the world entered his mind and he began to know many things such as world wars, nature, extinctions and more. It took him 3 hours to learn everything he needed to know and then he already knew what to do. Orochi. Well, now I'm updating and it's time for the Third Mexican Empire to be born, he said determinedly. Chapter 4 Aztecs. Issei woke up to a delicious smell and went to the kitchen where he found Orochi wearing a black apron and making breakfast. Orochi. Good morning Issei, sit down, breakfast is ready. He said with a smile. Issei sat down and Orochi served him his food, which was steak with vegetables and beans. Orochi. It's my first time cooking, so what do you think, like water? He said while pouring her a glass of horchata. Issei tried both and was delighted by the taste. Issei. It's delicious, is it your first time? He said while eating. Orochi. If I use my knowledge absorption ability on your tablet and now I know everything that happened, I have a good plan to recover my entire empire. He said while eating. Issei. Oh yeah, and what is it? He said, eating. Orochi. I will become president of Mexico, he said with a smile. Issei spits out some of his water and sees Orochi. Issei. Seriously? Orochi nods, but how will you do it? You need a campaign, people who follow you, money, and papers and diplomas. He said seriously. Orochi. I already took care of it last night, he said while taking out a folder with his papers and some diplomas. Issei sees his birth certificate, Kerp, Ein, diplomas, etc. Issei. Let's see, it says here that you were born on October 12, 1975, and you have several diplomas such as mechanics, doctorate, nuclear engineer, drawing, accounting, and many others, he said, looking at Orochi. Issei. Yes, with this you'll achieve it, but you need money, he said seriously. Orochi. Money is no problem for me. I can turn stones into diamonds and gold. He said with a smile. Issei. Incredible, but what about your people? I don't think anyone is shouting for you right now. He said seriously. Leader. A large number of people shouted outside the hotel. Issei and Orochi went to the window and saw an incredible 10 million people shouting leader. They both get out and when people see Orochi, they shout his name. Orochi then uses an ability to freeze time and memories and everyone who was passing by is frozen except for those who shouted his name and Issei. Orochi. My people, he said, shocked. Orochi watched in horror as all the Aztecs were in a serious state of malnutrition and poor hygiene. Orochi uses one of his abilities to return them to normal and when they see that they are alright, they all begin to shout his name even louder. Then one of them approaches Orochi and Issei. Israel. Lord, my name is Israel and I can say that it is an honor to meet you and to tell you that I will guide all the Aztecs in your name, he said while kneeling. Orochi. What happened to you in my absence? He said seriously. Israel. When you were sealed, the vast majority were killed by angels, fallen angels, and demons. The few of us who survived were auctioned off to be slaves and the women were turned into hex objects. He said sadly. Israel. We were like that for several years until we escaped and reached some islands in Mexico and lived there, but the little food there was and the salt water made us malnourished and hygiene was very poor, so we were waiting for your return until last night we felt your energy and we are all here at your service, Israel said sadly after enduring all that. Orochi was furious. Those bastards did that to his people. He had no forgiveness. Not only did they take away his empire, but they used his people as if they were worthless. Orochi. Get up, he said seriously. Israel stood up and received a hug from Orochi. Orochi. Thank you for taking care of my people, he said while hugging him. Israel responded and Issei said nothing. He saw all the Aztecs, a race that no one knew, not even himself. Orochi takes out his 20 Aztec wings, which were brown in color, and flies through the skies. Orochi. Your leader is back. Shouts as everyone screams with excitement. Orochi. Now who's hungry? He shouted in a voice that commanded respect. Aztecs. They shouted with excitement. Orochi. Then eat my dear Aztecs, eat until you can't eat anymore, he shouted while raising his hand and fruit, roast meat, roasted fish, bottled water, milk, soda and many other foods fell from the sky, surprising Issei, and everyone caught what fell while eating it and shouting thank you to their leader. Issei. Incredible, what ability is that? He said while watching the Aztecs eat. Orochi. It's called no hunger, I created it in case the planet's food runs out, he said seriously. Issei. Great, he said seriously, and he's going to train them, he said now seriously. Orochi. If I can't leave them like this, they're my people, so I'll create a room where one day I'll enter for 100,000 years. He said seriously. Issei is surprised and says. Issei. You could train me too, he said with a smile. Orochi. Of course, but first I'll train my people, and then you and I will train together. He said with a smile. Issei. Great, I can't wait. But what do I do while you train with your people? He said curiously. Orochi. Find the largest plot of land you can find and buy it, he said, summoning 100 chests full of gold and diamonds. Orochi. When I return, you'll see what I'll do with them, he said with a smile. Issei. Done, he said with a smile. Orochi returned to the sky and summoned some brown doors, telling the Aztecs to enter, which they accepted without hesitation. Once everyone was inside, he entered one of the doors, and they disappeared, along with all the food that had fallen from the sky. Then he saw that people were returning to normal, implying that Orochi's ability had ended and people could move around freely. Issei creates a magic circle and teleports the chests to his hotel room. Issei. Well, time to look for some big plots of land. He said as he went back into the hotel. Chapter 5. Training and New Powers. One day later. A day had passed since Orochi trained his people, and Issei had already purchased the land. He bought a plot of land at an abandoned airport, paying 3 chests of gold and diamonds for it. He also bought a rundown hotel chain, paying only 1 chest, and an abandoned shopping mall with parking, among many other properties in different states of disrepair. He had everything ready. In the forest, he sensed many energies and went to investigate, recognizing their great power. When he looked, he saw all the Aztecs with immense power. Issei is surprised because each and every one of them had the power of a high-class demon, and others even the supreme kind. But there were some who easily surpassed the Maos, and then he saw Orochi emerge from the gates where his people came out, and he possessed great power, making Trixa look ridiculous. Issei approaches Orochi. Issei. Hello Orochi, I see that all your people have great power, he said, surprised. Orochi. Yes, I'm proud of them, and well, you did what I asked. He said seriously. Issei. Yes, I actually bought several plots of land, but what about them? He said, confused. Orochi. You'll see, he said with a smile. Orochi had built several buildings on the land Issei bought, where the Aztecs would live, providing them with everything they needed and entertainment. Orochi. Well soldiers, while I'm gone, do as I ask and show no mercy to anyone. He said seriously. Aztecs. Yes sir, they said seriously. Then a brown door appears and Issei and Orochi enter. Once inside, the door disappeared and Issei had great difficulty breathing, as well as feeling the infernal heat. Issei. What is this place? He said while trying to breathe. Orochi. It's a special room, and get used to it, because today your training begins. He said while correcting his sentence. Issei just swallowed hard and agreed. Issei realized that the gravity here was 20 times worse than on Earth, so he knelt down, but Orochi told him to stand up. Orochi. Well, as you can see, this room has very strong gravity, and it doubles every year. So, in order for you to live here, well, there's a house over there, he said, pointing to an ordinary house. Orochi. In that house, gravity is normal, as is the temperature, and it also has infinite energy, infinite water, and infinite food in the refrigerator, he said seriously. Issei. Great, but how will you train me if I don't have powers? He said, confused. Then 2 gems appear in Orochi's hands, one purple and one gray. Orochi. Well, I'll give you the power of the Black Emperor and the Blood Emperor, he said seriously. Issei is surprised since he's never heard of them. At that moment, Orochi casts a spell and both gems enter Issei's body. At that moment, Issei's body felt a sensation so intense he had never felt anything like it, not even when he had drag. Issei. I feel very strongly what it was you gave me, he said while looking at his hands. Orochi. The Black Emperor has the ability to block the powers of his enemies and copy them, and the Blood Emperor can control a person like a puppet, in addition to creating chains of blood called Hellblood, he said seriously. Orochi. They used to be my friends, but they died defending me from the traitors, he said, a little sadly. Issei. I'm sorry, he said sadly. Orochi. It's alright, I know they're in a better place, he said with a smile. Orochi. Well, now do what you did that time you summoned that red lobster the first time, he said seriously. Issei chuckled a little and did so, where a black gauntlet with a purple gem appeared on his left arm, and a somewhat peculiar grey gauntlet appeared on his right arm. Orochi. Well, I accept you as my host, he said, somewhat surprised. Orochi. Well, let's not waste any time, let the training begin. He said seriously. Issei. Yes sir, he said in a military tone. But the Aztecs. They wasted no time and did what Orochi asked, which was to kill all organized crime, drug traffickers, rapists, corrupt politicians, and many others. It was easy to move around since Orochi gave them the locations and places where the unfortunate ones were. This mission he gave them was called the Molotov Cocktail Massacre, where they basically killed all the rats. But the features. They thought that changing Issei would be a good idea, but it wasn't, as everything went from perfect to a disaster. And why? Well, everything went well. Ryu was even officially engaged to Issei's ex-girlfriends. But 3 weeks passed, and everything changed as deaths were reported in the demon world, in heaven, in Asgard, in the Vatican, and many other places. Searches, like all the factions, hired a spy to follow his suspect, who was Ryu. And why did he, well, leave the Hyoudou mansion every night and return with 1 or 2 red stains? So the spy followed him and saw him in an alley, where he was shocked to find Ryu with Rizavum, who had presumed himself dead. So the spy took out a camera without a flash and took a picture of him. Then he left and showed the photo to the officers, who were shocked. That's what they called him, and they told him he was the one who murdered the supernatural beings, but things didn't go as they expected. Flashback. The factions could be seen, as well as the Gremory clan, Sitri, Baal, and other clans. That's how they saw Ryu enter, and the factions looked at him with total hatred, while the Gremorys looked at him with love. Ryu. Hello One-sama, how are you? He said with a smile. Searches and his wife both grimaced in disgust, and without a word, several chains forged by Odin ensnared Ryu. Ryu. What does this mean? He said while trying to remove the chains. Searches. Ryu, you are accused of being a traitor and working with Rizavum, he said seriously. That caused surprise in everyone except the factions. Rias. What are you talking about? My Ryu would never work with him, besides, he's dead. She said, shocked. The factions summon a hologram, and the photo taken by the spy is shown. Everyone is shocked except for the factions, and Ryu starts laughing. Ryu. Ha 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 ha, I guess I can't hide it anymore, he said with a sinister smile. Gabriel. Ryu, tell me what's a lie, she said, shocked. Ryu. Haha, no, actually my master Rizavum-sama gave me the mission to gain your trust and deliver the Red Emperor to me as revenge for the Sekiryuutei, ruining his plans for domination, he said arrogantly. Ryu. It was fun to see how you all trusted a stranger in the blink of an eye, heh, it was fun sleeping with all those bitches, he said, starting to laugh like crazy. Several broken hearts were heard in the place and everyone started to cry. Rias. My Issei, what have I done to you? She said kneeling and began to cry. Bakeno. You're a bastard, she said as tears streamed from her eyes. Asia. Issei-san, she said crying. Kaneko. Issei-senpai, she said as tears streamed from her eyes. Zenobia. I'm going to kill you, she said crying and very angry. Irina. You will feel the wrath of an angel, she said angrily and crying. Ross. Unhappy, he said crying. Isaka. You took away my husband and the father of my daughter, she said while taking out her 9 foxtails. Michael. You'll go to Tartarus for this, he said while listening to his sister crying non-stop. Ryu. I don't think so, he said while summoning the Red Emperor's armor. Ryu. Now I am very strong and no one will stop me in the new war that is coming, he said as he breaks the chains and disappears with a magic circle. They all regretted what they had done. Searches, Michael and Azazel looked at each other very seriously. The 3 of them. We have to find Issei, they said very seriously. Chapter 6 Ryu vs Issei. The day had passed since Orochi and Issei entered the Room of Time, and many changes had occurred in Issei. Issei was now very serious. He was no longer a pervert thanks to Orochi, who beat those thoughts out of him XD. But Issei was no longer overconfident and was very calculating, as well as being very clever and learning many languages. Issei could now fight Orochi at 90% of his maximum power, thanks to the powers he had. Issei had better skills as an example. Issei could use Emperor Black at his full power, he could use the complete armor and much more, he had new abilities, such as one he called the blocking field, where he could create an energy dome and block the abilities of all those inside. But the downside of this ability was that his allies would also have their powers blocked. The other ability was Chains of Block, where he could summon chains and, just by touching the enemy, block their abilities. The other I call the Mirror Deception, where he could confuse the enemy when he was killed by it. The weakness of this ability was that it had to be performed very quickly without the enemy noticing. And the Black Emperor's last ability was Mimic Copy, which consists of copying the enemy's abilities and using them against them. And now let's move on to the Blood Emperor. Issei could also use the blood armor to its fullest potential. He also performed very powerful abilities with this power, for example. Regeneration, now he could regenerate any part of his body in just 2 seconds without losing energy. He knew this because during a training session with Orochi accidentally cut off Issei's right arm. Issei screamed in pain, but then he saw the arm melt and the blood on the floor flow into it. In about 2 seconds, the severed arm returned as if nothing had happened. Another ability was human control, where he could control the enemy with his blood and also break their bones with it. Another was the needles of death, where he could make needles appear on the floors and hit enemies directly. Another was a blinding light where it could blind the enemy for a few moments. And the last one was divine division, since Orochi, whose power that was and whom Drake couldn't take away, could now divide the enemy's power and make it his own. I could also use the transformations I had using the chess pieces, but now with the Black and Blood Emperor, in addition to having another transformation that I call the Fury of Nature. Transformation into the Fury of Nature. In this, she had to have a relaxed and calm mind where her body moved on its own. But now he could use it at will without needing to use those steps. Now with Orochi, he had recovered 100% of his power. Now no one could stand against him, not even Trihexa was anything to him. Orochi creates a door to return to the normal world, and before leaving, they conceal their power as best they can to avoid attracting attention. Thus they leave and the Aztecs welcome them with open arms. Israel. Welcome, gentlemen. Would you like something to eat? He said with a smile. Orochi. Of course, he said with a smile. They went to a restaurant where they literally ate all the food in the place. Of course they left 15 chests full of gold and diamonds, and one more as a tip for the waiter who served them. Orochi. And well, Israel, did you do what I told you? He said, looking at Israel. Israel. If the Molotov cocktail massacre was a complete success, we also took away their fortunes and land, he said while describing what they did. Orochi. Well done Aztecs, now let's create the Third Mexican Empire, he said seriously. At that moment, an Aztec approaches and tells them that the underworld is being attacked by a group called the Chaos Brigade. Orochi. What are you saying, Issei? Let's go. He said, looking at him. Issei. If there are innocent people who had nothing to do with my betrayal, it would be unfair for them to die. He said seriously. Orochi. Well, you go first. I'll prepare a group of Aztecs to help us. He said seriously. Issei created a portal and left, while Orochi quickly went to recruit some Aztecs for help. In the underworld, Gremory territory. In the forest, a portal appeared and Issei emerged, witnessing widespread destruction. Houses on fire, demons in cells, mostly women and girls, dead demons, and much more. Without wasting any time, Issei quickly went to kill the members of the Chaos Brigade and free the demons that were captured. He summoned his Aztec wings and flew swiftly to kill any members he found nearby. Then he saw Azazel and Sirzechs fighting several demons, but they were already very weak. Issei initially planned to leave them, but then he realized they might know Ryu's whereabouts and want to take revenge on him. Issei used the blood needles to kill all the members of the Chaos Brigade. Issei. Well, look who I have here, if it isn't the crow and the damn Serk, he said very seriously. Azazel. Who are you? He said seriously. Issei. Don't you remember the one who gave everything without asking for anything in return? He said seriously. Sirzechs. Issei-kun, he said, shocked, as was Azazel. Issei makes a cut on his cheek with a laser and says. Issei, don't speak to me so familiarly Sirzechs. Where is Ryu? He said seriously. Sirzechs. He's fighting with your fiancés, please save them, he pleaded. Issei. I don't care what happens to them, he said while flying, as he sensed the Red Emperor's energy nearby. Azazel. He hates us, doesn't he? He said, looking down. Sirzechs. Yes, but we will make him forgive us, he said determinedly. Issei-san. He saw how Ryu had Rias by the neck, who was having trouble breathing. Ryu. Last words, Gremory, he said while holding a red ball in his hand. Rias. Issei forgive me, she said as she began to cry, as did the others on the floor. Ryu. Pathetic, but don't worry, once we conquer this territory I might just find him and kill him to bring him back to you. He said as he was about to launch his attack, but a double kick hit him in the face, sending him flying. Rias fell to the ground as she saw a guy in black armor with purple gems. Rias. Who are you? She said as she tried to stand up. Issei. You already know me, so get out of here if you don't want to die. He said in a dead voice. Rias fearfully crawled away while Issei approached Ryu, where he fell silent. Ryu, using his dragon wings, flies to look him in the face. Ryu. Damn it, don't think you're so great. And who are you? He said seriously. Issei. I am your executioner who comes for his revenge, he said coldly, like her heart. Ryu. Ha. Kill me. Don't make me laugh. I have the Red Emperor within me. Do you think you can kill me with just that pathetic power? He said arrogantly. Ryu unleashed his aura, causing fear in everyone nearby except Issei. Issei. "Ha, you call that an aura? I'll show you mine," he said while releasing an aura more powerful than Ryu's. This caused great fear in all those who were fighting. It even caught the attention of Great Red, who went to the underworld to see this aura. Ryu launched himself in his red armor to deliver a blow while some augmentations made. Ryu punched him in the chest thinking it would hurt him, but it didn't. Issei. Pathetic, he said casually and punched him so hard that Ryu's armor broke. Ryu is surprised by such strength and he rebuilds his armor and launches himself towards Issei. Ryu then feels his right arm move on its own and begin hitting itself. Ryu tried to control his arm, but it kept hitting itself to the point that his nose broke. Ryu. Aya, what did you do to me? He said touching his nose. Issei. It's one of my abilities and it's not the only one. Look, mimic copy, he said while a red gauntlet was on his arm. Ryu is surprised, as is Issei's former harem, since they recovered thanks to Asia who healed them all. Rias. His powers are incredible. I wonder if he's an ally. She said, watching the fight. Bekeno. We don't know, but he's definitely beating that idiot up. She said, watching the fight. Issei enhances his powers and punches him in the chest, causing Ryu to spit blood. Ryu. Damn it, I'll show you who has more power. Promotion night. He said as a chess knight piece appeared behind him and he became so fast that even Kiba had trouble seeing it. Note. I couldn't find a better image for this phase. Ryu was about to hit him, but Issei dodged it and kicked him in the balls, making him scream in pain. Ryu. Unhappy tower promotion, he said as a tower piece appeared behind him and Ryu's armor became so heavy that it was difficult for him to run. Issei begins to divide Ryu's power, causing him to fall to the ground. Issei. Is that all you've got? He said seriously. Ryu, now furious, used the Queen promo, which scared everyone. Ryu had the armor with the Queen promotion, making him very strong. Issei uses blood needles and they hit Ryu directly, who begins to spit blood. Ryu. No, 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 I'm not going to kill you, you miserable wretch. He said as he transformed into his most powerful form of all, the Dragon Diabolos. Ryu transforms into his most powerful form of all, so much so that even Office was frightened. Ryu lunges towards Issei with his fists filled with black fire. Ryu tried to hit him, but Issei dodged it. However, taking advantage of Issei's carelessness, Ryu was able to land a blow that caused the black fire to be inside him. Ryu. Hahaha, those flames will burn you to your very soul. He said, laughing arrogantly. Issei wasn't worried because he felt those warm flames, so the flames died down because they sensed Issei's purity. Ryu. What? He said, shocked. Issei. My turn, blocking chains. He said as chains appeared and began to strike Ryu, who felt his power being blocked. Ryu loses the Red Emperor armor completely, leaving him with no way out. Ryu. No, well, my army can kill you. Attack. He said as several rogue demons appeared and began to move towards him to attack. Issei was about to attack, but portals appeared next to him and Aztecs began to emerge to attack the rebel demons. The Aztecs had no mercy on anyone, killing without pity or remorse. Orochi appears in one of the portals and Issei heads towards him. Orochi. Sorry for being late, Issei, but all the Aztecs wanted to come and kill, so I only brought 10% of them. He said seriously. Issei. Alright, then release the demons in cages and I'll take care of that wretch. He said seriously. The office, like Azazel, looked at Orochi with fear as they never thought they would see him again. Issei approaches Ryu, who tries to activate the armor again but can't do anything. Ryu. Please don't kill me, he pleaded. Issei. You took everything from me and you want mercy. He said seriously. Ryu. Take it away from you, he said, confused. Issei. Since you're going to die, I'll show you my identity. He said as he deactivated his armor and everyone was surprised to see who it was. Ex-harem. Issei, they said crying with happiness. Ryu couldn't believe he'd been defeated by a human and the worst part was it was Issei. Ryu. Being defeated by you is new, he said, looking at Issei. Issei. I came for revenge, not for them, so prepare to die. He said coldly. Issei begins to divide Ryu's power to such an extent that he was already too weak that just touching him would kill him. After that, I summon a black ball and launch it towards Ryu, who, upon feeling the attack, screams in pain until his body disappears, leaving only 8 pawns and a green gem on the floor. The green gem approaches Issei and tells him. Greg. Partner, please let me be your bearer again, he pleaded. Issei. He's not grateful that I didn't kill him, he said coldly. Greg ignores him and enters Issei without his permission. Issei. Hey, I told you not to leave my body. He said furiously. Greg. Sorry, partner, the only way to get me out of your body is by cutting off your arm, he said confidently. Issei. Thanks for telling me how, he said as he ripped off his arm, leaving everyone in shock. Rias. Issei, what did you do? She said, upset. Then they saw the severed arm melt, the blood that came out of the floor flowed into it, and a new arm emerged without any problems. There was only the green gem on the floor and Issei says. Issei. Now I can kick you out of my body, red lobster. Now go find another idiot. He said as he walked towards Orochi, who had the head of a rebellious demon drinking his blood. Orochi. Demon blood tastes horrible, he said while crushing the head. Issei. I'm finished, we can go now. He said seriously. Orochi. We were just waiting for you so we could leave and begin our plan, he said seriously. They were about to leave, but his ex-harem approaches him. Rias. Issei, wait, she said as she approached. Issei. What do you want, Gremories? He said seriously. Akeno. Please forgive us, she said on her knees. Issei. Do you think I'm going to forgive you for what you did to me? He said, very annoyed. Asia. Issei-san, please forgive me. I let myself be blinded by Ryu's words. She said crying. Zenobia on her knees. Issei, please forgive me. You said you'd be with me no matter what. She said crying. Issei. You can't go looking for another idiot, this one won't be here for you anymore, he said as he entered the portal along with all the Aztecs. Issei's ex-harem. Eice, they said on their knees and crying. Rias. We lost him, but I'll get you back, and I won't care if you don't feel anything for us anymore, she said determinedly. Chapter 7 Meeting. One day later. All the Maos were in a meeting in the underworld to discuss yesterday's attack and explain what happened. Auden. Then the brat returned for revenge, he said seriously. Michael. If I kill Ryu without mercy, he said seriously. Isaka. What happened to my husband? She said dejectedly. Zeus. And who was that guy with white hair and a symbol on his chest? He said seriously. Anubis. And above all, who were those beings with brown wings? He said, equally serious. Azazel. I know who he is, just like Office and Great Red, he said seriously. Everyone looked at Azazel and Office, who nodded in agreement with what Azazel said. Gabriel. Who is that guy? She said, confused. Azazel. He is Orochi, the god of nature and leader of the Aztec faction, he said seriously. Everyone is surprised to hear that. Anubis. But how come God erased them from existence altogether and I've never even heard of Orochi? He said, confused. Azazel. That's why the previous Satan's God and I made sure to erase him from history. He said seriously. Azazel. Those few who knew about Orochi gradually forgot him to the point that no one knew about him anymore, he said seriously. Everyone is surprised again and Yusaka says. Yusaka. And why are you back here? She said seriously. Azazel. You see, Orochi had an entire empire that encompassed all of America before the English, Spanish, French, etc. even knew of America's existence. He said seriously. That surprised everyone again, but Azazel continues. Azazel. You see, he lived without being a danger to anyone, but everything changed when his right-hand man and his brother betrayed him, as did his wives. So he fought against them, but he was left weak after defeating his traitors and sealing his ex-wives. He said seriously. Azazel. So we took advantage of that to destroy his empire where the four Satans, as well as God and I, attacked Orochi. We didn't defeat him, but we were able to seal him in an object called the Sunstone, and no one could break it unless someone played a beautiful song. He said seriously. Azazel. But I think Issei freed him, he said worriedly now. Everyone is surprised to hear such a story. Rias. We have to help Issei. I bet that wretch is controlling him. She said angrily, since a god was controlling her love. Akeno. If it's true, if we unite we can defeat him, just like his Aztecs, and once Issei is defeated he'll return to us and give us a wild night, she said, determined and excited by the last part. Zenobia. Don't worry, darling, we're going to save you, and you'll give me a strong son, she said confidently. Dreg. I'm going to help my love, said Dreg, who had a girl's voice. Bali. Hey Dreg, did you, he said, surprised. Dreg. Yes, I'm a girl, okay. And my name isn't Dreg, it's Mio, and I fell in love with Issei, but my pride wouldn't let me say what I felt. Said the gem that was on the table. The girls were jealous but decided to add her to Issei's harem. Office. It will be difficult, but I won't give up. I will have my husband back and he will give me a night I will never forget. She said, blushing. Everyone was already motivated to rescue Issei and kill Orochi, but then a portal appeared and Orochi emerged, holding Great Red in his human form by the neck. Orochi. I'm returning your shitty dragon to you, he said, throwing Great Red onto the table. The office was very surprised since she couldn't even put up a fight against Great Red, much less Orochi. Searches. What did you do to him? He said, looking at Big Red. Orochi. I kicked him out of the dimensional rift, now it's mine, and I don't want to see any of you again, he said, creating a portal. Rias. Stop controlling my Issei, she said, annoyed and sure of her words. The Kuoh. If our Issei is suffering because of your mind control, she said angrily. Zenobia. I'll kill you so you'll give us back our Issei, she said as she ran with her ex-Durandal towards Orochi. Everyone. Zenobia, they said worriedly. Orochi offered no resistance, so Zenobia tried to slash him, but the sword shattered into pieces and Orochi struck her in the stomach, piercing her with several crystal chains. Zenobia screams in pain, especially as she feels the chains twisting around her body, causing her serious injuries. Orochi kicks her in the face, sending her flying into the wall and falling unconscious. Orochi. Listen, I'm not controlling him. He freed himself from that prison. Besides, I gave him that power without asking for anything in return. Furthermore, he joined me. He said seriously. Gabriel. You're lying, she said, shocked. Orochi. What did you gain by lying? Tell me, have you ever felt like the people you fought so hard for betrayed you for someone better than you? He said seriously. Orochi. When I first saw him, I saw vengeance in his eyes. They held pain and a desire for death towards the person who took everything from him. Tell me, have you ever felt anything like that? He said seriously. Everyone was silent. They knew what they had done to him and regretted it. Orochi. I understand, because just like him, I was betrayed by the people I considered family, so leave him alone. He said seriously. Orochi. Well, Office and Great Red, the dimensional rift is now mine, so you're forbidden from entering, and if you do, I won't hesitate to kill you, okay? He said seriously. Office and Great Red swallowed hard and he left without further warning. Zeus. Now how will we defeat him? He defeated Great Red as if it were nothing. He said very seriously. Great Red. If it's true, when I tried to hit him I was already getting beaten up, he said as he stood up since Ravel gave him a phoenix tear. Azazel. Now we can break the seal that binds his ex-wives, he said as everyone accepted the idea. Searches. But where is his seal? He said, confused. Anubis. I have a theory that they are in the Egyptian pyramid, since my daughter once said she felt something strange in the pyramid, he said with his theory. Searches. Well, we need to rest. Tomorrow we'll go to Egypt to break the seal where Orochi's ex-wives are and negotiate with them. He said with a smile. Rias. Thinking, Issei, just wait and you'll be only ours, she said with a loving smile. Seraphol. Thinking, Issei, your magical girl will save you. She said with a love-struck smile. Isaka. Thinking, my love, just wait and we'll have the little brother Kuoh wants. She said with a seductive smile. Chapter 8 Political Campaign. Orochi had returned to Mexico after running Great Red out of the dimensional rift into his new territory. So he arrived at Issei's apartment and began to talk. Issei. And how would you establish the Third Mexican Empire? He said while eating a cookie. Orochi. Well, first I'll do my political campaign, which will be called Aztec Renaissance, and once I register as a new political campaign, then I'll make my moves, he said while showing the flag that was his new political campaign. Issei. Fine, but you have to win people over and help the poor people here, like giving them food, shirts, water, groceries, and other things. He said seriously. Orochi. I'll take care of that, he said with a smile. Scene change. All the Aztecs are seen in a building that Issei bought as a meeting room, and Orochi is explaining his plan to reclaim his empire. All the Aztecs accept and decide to help their leader in everything. Scene change. Several Aztecs were seen in various states across the country handing out flyers for their new political campaign, which sparked some interest. They even gave them shirts with their campaign logo and caps, which some accepted. Scene change. Several water trucks with the Orochi campaign logo were seen in Monterrey, distributing water to citizens and urging them to vote for the new political campaign. There were also trucks that had gas tanks at very low prices. If a regular gas tank cost $480 pesos, they were selling it for $150 pesos. They had gained a lot of fame, especially because of their television commercial. Scene change. Orochi is seen in a television studio filming his commercial. Orochi. Hello everyone, I'm sure nobody knows me, right? Well, my name is Roberto Navarrete and I'm the leader of the Aztec Renaissance political campaign, he said with a smile. Note. The name was changed to avoid suspicion and to conceal his appearance. Orochi. Well citizens, as you can see, we have already done what we promised, such as providing food baskets, water in drought-stricken areas, cheap gas, and other things. And if you vote for us, all of this will become commonplace. He said with a smile. Orochi. And you can also read my book for free, which you can get from one of my followers who will advertise it, and the first one is called, Whoever votes for the PRI or the PAN are just poor fools, he said with a smile. Orochi. The second one is called Why I Would Vote for Some Orphan Hick-Sucking Puppets, he said with a smile. Orochi. And the third one is called Their Mothers Died of Anal Syphilis, and that would be all, he said with a smile. Some of those filming the commercial couldn't help but laugh at the titles of their books. Orochi. And if you want a future full of opportunities, vote for us, because the Aztec Renaissance will fulfill your dreams, he said with a smile. This angered other political campaigns, especially the PRI and PAN, who began advertising him, tarnishing his image. But it didn't work, because people began to believe in him and his policies, so he already had victory assured. 4 months passed, and it was now election day, with the results to be revealed tomorrow. The next day Orochi was nervous because he didn't know if he would win. Issei. Come on, I know you'll win. We worked really hard. He said with a smile. Orochi. Okay, thank you, he said with a smile. Person. Well, the new president of Mexico is, said opening the envelope. Person. Mr. Roberto Navarrete, said while people shouted in celebration. Orochi approaches the stage and gives thanks. Orochi. Thank you so much. I promise I will make this town grow because there cannot be a rich government with a poor people, he said while everyone celebrated his victory. So everyone celebrated Orochi's achievement that day by singing and dancing in the Zocalo, and so he would make his moves. Orochi was in his new office and started working, but Issei opened the door. Note. Orochi appointed Issei as his bodyguard. Issei. I have to wear this suit, he said while looking at himself. Orochi. Yes, sorry, but it's a uniform. I'd like you to wear your normal clothes, but you can't. He said while finishing a deal with a country. Orochi. Well Issei, to rebuild my empire I will first request that all of Central America be annexed to Mexico, he said with a smile. Issei. As far as I know, Panama cannot be annexed since it is protected by the United States, he said seriously. Orochi. I'll take care of that, he said with a smile. Some time later. From that day on, Mexico underwent a great change, with people more than happy to have a president who cared about his people and was not corrupt. Of course he has plenty of money since he can create gold. Orochi paid off the external debt with gold and diamonds, which surprised the presidents of world power countries. The Central American countries were annexed to Mexico, where Mexico was now larger and now had Colombia as a neighbor. Of course, that angered the President of the United States, who asked Orochi for Panama's independence, which he did not grant. After that, I tried to sanction Mexico on some things, but that would break the free trade agreement they have with Canada. Another change he made was that he improved his army, as it was now larger and the most powerful army in Latin America. Juan, an Aztec who was very clever, became Orochi's scientist and made a special fertilizer that made crops grow very fast, and best of all, it had no side effects. Now the step of creating the Third Mexican Empire was very close. Scene change. There were 3 girls in the shadows looking at a picture of Orochi. We'll have you back very soon, my god, said the girl, kissing the photo as well as the others. Chapter 9. Freeing goddesses. Meanwhile, with the traders. These were found in Egypt in the Egyptian pyramid. Rias. I'm sure it's here, Anubis-sama, she said, looking at the Egyptian pyramid. Anubis. My daughter told me about a strange energy coming from this place, so let's look for an entrance. He said seriously. So they searched everywhere until Asia found a strange symbol on the floor. Thus Anubis put magic into the symbol, or automatically everyone descended. Everyone was surprised to see them coming down and arriving at a hallway. Anubis. Incredible, he said, surprised. So they walked along, admiring the Egyptian decorations on the walls, until they reached a place where there was a piano and a small crystal pyramid. Rias. Incredible. She said while looking at the pyramid and trying to touch it, but Anubis stopped her. Anubis. Wait, it could be a trap if you touch it. Let me see the writings. He said while reading the wall. Michael. This is the first time I've seen this place, he said while touching the wall. Azazel. You can say that again, he said, looking around. Anubis. Well, it doesn't say anything here about the piano and the crystal pyramid, so I think it's just about playing a song. He said seriously. Searches. A song, he said, confused. Zeus. I think you're right, he said seriously. Rias. Well, let's do this. The faster we do it, the sooner we'll get our Issei back. She said seriously and blushed. That's how they decide who will play until Li Fei raises her hand. Li Fei. I will play the piano, and if I suffer anything, I know it will be because I did it to save our Issei-sama, she said with a smile. They all hesitated until they agreed, and Li Fei approached the piano and began to play. The difference is that when Issei released Orochi this time, there was no natural disaster and it wasn't heard around the world. When Li Fei finished playing the piano, everyone expected something to happen, but nothing did. "Sir, I don't think it worked," she said sadly. "Asia. No, please, sir, please help us recover what we lost," she said while shedding tears. Bekeno just stared at the crystal pyramid and said. "Bekeno. Please let it work. I want my Issei-kun back. I want him to touch me, to grape me every night, to comfort me when I'm sad, to be my personal pillow. I want Issei-kun to come back to all of us and give us a beautiful family," she said, shedding tears, but one tear fell onto the pyramid, which began to glow and automatically broke. 3 lights emerged from the broken pyramid and formed women. The 3 of them. We are free," they said very happily. Everyone was surprised to see the women come out, and when they saw them, they became serious. "Who are you?" she said seriously, summoning a rifle. "Searches. Excuse me, ladies, my name is Searches, leader of the demons," he said with a smile. "Azazel. I am Azazel, leader of the fallen angels," he said in the same way. "Michael. I'm Michael, leader of the angels," he said with a smile. "Auden. I am Auden, leader of the Asgardians," he said politely. "Yusaka. My name is Yusaka, leader of the Yokai," she said with a smile. "Office. My name is Office, dragon goddess of infinity," she said emotionlessly. "Zeus. I am Zeus, leader of the Olympians," he said politely. "Anubis. I am Anubis, leader of the Egyptians," he said seriously. And that's how Issei's girls, or Issei's ex-harem, were introduced. "Kurumi. Well, my name is Kurumi, goddess of time," she said with a smile. "Toga. I am Toga, goddess of madness," she said, holding a knife. "Miyuki. I am Miyuki, goddess of order," she said seriously. "Rias. It's a pleasure," she said with a smile. "Kurumi. And what time is it?" she said seriously. "Zeus. It has been a long time since you were sealed away by Orochi, your husband," he said seriously. Upon hearing her husband's name, they begin to cry. "Asia. They're okay," she said worriedly. "Miyuki. Yes, it's just that hearing our husband's name fills us with sadness," she said sadly. "Hiroka. What did you do, Naya?" she said seriously. "So they tell you how they were unfaithful to Orochi for his brother and how in the end they fought and he sealed them away." Rias and the others felt a connection with them because they had done the same thing. "Toga. If we hadn't been so stupid and blinded by Joshua's words, we would have stayed with him," she said as she began to cry. "Kurumi. Why were we stupid?" she said while crying, letting out all the pain she had inside. Without thinking, Rias hugs Kurumi, surprising her. Okeno did the same with Toga and Asia with Miyuki. "Rias. Listen, it's not too late to get your husband back. We did the same thing with our fiancé," she said sadly. "Toga. How did that happen?" she said, confused. Rias then tells him how they and the others were blinded by Ryu's words, how Issei freed Orochi, and finally how Issei mercilessly killed him. "Rias. Listen, you can get your husband back if you join us, just like we'll get Issei back, and I don't care if he doesn't love me anymore," she said determinedly. "Rias. So join us and get your god back," she said with a smile. Kurumi, Toga, and Miyuki say without thinking. The 3 of them. "We accept," they said decisively. "Searches. Very well, let's get out of here," he said, making a magic circle to go to Gremory Castle. But Saji. He had a suitcase and a very annoyed look on his face, while several girls were holding onto his leg. "Please Saji forgive us," said an albino crying. "Saji. Forgive them. Ha. Don't make me laugh. You want me to forgive you after what you did to me, Momo?" he said angrily. "We didn't know what we were doing," said a girl with pigtails crying. Saji. "Yeah, right, and sleeping with Ryu, just like the Gremorys, wasn't conscious of what they did, Ruruko," he said angrily. The reason Saji left was because he had doubts, since he was the only one who didn't betray Issei and only followed Sona's orders. So he hired a Yokai spy to look for clues to Issei's innocence, and when the Yokai returned, he discovered that his woman had slept with Ryu, just like the Gremorys. Note. Saji's girlfriends are Sona's pieces minus Tsubaki and Sona. "Saji. I'm leaving," he said as he finally broke free from his ex's grip and left. The girls from Saji were devastated because their beloved had left them even though they deserved it. Saji. "Alright, I don't want to be in Kuoh anymore. Luckily, I know Issei went to Mexico thanks to the Yokai I hired," he said as he left for the airport. So he summons his armor and leaves. Saji. "Hey Vitra," he said as he took flight. Vitra. "Yes, partner," said the black snake. Saji. "Why didn't I get the dragon's fall?" he said seriously. Vitra. It's because you absorbed a poison from the dragon's fall, since you have a body that absorbs power, the dragon's fall is nothing to you, he said seriously. Saji. I understand, he said as he arrived at the airport and asked for the first ticket to Mexico. But Issei and Orochi. They were walking down a hallway while Issei asked some questions. Issei. What are we doing here? He said, confused. Orochi. You see, here the true gods gather. The gods you know, like Zeus, Odin, Anubis, etc., are impostors. They only represent the earth. The true ones are miserable. He said seriously. Issei. Oh, I see. And what are we doing here? He said, confused. Orochi. When I investigated further, I discovered that my true territory was divided up by the true gods, so I want to reclaim what was taken from me, since I never gave them those territories. He said seriously. Issei. What happens if they don't give them to him? He said seriously. Orochi. I will kill them one by one and keep their territories as trophies and use their women for the enjoyment of my people, he said seriously and coldly. Issei just gave a macabre smile, and they arrived at the gate that was guarded by 2 soldiers with spears. Soldier. Password, he said seriously and with a Russian accent. Orochi. Hello Nicholas, it's been a long time since I've seen you, she said with a smile. Upon hearing the voice and sensing the aura, Nicholas begins to tremble with fear, as does the other guard. Nicholas. Orochi-sama, it's a pleasure to see you again, he said trembling. Orochi. I also see you've lost weight, haven't you? He said with a smile. Nicholas. Yes, about 78 kilograms sir, and I also got married, he said nervously. Orochi. That's great. And you, Tobias, still eat your vegetables? He said, looking at him. Tobias. I can't lie to you, broccoli is still a challenge, but I can already eat cauliflower, he said trembling. Orochi. Great progress, take the day off, he said seriously. Nicholas. Thank you very much, he said as he left, as did Tobias. Issei. That was awesome, that was incredible. He said, surprised. Orochi. Thanks, even among gods there are races. Well, let's go in. He said seriously. What will happen now? Chapter 10. Preparation for Ragnarok and a betrayal. Inside a meeting room, many gods were discussing a topic. It's decided, the entire human race will be eliminated forever, said a very thin old man. Thus the old man was about to strike his hammer against his table, but 2 doors were sent flying. One hit the god of plants, and the other hit the god of dirt, killing them. Everyone saw it, and it was Orochi and Issei who were looking at everyone very seriously. God of matter. Who are you? He said, very annoyed. Without saying anything, they just started walking until they reached the bottom where the old man was. God of metal. Do not approach Susama, he said as his fists turned to metal and he tried to hit Orochi, but Orochi stopped him with a finger. Orochi. Pathetic, know your place, he said as he delivered a blade kick that sent him flying far away from them. So everyone watched this in amazement and he went where Zeus was. Orochi. Listen carefully everyone because I am not going to repeat myself, I am Orochi, the god everyone forgot, he said very seriously. Everyone was surprised, especially the real Odin and the real Aphrodite, who looked at Orochi with lust. Orochi. So I order all the gods present to return to me all my territories that are mine, he said very seriously. Zeus. We can't, you disappeared for a long time, but he didn't finish because Orochi increased his power to such a point that he had trouble breathing. Orochi. I don't want excuses, you old lesbian. If you don't return them to me, I will kill all of you, as well as your people, and your women will be hex slaves for my people. He said, dictating the consequences. Everyone shuddered upon hearing that. Everyone knew the great power Orochi possessed, no one could fight him, not even Zeus, the strongest god, could do anything to him. I have a proposal, said a female voice. Everyone sees a Valkyrie with a lesser Valkyrie. Valkyrie. Orochi-sama, how about we make a deal with you? Said the Valkyrie. Orochi. What kind of deal? He said very seriously. Valkyrie. How about we do Ragnarok? If he wins, we'll give him his old territory and humans will live 1,000 more years. Said the Valkyrie. Issei. What is Ragnarok? He said, confused. Orochi. You see, it's a tournament where 13 humans face off against 13 gods one by one. If the humans get 7 victories, they will live, but if the gods win, they will die. He said seriously. Orochi. The most interesting thing is that the loser dies and there's no way for them to reincarnate or go to heaven or hell. They just disappear as if they never existed in the world. He said seriously. Issei is interested in that because he wanted to see a fight like that. Orochi. Fine, but I'll make the rules. 1. I'll create my team to represent me, regardless of whether they're humans, monsters, dragons, or myself. 2. If the god dies, I'll keep his territories and his people. 3. If I win, they'll abandon that stupid arrogance and go to the human world and live like them from that moment on. But even though they'll live like them, they'll still be gods. So what do you say? He said, dictating his rules. Everyone was silent as it was too big a bet, but they were confident they would win. Zeus. We accept, but if you lose, you will be sealed away, your powers will be absorbed and blocked, and all your people will be killed in front of you. And that brat will also be sealed away if your team loses. He said very seriously. Orochi. Echo, he said as Zeus struck his hammer, starting a bet where the strongest would win. Orochi. Ragnarok will be in 2 months, train so you can win, he said as he left with Issei, but a goddess with enormous breasts stood in front of Orochi. Orochi. Step aside, Aphrodite, he said very seriously. Aphrodite. Is this how you greet your wife? You're very mean. She pouted, but Orochi glared at her angrily. Orochi. You know we're nothing, he said very seriously. Aphrodite. Of course, don't you remember that we were together before you met those girls? She said angrily. Issei was surprised by that since Orochi never told him that. Orochi. Yes, but you tricked me with that smurf sitting over there, he said while pointing at the Indian god. Aphrodite. It was because I was drunk, she said with tears threatening to spill. Orochi. Yeah, right, you weren't that drunk when you said he was better than me when I caught you having sex with him, he said seriously. Aphrodite. Please forgive me, she said on her knees, beginning to cry. Orochi, tired of this, struck her in the neck, knocking her unconscious, and they left, leaving Aphrodite on the floor. Hours later. It was night and Orochi and Issei were walking through the streets. Issei. And do you already have your team in mind? He said, looking at him. Orochi. No, but I know that the first one I have is you, he said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, he said with a smile. Orochi. Ragnarok doesn't worry me. What worries me is my people. He said in a worried tone. Issei. Why? He said, looking at him. Orochi. I realize they're not very bright, even though it pains me to say it, but my people are foolish, and I don't want others to take advantage of them because of their lack of intelligence, he said worriedly. Issei. I understand, but hire someone to teach them. He said with a smile. Orochi. Yes, that's true, but I need someone who is really smart and won't insult my people for being stupid. He said seriously. Then they see a house door open and someone being thrown out of the house. Person. You're fired. Because of you my son failed the year. Said closing the door, leaving the person on the floor. The boy, without saying anything, tried to stand up, but his ankle was injured and he couldn't walk properly. At that moment, Orochi and Issei approached the boy. Orochi. Hey, are you okay? He said as he helped her to her feet. Yes, thank you, she said, already standing up, but she fell because she hurt her ankle. Orochi uses his power to heal the boy's ankle, and he immediately stands up as if nothing had happened. But how? He said, surprised. Issei. That guy was furious. Here. He said, handing him the briefcase he was carrying. Thank you, and I don't know how my ankle healed, but it doesn't matter. He said as he started walking, but his stomach began to growl, and Orochi and Issei looked at him. Orochi. You're hungry, aren't you? He said, looking at him. I haven't eaten in 5 days, he said while lowering his head. If the boy who was tutoring me had passed the year they would have paid me, but no, I'll have to search through the trash to see what I can find, he said as he left, but Issei and Orochi stopped him. Orochi. Do you want to eat with us? He said with a smile. I have no money, he said, lowering his head. Issei. It doesn't matter, let's go, he said with a smile. Scene change. The three of them were seen in a Japanese restaurant, looking at the menus, and the boy said. I want a meatless barbecue, he said while Issei and Orochi looked at him incredulously. Orochi. It's better if you give it to me with meat, please. I want eggs with shrimp and spaghetti. He said with a smile. Issei. I want broccoli with meat and rice, he said with a smile. Waiter. Right away, he said, leaving. Orochi. Why did you order your barbecue without meat? He said, looking at him. Well, I didn't mean to seem abusive to you, he said with a smile. Issei. Not at all, and what's your name? He said, looking at him. Futuro. My name is Futuro Uesugi, he said with a smile. Orochi. It's a pleasure. What happened to you? I see you've been wearing those clothes for days, I could say a month without offending him. He said, looking at him. Futuro. Sighs. Well, I left Japan because I was betrayed. He said, lowering his head. They are both surprised, and this continues. Futuro. You see, I was in high school, I had a normal life even though I was poor, but one day my father got me a job tutoring some girls, without knowing that my life was about to change, he said seriously. Futuro. I got the impression that I had to be the tutor of quintuplets from my own class, even though we didn't get along at first, they got to know me, and I got to know them, sighs. Futuro. I got along so well with all 5 of them that they fell in love with me and I with them. I confessed to them and they accepted me as their boyfriend, even though they were sisters and would be sharing the same boyfriend. He said seriously. Futuro. My father found out and accepted my relationship, as did my little sister, haha, but that only lasted 2 months. He sighed deeply. Futuro. After that, a new student arrived named Geronimo. He was smarter than me and also fun. The girls got closer to him and little by little they started to move away from me. He said seriously. Futuro. Even my sister got so close to him that they became his girlfriends. One day, when I had gifts for them to celebrate 3 months together, I saw them kissing him. I came out and without shame, they told me he was their boyfriend and they all ended up with me. He said, lowering his head. Futuro. Their father fired me from being their tutor and hired Geronimo as their tutor, and to top it all off, my father kicked me and my sister out of the house, saying that I made the girls cry and broke up with them, which wasn't true, he said, starting to shed tears. Futuro. Luckily for me, I had saved money in my locker, and with that I went to the fishing boats and asked them if they could get me out of the country, which they agreed to, but in return, I gave them half of all my money, he said while wiping away his tears. Futuro. When I arrived in Mexico, I started working as a tutor, but I earned so little money that I could barely eat. I've been like this for 2 months, and my clothes were stolen. That's why I'm like this. He sighs. If I had known I would end up like this, I should have refused that job and lived with 1 kidney. He said, his head bowed as he wiped away a few tears. Orochi and Issei felt a connection with Futuro because he, like them, had been betrayed by the people he loved. Orochi. We identify with Taigo Futuro because we too were betrayed by the people we love, he said seriously. Futuro. He said, looking at him. So they both told him how they had been betrayed and Futuro felt the same way, but he was surprised because they were supernatural beings. Waiter. Here's your food, he said while handing over several plates. Orochi. Excuse me, but could you bring us 3 red tails please? He said with a smile. Waiter. Of course, he said as he left. Orochi. Well Futuro, I have a proposition for you. He said with a smile. Futuro. What is it? He said while eating a piece of meat. Orochi. Give my people lessons and in return I'll give you power, money, and an enviable life, he said with a smile. Futuro was surprised by that proposal, as it was a tempting offer. Orochi. Think carefully about what you have now. Your loved ones betrayed you, as did your family. If you join me, you won't just have power. Perhaps 1 or 2 Aztec women will even become interested in you. And that's not all. Here, no one will betray you. My people will respect you, for you will be their teacher and you will impart knowledge and learning to them. So tell me, do you accept respect and power or poverty and a miserable life? He said with a smile. Futuro wasn't stupid. He was being offered the best deal of his life. He would now be the teacher of an entire faction, and not only that, but few would respect him, something he longed for day and night. That someone would respect him for who he was. Futuro. I accept, he said with a smile. Orochi. Welcome to the Aztec faction, Futuro Uesugi, he said with a smile. Issei. We'll get along very well, he said with a smile. Scene change. Issei, Orochi, and Futuro were seen at the White House in Mexico, since the government gave it to Orochi. Issei and Orochi were seen waiting for Futuro to finish his bath, as he hadn't bathed in a long time. So they made him bathe and gave him pajamas, and then they would give him a change of clothes. That's how they saw Futuro wearing black pajamas with white stripes. Issei. Did my pajamas fit you? He said with a smile. Futuro. Thank you for the pajamas, they're very comfortable, he said with a smile. Orochi. I'm glad. Now sit with us. We're watching The Neighborhood Family. He said, watching TV. Futuro. Let's see, he said while sitting down with Issei and Orochi. This way, they would have someone who could teach all the Aztecs without any problems. In Japan. The leaders were seen talking. Isaka. Well, we need to find allies to get my husband back. She said seriously. Searches. If Grayfia is looking for allies, that's what she's doing. He said seriously. Serafol. My Issei, we'll have you back soon, she said with a cute blush. But Issei's ex-harem and Orochi's ex-harem. They were all seen talking at Issei's old house. Kurumi. So that's how a hair straightener works, she said while straightening her hair. Rias. Yes, now we'll show you the makeup so you can conquer Orochi again, she said with a smile. Miyuki. Excuse me, but how much do you love Issei? She said, looking at them. Ikeno. Issei is our world, without him life has no meaning, she said blushing. Asia. Issei-san is very protective of us, she said blushing. Haneko. Issei senpai is a pervert, but he has a good heart, she said with a blush. Issei's ex-harem. Issei is everything to us, they said blushing. Kurumi. I see, we have the same problem with our dragon, she said blushing. Toga. Remember when he hit Zeus for trying to touch us? She said blushing. Miyuki. I still remember the sound of Zeus's bones breaking, she said blushing. Rias. We're very similar. Well, that's how lipstick works. She said while holding up a bright red lipstick. Akeno. Issei likes my black lipstick, she said with a seductive smile. Scene change. Several girls were seen posting wanted posters all over the city. Come on girls, Hyoudou has to be here, let's not stop looking, said Orochi. Uesugi-san, where is he? Said an orange-haired girl, shedding tears. 3. We must keep searching and once we find him we will apologize, said a chestnut. 4. What happens if he doesn't forgive us? Said a short-haired pink-haired girl. 5. We kidnapped him and raped him until he got us pregnant, said a long-haired pink-haired girl. They all accept the pink-haired girl's idea and they keep posting the picture that belonged to Hyoudou, which said the following. Wanted. Hyoudou Uesugi. Age. 17 years. If the person finds it, they will receive a huge reward. Reward. $1 million euros. Chapter 11. Studies, Saji's arrival and alliance. It was already morning at Orochi and Issei's house and they woke up. Issei yawns, good morning Orochi. He said as he watched Orochi wake up. Orochi. Good morning Issei, he said as he went to the room where he found a surprise, as did Issei. Hyoudou was seen with several boxes of papers and when he saw Issei and Orochi, he greeted them. Hyoudou. Good morning, he said with a smile. Both. Good morning, they said, looking at many boxes. Orochi. What is all this? He said, looking at the boxes. Hyoudou. These are exams for your people. I need to know how smart they are and who I'll be teaching them with. He said seriously. Orochi. I understand, he said with a smile. Orochi. I'll make breakfast, he said as he went to the kitchen. Out of curiosity, Issei looked at the exam and realized that they were first-grade elementary school exams. Some time later. The three of them were seen eating at the table and Orochi said. Orochi. You will teach my people today, the sooner the better, he said seriously. Hyoudou. Sure, no problem, he said while eating. Then the doorbell rings. Issei. I'll go, he said as he left. Upon arriving and opening the door, he was surprised by who it was. Issei. Saji, he said, surprised. Saji. Hello Issei, may I come in? He said seriously. Scene change. Orochi. So he was the only one who didn't betray you, he said seriously. Issei. Yes, seriously. Saji. I tried to protest, I even told Sona that it wasn't right to replace Issei with someone else, but she forced me to betray you. I'm sorry. He said, lowering his head. Issei. How did you find me? He said seriously but a little happy since one of his friends didn't betray him. Saji. It was easy. When I saw the news about the new president of Mexico, I saw you as a bodyguard, so I investigated where the White House of Mexico was, and here I am. He said with a smile. Orochi. Well, since you didn't betray Issei, welcome. He said with a smile. Saji. Thank you, and Issei, I know how you felt when the girls left you. I suffered the same way. He said with his head down. Issei. How, he said, confused. Saji. I hired a spy to watch Ryu because I felt he was hiding something and I discovered he was a traitor. But the worst part was that the spy told me my entire ex-harem slept with him, so I left my house and came here. He said with his head down. Hyoudou. I'm so sorry, we all share that feeling here, he said sadly towards him. Saji. Thank you, and who are you? He said, looking at him. Hyoudou. Let me introduce myself, my name is Hyoudou Uesugi, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Saji. The pleasure is all mine, I'm Saji, he said with a smile. Orochi. Well, now that this is cleared up, I'm going to gather all the Aztecs, and you, Hyoudou, will teach my people while I look for people for the Ragnarok team, since I feel that in this world there are people like us who were betrayed. He said seriously. Issei. You're right, and you have a place for your people to learn classes, he said, looking at him. Orochi. You already know, he said with a smile, as did Issei. In the time chamber created by Orochi. All the Aztecs were there, along with Orochi, Issei, Saji and Hyoudou, the latter two of whom were very surprised by the place. Hyoudou. Incredible, he said while looking at all the Aztecs sitting on benches and watching the four attentively. Orochi. Alright soldiers, listen up, you're going to study subjects in classes, he said seriously. Orochi. I realized you're not very bright, so my friend Hyoudou will be giving you lessons for 100 years. He said seriously. Aztecs? Yes sir, they said seriously. Orochi. Well soldiers, Hyoudou will be your master while I look for new candidates for the upcoming Ragnarok fight. He said seriously. So he created a portal and left, while everyone, including Issei and Saji, stared at Hyoudou. Hyoudou? Well Aztecs, today I'm going to give you a test to see how intelligent you are, he said seriously. Aztecs? Yes sir, they said in a military manner. 2 hours later. Hyoudou was seen checking the Aztecs' exams, and not all of them were smart, as only 3 passed their exam. Issei, Saji, and Juan. The others had scores between 15 and 35 correct answers. Hyoudou. I have a lot of work to do, he said while everyone was looking at Hyoudou. But Issei and Orochi's ex-harem. They all looked like they were in another state of Japan, looking for an address. Kurumi. Do you think they'll join us? She said as she walked. Rias. Yes, of course, if we tell them they can get their beloved brother back, they'll easily join us, especially since I have this, she said while holding an envelope. They arrive at a mansion where she knocks on the door. Yes, he said through the communicator. Rias. Hello, we're looking for the quintuplets who are looking for Hyoudou Isugi. She said seriously. If this is a joke, get out of here or we'll call the police, she said seriously. Rias. We have information about him and how he is, she said seriously. The communicator went silent and the sound of the door opening could be heard. Come in, if it's a lie you'll see, said the person in the statement. They all enter and go to the 30th floor, and when they arrive they knock and are greeted by a brunette. Come in, I hope it's from Hyoudou-kun, said the brunette. Some time later. The quintuplets and the little girl were seen watching Issei and Orochi's former harem. Ichika. Well, it's a pleasure. First of all, my name is Ichika and I'm the oldest. She said with a smile. Itsuki. I'm Itsuki, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Miku. I'm Miku, it's a pleasure, she said with a small smile. Nino. I'm Nino, it's a pleasure, he said seriously. Itsuba. My name is Itsuba, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Raiha. I am Raiha, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Rias. It's a pleasure, and if we have any information about him, look, she said as she handed the envelope to the quintuplets who quickly took and opened it. There was a picture of Hyoudou with Orochi and Issei. Nino. Poor Hyoudou, it's clear he's suffered because of us, she said while looking at Hyoudou's condition. Itsuki. I hope you didn't do this to him, she said seriously. Ikeno. Don't worry, we don't even know him, she said with a smile. Miku. We shouldn't have betrayed him, he looks terrible, she said as tears began to fall. Kuroka. Excuse me, but what happened between Hyoudou and you guys, Naya? She said, looking at them. Nino. It was that wretched Geronimo, she said angrily as tears began to fall from her eyes. Hineko. Who, she said would be. Itsuki. You see, Hyoudou was our boyfriend, but one day that wretch Geronimo arrived, who at first was a great guy, to the point that we fell at his feet, she said sadly. Itsuba. We even convinced our father to fire him, and his father kicked him out of the house. It was all perfect for us. She said sadly. Ichika. But it only lasted 2 months because he became our tutor, so everything was fine, but he was very jealous, to the point that he started hitting us if he saw us with a boy. He even hit Raiha just for telling her that we needed space. She said sadly. Nino. He was so rude that he started showing his true colors. He didn't care about us like Hyoudou did. He was very manipulative. He would hit us if we didn't get a perfect grade. She said while starting to cry. Miku. But one day he tried to grape me, but luckily my father arrived and, seeing what he was trying to do, he pulled out his gun and killed him by shooting him in the head. That's how we realized our stupid mistake. She said crying. Raiha. We've searched for him day and night to ask for his forgiveness and apologize for the harm we caused him, she said as she began to cry harder. I just want my brother back, she said as she got on her knees and began to cry. Thus the quintuplets and Hyoudou's sister begin to cry non-stop, but Rias hugs Itsuki, Akeno hugs Ichika, Asia hugs Miku, Kuroka hugs Nino, Li Fei hugs Itsuba, and Arina hugs Raiha. Rias. Listen, we can still get Hyoudou back, just like we can get our husbands back, she said with a smile. Itsuki. She said, looking at her. Zenovia pulls out a device that projects a hologram of Issei and Orochi. Rias. He is Orochi, the strongest being of all, and he is my beloved Issei, my cute pawn, she said with a blush. Rias. Well, we betrayed Issei too. It was a terrible mistake and we want him back even if he doesn't love us anymore. She said seriously. Toga. We'll get Orochi back and if he doesn't love us anymore, we'll force him to love us again. She said seriously. Akeno. You two can get Hyoudou back, but only if you join us. It will be pointless to keep searching for him. If you join us, you will have power and you will also have your beloved Hyoudou. What do you say? she said with a smile. They all form a circle to see if they will join together or not. 5 minutes passed and they said. Ichika. We'll accept anything to get our Futuro-kun back, she said resolutely. Itsuki. I'm in too, I really want to have a passionate night with him, she said blushing. Nino. We'll have him back and if he doesn't accept our feelings, we'll grape him until he loves us, she said determinedly. Itsuba. I want to kiss him already, she said blushing. Miku. I'm inside. I want to continue talking to him about the story, she said decisively. Raiha. I want my Oni-chan back, she said decisively. Rias. Perfect, welcome to the group, she said with a smile. Rias. Thinking, well, we already have Futuro's ex-harem, now we just need more people until Azazel finishes his research on that transformation he's been investigating. She thought seriously. Rias. Thinking, just wait a little longer, Issei, you'll soon have your face covered in the breasts you like. She thought, blushing. Chapter 12 New members and daughters. 10 years in Orochi's time chamber. Futuro was surprised during these years because the Aztecs were naturally clever. If he told them a subject or problem and how to solve it, they would do it on the first try without difficulty. Issei and Saji also learned from Futuro, becoming smarter. Now the Aztecs had the intelligence of a high school student. Futuro was teaching them the history of World War II, but he was interrupted when a portal appeared next to him. Orochi was seen with some particular people. Orochi. Did you miss me? He said with a smile. Issei. Orochi, it's been a while, and you brought new members. He said, looking at the people. Orochi. Yes, well Aztecs and boys, I present to you Naoto, he said, pointing to a very thin boy with glasses. Naoto. Hello, he said with a blush on his cheeks. Orochi. Tadano, he said, pointing to a black-haired boy with a flower in his hair. Tadano. It's a pleasure, he said with a smile that made an Aztec woman blush. Orochi. Shido, he said, pointing at a blue-haired boy. Shido. Hello, he said with a smile. Orochi. Lincoln, he said, pointing at an albino. Lincoln. Hello, it's a pleasure. He said with a smile that made an Aztec girl blush. Orochi. And these are my daughters Mayu, Kana and Anya, he said while holding his 3 daughters. The 3. It's a pleasure, they said, lowering their heads. Everyone. Kuoh, they said in surprise. Scene change. Orochi. And so Adam left paradise with his beloved Eve, and they lived their lives in the human world, where everyone witnessed the great love they had, he said while Mayu, Kana and Anya were asleep. So Orochi approached them and gave them a goodnight kiss. Orochi. Rest, my princesses, he said as he left the room. Once he left, he went to join the others who were waiting for Orochi's response. Issei. Can you explain how you're already a father? He said, very confused. Orochi. Well then, he said, beginning to count. Flashback. It was night in the cold streets of Japan. Orochi was looking for allies for the coming Ragnarok. Orochi. I'll have to find some good allies. He said as he walked, but saw an alley where he saw something moving. Orochi approaches the alley and sees a trash container moving. So Orochi opens the container and there were 3 girls who, upon seeing him, were so frightened that they all started to run. Orochi. Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Are you cold or just hungry? He said as the 3 of them stopped. Did you say we were hungry? Said a girl with pink hair. Do people usually get angry when they see us searching through their trash? Said a blue-haired girl. 3. Aren't you angry with us? Said a girl with a peculiar hair color. Orochi. No, of course not. Tell me, are you cold? He said and saw the 3 of them cross their arms and shiver a little. Orochi. They're hungry too, aren't they? He said, noticing the 3 of their stomachs rumbled. Orochi. Come with me, please trust me, he said with a smile. The 3, somewhat suspicious, followed Orochi, who went to a clothing store and bought them a change of clothes and some sweaters. Afterwards they went to a restaurant and ate where the 3 girls ate happily. Orochi. Well, and what are your names? He said, looking at the girls. Hannah. I'm Kana, it's a pleasure, said the girl with literal horns. Anya. I am Anya, said the pink-haired girl with a smile. Mayu. I'm Mayu, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Orochi. I am Orochi, you can call me Roberto, and tell me why you were in that garbage container, he said, looking at them. Hannah. We were just looking for some food, she said, lowering her head. Orochi. Or shouldn't they be in an orphanage? He said, looking at them. Mayu. I escaped from some criminals who wanted to sell me. When I escaped, I ran into them. She said with her head down. Hannah. My father banished me for a joke because I am a dragon, and he banished me for playing a joke on him. She said with her head down. Anya. I escaped from some scientists because I have the power of telepathy, and when they were distracted, I escaped and ran into them. She said with her head down. Orochi. I see, he said seriously. Once they finished eating, Orochi took them to a place where they would be taken care of. Orochi. Listen girls, I'll take you to an orphanage. They'll take care of you there. He said with a smile, but the three of them hugged him. The three. You'll come with us, the girl said. Orochi. No, our paths will diverge once we reach the orphanage, but don't worry, you can have a family that will take care of you. He said with a smile. The three no, they said, hugging him. Anya. We don't promise to be good, she said as tears began to fall. Scene change. Anna. No, please, said the girl as some people from the orphanage took her away. Mayu. Don't do this to us, said the girl crying. Anya. Why are you doing this to us? The girl said crying. Orochi had several scratches on his face, a sign that the three of them put up a fight, but it was useless. The three. You hate us, don't you? They said while covering their faces, which were full of tears. Orochi only left while he felt his heart beating. Orochi. Thinking, what's happening to me? I used to take abandoned children to orphanages and I didn't feel anything, but why now? He said while his heart was beating. Orochi felt a sharp pain in his heart, but then he heard an explosion and saw that the explosion was where he had left the girls. Orochi. Girls, he said as he summoned his wings and flew quickly towards the place. He saw the door destroyed and the guards killed and there were no children present. He saw something written on the wall. If you want to see the children alive, give us $100 million or they will be dead tomorrow. Orochi was silent, but then he transforms into his god mode and says. Orochi. These humans will feel the wrath of a god, he said in a voice full of evil. Scene change. Several people dressed as hitmen were seen running for their lives, and the reason was that Orochi was killing everyone he saw and freeing children who were in cells. Orochi. The slavery of children makes me sick. Pay for your damned sins in hell. He said as he raised his right hand and several chains appeared on the floor and pierced the hitmen, killing them. Orochi. Children, stay here, the police are on their way, or better yet, go to sleep. He said as all the children fell asleep. Orochi alters their memories and goes to where the girls were. In a scenario. The three girls looked very sad with their heads down. Auctioneer. Hey brats, cry or do something, you'll be worth more, so cry or I'll make you cry, he said while hitting the cages where the three were. The three of them just touched their heads and were very scared until they heard a voice. Orochi. The only one who will cry and beg for mercy will be you, you unfortunate wretch, he said as he emerged from the shadows. The auctioneer was only frightened by Orochi's appearance, and Orochi pulled out a gun and they started shooting at him, but the bullets just melted upon touching him. The auctioneer starts running, but chains prevent him from escaping. Orochi quickly approached and punched him in the stomach. Orochi. Punishment of the gods, he said as the auctioneer felt a million explosions throughout his stomach and began to spit blood. Orochi tears off the auctioneer's ears, who can only scream in pain. Then Orochi forces the auctioneer to open his mouth and tears out his tongue with his hand. And finally, Orochi, seeing the auctioneer on the floor, rips out his spine, killing him. Orochi approaches the girls and breaks the cages, and the three of them, filled with fear, back away while hugging each other. Orochi. Don't be afraid, it's me. He said as he returned to his normal state. The three of them, upon seeing him, immediately hugged him. The three dad, they said while hugging him. Orochi felt good when he heard what they told him. Orochi. Listen girls, do you want to see something cool? He said with a smile. The three. Yes, they said with a smile. Orochi. Well, close your eyes, he said with a smile. All three did it and this one flies until it's out of the place. Orochi. Okay, you can open your eyes now. He said as the three of them opened theirs. The three woo, they said, surprised. Mayu. We're flying. She said excitedly. Orochi. If any of you have seen the fireworks yet, he said with a smile. The three. No, they said, looking at Orochi. Orochi. Well, say boom boom, he said with a smile. 3. Boom boom, they said, seeing the reaction. Thus the entire clandestine location exploded and the survivors were unable to escape because Orochi had blocked the doors and windows. However, the children were safe because Orochi had placed them in a secure location. Orochi. Those are fireworks, aren't they beautiful? He said, observing the destruction. Anya. They're kind of scary, she said, looking at the destruction. Orochi. Well, now we have to go. He said as he flew off with the girls while several patrol cars appeared at the scene. Hannah. She'll leave us at another orphanage, she said with her head down. Anya. If daddy leaves without us, we will cry, she said with her head down. Orochi. I didn't think it through, but what do you say you become my daughters from today onwards? He said with a smile. The three of them look at him in surprise, then they start crying tears of joy and hug him tightly. The three. Yes, they said while hugging him. Orochi. Well, from today on, call me father or dad, whichever you prefer. He said, looking at them. The three. Daddy, they said with a smile. Orochi just felt his heartbeat and gave a smile. Orochi. Okay, tomorrow we'll go to the civil center to register them as my daughters, he said with a smile as he flew away. The three. Yes, daddy, they said with a smile. Vindel flashed back. Orochi. And that's how I became a father, he said with a smile. Issei. I understand. And how did you meet them? He said, pointing to those he brought. Orochi. Well, let them tell you. If you'll excuse me, I have to look up ways to cook for a child online. He said as he left. Chapter 13. The Betrayal of a Painter. Issei. Well Naoto, can you tell us how you ended up with us? He said, looking at him. He sighed and said. Naoto. Well, I was a third-year high school student. I was a member of the art club and the only one, but I didn't care. But everything changed when I met them. He said angrily. Naoto. Her name was Nagatoro, but I also met her friends Gamo, Sakura, and Yashi. They were my torment day and night, but as the days passed, I got along well with them. He said with a sigh. Naoto. I knew all of them better, especially Nagatoro, and little by little a feeling began to grow in me, he said seriously. Naoto. I fell in love with Nagatoro, just like her friends. I know it sounds sick to hear that I fell in love with 4 girls at once. He said seriously. Naoto. And as the days passed, I confessed my feelings to them, and believe it or not, they reciprocated them. He said seriously. Naoto. If I had known it would end like this, I would have changed schools. He said very seriously. Naoto. I had a good relationship with all of them, I respected them and helped them with some studies. I didn't know what I had done wrong, but that day my chaos and destruction arrived, he said seriously. Naoto. One normal school day, someone named Rick arrived. He was very polite, I won't deny it, respectful and resourceful. He said seriously. Naoto. Even he was so strong that if you compare me to him, I'm just a strand of spaghetti. He said seriously. Naoto. He joined the art club where I was the only member and we got along well. It felt great that someone shared my tastes. We shared food, anecdotes, stories, etc. He said seriously. Naoto. But he got along well with my girlfriends, but I had a bad feeling. I didn't know why, but when I heard him flirting with them, I felt jealous, but at the same time, strange. He said seriously. Naoto. Little by little they started to distance themselves. If I asked them if they wanted a date with me, they said they were busy. If I wanted to have lunch with them, they would leave. They would ask me if I had done something wrong or if I had made them angry. He said seriously. Naoto. So on that day when everything in my life changed, I decided to go to the jewelry store to buy them a gift as a token of apology for what I did, even though I didn't know why I was apologizing if I hadn't done anything. He said seriously. Naoto. I wanted to surprise them, so I didn't go to class that day. I waited a while, then left my house and went to school, heading towards the art club. He said seriously. Naoto. When I got to the door I heard moans, so I discreetly opened it a little and found Rick with my girls having hex, yes, hex in the art club, he said, looking down. Naoto. Tears welled up in my eyes when I saw that. I wanted to open the door completely and scream at them, but who was I kidding? I wasn't as strong as him. He said with his head down. Naoto. So I just decided to leave while I could still hear those hex moans, and I threw away the gifts I was going to give them, he said, still with his head down. Naoto. That day I just stayed home in my bed crying when I saw how the girls I gave love to cheated on me with the person I considered my brother, he said while a tear was visible. Naoto. So, to avoid seeing them again, I decided to resign and request my diploma, since I had excelled in the club like no other person. He said seriously. Naoto. They gave it to me, so with my savings, I decided to become independent and create my own art business. At first it was a success, but then people lost interest in art. He said seriously. Naoto. I realized that art wasn't for everyone, so I got to the point where I was begging for money in the streets, he said seriously. Naoto. I lost my art business and was evicted from my apartment for not paying rent. I was living on the streets and couldn't tell my mother because of my pride and that I never wanted to see them again, he said seriously. Naoto. But everything in my life took a 120-degree turn when he appeared. That day I was begging, but Orochi appeared in front of me along with his daughters. He asked me if I was alright, he said seriously. Naoto. I told him yes, that this was my daily life, so he offered me a place to bathe and feel good, he gave me a change of clothes and fed me, he was very kind, he said with a smile. Naoto. Afterwards we talked and he told me things I didn't know, that's how I learned about the supernatural, and I told him what happened to me and he offered me a new life, he said with a smile. Naoto. He told me he would give me power in exchange for my loyalty to him. At first I hesitated, but I remembered that damn day and accepted, and that's why I'm here. He said seriously. Everyone was silent and Issei put a hand on his shoulder. Issei. I'm sorry for what you saw that time, but don't worry, we were all betrayed in some way here, right? He said, looking at the others. Everyone? Yes, they said, looking at Naoto. Issei. Even Orochi was betrayed, he said, watching Orochi beat egg whites with sugar. Issei. Here, no one will betray you. We'll all be together no matter what. He said with a smile. Naoto. Well, thank you, he said with a smile. Issei. You're welcome. And who's next? He said, looking at Shido. Shido. I suppose he said seriously. Issei. You can tell us, he said, looking at Shido. Thus he would begin to count, but in another part. In a part of Japan. Several girls were seen in a house crying while looking at a picture of Naoto. We forgive you, senpai, said a brunette crying while holding the photo. Do. Please forgive me, Pays, I should have been with you, said a retard with large breasts. 3. Country, said a blonde with large breasts crying. 4. I was stupid to do that, said a blonde with tan skin crying. 4 o'clock. Please come back, they said at the same time. Chapter 14. The Betrayal of a Savior. Shido. Well, I too was betrayed by my women, he said seriously. Shido. I used to be a normal high school student with my sister Katori, Thoka, Origami, Yoshino, Miku, Yuzuku, Kagaya, Natsumi, and who were they? Well, they were my ex-harem since I saved them all, including my sister, from being killed by Dem, a corporation with the sole objective of killing all spirits, an unknown race that very few know about. He said seriously. Shido. I saved all of them, including my sister, from that corporation. I also confessed my feelings to them, and they accepted them. He said seriously. Shido. I lived happily with them in our apartment. Everything was perfect for me. I had the power to cancel the spirit's power with a kiss on the lips, and that's why I helped them. If their power was blocked, there was no reason to pursue them. He said seriously. Shido. But that only lasted a year before he arrived, he said seriously. Shido. I was already in my 3rd year of high school, just like Thoka and Origami, but that day would change because a new student arrived named Arturo, who I can say was more handsome than me. He even had a kindness that made anyone like him. He said seriously. Shido. I became friends with him and we were good friends, but I didn't like that he flirted with my girls, which made me jealous, but I controlled that jealousy, he said seriously. Shido. Then the girls met him and got along well with him, but little by little they started to distance themselves from me, he said seriously and sighed. Shido. When I realized it, none of them were spending time with me anymore. They even made excuses like they were busy or that we'd talk another time. He said seriously. Shido. My sister, who was also my partner, would give me excuses that she had business to do at the corporation that saves spirits, which I knew was a lie. He said seriously. Shido. One day they all went out and luckily I put a tracker on Yoshino's bag to know where they were going, not out of jealousy, well, partly out of jealousy, and also because I kept wondering where they went every night, he said seriously. Shido. They all arrived at an elegant restaurant and I saw Arturo arrive who, upon seeing them, kissed them on the lips without any shame. I was so shocked that instead of leaving, I just left. He said seriously. Shido. When I got to the apartment, I just cried in my room, asking myself what I had done wrong, if I had disrespected them, if I had done something to hurt their feelings. I was sorry, but when I remembered our dates, there was nothing there, which meant I had failed. He said seriously. Shido. 2 weeks passed and I stopped pressuring them to go on dates or anything like that. I think it relieved them that I wasn't a bother anymore. He said seriously. Shido. So that day everything would change for me, he said seriously. Shido. I arrived at my apartment and saw that they were all with Arturo and they told me that they were breaking up with me. I wasn't surprised to be honest, but I was surprised that they told me to leave my apartment, that I paid for it with my own money, and that Katori didn't help me pay the apartment expenses. He said seriously. Shido. So without further ado, I just went into my room, packed my things, and left. But I told them not to look for me if he let them down. He said seriously. Shido. But I only got a kick in the face from Thoka and they closed the door on me. He said seriously. Shido. I just walked around that cold night and the little money I had wasn't enough for a hotel, so I slept in a public park that night. He said seriously. Shido. But when I woke up, my things were stolen, as well as the little money I had, so I had no choice but to beg for money or food, anything. he said as he began to shed tears. Shido. I was like that for 4 months, there were days when I didn't eat anything, but that day changed my life, he said seriously. Shido. That day a man with black hair appeared along with 3 girls. He gave me his hand when people were just insulting me, calling me a bum or a loser. He said with a smile. Shido. He was Orochi along with his daughters. He gave me food, a good bath, and I told him my whole life story. He said seriously. Shido. He understood me, so he told me to join him and in return I would receive power and possibly a partner who would never replace me. He said with a smile. Shido. I hesitated, to be honest, so he told me I could lose. I've already lost everything. There's nothing left here that was mine, so I accepted his offer, and now I'm here. He said with a smile. Hyoudou. Our stories are the same, he said, looking at him. Shido. Seriously, how? He said, confused. So Hyoudou told him how he was betrayed and how he was found by Issei and Orochi. Shido. I'm so sorry, he said sadly. Hyoudou. Don't worry, now we're all united, he said with a smile. Issei. Well, it's your turn. He said, looking at Tadano. Tadano. Well, mine is different since I wasn't betrayed, but blamed for something I didn't do, he said seriously. Everyone. They said, looking at him. Tadano. Well, it all started. Chapter 15 The Betrayal of an Innocent. Tadano. Well, I used to be a second-year high school student. I was hated by everyone and well, since I sat next to the most popular girl of all, Komi, he said seriously. Tadano. She has communication problems, but I helped her before so I could have a more or less normal life, he said seriously. Tadano. But one day Ricardo, my childhood friend, arrived. I even knew him from kindergarten. I got along very well with him and I introduced him to Komi and she nervously greeted him. He said seriously. Tadano. We get along very well, but good things always have to end, he said seriously. Tadano. One day I was alone. Komi had gone to visit her grandmother, so I was just walking around to kill time and I saw a woman's body in an alley. I couldn't move and stayed like that for a few minutes until I ran away. He said seriously. Tadano. So I lay down on the bed thinking about that scene. My sister was looking at me and asking if I was okay. I told her yes, so I just decided to forget about it. He said seriously. Tadano. A week after seeing that scene, I was chatting with Komi and Ricardo. I had already forgotten that damn scene, but then the police came in looking for me. He said seriously. Tadano. I was arrested for the murder of that woman and taken to an interrogation room and told that at the murder scene they found a jacket that was mine, he said seriously. Tadano. Yes, it was mine, but I know I had lent it to Ricardo, but he denied it. He said he was at the athletics club that day, which was a lie, but since he got along well with them, they supported him, while they blamed me. He said seriously. Tadano. They took me to court and told me that I had murdered that woman because she didn't want to have sex with me, but I didn't even know her, he said seriously. Tadano. But that wretch Ricardo planted false evidence of me having fake conversations with that woman, something that never happened, he said seriously. Tadano. Everyone was looking at me like I was a murderer, especially Komi who couldn't look me in the face, and Najimi, my other best friend, just looked away, he said seriously. Tadano. They gave me a 20-year prison sentence, so they took me to jail, but before that, Komi approached me thinking she would support me, but I only received a slap from her, and she left while everyone started insulting me and throwing food or something to make me dirty, he said seriously. Tadano. I was in prison for 5 months enduring beatings from other prisoners, but I saw an opportunity to escape from prison, and it was the sewer, he said seriously. Tadano. It was disgusting, but it was that or live through hell in prison, so at night I faked a stomachache and they took me to a doctor. He said seriously. Tadano. I got along very well with the doctor and he knew I was innocent, so he helped me escape from prison. I escaped, but after walking for 6 hours, the police found me and started chasing me. But one damn cop pulled out his gun and shot me in the abdomen. He said seriously. Tadano. I screamed in pain and hid in a cave, biting a tree branch to avoid screaming and being found by the police, he said seriously. Tadano. Luckily it wasn't like that and I only cried because nobody believed me, nobody helped me except the doctor, nobody was there for me, everyone abandoned me, he said seriously. Tadano. I was losing blood every second that passed, so I went to the road to look for help, but no one helped me and I fell unconscious, thinking about the people who left me, only about the girl I felt something very strong for. So I closed my eyes to wait for my death, but someone appeared in front of me. It was a person with black hair, along with a blue-haired person and 3 girls. He said seriously. Tadano. The next day I woke up in a white bed and my wound was healed. I walked until I reached a room where those people who rescued me from death were waiting for me, he said with a smile. Dodano. The guy told me to sit down, that breakfast was almost ready, so I, somewhat suspicious, accepted and ate with him, he said seriously. Dodano. He told me what had happened and not to lie, he said seriously. Dodano. I told him everything, even the details. I thought he would send me to prison, but he believed me because he saw my aura and knew I was telling the truth. He said with a smile, shedding a few tears. Dodano. He gave me a deal where he gave me power in exchange for my loyalty, something I doubted at first, but I thought about how everyone turned their backs on me, even how Komi slapped me and gave me that disapproving look, so I accepted and ended up here, he said seriously. Issei. Wow, I'm sorry about what you went through. He said, looking at him. Dodano. Thank you, if it weren't for Orochi I would have already died on the road, he said, watching Orochi cook some potatoes. Issei. Well, lastly, it's your turn. He said, looking at Lincoln. Lincoln. Well, my situation is different, just like yours, but the difference is very big. He said seriously. Saji. Tell us, he said, looking at Lincoln. Lincoln. Well, you see, he said while telling a story. In Japan. In one part of Japan there was a large ship that had invisibility camouflage, but inside was a reed with 2 pigtails. Keep looking for my Oni-chan and my future husband, she said seriously. She saw a picture of him with other girls and said. Forgive me, Oni-chan. I was stupid to replace you with someone else, just like the others, but I swear that once we find you, we'll beg your forgiveness on our knees, and everything will go back to the way it was. And if you don't feel the same way anymore, we'll make you feel that love you had for us. She said, kissing Shido's picture. Elsewhere in Japan. The dark-haired woman was looking at a photo of Tadano with her. Forgive me, Tadano-kun, she said crying while hugging the photo. Chapter 16. A child's betrayal. Lincoln. Well, I used to be a high school kid, I lived my life my way regardless of whether I had any talent, he said sadly. Lincoln. Even though I had 10 talented sisters, I was the only one who didn't excel at anything, he said sadly. Lincoln. I even respected their sister fight protocol, or I even said I'd kidnap a cat from my favorite comic book so they'd be in the movie I wanted, he said sadly. Lincoln. But everything spiraled out of control when bad luck entered my life, he said sadly. Everyone. It's a matter of bad luck, they said, confused. Lincoln. You see, one day when I helped everyone with their activities, everything went wrong for them and they lost every competition. He said sadly. Lincoln. I had a good day because I won a comic book of my favorite hero, found $100, rescued a baby from being run over, and won a delicious lunch as a reward. But they didn't have a good day. He said sadly. Lincoln. So my smart sister said I was unlucky and I gave it to them, he said sadly. Lincoln. Everyone agreed, even my own parents, he said sadly. Lincoln. They took me out of the house without a sweater or anything to cover me from the cold, he said sadly. Lincoln. I was like that for a month, I couldn't even go into my house, but one day I decided to do something to change all of this, he said sadly. Lincoln. I decided to go to my sister Lynn's baseball game to prove that I wasn't unlucky, that I wasn't the cause of her failures, he said sadly. Lincoln. So that time I decided to go dressed as the team's mascot, which was a squirrel. At first, they did really badly. I even thought I was unlucky, but then I saw how she won the game. He said sadly. Lincoln. So I approached them to prove I wasn't unlucky, and when I took off the disguise, it would only be the beginning of my hell, he said sadly, starting to shed tears. Lincoln. Instead of apologizing to me, they just said that suit brought good luck, so they forbade me from taking it off. He said crying. Lincoln. To make sure I couldn't take it off, they decided to put a lock on my back so it would be impossible to remove it. I could only go to the bathroom at night once. He said sadly. Lincoln. There was no shortage of teasing since they made me go to school in the suit and I was the laughingstock of the whole school, he said sadly. Lincoln. To make matters worse, my smart sister came up with a theory that everything that went wrong in the family was my fault, he said, crying harder. Lincoln. I got hit for every little thing that went wrong, even my sister Lola hit me because she dropped a napkin, he said crying as he remembered that. Lincoln. And to prevent me from escaping, they put a tracking chip and a chain around my neck so I couldn't get away, he said crying. Lincoln. They only fed me once every 3 days because they said it wasn't worth feeding a bug, he said crying. Lincoln. I lived through that hell for 8 months where my own family was about to kill me since that day went badly for everyone and they even blamed me without hesitation, he said crying. Lincoln. Lynn beat me up and all I saw was my dad holding a shotgun, ready to kill me, until he arrived, he said with a smile. Lincoln. I saw that white-haired man with perfect muscles along with a blue-haired man and another with black hair, and I also saw 3 girls, he said seriously. Lincoln. I saw him beat them to a pulp, literally killing them. I even saw my father get shot in the balls by him. He said this while some people laughed at him. Lincoln. I fell unconscious, I only saw him approach me, and then I don't remember anything else, he said seriously. Lincoln. The next day I woke up in a white room, and when I got to the living room I saw there was delicious food. He told me to sit down so I did. He said seriously. Lincoln. I ate like I never had before and he told me what had happened and I told him everything in detail, he said seriously. Lincoln. I even told him how my friends abandoned me, how my girlfriend Christina left me in this, and how my little sister Lily was taken to live with my grandfather so I would never see her again, he said seriously. Lincoln. He offered me a deal where I would join him and be loyal to him and in return I would have power. He said seriously. Lincoln. I hesitated, but after remembering all that, I accepted and now I'm here. He said with a smile. Everyone who heard Lincoln's story had many reactions. Hyoudou, Tadano, and Shido were so angry that they clenched their fingertips until they broke. Issei and Saji summoned their armors, ready to go and kill those wretches, but Orochi was approaching. Orochi. There's no need to waste energy, I already killed them, he said seriously. That calmed Issei and company a little, but then they saw a blonde girl run towards Lincoln and hug him while she was crying a lot. I'm sorry for what you went through, Lincoln, she said while burying Lincoln's face in her breasts. Lincoln blushed deeply when he felt the girl's hug. Lincoln. Thanks, but who are you? He said, looking at her. Susanna. My name is Susanna, she said with a smile. Orochi. You haven't even been here a day and you've already charmed one of my Aztec women, he said mockingly. Susanna. She said, blushing. Lincoln. How, he said, blushing. Issei. Casanovas, he said, gently nudging him in the shoulder with his elbow. Everyone laughed a little while both children blushed. Orochi. Well, go and rest, tomorrow will be another day, he said seriously. Everyone. Yes, they said as they went to their rooms to sleep. Orochi. Tomorrow I will go for those Valkyries since I need their help to win Ragnarok, he said seriously. Chapter 17 Valkyries. The next day. Everyone was waking up and saw the breakfast. Orochi. Good morning, breakfast is ready. I'll go get my daughters so they can eat. He said as they sat down and began to eat. Orochi arrived with his daughters and they began to eat. Orochi. Well, I'll explain the matter we have, he said, looking at Naoto, Hyoudou, Saji, Tadano, Shido, and Lincoln. So Orochi explained Ragnarok to them and they were serious. Orochi. And seeing that you all have no powers except for Saji, I will give powers to all of you, he said seriously. That caused surprise to everyone. Lincoln. But how? He said, confused. Orochi. Well, I'll give you your powers later. First, I have to go after those Valkyries who came up with the idea for Ragnarok. He said seriously. They nod and once they finish eating, he stands up, ready to leave. Orochi. Listen, daughters, I'm going to be gone for a while. You can play video games or watch TV, but don't overdo it. Issei, I'm leaving you in your care. He said seriously. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. The 3. Okay, Dad, they said at the same time. He left while Hyoudou went with the Aztecs to begin his class. 10 hours later. Hyoudou was teaching his classes while Orochi's daughters were watching a spy series. Then a portal appears where Orochi appears along with 3 people. Orochi. Hello, I'm back, he said with a smile. Orochi's daughters went to him to hug him. 3 o'clock. Dad, they said while hugging him. Orochi. Hello my princesses, have you been good? He said while stroking their heads. The 3. Yes, Dad, they said with a smile. One of her companions felt jealous because she kept asking who the mother was or who had gone first. Orochi. Well guys, I present to you the Valkyrie Brunhild and the younger Valkyrie Goal, he said while pointing at the aforementioned. Brunhild. Lost. Both. Hello, they said, bowing. Orochi. And she is my friend Quetzalcoatl, she said with a smile. Lucoa. Lucoa, to put it simply, he said with a smile. Orochi. And girls, I present to you Issei, Hyoudou, Saji, Tadano, Shido, Naoto, and Lincoln, he said with a smile. Everyone. Hello, they said with a smile except for Saji who was mesmerized by Luco's beauty. Orochi. And these are my daughters Kana, Mayu, and Anya, he said with a smile. The 3. Nice to meet you, they said, bowing. Lucoa. Orochi, can I tell you something? He said while his eyes were covered. Orochi. Yes, tell me. He said, confused since she never acts like this. Lucoa. Who is the mother? she said in a very cold way that frightened Orochi and company. Orochi. Well, you see, he said, frightened by Lukoa's cold eyes that swore pain. That's how Orochi told them how he has daughters. Upon hearing that, Lukoa calmed down and smiled. Lukoa. Well, that was very kind of you, Orochi, she said with a smile. Orochi calmed down and said. Orochi. Yes, and well, I need your help, Valkyries, to win Ragnarok, he said seriously. Brunhild. But how will we help you? She said seriously. Orochi. Well, I need 5 more members first to have my team complete, he said seriously. Goal. Actually, it's going to be 14 gods versus 14 humans, he said seriously. Orochi. How, he said seriously. Brunhild. You see, there will be 14 gods because they want a long fight, she said seriously. Orochi. Those damned gods, he said seriously. Brunhild. And we'll help you, and we'll also get 6 more members. And by the way, who are they? She said seriously. Orochi. Well, everyone I mentioned is on my team, and me too, of course. He said seriously. Goal. There are 8 members, we need 6 more, he said seriously. Brunhild. I can get 5 more members, but we need 1 more member, she said seriously. Orochi thought and came up with the perfect person. Orochi. I know who can help me with that, he said, making a magic circle of communication. Elsewhere. The guy was watching television. Then a communication circle appears in his ear. Hello, he said while watching TV. Orochi. Hello Buddha, what are you doing? He said in a relaxed manner. Buddha. Nothing, just watching the game and eating sweets, he said while holding a lollipop. Orochi. And you're all alone, he said casually. Out of the party. What's up? Said the god near Buddha. Buddha. What's up? He said while Orochi was confused but decided to play along. Buddha. Hey Hercules, create a circle of communication, he said while the god did as he was told. Hercules. Hello, he said in the magic circle. Buddha. What's up, he said while the god of the party and Orochi did the same. Hercules. What's up? He said playfully. Orochi. This is fun, hey Issei, make a communication circle, he said while Issei did as instructed. Issei. Hello, he said, but received a shout. Orochi. What's up? Shout in the communication circle. Buddha. What's up? Shout in the communication circle. Out of the party. What's up? Shout in the communication circle. Hercules. What's up? Shout in the communication circle. Issei. What's up? Shout in the communication circle. Thus everyone cuts off communication except Orochi and Buddha. Buddha. Haha, and what are you doing, son? He said, watching the game. Orochi. Nothing here, just killing, he said while summoning a blood-covered machete. Buddha. True, he said while eating his lollipop. They all had a drop of sweat on their brows, and this one was now speaking seriously with Orochi. Orochi. And what do you say, Buddha? Are you helping an old friend? He said in the circle of communication. Buddha. Of course, you bastard. Your people were very good to me, and you're my best friend, of course. He said with a smile. Orochi. Great, go to Mexico and I'll come get you so we can put our plan into action. He said with a smile. Buddha. Echo, he said while cutting off communication. Orochi. Well, Buddha is already on his way. Well, this is our plan. Brunhild, go and bring me the members you mentioned while I train my team members, and Lukoa, you can stay if you want. He said with a smile. Lukoa. Of course, and besides, he said as he approached Orochi. Lukoa. You have to give me that titan of yours under your legs, she said mischievously, making Orochi blush. Anya. What's a titan, daddy? She said innocently. Mayu. I want a titan. She said excitedly. Orochi turned even redder and Lukoa just laughed in a funny way. Meanwhile, the Valkyries blushed upon hearing that. Meanwhile, his teammates just laughed at the scene. Chapter 18. Alliance of Traitors. But the traitors. These were in the Hyoudou mansion. Rias. Well, from what the faction said, with us it's still not enough. She said seriously. Kiba. He's going to look for more allies, he said seriously. Rias. If Hyoudo's harem is already on our side, now we need to find more allies. She said seriously. Asia. Rias Onison needs to see this, she said as Rias and the others went to see. Reporter. And in other news, a clandestine location that sold children into slavery was destroyed. Look. He said while showing footage of the dead hitmen. Reporter. Luckily, one of them is alive, but he will live the rest of his life in prison. He said seriously. He approaches the hitman who was handcuffed and bleeding from the head. Reporter. And tell me, sir, who was it that caused such destruction? We've interviewed every child and nobody remembers anything. He said seriously. Hitman. I don't know, it was horrible. He had white hair, a strange symbol on his chest, and he was releasing chains that pierced my companions, he said crying. Hitman. I even saw him rip the jaw off one of my companions and rip the spine out of another, please take me to jail please, he said crying. Reporter. It seems the smoke he breathed affected his body. Keep watching to see how much destruction there is. He said, but Akeno turned off the television. Kurumi. That was our Orochi, she said blushing. Miyuki. So bloodthirsty and cruel when it comes to hitmen, she said with heart-shaped pupils. Miku. I see that she did the right thing by giving those children their freedom, she said seriously. Rias. Well, we need to find more allies to help us get our fiancés back. She said seriously. Everyone. Yes, they said seriously, but Irina enters. Irina. I think I have more allies in this, she said with a smile, holding a tablet. This shows several wanted posters of various people. Wanted. Naoto-senpai. Reward. $100,000, yen. Wanted. Hidehito Tadano. Reward. $500,000, yen. He was framed for something he didn't do and is wanted throughout Japan because he is innocent of murder. Wanted. Shido Itsuka. Reward. $10 million. He was mistakenly fired from a major corporation. They are looking for him to be rehired, apologized, and reunited with his fiancés. Wanted. Lincoln Loud. Reward. $100 million. He was blamed for bad luck after a family was found murdered in their home, and a squirrel costume covered in Lincoln Loud's blood was found at the scene. Lincoln Loud is wanted to be taken to his grandfather and be excused for police incompetence. They were all surprised to see those wanted posters and wondered, did Orochi help them or what? So Rias tells Azazel to hack the security cameras in Japan and Michigan, USA. And indeed, she saw Orochi on camera carrying the girls away, floating in the air, which made Kurumi, Toga, and Miyuki jealous. In another scene, Orochi was seen taking Naoto, who was living in poverty, away. In another, it was seen how he saved Tadano from death and took him away from the place. In another scene, Orochi was seen taking Shido away, who was just as poor as Naoto. And the last scene showed Lincoln being cruelly tortured by his own family, which disgusted everyone. Even Kurumi wanted to go to Michigan and kill those miserable family members. But they saw how Orochi arrived and killed everyone without mercy. They even saw how he tortured their father and killed him by shooting him in the testicles with a shotgun. They are all surprised when they see the recordings, and Rias says. Rias. Well, we need to convince their families to help us, she said with a smile. Kurumi. But Lincoln and his friends have already been killed by Orochi, she said seriously. Rias. I bet there are friends who want him back, she said with a smile. They all smiled and decided to go back the next day to convince their families to join them. The next day. Rias and her group had arrived at the place where Naoto lived. They started walking but saw 4 girls putting up wanted posters for Naoto. So, they approach a brunette girl and say. Rias. Excuse me, are you by any chance looking for this boy? She said, seeing her putting the poster on a post. Yes, and please don't bother me, she said as she went to the next one but was stopped by Rias. Rias. I have information about Naoto-senpai, she said seriously. The girl just dropped her ruffles and grabbed her shirt. Don't play with that, she said angrily while holding Rias' shirt. Rias just smiled and pulled out a picture of Naoto as a homeless person. When the girl sees the photo, she lets go of Rias and is surprised. It's it senpai, she said, shedding tears and taking the photo. Bull, are you okay? Said a girl with huge breasts and orange hair. She shows her the photo of Naoto, and the girl is equally surprised. She drops the flyer she was holding, sees the photo, and starts to cry. Rias. Why don't we talk so I can tell you more? She said seriously. They both nod and call their friends who are equally surprised to see the photo, and they go somewhere to talk. At the art club that belonged to Naoto. They were all there talking. Sona. Are you sure nobody comes here? She said seriously. It's the weekend and nobody comes or well, Naoto used to come, he said, lowering his head. Tsubaki. And what are their names? She said seriously. Nagatoro. I am Nagatoro, but you can call me Toro, he said with a smile. Gamo. I am Gamo, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Yashi. I'm Yashi, it's a pleasure, he said in a childish way. Sakura. I'm Sakura, it's a pleasure. She said with a smile. Rias. And tell me why you're all looking for Naoto so much, she said seriously. Nagatoro. You see, he's our boyfriend, don't judge us for sharing the same man. She said seriously. Rias. Don't worry, my friends and I share the same man and fiancé, she said with a smile. Quintuplets. We feel the same way, but he's not a man, they said with a smile. Orochi's ex-harem. It's the same with us, it's someone else, they said with a smile. Nagatoro. Heh, it seems we have something in common, but oh well, he's our boyfriend until that jerk showed up, she said angrily. Nagatoro. At first he was polite and respectful to us, she said, annoyed. Amo. At first we saw him as a friend, but then we started to see him as something more. We reached the point of distancing ourselves from Pays, he said, clenching his fists. Yashi. Distance yourself, he said in a childish but melancholic way. Sakura. We reached the point of giving him our first time, thinking our destiny was sealed with him, she said while shedding tears. Nagatoro. But it didn't last long because he proved to be a freeloader and a gold digger, constantly asking us for money and always arriving late to our dates, she said angrily. Amo. We couldn't joke around with him because he didn't like jokes like Naoto did. There were even times when he didn't bathe, she said, annoyed and disgusted as she remembered how he smelled. Yashi. It stank, he said while making a gesture of people who smelled bad. Sakura. He was even very jealous, of course Naoto was too, but he never went so far as to hit us like he did, she said sadly. Nagatoro. We even thought about the times we were with senpai, he spoiled us, he was very polite to us, he always respected us when it came to giving him our first time, he told us that that moment should be special, she said while starting to cry. Amo. So we decided to end things with him, but to our surprise, he was murdered by someone. We didn't know who, but we did know he had problems with the Yakuza, the Japanese mafia. So we decided to look for Naoto, but we couldn't find him. She said sadly. Yashi. Search failed, he said as he began to cry. Sakura. We looked for him everywhere, but there was no sign of him, not even at his house, but nothing, she said crying. Nagatoro. We've searched for him day and night and nothing. I just want him back by my side, she said as she began to cry, releasing all the pain she had been holding in for months. They all did the same, but they all had something special in common. They were looking for the person they had left behind. Thus Rias hugged Nagatoro, Akeno hugged Gamo, Asia hugged Yashi, and Ravel hugged Sakura. Rias. Listen, you can still recover what you've lost if you join us. We can get our future husbands back. She said with a smile. Nagatoro. How, she said, wiping away her tears. Akeno. It's simple, a friend of ours is researching a power that can defeat Orochi and erase his memory, as well as everyone else's, so we can have our husbands back. She said with a smile. Amo. Who wants us to join you? He said, looking at them. All. Yes, they said with a smile. Sona. Think about it, they can have Naoto back. My pieces want Saji back too, and they'll have him. So what do you say? She said seriously but with a smile. They all thought about it for a moment and knew that if they kept looking for it that way they wouldn't achieve anything, but instead, with them they would have power and more. All. We accept, they said with a smile. I accept too, said a girl with purple hair. They all see the girl with a great body and she approaches them. I also betrayed Naoto by leaving him alone, but it will be different. I want to help and that way we can have Naoto back. She said with a small smile. Nagatoro. Sona senpai, is she in love with senpai? She said jealously, just like the others. Sona. If I can't help it, he's the only one who didn't call me an exhibitionist or a stripper. He was very kind to me and that caught my attention, so please, she said on her knees. Sona. Accept me, she said on her knees. Rias. Of course, you're welcome, although I wasn't expecting this, she said with a smile. Nagatoro. You can also be with senpai, but you'll have to share him with everyone. She said with a smile. Sona. I don't care anymore, I want him to draw me naked, she said shamelessly. So they all went through a magic circle to find the next allies. Chapter 19 Alliance with Spirits. With the traitors. These people were in the town where Shido lived and they were walking around looking for Shido's exes. Nagatoro. And what are we doing here? He said, looking around. Rias. We're looking for Shido's girlfriends to join us, she said with a smile. They walked for quite a while until they saw a group of girls putting up wanted posters for Shido on all the lampposts. So Rias approaches and says. Rias. Excuse me, are you by any chance looking for this boy? She said, pointing at Shido's picture. Yes, and if you don't have anything better to do, go away. He said as he went to the next post. Rias. I have information about him, she said, pulling out a picture of Shido as a homeless person. The girl, upon seeing the photo, quickly takes it away and looks him up and down, realizing it's Shido. Where is he? She said very seriously. Rias. We can talk in a private place and discuss it, she said seriously. The girl nods and calls the others to go to her apartment. Then Shido's apartment. They were all in Shido's apartment drinking tea and looking seriously at their guests. And who are they? She said seriously. That's how they all introduce themselves, and the women look at them seriously. Rias. And you? She said, taking a sip of her tea. Thoka. I'm Thoka, it's a pleasure, she said with a small smile. Katori. I'm Katori, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Yoshino. I'm Yoshino, it's a pleasure, and this is my friend Yoshinin, he said while holding a rabbit puppet in his hand. Yoshinin. Hello, it's a pleasure, said the puppet, slightly scaring Futaro and Naoto's ex-harem. Origami. I am Origami, it's a pleasure, she said seriously. Miku. I'm Miku, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Yuzuku. I am Yuzuku, she said with a smile. Kagaya. I'm Kagaya, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Natsumi. I'm Natsumi, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Rias. Well, it's a pleasure. And how can you find out if we have any information about him? She said with a smile. He then pulls out a folder containing images of Shido begging and how he was found by Orochi. Katori. Poor Oni-chan, he suffered so much because of us, she said while she had a few tears in her eyes. Keno. Can we find out what happened to him and you all? She said, seeing how they all had very noticeable tears. Katori. Well, at first he was our boyfriend, including me. Don't judge me, since I'm a spirit and we don't share blood. She said seriously. Thoka. At first things were perfect until that wretched Arthur arrived, she said angrily. Yoshino. At first he was fun and kind to all of us, we even fell in love with him, she said sadly. Izuku. We left Shido behind to be his girlfriend, thinking things would be alright, she said sadly. Kagaya. Correction, error, and ruin, she said sadly. Origami. We thought that being with him would make us happy, but we were stupid, she said with her head down. Miku. We ran to our Dao ring so that Arturo would be with us, thinking that we had things okay, she said sadly. Natsumi. But he wasn't really like we thought, because he was always cooking, saying he wanted us to try his food, but no, she said seriously. Katori. He was actually poisoning us, since that wretch was an infiltrator for DEM, an organization in charge of killing spirits, so we were weak from the poison we consumed, she said seriously. Thoka. Seeing our condition, he wanted to kill us, but we all joined forces and ended up killing him. He thought the poison had weakened us, and it had, but he never imagined we would unite, and that Origami was in the special forces before becoming a spirit. She said seriously. Yoshino. When we killed him, we went to Katori-san's corporation to have our stomachs pumped because it affected our system, she said sadly. Miku. Once we healed, we quickly realized our stupid mistake, so we started looking for him, but we couldn't find him. She said while she had many tears. Katori. I even sent my entire army from my corporation to search for him, but nothing. They searched all over Japan and found nothing. She said while she was crying a lot. Izuku. We just want her to come home and for everything to be like it was before, she said crying. Kagaya. Correction, let him return and let us be happy, she said with many tears. Katori. I just want my Oni-chan back, she screamed, crying and releasing all her pain. They all did the same, but Rias hugged Katori and told her to let it all out, which she did, releasing all the pain she had in Rias' chest. Ikeno does the same with Thoka, Kuroka with Origami, Asia with Yoshino, Ravel with Miku, Zenobia with Yuzuku, Gabriel with Kagaya, and Roswis with Natsumi. Rias. Listen, if you join us you can get your partner back, she said with a smile. Katori. He probably hates us, she said, wiping away her tears. Rias. Listen, a friend of ours is researching a transformation that can defeat Orochi and his allies. Once he's very weak, we erase his memory, just like the others, and voila, our husbands are back. She said while blushing. Thoka. You want us to join you to get our Shido back? She said seriously. Ikeno. Or do you want a fox to take what's yours? She said seriously. But the features. Serafal and Yusaka were talking, but Yusaka sneezed. Serafal. What's wrong? She said, confused. Yusaka. I have a feeling I want to hit Ikeno for saying slut, she said seriously but let it go. So they continued talking to figure out how to defeat Issei and have him back with them. But the traitors. Upon hearing what Ikeno said, they all became very jealous and said. Shido's ex-harem. We accept, they said seriously. Rias. Welcome to the club. Now let's go after Tadano's family. She said seriously, making a magic circle and disappearing from the place. Chapter 20 Written Alliance. Rias and her allies were in the town of Tadano where they would look for Tadano's friend. They walk for a while until they see two girls putting up wanted posters for Tadano. Rias. Excuse me, but you're looking for this boy, she said, pointing at Tadano's picture. The girl was so nervous her body was trembling and she didn't say anything. Rias. Hey, are you okay? She said while the girl was trembling. "Hey Komi-senpai, we have to keep looking," said a girl with black hair. "Who are you?" the girl said seriously. "Rias. We can talk. We have information about Tadano Hidehito," she said seriously. Both are surprised and nod. At the school where Tadano studied. They were at school and they started talking. Hitomi. "Well, first of all, my name is Hitomi. It's a pleasure. I'm Tadano's sister," she said with a smile. The other girl starts writing on the blackboard. "Komi. My name is Komi," said the blackboard. Note. I put it in quotation marks because it means he is writing on the board to communicate. Rias. "It's a pleasure, and if we have any information about Tadano," she said, taking out an envelope, which they both took. "So you see how Tadano escaped from the police while touching his stomach, seeing how it was bleeding from there." They both put their hands over their mouths and begin to cry, but then they see Orochi arrive and disappear along with Tadano. "Hitomi. What happened to her?" she said while wiping away her tears. Rias. "A police officer shot him in the stomach, but don't worry, that person took him away to get him treated," she said seriously. Komi. "She suffered a lot because of us," writes on the board. Akeno. "Yes, but can we find out what happened to you and Tadano?" she said seriously. Komi begins to write. Komi. "Tadano-kun was my first friend and helped me fulfill my dream of having 100 friends. Everything was going well until he arrived," the board said. Komi. "He was Tadano Ricardo's childhood friend. At first, he proved to be kind and polite, even getting along well with everyone, but one day the police arrived and took Tadano-kun away," she writes on the blackboard. Komi just presses the chalk to write and keeps going. Komi. "I had proof that he was guilty of killing that woman and they took him away. I got along so well with Ricardo that we became boyfriend and girlfriend. He was the best," writes on the board. Komi. "That lasted 4 months because afterwards he became very distant with me and everyone, but one day my friend Najimi accidentally forgot her jacket and heard Ricardo talking on the phone and heard him kill the woman," the board said. Komi. "He was a hired assassin, tasked with killing people's targets, but one day he was found dead in an alley with signs of torture and rape, so the news that Tadano-kun was innocent spread quickly," the board read. Komi. "My friends helped me find proof that Tadano-kun was innocent. Luckily, we found evidence on his phone, which was in his locker, that Ricardo had a relationship with that woman, but because she cheated on him, he killed her," the board read. Komi. "We decided to look for him a month later when we had proof that Tadano-kun was innocent, but when we arrived we received the news that he escaped, so we searched for him, but found nothing," the board said, but Komi started to cry. Komi. I just want him to come back to me and hug me and tell me he doesn't hate me," the board said, and she got down on her knees and started to cry. Rias approaches her and gives her a hug, as does Hitomi, who couldn't bear the pain in her chest from not supporting her brother and also begins to cry. Beja approached her and gave her a hug. Rias. "Listen, it's not too late to get what's ours back. You can get Tadano back, just like we'll get our future husband back," she said with a smile. Hitomi. "How?" she said while wiping away her tears. Rias. "Listen, we also betrayed people who were very important in our lives, but we want them back and we don't care if they don't love us anymore," she said with a smile. Hitomi. "Seriously, who's back?" she said, looking at everyone. They all nod, since the only thing that matters to them is getting back what was theirs. Rias. "What do you say if you join us? You'll have enough power to defeat Orochi and his allies. Of course, we'll participate in the fight too. What do you say?" she said with a smile. Both had doubts, but then they remembered the harm they had done to Tadano, and without hesitation they said. Hitomi. "I accept. I want to get my brother back, no matter what it takes," she said with a smile. Komi. "I accept," said the blackboard. Group. "Us too," said some voices coming from outside the room. They all see several girls looking at the group seriously. Hitomi Najimi senpai Ren senpai. Onigashima senpai Inaka senpai, Mikaru senpai Nin senpai, Kid senpai Himiko senpai, Nakanaka senpai Rumiko senpai. "Who can help us?" she said surprised. Najimi. "Yes, I left my best friend, I just want to help him this time," she said seriously. Note. In this fic she is a woman, but I will give her a better appearance. Ren. "I was very mean to him, but he didn't hate me and I want him to come back again," she said seriously. Onigashima. "He met me even though I was very angry. He still decided to meet me, just like Komi-sama did," she said seriously. Inaka. "He didn't make fun of me, even though I was from a small town. He got to know me and accepted me just as I was," she said with a smile. Mikaru. "He knew me well, even though I was competitive with him. He still accepted me and I want to confess what I feel for him," she said with a blush. Nin. I also left him alone and I want him to come back and for us to be the friends we always were. Of course, if he wants to be more than friends with me, I won't refuse since he's cute, she said with a blush. Kid. I want him to come back because I want to hug him, she said with a very sweet smile. Demiko. I want him to come back again, she said blushing. Nakanaka. I want my playmate back by my side and I don't care if he doesn't want to, she said seriously. Rumiko. I also want him to come back because I want to confess my love for him, she said blushing. They all get jealous because they all had feelings for Tadano, even Ren. They were about to fight, but Rias stopped them. Rias. Calm down, calm down. What if you share him? We share the same man and we don't have any problems. She said with a smile. They all had doubts, but if Tadano accepted them, there wouldn't be any problems, but Kid speaks out. Kid. I don't have any problems since I get along very well with you all, she said with a smile. Homie. Me neither, writes on the board. So they all had no problem sharing Tadano, and they accepted it. Rias. Well, it's time to go find Lincoln's girlfriend. She said with a smile. This creates a magic circle and they all disappear from the place. But what they didn't know was that a narcissist and a guy who had the same problem as Komi had heard everything. Chapter 21 The Squirrel Alliance. In Michigan Royal Woods. The traders were seen in Royal Woods, of course Rias cast a spell on them all so they could learn English. So they're walking along and they see several girls putting up wanted posters for Lincoln. Rias. Excuse me, child, are you looking for this boy? She said, pointing at Lincoln. Yes, and if you'll excuse me, I have to continue putting this together with my friends, she said as she left, but Rias told her. Rias. You know, I have information about him, she said with a smile. The girl stops and says. What do you know about him? Tell me. She said seriously. Rias. Let's go somewhere to talk and I'll tell you there, she said with a smile. So she nods and they leave. In the mansion in Royal Woods. Everyone was seen at the mansion, although Naoto's ex-harem and Tadano's ex-harem were surprised by the mansion. Christina. Well, to begin with, my name is Christina, she said with a smile. Stella. My name is Stella, it's a pleasure, said the girl. Cookie. My name is Cookie, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Jordan. My name is Jordan, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Sid. I'm Sid, it's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Molly. My name is Molly, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Rias. Well, look, she said while taking out an envelope. These are photos of Lincoln being tortured that day and others of Orochi arriving and killing them without mercy. When they all saw that, they started to cry and said. Christina. I see that my bunny suffered a lot, she said while wiping away her tears. Sona. Can we find out what happened to you and Lincoln? She said seriously. Christina. You see, Lincoln confessed his feelings to me before all this happened. He gave me a beautiful bouquet of red roses, along with a heart-shaped box of chocolates, sighs lovingly. It was the best day of my life, she said with a very noticeable blush, making her friends jealous. Rias and the others begin to imagine Issei on one knee proposing to everyone, which makes them all blush. The others imagine their boyfriends in the same role, and they blush even more, especially Komi, whose ears were practically smoking. Christina. Well, you see, Lincoln had to accompany his daughter, I mean Lin Jr., to a baseball game one day, but he refused. That awful girl threatened him, saying that if he didn't go, she would hit him with her bat. She said angrily. Stella. Then, with no other option, he accepted and his stupid team lost, but instead of accepting defeat, that miserable woman blamed him for being unlucky, she said angrily. Shido's former harem, Naoto, Tadano, and Futuro, are incredulous upon hearing that. Amo. What nonsense, he said seriously. Miku, Futuro. That doesn't make sense, she said seriously. Note. I'm using this term for Miku, Futuro, because there are two Mikas, so to avoid confusion, I'll use Miku, Futuro and Miku, Shido, to avoid any doubts. Jordan. That's how that bitch spread that rumor, and her whole family believed it, even her useless parents, she said, very annoyed. Cookie. Then they wouldn't let him into the house because they locked his room and made him sleep in the doghouse, she said angrily. That left them incredulous again, but now all of them, since they didn't know that, thought they had only brought him out to beat him up. Sid. But he made a plan so everyone would see he wasn't bad luck, so he went to the game disguised as a squirrel, so they'd see he wasn't unlucky. He said seriously. Hineko. And why squirrel? She said seriously. Sid. That's his mascot for his stupid team, he said seriously. Molly. Then she was about to lose, but in the end she won, proving that he wasn't unlucky. But instead of apologizing to him, they told him that the suit turned his bad luck into good luck. She said angrily. That left everyone incredulous, especially Rias, who wanted to kill those wretches, but Orochi got there first. Christina. After that, her intelligent sister came up with a theory that everything that went wrong in the house was her fault, she said angrily. Hattori. That's cruel and unforgivable. She said angrily, holding back her power. Christina. That's nothing, since they kicked him out of the house, sold his things, made him go to the bathroom once a day, and made him go to school in that damn suit where everyone made fun of him, especially that damn Chandler, she said angrily, while she shed some angry tears. Jordan. He and his ex, Ronnie, made his life miserable, but the worst part was that his stupid sisters would beat him up for every little thing that went wrong in the house or at his competitions, she said angrily. Cookie. They only fed her once every 3 days because they said it wasn't worth feeding a bug, she said angrily. Issei's former harem, Orochi, Naoto, Shido, and Tadano, were left even more incredulous and began to get angrier. Stella. We couldn't help him because his miserable friends and Chandler threatened us and we couldn't do anything, she said angrily. Molly. They got to the point of taking her little sister Lily to live with her grandfather and he suffered day and night from cold, rain, and intense heat. They were going to reach a point where they were about to starve him to death if it weren't for the fact that we accidentally threw away some food so he could eat. She said seriously. Christina. When we couldn't take it anymore, we went to his house to get him out of there, not caring if they did anything to us, but when we arrived there were many police officers and we saw several ambulances, so we saw everyone dead except Lincoln, and we still haven't been able to find him, she said while starting to cry. Stella. We were complete idiots, she said crying. Jordan. We weren't as strong as Lincoln was, he said crying. Christina. I just want my bunny back, she said crying. Upon hearing the story of Lincoln, Issei's ex-harem member, they all exuded an aura that terrified Christina and her friends. Rias was furious. How could they do that to a child? Akeno trembled with anger. She would never do that to her own son, the one she would have with Issei, of course, if her plan succeeded. Gabriel and Penemu were so angry that Gabriel summoned a golden armor and Penemu a black armor. They were all very angry in their own way, but they calmed down and Rias said. Rias. Listen girls, if you join us you can get Lincoln back and start a new life, she said with a smile. Christina. What do you mean by a new life? She said, confused. Rias. I'm not stupid, your friends have feelings for Lincoln, don't they? She said as they blushed and stuttered. Akeno. Don't worry, it's normal to fall in love. We're already in love with our Issei. She said with a smile. Cookie. Wait, you guys share it. She said, surprised. Asia. If you can share Lincoln too, she said with a smile. They all think about it and accept the idea, and it continues. Rias. So they say they accept our alliance. She said with a smile. Christina and her friends accept without hesitation. Christina. We accept, but on one condition, she said with a sweet smile. Rias. Which one? She said, confused. Christina and her friends gave a macabre smile that made Rias and the others like that smile. Scene change. There was an abandoned warehouse where the screams of 2 children could be heard. Ronnie and Chandler were seen being cruelly tortured by the girls' harems. Upon hearing what they had done, Asia abandoned her belief in non-violence and began torturing those children. Ronnie. Please stop, she said crying while Akeno pinched her nipples and drew electricity. Akeno. Ara, I like it when my victims scream, she said with a blush. Chandler. What do you want in return? Money? Drugs? I'll give you anything. He screamed in pain, but felt even more pain when Kuroka cut off what every man cherishes. Kuroka. Naya, you miserable bastard. She said while holding scissors that were dripping blood. They tortured Ronnie and Chandler for quite a while, but as if they should have died easily, Asia used her healing powers to make them continue suffering. In the end, Christina cut off both their heads, leaving a disturbing scene. Rias creates a magic circle where everyone disappears. The factions now had many allies. All that remained was to wait. But Orochi and company. Hyoudou was teaching a class but felt a great chill, as did Issei, Saji, Naoto, Tadano, Shido, and Lincoln, who didn't know why they felt the chill. Orochi was training with Buddha, who had arrived with them, but he also felt a chill, though he didn't pay much attention to it since he was sure it was just the cold in his area. Chapter 22. Last members and a new betrayed one. But Orochi and group. Hyoudou had already finished teaching all the Aztecs, who now possessed a far superior intelligence, especially Juan, who, after studying with Hyoudou, created new inventions. Hyoudou was given the title of master and was admired by all the Aztecs. Of course, he even caught the attention of some Aztec women. One was a dark-haired woman named Alicia who was a slow learner, but Hyoudou didn't give up on her, and now she's a professional rider. Another was a blonde named Yamaha who suffered greatly as she was a prisoner of demons, but Hyoudou showed her that he wasn't like that, and that helped Yamaha overcome some traumas she had. Yamaha was a medical expert and she became friends with Hyoudou, just as Alicia became friends with Hyoudou. With Naoto. During that time, while studying, Naoto was a professional in art, especially after painting Orochi on the Aztec pyramid, with several Aztecs below shouting his name. During that time he met a girl named Michelle who was a very beautiful brunette. Naoto and she got to know each other well, especially since they shared a love of painting and were very good friends. Tadano's son. During this time, Tadano studied hard and became a professional in technology, but he also met a girl named Kotonoha who was suffering greatly because she had been raped by fallen angels, causing her serious psychological damage. When Tadano saw her, he wanted to approach her, but she always moved away from anyone who was near her. But one day some Aztecs were going to rape her, but Tadano defended her even though he received a beating from the Aztecs. If it weren't for Orochi being nearby and seeing everything, Tadano wouldn't have been able to tell the tale. Orochi killed those Aztecs, and to prevent Kotonoha from suffering further, he erased her memory of the day she was raped and replaced it with another memory. Now Kotonoha got along well with Tadano, who also got along well with her, and now she was a professional in fashion design. Han Lincoln. During that time, Lincoln got to know Susanna better and she got along well with him as well. Lincoln now made Orochi comics, just like his hero A Savvy, and this brought him fame among the Aztec children who read the comics Lincoln made with fascination. Susanna helped him because she was a comic book fanatic and she started to feel something for Lincoln, but didn't know what it was. With Shido. During that time, Shido studied computers and met a girl named Mariel, who was a very beautiful brunette. At that time Mariel and Shido got along well, and Shido was very honest with her, and she with him. Shido was now a computer expert and he was in charge of the bank accounts of all the Aztecs, along with Mariel, who was starting to develop feelings for Shido. With Saji. He became Hyoudou's secretary because he got along very well with Hyoudou, and they became best friends. Saji was now an expert in mechanics as he enjoyed repairing motorcycles the most. During that time he met an Aztec woman named Daira who shared Saji's taste and they became friends. Of course Saji started to feel something for her, but he doesn't want to end up like he did with his ex-harem. Issei's son. Issei became Orochi's right-hand man and during that time Issei proved to be an expert in massage and fighting. At that time, Lucoa brought 3 people who were dragons and a child. Lucoa's friends were Thoru, Elma, and Alulu, who were always fighting to the point that all 3 of them always ended up hurt. But Issei offered to give them massages, which they initially disliked, but the pain made them accept, and he gave massages to all 3 of them, and they began to get to know the brown-haired boy. After that, he would fight the 3 of them for fun, but of course he held back because he could kill all 3 of them. Over time, the 3 of them began to feel something for Issei, but they didn't know what it was. With Orochi. He trained with Buddha because he wanted to recover his old fighting style. Claro had to explain to Buddha and Lucoa why he was free. Thus they both understood and Buddha told him that he had tried to find his seal, but had never found it. Lucoa also tried to find Orochi's seal, but he was never able to find it. During that time, Lucoa returned to the human world, but it didn't last long because she found a poor child. His name is Kota, he was an orphan who escaped from the orphanage because he suffered abuse, and she, with her kind heart, took him in. Kota told her he liked magic, so she decided to teach him, of course, returning to Orochi. Kota got along very well with Orochi, and Orochi got along very well with Kota, thus forming a friendship. Over time, Orochi formed a relationship with Lucoa, who happily accepted, making their relationship official. Orochi's daughters accepted Lucoa as their mother and Kota as another brother. Now we see Brunhild and Goal arrive through a portal, but with some people, the last ones to complete Orochi's team. Brunhild. Well, Orochi-sama, these are the candidates I have. She said with a smile. Brunhild. The first one is called Adam, the father of humanity, she said with a smile. Adam? Hello, he said seriously. Brunhild. The next one is called Sasaki, the biggest loser in history, she said with a smile. Sasaki. It's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Brunhild. The next one is called Jack the Ripper, the evil of humanity, she said with a smile. Jack, it's a pleasure to meet you sir. He said politely. Brunhild. The next one is called Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, she said with a smile. Qin Shi. It's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Brunhild. And the last one is named Ryota, a student with great potential, she said with a smile. Ryota. It's a pleasure, he said with a smile. Orochi. Wow, they are great warriors. I'll have to train them all, especially Ryota, but first let's go eat. Someone's hungry. He said with a smile. Everyone? Yes, please, she said with a smile. So everyone went to eat with pleasure, especially Sasaki, who liked everything. Sasaki. What is this? He said while eating a piece of meat. Sasaki. I don't know what this is, but it's good, he said while eating a lemon pie. Some time later. Brunhild. Well, tomorrow I'll bring my sisters so they can start training. She said with a smile. Orochi. Okay, thank you very much for your help, he said with a smile that made Brunhild blush. Brunhild. Rest, Orochi-sama, she said as she left with Goal. He left with the others who were chatting. Issei. And tell me, Ryota, how did you end up with the Valkyries? He said with a smile. Adam. It's true, we never knew, he said seriously, eating an apple. Ryota. You see, I was betrayed, he said seriously. That surprised everyone. Jack. How did that happen, lad? He said while taking a sip of tea. Ryota. You see, he said, recounting how he was betrayed. Flashback. Nair Ryota. I used to study at a school where basically the only thing that mattered was gambling. It didn't matter if you had good grades, it didn't matter if you were popular, the only thing that mattered was how much you won and how much you bet. If you owed a lot, they called you a dog, everyone treated you like shit, while women were called cats, and you could do whatever you wanted with them, even grape them. I was a dog of the most popular girl in my class until Yumeko arrived, the most beautiful girl I knew. I bet against her in a game of rock, paper, scissors and in the end she won. I helped him a little and in return he paid off my debt where I owed nothing and I was no longer a dog. I experienced many things with her. Betting, fun, and risks. I fell in love with her because of her personality and I confessed my feelings to her and she reciprocated them. We became boyfriend and girlfriend, as the crazy betting guys called us. But that only lasted 2 months because someone named Francisco arrived. He was a millionaire who bet against Yumeko and the two became friends. But she gradually distanced herself from me, as did my friends, because he was really betting. One day I found them kissing on the roof without any shame and I could see that she was enjoying it. I left there crying and decided to drop out of school. I had no debt at the school and I earned 1 million yen. But when I resigned, they told me I had a debt of 10 million yen. I denied that I owed anyone anything, but in the end they took me to jail for fraud. I was in prison for 5 months because with the help of a guard I got along with, he helped me escape since he saw that I was a good kid and innocent. So I escaped and lived like a vagabond until those 2 Valkyries found me. So they offered me a home and a new life, and now I'm here. Vindel flashback. Adam. Stupid humans, he said seriously. Sasaki. I'm so sorry, kid, he said sadly. Issei. We understand. He said seriously. Ryota. How, he said seriously. Thus all the betrayed told him their story, which surprised everyone. Adam was furious to hear his story, plus Lincoln's story about crushing his apple. Sasaki was furious to hear that. She had never heard stories like that in her life. Buddha just had an empty stare and was angry. Kinshai was very angry, although she didn't show it. Dak wanted to go and kill those wretches for what they did to him. Orochi. Don't worry, they're not worth it anymore. Now we'll live a new life far away from those traitors. He said seriously. Kinshai. That's the spirit, he said with a smile. At a school in Japan. The girl was seen in a room crying, hugging a photo of Ryota. Himeko. Ryota-kun, forgive me for being stupid and not thinking of you, she said crying while hugging the photo. Chapter 23. Alliance with the gambler and new changes. But the traitors. They had arrived at Gremory Castle where everyone was surprised by the place. Negatoro. Great, he said, looking around. They all walked until they reached the room where the leaders were waiting for them. Serafal. I see you did manage to gain some allies, Rias. She said with a smile. Searches. Yes, there are many allies, he said with a smile. Azazel. Yes, it's true, in fact I haven't finished my investigation yet, but before I do, let me introduce you to Mio, he said as a very attractive Redeet entered. Mine. Hi girls, he said with a smile. Asia. Mio-san looks very good, I bet Issei will love her very much, she said with a smile. Mine. Thanks Azazel, he pulled me out of the booster grate and my human form is like this, he said with a smile. Rias. Incredible, she said with a smile. Azazel. Yes, and before attacking to bring Issei and Orochi back, I need a few more allies. He said seriously. Rias. They're not enough, she said seriously. Azazel. We shouldn't take our victory for granted just to get Issei and Orochi back. He said seriously. Rias. Okay, but I don't know who to recruit. She said while thinking of someone. Anubis. My daughter is already with us because she wants Issei as her husband, he said seriously. Zeus. My daughters also want Issei as a husband, but we must ensure our victory. He said seriously. Rias. Okay, I'll investigate who can help us. She said seriously. Zenobia. I found something interesting, she said while showing him a photo. Wanted. Ryota. Reward. $100 billion. He was blamed for a debt that wasn't his and was sent to jail. If you know anything about him, please call this number. That surprised everyone, since who would give a lot of money for a person? Rias. Azazel-sensei, can you look up information about him? She said seriously. So he searched and found the information. Azazel. Well, from what I can see, he dropped out of the most prestigious school in Japan, where the only things that matter are gambling and games, but I see that he was saddled with debt that wasn't his. He said seriously. Azazel. From what I see on the cameras, he was found by 2 Valkyries and they took him away. I bet those Valkyries are allied with Orochi. He said seriously. Searches. Rias, go and recruit that girl. She'll be our last ally, especially if she has some friends who can help us. He said seriously. Rias. Okay, I'll go with the Keno. Girls, please show our allies everything. She said while making a magic circle and disappearing. At Ryota's old school. They were at Ryota's old school and were walking while many men looked at them lustfully. Rias. Thinking, who do these people think they are, looking at us like that? Issei is the only one who can look at us like that. She thought angrily. The Keno. Thinking, I want to kill these degenerates, but I can't, only Issei is the only one who can put his head on my breasts, she thought, annoyed but excited by the last part. They arrived at the address where they were playing and were greeted by a lowly in a bunny suit. What can I get you? He said while eating a popsicle. Rias. Hello, we've come to pick up Yumeko from classroom 1D. She said with a smile. The girl closes the door and opens it a few minutes later. Come in, the president is waiting for you, as is Yumeko-senpai, she said seriously. They enter and see several girls, one of them a dark-haired girl who had an emotionless expression. Rina. First, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Rina. It's a pleasure. She said with a smile. Kurari. My name is Kurari, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Rakira. My name is Rakira, it's a pleasure, she said with a blush. Sayaka. My name is Sayaka, it's a pleasure. She said, bowing. Mary. My name is Mary, it's a pleasure. She said seriously. Midari. My name is Midari, it's a pleasure, she said with a psychopathic smile. Yumeko. My name is Yumeko, it's a pleasure. She said emotionlessly. Rias. Well, my name is Rias, it's a pleasure. She said with a smile. Akeno. My name is Akeno, it's a pleasure, she said with a smile. Yumeko. And what do you know about Ryota-kun? She said, looking at them. Rias takes out an envelope and opens it, revealing a photo of him as a homeless person and how Brunhild and Gold took him in. Yumeko. I was a complete idiot, she said, seeing Ryota's condition. Kurari. Of course not, that wretch tricked us, she said while encouraging her. Rias. Excuse me, but can we know what it was of yours? She said, looking at them. Yumeko. Well, I was his girlfriend and they were his love interests, she said with a smile, but with jealousy looking at them all. Yumeko. We had a beautiful relationship, but then that wretched Francisco came along, she said angrily. Yumeko. He was a big gambler and that caught my attention. We started playing with him. Ryota won a lot of money from him, but he wouldn't stop. He was a real gambler. She said seriously. Yumeko. At first we became friends, but then I decided to be unfaithful to Ryota with that jerk. He won a bet and what I bet was my virginity. She said seriously. Yumeko. I slept with that wretch. I gave him what belonged to Ryota, but when I realized it, it was too late. She said seriously. Yumeko. He was greatly admired by everyone, but it was the end of him when my friend Kurari, who is the student council president, discovered that he was a con artist. She said seriously. Yumeko. And that's what we discovered, since there was fraud in several bank accounts belonging to him. So he tried to scam the school, but his plan didn't work out because Midari ended up killing him when he tried to rob her. She said seriously. Yumeko. When I tried to fix things with Ryota, he was sent to jail because of Francisco, since he left his debt to him when he was supposed to pay it. She said seriously. Yumeko. I've been looking for him since that day, but nothing, she said as she began to cry. Yumeko. I just want him to come back, she said crying. Midari and Kurari hugged her as she released all the pain she had been carrying. Rias. Listen, you can still get Ryota back. She said seriously. Yumeko. How, she said while wiping away her tears. Rias. If you join us, we can get our future husbands back. We hurt someone very important to us, but we want them back, even if they don't love us anymore. She said seriously. Akira. Whoever joins you, she said seriously. Akeno. If you want someone else to take him away and be Ryoda's girlfriend, or worse, girlfriends, she said seriously. They all imagined that, and it was obvious they didn't like it. Mecha. I accept. The only thing that matters to me is getting Ryo to come back. She said seriously. All. Us too, they said seriously. Rias. Perfect, well let's go to the others to give them the good news. She said, making a magic circle and disappearing from the place. Scene change. Rias and the others were seen walking in the castle while she told Ryoda's ex-harem all about the supernatural. Asia. It's so good you're back, she said with a smile. Rias. Thank you, and how were you all? She said with a smile. Asia. Good, but we have 2 more allies, she said with a smile. This sparked interest in Rias and everyone is joining. So she saw 2 girls, one with purple hair and the other with blue hair and 2 pigtails. Asia. I present to you Sestoro, Sona-senpai's sister, Miku, who can give Orochi a fight at his full power, she said with a smile. Both. Hello, they said seriously. Bekeno. It's a pleasure, I see you've joined us for our cause, she said with a smile. Miku. That's right, I want Orochi back and I don't mind sharing him. She said seriously. Sestoro. I also want Naoto-sen back. He was the only one who put up with my attitude towards him. She said seriously. Rias. Well, welcome. Now all that's left is for Azazel to finish his research. She said with a smile. Searches. Rias, come with everyone, we have news of Orochi, he said seriously. So they enter and once inside Azazel explains to them about the bet that Orochi made with the true gods. Miku, quintuplets. So if Orochi wins, he'll regain all his territories. She said seriously. Azazel. That's right, but if he loses, he will be sealed away just like Issei. He said seriously. This caused surprise among Issei's former harem members, who were worried, but it also caused concern among Orochi's former harem members. Kurumi. There's no need to worry, Orochi will surely win, she said with a smile. Rias. It's true, my Issei is very strong, she said with a smile. Sona. When will Ragnarok be? She said seriously. Azazel. 2 months is enough time to finish the investigation into that transformation. He said seriously. Mine. Perfect, then we have to train everyone to get our future husbands back, she said with a smile. All. Yes, they said excitedly. So they all went to train, but they all had a common goal. To win back the people who had betrayed them. Chapter 24. The beginning of Ragnarok. 2 months later. It looked like a large fighting arena where there were gods, many humans, and Aztecs. The traders were also there, watching the arena. Now Orochi's team was visible, and he himself. Orochi. Listen, this fight will be a matter of life or death. The battle will end when one of the opponents is dead. He said seriously. Orochi. So the first to fight will be, he said seriously. Orochi. You Futuro, he said seriously. Futuro? He said surprised. Orochi. I wish you the best of luck, he said with a smile. Futuro. Of course, you took away my hunger and gave me a new life, so I won't fail and I will win. He said with a smile. Orochi. That's the spirit, he said with a smile. Scene change. There was a guy with a trumpet. Referee. Welcome everyone to Ragnarok where man and God will battle for the last time, shout as everyone screams with excitement. Referee. I will say that the gods will win. If they win, the god Orochi will be sealed away, as will Issei Hyoudou, forever, and the Aztec and human races will be destroyed. He said seriously. This caused surprise among the humans and Aztecs, but they trusted. The traders were surprised, especially Orochi and Issei's ex-harem. Kurumi. Orochi, please win, she said worriedly. Referee. So please, before we begin Ragnarok, let's listen to the anthem of the gods. He said seriously. Thus everyone hears the national anthem of the gods. At the end, all the humans and Aztecs fell in an I'm style because the anthem was too short. Orochi. Seriously, if they wanted an anthem like that, it would have been better not to make it, he said with a drop of sweat. Buddha. I'm the same way, Orochi, he said with a drop of sweat. Referee. Now let's listen to the 2 national anthems of the Aztecs, starting with the Mexican national anthem, he said as the Mexican song played. All the gods and some humans, as well as the traders, were surprised because they were all singing the song of Mexico in harmony. Referee. What great respect for your song. Now, the Aztec national anthem. He said as the Aztec song played. When the song ended, everyone was ready to watch the first fight. Referee. Well, the first god who will face the human is someone strong. If he hits you, he'll kill you. He's responsible for defeating the army of the Titans of Olympus. He's someone whose full power even the gods haven't yet witnessed. His name is, he said, building suspense. Referee. The god Thor, the god of thunder, said as Thor appeared with his hammer. Thor had a serious look on his face and said nothing. Thor. This will be quick, he said seriously. But the traitors. Rias. I wonder who will face Thor-sama, she said seriously. Azazel. I have no idea. We don't know all the candidates Orochi recruited. He said seriously. Itsuki. Let's hope it's someone strong, she said worriedly. On the sand. Referee. And in the other corner, representing the humans and Aztecs, is someone who was betrayed by his loved ones for someone better. He is someone Orochi-sama saw potential in as a warrior. He is someone who taught all the Aztecs to be clever. He is someone who would give everything, and he will in this fight where he will show what he is made of, he said, building suspense. Then you can hear music from their entrance. Referee. It is Futaro Uesugi, the master of all the Aztecs, he said as the doors opened, revealing Futaro in a fighting suit with a serious expression. But the traitors. The quintuplets couldn't believe it. There was their beloved in that arena, but he looked different. He had a better hairstyle, perfect muscles, and an intimidating face. The five of them blushed and thought some pretty naughty things when they saw him. They already wanted him back and to see the potential he had between his legs. But Orochi and group. Issei. Do you think Futaro can beat Thor? He said seriously. Orochi. If he wins, he will prove that the weakest are the strongest, he said seriously. Brunhild. This will be interesting, she said seriously, looking at the sand. Bull. I can't wait to see him fight. She said excitedly. So everyone saw how serious Futaro was and a spear fell from the sky. Futaro, thank you fourth Valkyrie. I swear I will win. He said seriously. So he was in his place, very serious. Referee. Let the fight begin. He said while blowing his trumpet and both were very serious. Chapter 25 Futaro vs Thor. In the fighting arena, Futaro and Thor were looking at each other seriously. Referee. Begin. He said, blowing his trumpet to start the fight. They stared at each other without moving. But the traitors. Itsuki. Why don't you just jump towards Thor Uesugi-kun? She said, looking at her beloved. Nino. I bet she's challenging him with her eyes, she said seriously. In combat. Referee. What's wrong? Why aren't you fighting? He said, seeing that neither of you took a single step. Then they heard Futaro's footsteps as he advanced, just like Thor. Then they both lunged at each other, where both weapons collided and a large amount of wind was expelled. They stared into each other's eyes as they watched their weapons clash. Thus they separate while taking a breath of fresh air. Futaro sighed and looked at Thor. Futaro? Not bad, he said seriously. All the gods were surprised to see that, but they watched as Thor stepped back with his hammer. Referee. Impressive. The god Thor is falling, he's not even gathering momentum for his first attack. He said as the gods shouted with excitement. Thor. Hey human, do me a favor, don't die. He said as he launched a very powerful beam towards Futaro. But Orochi and his group. Bull. Futaro lost, she said dejectedly, but Issei stroked her head, making her blush. Issei. Don't look at the sand, Futaro is a tough nut to crack, he said while everyone looked at where Futaro was attacked. But the traitors. They were looking at the sand, but the quintuplets were looking at the sand with concern, since there was no sign of Futaro. Itsuba. Please let him be alive, she said while looking at the sand. Miku, quintuplets. Futara, she said worriedly. On the sand. Thor looked at the dust that had been kicked up, but he didn't look at anyone. Referee. I see that the human Futaro couldn't withstand that attack. Wait, what's that? He said as Futaro was seen running quickly towards Thor. Thor tried to hit him with his hammer, but he dodged it and cut Thor's chest. Futaro. I gave it to you, he said with a smile as a little of the god's blood fell on his face. But Orochi. They watched with a smile. Orochi. That's how it's done, Futaro, he said with a smile. Adam. Like this, he said with a smile. But the traitors. The quintuplets screamed, just like all the Aztecs, when they saw Futaro's first cut. Itsuki. That's how it's done, love. She shouted. Nino. That's it. Kill that god. Excited scream. Miku. Futaro, you can do it. She shouted. On the sand. Thor looked at Futaro while touching his wound. Thor. Damn it, now I'll get serious. He said seriously. Futaro. Seriously. And I haven't even fought seriously yet, just so you know. He said seriously. Thor lunges at Futaro, who does the same, but while they fight, Futaro takes advantage of a moment of inattention from Thor and cuts his glove, breaking it. Referee. Incredible. The human Futaro has just broken a treasure of Asgard that allows the god Thor to charge his hammer. He said while all the Aztecs and humans screamed with excitement. Some Aztecs raise flags with the name Futaro while they shout for him. Then Thor dropped his hammer and it turned red while a great heat was felt. Then Thor takes off his other gauntlet, throws it away, and it creates a crater. Or, you know, human, you're the first to make me use my 100%. He said seriously as a heartbeat was heard. Referee. That's a heartbeat, but from a heart, he said, looking at the gavel. Referee. Incredible. Thor's hammer is pulling. He said as all the gods looked on in amazement. Then Thor's hammer developed several cracks where it grew larger and looked like a heart inside the hammer. Thor. You've finally woken up. He said seriously as he carried him. Everyone was surprised, as it was the first time they had ever seen this, even the gods. But Orochi. Orochi. Now Hyoudou will have a hard time with Thor's hammer awake. Things will be much more difficult. He said seriously. Issei. But Hyoudou is strong too. I know he'll win. I know it. He said seriously. Thor could be seen in the arena, gaining momentum, and then he threw his hammer, which spun around. Hyoudou lies prone so that Thor's attack wouldn't hit him directly, and Thor quickly gets to his feet. Hyoudou runs towards Thor with his spear, but Thor's hammer returns to where he had somersaulted to avoid the attack. Referee. Incredible. The human Hyoudou dodged 2 attacks from Thor's hammer. He said as everyone screamed with excitement. Thor steps back and gathers momentum. Thor. Human Hyoudou Isugi, right. I used this attack to kill all the titans of Olympus, so this is the end for you. He said as he ran towards him and tried to hit him with his hammer, but Hyoudou protected himself with his spear. Thor tried hard to make the attack hit him directly, but Hyoudou protected himself with his spear as best he could. Then there's an explosion, the outcome of which no one knew. When the dust settled, Hyoudou could be seen in a crater, still using his spear to protect himself. Thor steps back, looking at Hyoudou. Thor. Incredible, you withstood a direct attack, that's surprising, but I see I did hurt you. He said seriously. Everyone saw that both of Hyourou's legs were covered in a large amount of blood, and his bone was visible. Then a loud clack echoed throughout the arena, and everyone watched as Hyourou's legs broke. Referee. Incredible. The god Thor broke both of the human Hyourou's legs. He said as the gods shouted with excitement. God-1. Take that, humans, he said mockingly. God-2. That's just a taste of what we'll do to them, he said, looking lustfully at some Aztec women. All the Aztecs, as well as humans, traitors, and Orochi's team, stare at Hyoudou on the ground as he screams in pain. Thor. Surrender and you won't die, he said seriously. Hyoudou couldn't stand up, but in Aztec shouts. Aztec. He's going to surrender, he said while everyone looked at him. Aztec. You didn't teach us to give up, you taught us that no matter what, we must never give up, he said while everyone shouted yes. Aztec. Rise up and show the power of the Aztecs, sensei sensei, shout as everyone follows him. Aztecs. Sensei 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 sensei, they all shouted while humans followed him. Zeus. They want me to keep fighting, that's cruel, said the old god, watching the fight. Then they hear some flapping, and they see that Hyoudou had 12 brown wings. Hyoudou? You're right. If I taught them that, I can't set an example of giving up when we reach our limit. He said, flying. Hyoudou. We must continue fighting even if we've broken our limit. I can't call myself a master if I teach you this. He said as he stood up while a large amount of blood came out of his legs. Hyoudou. I am your teacher and I must teach you by example, I shout while all the Aztecs shout with excitement. Thor couldn't help but make a surprised face as he looked at Hyoudou. Without wasting any time, Hyoudou launched himself flying towards Hyoudou to slash him, but Hyoudou defended himself with his hammer. Then he flew in circles while Thor prepared his best attack. Hyoudou takes his spear from the bottom tip to perform his best attack. Once ready, he launched his attack towards Thor, who did the same. The two attacks collided so intensely that Orochi had to create a barrier to protect anyone from the intense heat generated by both attacks. There was a huge explosion where a large amount of smoke covered the entire stadium. When the smoke cleared, a tired Thor was seen panting, but everyone stared in shock at Hyoudou, who was missing one arm and whose other had melted. The brown-haired Valkyrie was seen lying unconscious on the sand, implying that she was the spear Hyoudou used. Hyoudou tears off the melted part of his arm and looks up at the sky. Hyoudou. I gave it my all and I failed, he said, looking at the sky. Thor, without wasting any time, strikes him on the head with his hammer, decapitating him and leaving everyone shocked. Orochi didn't believe it, neither did Issei, and Saji even less. The quintuplet screamed his name as a large amount of tears fell from their faces. Hyourou's two friends also shouted his name while crying their eyes out. The gods just laughed and made arrogant remarks. Referee. In the first match between God and man, the winner is Thor, the god of thunder. He said as all the gods shouted with excitement. Nobody believed it, this had happened, no, this couldn't happen. Could this be the end of Futaro Uesugi, or the beginning of the Armageddon caused by Orochi? Chapter 26. Everyone stared at the arena, and no one expected this. They thought it would be a victory for the humans, but it wasn't. Thor was about to retire, but he heard a voice that the entire arena could hear. "No," said the voice. Everyone sees the sand and everyone looks at Futaro's head. "Futaro? I haven't given up yet," said the head, causing surprise in everyone, even the gods. Futaro's head floats up to his body and rejoins it, and the Valkyrie that was on the floor awakens and goes towards Futaro. "Futaro? I feel a feeling within me, but I don't feel all the Futaro. Issei's, Saji's, everyone's, and if you go over me, everyone will know I was weak," he said as his eyes turned black. "Futaro? But I won't let everyone remember me like that. I'm determined to win this. Thor, prepare yourself, because I, Futaro, will bring you down," he said as a very bright light appeared, just like the Valkyrie, and he flew into the sky. Everyone noticed that only Thor was left in the arena. "Referee. Where is the human Futaro?" he said, but music could be heard. Everyone looked and saw Futaro above the arena, but the light prevented them from seeing him. Then they see him summon a spear and throw it towards Thor's chest, who lets out a cry of pain. Then they saw Futaro fall into the sand, causing an earthquake. While the earthquake was happening, Futaro was in that position, while the light prevented him from seeing it. Thor threw his hammer at him, but to his and the god's surprise, the hammer returned to him without harming Futaro. "Thor? What?" he said, surprised. Then he saw a large number of spears aimed towards him, but Thor dodged them, except for one that hit him in the right arm. Thor threw his hammer again, but it returned to him without harming Futaro. Then the tremor ends and everyone sees Futaro wearing black armor with a heart in the center, black eyes, and a white glow surrounding him. Everyone without exception was surprised to see Futaro's new transformation. Referee. Incredible. The human Futaro refused death itself and returned with more power. He said while all the Aztecs shouted and returned the same insults that were thrown at the humans. "Futaro? You'll have to do something stronger than that," he said, summoning a spear. "But Orochi. Orochi? So those are Futaro's limits," he said seriously. "Brunhild. Did you give Futaro those powers?" she said seriously. "Orochi. If I see that he can even return to life with his determination," he said seriously. "Hannah. Daddy, carry me," she said with a smile. Orochi, without denying it, carries her just like his other daughters, and Koda casts a levitation spell to carry him. "Koda. Thanks, Dad," he said with a smile, watching the fight. But the traitors. The quintuplets were relieved that Futaro did not die. "Ichika. What a scare," she said calmly. "Itsuba. I thought I was dead," she said with a smile. "Rias. I see that Futaro is very strong, Orochi trained him well," she said with a smile. "Azazel. I hope that transformation I've been researching works," he said seriously. In the fighting arena, Thor had a very difficult time because Futaro moved so fast that he couldn't see his movements. Futaro buried his spear deep inside his body, causing him to scream in pain as a large amount of blood gushed from his body. Futaro plunged a spear into Thor's arm, causing him to cry out in pain, but then he threw another spear into Thor's other arm, making him scream in pain as well. Now Thor's hammer was on the floor. Referee. The god Thor is badly wounded, worse than Futaro, but what is the human Futaro doing? He said, watching Futaro head towards his hammer. Everyone watches as Futaro goes towards Thor's hammer and takes it. "Thor. What are you doing?" he said, watching as he tried to pick him up. "Thor. It will be impossible for you to carry it alone. I can carry it alone. Even my father and brother can't," he said seriously. "Futaro." Issei combined the power of the Red Emperor with that of the White Emperor, and his former best friend Kiba combined holy power with demonic power, so I too can lift this hammer, he said as he slowly lifted it. In the end, Futaro was able to lift Thor's hammer, surprising everyone, even Orochi. Referee. Incredible. Futaro was able to lift Thor's hammer. "This is incredible," said the referee in surprise. All the gods were surprised to see that. No god who even tried to carry him was in vain. "Thor. So you want him to be your master? Well, I accept," he said with a small smile. Without wasting any time, Futaro struck him on the head, decapitating and killing him. Everything was silent until the referee's voice was heard. "Referee. In the first round of God and Man, the winner is Futaro, the master of all the Aztecs," he said while all the Aztecs shouted his name. All the Aztecs and humans shouted with excitement upon hearing that, and Futaro was serious, but then he knelt down. "Futaro. He won," he said as he lost his armor and fell to the floor, but before he hit the ground the Valkyrie caught him. "Futaro. Heh, it's you, Randris. I'm sorry I put you through all that," he said with a smile. "Randris. You didn't succeed. I thought we would die together without being able to confess what I feel for you," said the Valkyrie blushing. "Hyoudou, what do you want from?" But he didn't finish because Randris kissed him, surprising him. This caused a lot of jealousy in the quintuplets, who wanted to go and beat her up for kissing their Hyoudou, but they knew they couldn't fight her. However, they became even more jealous when they saw this. 1 and 2. "He is ours," they said while summoning their wings, and a girl kisses Hyoudou. The first to kiss him was his student Alicia, who gave him a passionate kiss. Alice. Next was Yamaha, who gave him a very tender kiss on the lips. Yamaha. Hyoudou blushed as he looked at them, and all the Aztecs shouted with excitement. "Aztec. When's the wedding?" he said while all the humans and Aztecs laughed. Hyoudou was helped by the three of them to take him to the hospital. Then his team approaches and congratulates him. "Jack. Congratulations, young man," he said seriously. Hyoudou. "Thank you," he said with a smile. "Orochi. I see Thor's hammer is now yours. When this is over, give it to me so I can make some improvements," he said seriously. Hyoudou. "Okay, girls, please take me to the hospital. I can't stand the pain in my legs," he said as the three girls carried him and took him to the hospital. "Issei. Take care," he said as Hyoudou gave him a thumbs up. "Issei. I bet the gods are furious about their defeat, especially Odin and Loki," he said seriously. Orochi. "Yes, but if I make my moves carefully, I'll be next," he said seriously. Issei. "You will fight," he said surprised. Orochi. "Yes, Brunhild, you will be my Valkyrie who will help me," he said seriously. Brunhild. "Okay," she said with a smile. Meanwhile, with the traitors. The quintuplets were very angry because three girls took Hyoudou away from them. "Nino. We won't let them take them away," he said in a cold voice. Itsuki. "They will pay dearly," she said in the same voice as Nino. Miku. "No one will take Hyoudou-kun away from us," she said coldly. Itsuba. "They'll pay for this," she said coldly. Ichika. "Futara will be back with us," she said coldly. Searches. "That's how it will be, ladies. Now, let's see the next fight," he said seriously. Chapter 27 Zeus vs Orochi. The referee was in the arena announcing who would be next. Referee. In the second fight between God and man, after the humiliating defeat, the god will come to avenge the death of the god Thor, he said as the doors opened. Then a song is heard being played by Hermes, the son of Zeus. Referee. "Wait, you're not among the participants of the gods," he said, watching Hermes play the violin. Hermes. "I'm not just playing the entrance theme for the next fighter," he said while playing the violin. Then everyone saw Zeus at the entrance of the gods. Zeus. "Hello everyone," he said with a smile. All the gods and humans, as well as the Aztecs, were surprised to see Zeus as the next fighter. But the traitors. Rias. "It's Zeus," she said, surprised. Zeus, fake. "If he's even stronger than me, I hope Orochi knows who to choose as his opponent," he said seriously. Anubis. "If it's true that Zeus could even destroy the galaxy if he wanted to," he said seriously. They are all surprised and decide to watch. In the fighting arena, Hermes was seen playing the piano while Zeus struck poses of being number one. Zeus. "Hey Hermes, play it the way I like it," he said as Hermes stopped playing. Hermes. "How boring, but oh well, it's been a long time since I played this song," he said as several violins appeared and formed a rainbow-shaped circle. Hermes. "This is Zeus's battle cry," he said, playing the song. All the gods are excited because they would see Zeus fight. Referee. "Here is the strongest god of all. If he doesn't like something he turns it into nothing. He was the one who started the Titanobachi to determine the strongest god, the one responsible for killing his father Chromos. He is Zeus, the god of Olympus," he said, while all the gods shouted with excitement. Everyone was shouting with excitement except for the Aztecs and humans, but they all saw how his body changed, becoming muscular. So everyone was seeing Zeus's changed body. Now it was more intimidating and stronger. Zeus. "Now who will face me?" he said mockingly. Referee. "Well, on the human side it's," but he couldn't finish because music started playing. Then everyone saw Issei playing the violin on the human side. But the traitors. Issei's entire ex-harem was surprised because they didn't know Issei played the violin. Rias. "My Issei will fight against Zeus," she said worriedly. "Mine? I don't think so, look," he said, looking. On the sand. Issei was seen playing a very beautiful melody. Referee. "Well, excuse me, but you'll be the next to fight," he said, looking at Issei. Issei. "No, actually, my friend asked me to do him a favor and play his music for his entrance," he said as everyone watched the door open and a black-haired man came out dancing with Brunhild. Orochi. "Thank you Issei for playing my song," he said while dancing with Brunhild. Referee. "I see he'll fight," he said, confused. Orochi. Yes, and Issei, you can play it the way I like it and all the other Aztecs I see want to hear it too. He said while looking at the very excited Aztecs. Issei. Of course, he said as several speakers appeared and he connected the violin to the speakers. Issei. This is the fighting song of Orochi Trap Paganini, he said as the song changed tone. The Aztecs shout with excitement as they had been waiting for this. Referee. On the side of humans is the most powerful god of all, the first god that existed in history. He is Orochi, leader of the Aztecs, and the god that history forgot. He said as all the Aztecs shouted excitedly. Referee. Without a doubt, it will not be known who will be the winner of this fight, since Orochi was able to defeat the evils, his brother Joshua, his former right-hand man Christian, and his ex-wives single-handed. He is again, for those who didn't hear, Orochi. Orochi. He said as Brunhild's body turns into light and enters Orochi's body, and he transforms into his god mode. All the Aztecs shouted with excitement, while the gods were surprised and frightened. Anya. You can do it, daddy. She said while Lukoa carried her. Mayu. Defeat that god, daddy. She said excitedly. Hannah. Let's go dad, she said while she had two small dragon wings and was excited although her face did not show it. Bowl. We've already won the battle, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, without a doubt he will win, especially since he has become stronger, he said with a smile. But the traitors. Orochi's former harem were excited as they watched their husband fight. Kurumi. Let's go, my love. She said excitedly. Toga. Zeus won't win, she said excitedly. Miyuki. Yes, she will die, she said seriously. But the gods. Aphrodite was excited watching the arena and even more so when she saw Orochi in his god mode. Aphrodite. This is so exciting, I'm going to come, she said while there was a liquid in her crotch. On the sand. Zeus. I won't let you win too easily, Orochi. I've trained for this. He said seriously. Orochi. I say the same, I've gotten very strong too, why don't you go to a nursing home? He said seriously. Zeus. I'll show you what an old man is capable of, he said as he ran towards Orochi at a speed of 0.1 seconds. Zeus saw how Orochi created a black portal where the god's fist entered and he felt a very serious burn. Zeus quickly pulls his fist out of the portal and sees his arm, which was burning red. Zeus. Aya, scream of pain. Without wasting any time, Orochi ran quickly towards Zeus and punched him in the stomach, causing Zeus to feel many explosions in his stomach. Orochi. Punishment explosion, he said as his stomach exploded and he went flying. Zeus was on the floor and he stood up while spitting blood. Zeus. I see I need to improve my movements, he said while moving at a speed of 0.0000001 seconds. Zeus's movements were impossible for humans and Aztecs, as well as gods, to see, but Orochi watched his movement so slowly that he easily dodged them. But the traitors. Miku, goddess. I see that Orochi is just toying with Zeus, she said seriously. Kurumi. Even I have trouble seeing Zeus's movements, she said seriously. Toga. That's not why Orochi is called the strongest god, she said with a smile. But Issei. Issei. Incredible, I can't even see anything, he said, surprised. Adam. Orochi is playing with that old man, he said seriously. Jack. If it's true, if he had wanted to, he could have ended this fight with one blow, he said seriously. Kinshai. I see that Orochi is just playing around instead of fighting, but look, he said while pointing at the sand. Then everyone sees Orochi unleash a gust of wind to push Zeus away. Orochi. I see you're moving, turtle. Now it's my turn. He said as he raised his arm and delivered an incredible number of blows to Zeus. Zeus could do nothing, but just as he was about to fall, Orochi quickly approached Zeus and punched him in the stomach. Orochi. Blows of destruction, he said as many chains pierced Zeus and Orochi kicked him, launching him into the air. Orochi leaps up and begins to kick Zeus repeatedly, who tries to defend himself but cannot. In the end, Orochi gave him a hammer kick that slammed him into the sand, knocking him out of the fight, or so it seemed. Referee. This is amazing. The god Orochi was able to knock out the god Zeus. He said as all the Aztecs shouted with excitement. Aztecs. Leader 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 leader. All the Aztecs shouted. Anya. That's my daddy, she said with a smile. Referee. I see that the god Zeus is not moving, so I declare the god Orochi the winner. He said as he approached the arena. Orochi. Let's stand up, he said seriously while looking at Zeus's body. Orochi. I'm not going to hit someone on the ground, you don't want to get up, fine, he said, summoning a hammer. Orochi hit him on the head, causing Zeus to stand up and scream in pain. Zeus. I didn't want to use this, but if it's to win, fine. he said as his entire body changed. Zeus's body changed a lot and now he had a very slender form. Orochi. Now you're uglier, oh wait, you were like that since you were little, he said while all the Aztecs laughed at Orochi's joke. Zeus. Let's see if you say the same, he said seriously while moving at a speed of 0.0001. Everything was white, nobody moved except Zeus, who moved towards Orochi, but the moment he hit him he felt an electric shock. Time turned back and Zeus was on the floor, feeling his entire body filled with electricity. Orochi. The next time you hit me it will be worse, he said seriously while wiping away a small trickle of blood that came from his lip. Zeus returned to his normal state. No god believed it. Orochi easily defeated Zeus, the god of Olympus and the strongest god of all. All the humans and Aztecs shouted with excitement. Orochi. Let me tell you something, Kuoh hits better than you, he said while making a sphere of energy in his hand. Orochi. Die, he said as he launched the energy sphere at Zeus and he disappeared in particular. When the attack ended, everyone saw that Zeus was gone. No one could even sense his power, implying that Zeus had died. Referee. Incredible. The god Orochi not only defeated Zeus, but humiliated him in front of all the gods present. In the second god vs. man battle, the winner is Orochi. He said while all the humans and Aztecs screamed with excitement. Without thinking twice, Kuoh ran towards Orochi and kissed him, while 5 goddesses were seething with jealousy. Kuoh. You did it, my Orochi, he said, giving her another kiss, which she gladly returned. His children approach Orochi and hug him. The 4 of them said, Dad. While hugging him. Orochi. What did you think of my fight? He said while carrying his children. My. Incredible, she said with a star in her eyes. Hannah. My dad is a damn beast. She said excitedly. Orochi. Yes, but that's rude. He said seriously. Brunhild emerges from Orochi's body and embraces him. Brunhild. I did it, she said, hugging him. Orochi. Thank you, but you can let me go. Kuoh will get jealous. He said with a small shiver while looking into Kuoh's deathly eyes. Kuoh. No, well yes, he said while hugging him possessively. Brunhild. Well then, I'll be his wife, she said while kissing him without wasting any time. Orochi was surprised, as was the entire arena. Coda. Yes, sisters, now we'll have 2 moms. He said excitedly. The 3. They said excitedly. Orochi. Coda, don't help. He said as Kuoh grabbed him by the neck and forced him to look him in the eyes. Kuoh. Tell me something, Orochi, do you love Brunhild? He said in a very cold voice that frightened all the Aztecs. Orochi. I won't lie, she's cute despite her annoying personality. Scream of pain as he feels Kuoh's grip tighten. Kuoh. I said that if you love Brunhild, she said seriously. Orochi. Yes, I like it, but I love you, he said while feeling his body burn. Kuoh lets go of him and looks at him, but then hugs him. Kuoh. Thanks for being honest. Besides, don't you remember that as dragons you're supposed to have a harem? He said with a smile. Orochi. Wait, you mean you accept Brunhild as a harem mate? He said, surprised. Kuoh. Yes, and as our children said, now they will have another mother, she said with a smile. Orochi. Well, that's fine. What do you think, Brunhild? He said, but then he saw how Brunhild was hugging him and kissing him, which she gladly returned. Orochi. I'll take that as a yes, he said with a smile. Referee. Incredible. The god Orochi not only won the fight but also conquered the heart of the great Valkyrie Brunhild. He said while the Aztecs congratulated Orochi. The referee approaches Orochi and holds his trumpet close to him. Referee. Give me your autograph, he said while holding his trumpet. Orochi simply smiled, summoned a feather, and signed his trumpet. Thus they return again with the others, but with the traitors. Kurumi. Those bitches took it from me, she said as her golden eye glowed. Toga. They're going to pay, she said as her eyes glowed bright yellow. Miyuki. We can only kiss Orochi, she said while holding a battle axe in her hands. Miku, goddess. Orochi, you will return to us, and we will accept you with everything, even if you already have children, she said while her blue eyes glowed. Among the gods there was a goddess who watched this with otherworldly eyes. Aphrodite. Orochi, you will return to me, and I don't mind sharing you. She said seriously, watching him leave with his girlfriends and children. Chapter 28 Sasaki vs Poseidon. Referee. Well, before we begin the next match between God and man, we'll have a short break so everyone can get something to eat, since you can't stay like this. He said seriously. Thus the god summoned food while mocking the humans, seeing that they had no food, but they remained silent upon seeing several Aztecs with trays of food pass by offering food and refreshments. AZTC1. Hamburgers, get your hamburger. You can't watch a death match on an empty stomach. He said as humans and Aztecs bought from him. AZTCA2. Get your burrito with steak, beans, sausage and Hawaiian, he said while several Aztecs and humans bought from him. AZTCA3. Bring your own lemonade or flavored soda, he said as several people bought from him. But the traders. They were waiting for the next fight. Rias. Who do you think will be the next to fight? She said while eating a hamburger that an Aztec was offering. Asia. I have no idea, I hope it's Issei-san, she said while eating. Leo. I can't wait to see my partner fight, he said while eating several things Sirzechs bought him. But Orochi and group. They were eating at a large table along with several Valkyries. Orochi. Well, I bet the gods were going to make fun of my Aztecs. Good thing I gave those Aztec cooks that idea. He said while eating some breaded shrimp. Issei. If it's true, those gods are furious and will look for some way to humiliate the Aztecs and humans, he said while eating a chicken leg. Sasaki. Yes, that's right, and hey Orochi, this food is delicious, he said, eating. Orochi. Thank you, he said, finishing his meal. Sasaki. Well, it's my turn to fight. He said seriously. Orochi. Are you sure? I was going to send Ryota to fight. He said seriously. Sasaki. Yes, I'm sure of my decision, he said seriously. Orochi. Okay, fine. He said seriously. Jack. Good luck, old man Sasaki, he said, taking a sip of tea. Sasaki. You're not young either, you know. He said as he walked towards the human entrance. On the sand. It looked like the sand was full of water where there was only a limited space. Referee. In this arena, the god requested it be this way, and Orochi accepted the condition in exchange for them having a special arena so that humans have an advantage, he said while some gods complained. Referee. Well, on the side of the gods is the most respected god. Even the gods have more respect for him than the late Zeus. He said as the gate of the gods opened and water entered the entrance, but the god only took one step where the water left one step. Referee. He is someone very strong, he is even respected by the ocean itself. He was able to kill the titans of Olympus. He is here alone. Poseidon, god of the seas. He said while everyone was silent. Poseidon could be seen passing by with his trident while everyone looked at him with great respect and some humans did the same. Poseidon just stood there whistling a tune. Poseidon. How boring, he said seriously, with a serious look. Referee. On the human side is someone no one knows, someone who defeated the strongest person, no, someone who has too many skills that no one has been able to face, no, someone who killed an entire army single-handedly, no, he said as the doors opened and Sasaki came out, who was in a wooden boat and had a sword. Referee. He hasn't won a single fight in his life, but who's good? Here he is. Sasaki Kojiro, the strongest loser in history. He said as Sasaki stepped into the arena. Sasaki looked at Poseidon, who did not look him in the eyes. Referee. Alright, let's fight. He said while everything was silent, nobody moved, only Sasaki stared at Poseidon. Sasaki. This one isn't here either, she said while looking at him. But Orochi and his group. Bull. What are you doing? She said, confused. Orochi. He's studying their movements, he said seriously. Bull. How is that? He said, much more confused. Orochi. You see, Sasaki girl, she has the ability to see her opponent's movements through her mind. When Poseidon entered the arena, Sasaki saw him and perfectly calculated his movements, as well as his very breathing. He said seriously. Bull. That's incredible. She said, fascinated. But the traders. Searches. Wow, this fight will be interesting, he said seriously. Azazel. I agree, but I want to see Issei's fight. He said seriously. Asia. I wondered who she'll fight against, she said while watching them both continue like that. Zenobia. I have no idea, but I know he'll win and prove he's the strongest. She said with determination. Rias. That's true, she said with a smile while looking at the sand. On the sand. Sasaki. I've got him. He said as he ran at great speed and tried to slash him from the head, but Poseidon dodged it. However, he didn't expect Sasaki to deflect the sword and slash from above. Thus Poseidon narrowly avoids it, literally, since Sasaki cut several of his hairs. Thus the Aztecs and humans shouted with excitement, but Poseidon began by stabbing him several times with his trident, which Sasaki dodged with some difficulty. Sasaki. I already know this one too, and this one, he said, dodging Poseidon's thrusts. Thus Poseidon stops and the humans, just like the Aztecs, shout with excitement. Poseidon was just serious, but then he started whistling a melody, which confused Sasaki. Thus Poseidon, at great speed, buried his trident in Sasaki's abdomen, leaving him severely wounded. So the gods shout with excitement and congratulate Poseidon, but Poseidon looks at them threateningly and they all fall silent. He also looks at Orochi in the same way, but Orochi gives him a much more threatening look, which makes him tremble a little. Sasaki. Hey, is this how you treat the people who are supporting you? She said while touching her abdomen. Poseidon. They must recognize their place. I don't need anyone. He said seriously. Sasaki. You know all these gods support you, and this is how you treat them. He said seriously. Poseidon. This is how the gods live. We don't need friends, we depend on ourselves. He said seriously. Sasaki. I see how sad it is to be a god, he said while getting into a fighting stance. Poseidon. What do you mean? He said seriously. Sasaki. If a god has to depend on himself and doesn't need friends, it's sad if you think about it. Look at those who wear swordsman outfits, they support me, and look at you, you only depend on yourself. Isn't that sad, that no one supports you and you only depend on yourself? He said seriously. Poseidon, annoyed, began to make several thrusts at Poseidon, who tried to block the attacks, but they were so fast that his sword broke in half. Brunhild and Goal were shocked to see their sister cut in half. Sasaki just stared at his broken sword and then approached the other sword. Referee. Incredible. The god Poseidon has just broken the human Sasaki's sword in half. Now what about Ara, the human Sasaki? He said as everyone watched. Sasaki. I'll tell you something, see God, have you ever spent an entire night practicing your technique to make it perfect? He said seriously while taking the broken part of the sword. Sasaki. Have you ever tried to do something perfect? He said while Poseidon remained silent. Sasaki. Silence is an answer to me, and that's why I'm going to win, he said as his hand began to bleed as he held the sword tightly by the broken part and both swords began to glow. Everyone saw Sasaki's weapon glow green, and when it was over, Sasaki had 2 swords. Referee. Impressive. The human Sasaki now has 2 swords. He said as the humans began to shout with excitement. Thus, Sasaki, despite being wounded, lunges towards Poseidon, who tries to stab him, but he dodges and begins to perform several moves of famous swordsmen. Poseidon began to receive several cuts all over his body, everywhere. Sasaki made so many cuts that by the end of his cuts, Poseidon was covered in cuts. Referee. Incredible. The human Sasaki has just filled the body of the god Poseidon with cuts. He said while all the humans and Aztecs screamed with excitement. Poseidon did not flinch, so he began to whistle the same tune as before. Thus everyone sees how Poseidon raises his hair where he had a more respectable appearance. Thus Poseidon, at a speed that Sasaki did not see, receives a cut on his eyebrow and another on his other side of his abdomen. Sasaki. What? He said in surprise while blocking Poseidon's attacks. Poseidon. Infernal Kraken Laverin, he said as a dome appeared trapping Sasaki, who defended himself as best he could. But Orochi. Orochi. Sasaki's in trouble. If he doesn't deflect Poseidon's attack, he'll be killed. He said while watching Sasaki block Poseidon's attacks and try to cut him, but he was too fast. Issei. I hope I can beat him, he said seriously. On the sand. Sasaki. I don't think I can win, it'll always be like this, it's the same, heh, I guess I won't win this one either, he said as his body was already falling while blocking Poseidon's attacks. Sasaki. Sorry guys, but I don't think I'll win. He said as he was about to fall unconscious, but a voice woke him up. Swordsman 1. Kojiro, said the voice in his mind as he saw that it was his master. Sasaki. Master, he said, surprised. Swordsman 2. Kojiro, he said, grabbing his shoulder. Swordsman 3. Kojiro, he said while several people took a drink to encourage him. Thus Sasaki opened his eyes and saw how all the swordsmen supported him. SSSL Kojiro Kojiro, 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 Dejarian Hassel opposed to a sword and the balance of Baba, a sword and a bajo. Sasaki's master. Keep fighting Kojiro, he said while encouraging him. But he also saw Orochi and his group doing the same thing. Futuro. You can do it, he said, doing the same as the other swordsman. Issei. Show us what you're made of, he said while doing the same. Orochi. Give it your all in this battle, he said while doing the same. Mayu. You can do it sir, he said while doing the same. Anya. Defeat that fish, she said. While doing the same. Hannah. She can do it, she said while doing the same. Adam. You can do it, son, he said, doing the same. Jack. You can do it, young Sasaki, he said, sitting down and drinking tea. Thus, the entire Orochi team cheered on Sasaki. Sasaki. Thinking, it's true, it's always the same, but this time will be different. He said as he managed to deflect an attack from Poseidon, surprising him. Thus Poseidon began to deliver several thrusts that Sasaki dodged as if it were nothing. Thus he moved until he reached where Poseidon was. "Sasaki. I've finally arrived," he said as he got ready. Poseidon tried to slash him, but Sasaki cut off his arm where he held his trident. Poseidon's arm flew off, but he grabbed it to cut him again, but Sasaki cut off his other arm. Finally, Poseidon takes his trident in his mouth and tries to stab Sasaki, but Sasaki uses his two swords to make two cuts from his shoulders to his hips. Finally, Poseidon dropped his trident and looked at Sasaki, who was breathing heavily and wearily. "Poseidon. How?" he said as his body fell into three pieces except for the lower part, which was only his legs and a little of his abdomen. Thus all the humans and Aztecs shout with excitement as they congratulate Sasaki. "Sasaki. It feels good to win for the first time," he said with a smile. All the swordsmen were celebrating, and some even cried tears of joy. You could even see the part of Poseidon that didn't fall, but he fell to the ground and the referee said. "Referee. In the third round between God and man, the winner is Sasaki Kojiro," he said as all the humans and Aztecs shouted with excitement. Thus a bridge is created for Sasaki to cross, but he begins to fall to the ground from exhaustion and is caught by a Valkyrie. "Sasaki, don't give up," he said while carrying him. "Sasaki. You're the lady who was on the sword, huh? I'm so sorry for putting you through all that," she said with a smile. "Come on, I'll help you," she said while helping him walk to go to the hospital. "Orochi. I already have 3 victories, but the god said that all battles would be won regardless of the outcome," he said seriously. "Orochi. So there are 11 more battles to win," he said with determination. Chapter 29 Hercules vs Jack. Orochi and his group were seen. "Orochi. Well, the next one to fight is," he said seriously. "Orochi. Jack, you already have an advantage in this fight. It's your turn to win," he said seriously. "Jack. Thank you very much, Lord Orochi," he said while bowing. On the sand. Several buildings could be seen extending from the floor, as well as some streets leading to the next fight. "Referee. For the first time in the history of Ragnarok, it will be a street fight," he said seriously while gods, humans, and Aztecs looked on in surprise. "Referee. This is a perfect replica of a 19th century English city," he said while several images of the arena where the audience was located were shown. "Referee. On the human side is," he said as he began. "Referee. On August 28, 1888, this monster appeared out of nowhere, it emerged from the dark fog itself," he said as Jack was seen walking through the streets. "Referee. He became very famous by killing 5 prostitutes in a cruel way. His goal was to destroy society. No, this is the most famous killer in humanity," he said as Jack took off a mask he was wearing and threw it to the floor, breaking it. "Referee. He is Jack the Ripper, or better known as Absolute Evil," he said while Jack had a serious expression. The humans were silent. Jack the Ripper, the most famous killer, was there representing both humans and Aztecs. The traders were equally surprised as they couldn't believe that Orochi had recruited an assassin. So returning in the sand. Referee. On the side of the gods is the god of war, the god who was once human but was ascended to godhood after passing 12 difficult tests that no human could pass. He loves justice more than anyone. He said while the god was in a chariot. Referee. Hercules the god of war, he said while the gods cheered him on. Referee. What a surprise. Good versus evil and evil versus good. This will be a very interesting fight, he said as Jack started running in the opposite direction from Hercules, who was confused by Jack's actions. So he looked for him and found him drinking tea while sitting down. Hercules. Why were you running away? He said as he approached him. Jack. Forgive me, young Hercules, but it was my tea time and I can't break that rule, he said while drinking tea. Hercules saw a thread, a sign that it was a trap. Hercules. You're playing with me, you know that ordinary weapons don't affect the gods, he said seriously. Jack. I know that very well, but we'll never know if we don't try, he said, looking at his reflection in the cup of tea. Hercules, annoyed, steps over the thread, breaking it, and several knives hit him directly, but they do no harm to him. Hercules saw that Jack had escaped and began to search for him. At that moment, several knives were thrown towards Hercules, who was overconfident, thinking the knives wouldn't hurt him, but he was wrong. The knives were buried in his body, causing the god to spit out a little blood. But the traitors. They were surprised because they hadn't expected that. Sona. I didn't expect that either, she said, surprised. Tsubaki. I'm with you, Kaichu, she said seriously. On the sand. Jack appeared to be in the air, looking at Hercules' wounds, but in reality he was suspended by wires that gave him freedom of movement in the air. Jack. You know, my sacred weapon is this bag. What I pulled out is a sacred weapon, he said while throwing several knives at Hercules, which hit him directly. An angry Hercules pulls out all his knives and lunges at Jack, but Jack escapes. Jack throws several knives at Hercules, but he knocks them down with his mace. Jack climbs the clock tower in England, rips off the clock face, and throws it towards Hercules. Hercules. Don't you understand that divine weapons don't hurt me? He said as he lunged towards Jack, but the clock circle cut off his right arm, surprising everyone. But the traitors. Sona. But she said her divine weapon was her purse, she said, surprised. Azazel. I see you lied. Your divine weapon is actually those gloves. He said seriously. Azazel. If you notice, when I touch the clock face it becomes a divine weapon, so anything Jack touches will become a divine weapon. He said seriously. This surprised all the traitors, as Jack was very clever. On the sand. Hercules was seen without an arm, but he was very annoyed and struck the tower with his mace where Jack was, trying to make him fall. Jack held on with the threads he had placed, but it wasn't enough, as the thread broke and he fell onto a protective rod. Jack, enduring the pain in his stomach from the rod, takes out a pair of scissors and lunges at Hercules, cutting his club. Jack. You know, I see the color of your anger, you know, but you know what? I really like the color of fear. He said with a psychopathic smile. Hercules. I will never be afraid, do you understand? Never, he said as the tattoo on his body grew larger and increased his strength, and he lunged towards Jack. Jack dodges some of Hercules' blows, but Hercules punches him in the stomach, sending him crashing into a building. Hercules tried to land a decisive blow on Jack, but Jack dodged it and the building collapsed on top of Hercules. Jack took advantage of that and touched the building so that it became a divine weapon. Referee. I can say that this is not a battle of strength but of intelligence, he said seriously. Thus Hercules emerges from the rubble badly injured and delivers another blow to Jack's head, breaking the mucinous in his eye. Jack had a rather special eye, as it could see people's skin color. So Jack starts moving from side to side, but then he stops and approaches Hercules. Jack. Let this be our last heist, he said with a smile in front of Hercules. Hercules. Well, I see you no longer have anything you can use as a divine weapon, so fine. He said as he tried to hit him, but Jack pierced his chest with his hands. But as if he didn't have something he could use as a divine weapon. Well, Jack moved from side to side, but it was a distraction so that he could bathe his hands in his own blood and the blood would become a divine weapon. Jack. You were a good god, you know. You fought for justice and loved humanity like never before. He said while Hercules was just in shock. Jack. Yes, I am a monster, but humans turned me into one, so I'll tell you who the bad guy is here. He said while Hercules just stood there thinking about his words. Hercules. I apologize if I was rude. I see you have a lot of kindness, Jack. I hope I see you again so we can start over from scratch. He said while hugging him with his remaining arm, and Jack disappeared. Referee. The winner of the fourth match between God and man is Jack the Ripper, he said while Jack was standing there. Instead of congratulating him, the humans began to boo him and throw things at him while insulting him. Jack just bowed and was about to leave, but a voice shouted. Orochi. Silence, he said while all the humans remained silent. Jack was surprised, but Orochi speaks. Orochi. This is how they congratulate someone who has won another victory for their survival, he said seriously. Human won. But he's a heartless monster who killed innocent women, he said, annoyed and serious. Orochi touches Jack's head and a large screen appears showing Jack's entire childhood. From how he was despised for being a child by many people, to how his mother initially loved him, but then began to mistreat him after learning that Jack's father had married another woman, and how Jack killed his own mother and saw for the first time the color of fear and death together. When it was over, everyone was silent, unable to believe what they had seen about how Jack suffered and became a killer because of humans. Orochi. So tell me, who is the monster here? The one who killed to feel that happiness that was taken from him, or who took away his childhood and turned him into a monster? He said seriously. The humans remained silent, even the referee, and Orochi helped Jack take him to the hospital. Jack, thank you Mr. Orochi, he said with a smile. Orochi. You're part of the team. If one is insulted, all are insulted. He said with a smile. Jack. That color, he said, surprised. Jack saw that Orochi had the same color his mother had when she treated him well. Chapter 30 Shiva vs Ryota. Orochi's entire team watched as Jack was taken to the hospital. Issei. You did well, Jack, he said with a smile. Jack. Thank you, young Issei, he said as he was taken to the hospital. Orochi. Well, the next one will be you, Ryota, he said seriously. Ryota. He said surprised. Orochi. I wish you luck, he said with a smile. Ryota. I'll do it for myself, for you, and for the Valkyries who helped me, he said with a smile. So he went to the battlefield. On the sand. Referee. Well, in the next match will be the strongest Indian god of all, the one responsible for breaking up the marriage of Orochi and Aphrodite. He is the god of destruction, Shiva," he said as Shiva entered. Shiva watched as the other Indian gods looked at him with a smile, as did his 13 wives and his son. "Shiva. I'm going to win this," she said with a smile. Referee. And on the human side is a young man who was betrayed by his girlfriend and friends. He was taken to jail for a debt he didn't owe. He is the strongest human in sumo. He is Ryota Suzuki," he said as Ryota entered the arena with a serious expression. The traders were surprised, especially Yumeko, who was surprised to see her beloved again. "Yumeko? It's him," she said, surprised. "Erna. I can say he's more handsome," she said blushing. "Harari. And even more handsome," she said, blushing. "Bakira. And strong," she said blushing. Yumeko blushed as she looked at Ryota's toned body. "On the sand. Referee. And begin," he said as Ryota launched himself at incredible speed towards Shiva. Shiva thought Ryota was going to grab him like a sumo wrestler, but he was wrong. Ryota jumped and delivered a double kick, sending Shiva flying several meters backward. Shiva fell to the ground but stood up, very annoyed. "Shiva. You'll see," he said as he lunged towards Ryota. Shiva punched Ryota in the stomach, but Ryota grabbed his arm and mercilessly ripped it off, making him scream in pain. Shiva. Aya, scream of pain as she watches Ryota snap her arm in half, rendering it useless. But the traitors. Midari. "Ha, I like watching this," she said with a demented smile. Yumeko. "Me too," she said, her eyes red. On the sand. Shiva was seen doing an Indian dance, and he began to give Ryota a huge number of blows, who could not dodge any of them. Ryota. Aya, scream of pain, but he grabs Shiva's other arm and throws him to the other side of the arena, and when he is free of Shiva's blows, he wipes the blood that came out of his lip. Ryota. "You're strong, you know, but I'm stronger," he said while taking off his jacket and shirt, revealing his well-built body. But the traitors. Yumeko and her friends had nosebleeds and fell unconscious with silly smiles on their faces, saying nonsensical things. But Orochi and his group. Orochi. "I see you took off those weights to fight seriously," he said seriously. Futuro. How much did his jacket and shirt weigh? He said while being hugged by his 3 partners. Orochi. 1,000 tons. At first, he broke his bones, but he didn't give up and trained with me, no matter how many bones he broke. He said seriously. Tadano. This will be interesting to see, he said seriously. Lincoln. I want to fight already. He said excitedly. Orochi, you'll have to wait your turn, Lincoln. He said seriously. On the sand. Ryota was now much lighter, since without the weights he could move very easily. So Ryota lunged at Shiva and struck him, but Shiva protected himself with his 3 arms. However, this was a grave mistake on his part, as Ryota's blow was so powerful that his 3 arms were torn off. Shiva no longer had arms, only his legs remained, and he began to turn red, surrounded by flames. Shiva tried to kick him, but Ryota dodged them too easily since Shiva, without her arms, couldn't maintain her balance properly. Ryota swept Shiva off his feet, sending him to the ground. Ryota then leaped to the top of the stadium and launched himself forward. Referee. This is amazing. The human Ryota launched himself like a wrestler towards the god Shiva. Now, will the god Shiva be able to dodge that? He said while watching Ryota fall. Shiva tried to move, but realized his body was paralyzed and saw that Ryota's eyes were red, implying that he had paralyzed him to prevent his escape. Thus Shiva received the full force of the blow that took his breath away and caused him to bleed, thus Shiva was knocked out of the fight. To end this, Ryota grabbed him by the head and threw him into the air, and he jumped, landing in front of him. Ryota. This is the end for you, he said as he kicked him in the head, decapitating him, and the head landed where Aphrodite was. Aphrodite. How disgusting. She said, kicking Shiva's head as it landed in the arena. Thus everyone saw as Shiva's decapitated body reached the arena floor. Referee. Incredible. The winner of the 5th match is Ryota Suzui, the strongest in sumo. He said as humans and Aztec celebrated their 5th victory. Then a glow emanates from Ryota's body and a beautiful pink-haired girl emerges. Ryota. Thank you for your help, Nova, he said with a smile. Without saying a word, Nova kissed her on the lips, surprising everyone and making Yumeko and her friends very jealous. Nova. Ever since I met you, I've felt something very strong for you, she said, blushing. Ryota. I've really been feeling the same way ever since Brunhild Sama sent you to be my Valkyrie. I've felt something very strong for you. You're not only strong but beautiful, and you don't let anyone walk all over you. He said as he approached Nova again. So they kissed, but were interrupted by 2 girls. Both. He is ours, they said as they lunged towards Ryota. So both of them knock Ryota to the ground, and the first to kiss him is an Aztec woman in a very revealing outfit. "Ryota. My," he said blushing. The other one kissed him, and she was a blue-haired girl. "Ryota. Kuoh," he said blushing. "Nova. He's mine," she said as she lunged towards Ryota. At that moment, Orochi approaches to calm things down and tells them. "Orochi. Why don't you share him? You're friends, there's nothing wrong with sharing the man you love," she said while carrying Anya and Mayu. The three of them think about it and say. The three of them. "I like the idea," they said with a smile. So the three of them decided to share Ryota, who accepted their feelings since he had met them during their training. And so they all leave while the humans and Aztecs congratulate them. Meanwhile, with the traders. All of Ryota's ex-friends and girlfriends had an aura of terror, especially Yumeko, who had red eyes. Midari, who had yellow eyes. Runa, who had purple eyes. And Rakira and Karari, who had blue eyes. All. "He will be ours," they said in a Yandere tone. Chapter 31 Buddha vs. Zero. Ryota was seen returning to the others, where he was congratulated by his entire team. "Orochi. Great job Ryota, now go to the hospital to get your wounds treated," he said with a smile. Ryota. "Of course," he said with a smile. So he went to the hospital with his girls and Orochi says. Orochi. "Well, the next one is you're the next Buddha," he said with a smile. Buddha. "Of course, with pleasure," he said with a smile. So he went to the arena where his fight would begin. On the sand. Referee. In the next match, there won't be one god, there will be 7 gods, and these are gods who, if they wish, can bring bad luck to an entire town, or they can also bring wealth to entire cities. They are the gods of fortune," he said as the 7 gods entered. The humans and Aztecs were complaining that 7 gods would face a single human, but then they saw how they shone, forming 7 lights that joined into one, and someone small appeared. Referee. "He is Zarafuku, the god of fortune," he said while the gods were surprised, as were the Aztecs. The gods were surprised, as millions of days had passed since they had last seen him. While the Aztecs were surprised, they began to support Zarafuku since they knew him. This caused surprise among humans and gods, since literally everyone supported Zarafuku. But Orochi and his group. They were surprised to see such a scene, seeing how much support Zero received. Issei. "Why are your people supporting Zarafuku instead of the human who's going to represent their race?" he said, confused. Orochi. "That's very easy. You see, when I was sealed, there was a god besides Buddha who helped my people, and that was Zarafuku. He guided them when I wasn't there, gave them happiness, encouraged them, and he was also another god who tried to find my seal but didn't," he said seriously. Orochi. "No matter the outcome of this fight, I will revive whoever dies, since my best friend and the god who helped my people will fight," he said seriously. Issei. "I understand, I see that Zero has traces of suffering," he said, seeing his aura of evil. Orochi. "When the gods found out what Zeus was doing, they forbade him from approaching the Aztecs, and he, having no other option, distanced himself from them. That was one of my main reasons for killing Zeus," he said seriously. On the sand. Zero initially had a face full of hatred and suffering, but upon hearing the Aztecs' encouragement, that changed to a face full of happiness. He approached the Aztecs and began to greet them, which the Aztecs reciprocated. Referee. And on the side of humanity is the strongest teenager in the history of humankind. He was responsible for guiding an entire people with his mere presence. He was the first Buddha in history. He is the Buddha," he said as Buddha entered the arena. Buddha looks at Zero, who at first wanted to kill him since he was in the same village he guided and absorbed his suffering, but when he returned to the same village he saw that the humans were arrogant and no one remembered him, only Buddha was there and he was forgotten. But then she remembered the encouragement of the Aztecs and smiled, for someone had appreciated her support, and for the first time she felt happiness. So Zero smiled at Buddha and said. "Zero. Let this be the best fight of all," he said with a smile, summoning his shape-shifting sword. Buddha. "I say the same, Zero. I see that your evil left you when you heard the encouragement of Orochi's people," he said, looking at him. Zero. "Yes, I felt something with them, and that was happiness," he said with a sincere smile. Thus they both launch into the fight while with the traders. They watched the fight and Miku, goddess, said. "Miku, goddess. I see that Buddha betrayed the gods," she said seriously. Kurumi. "That's true, but it was to be expected that he would betray them, since Buddha is Orochi's best friend," she said seriously. Rias. "I want to see Issei fight," she said, looking at the arena. In the arena, Zarafuku was seen badly injured but with a smile as he lay on the arena floor, and why? Well, Buddha has the ability to see the opponent's movements like Sasaki, but he can see them by seeing their soul. Thus Zero stood up, badly injured, and smiled as blood flowed from his body. Zero. Good fight, Buddha, but I want to end it. He said with a smile. Buddha. That's great, I don't want to keep hitting you anymore, he said with a smile. Zero. I'm done, but he couldn't finish because his horns fell off and began to form the shape of worms and trapped Zero. Zero. Ai Buddha help me, he said as he felt the worms crushing his body. Buddha tried to help Zero, but it was too late as one of the worms got into his mouth and another entangled him. Thus a cocoon formed around Zero where only Zero's screams could be heard and after that, nothing. Buddha. Zero answer, he said, looking at the bud without receiving a response. Thus the cocoon opens, revealing a creature with horns, black eyes with red pupils, and a terrifying face. Buddha. Who are you and where is Zero? He said, looking at him. I have finally revived, since you will die, since you will be my first victim. I will tell you my name is Hajin, and I am the demon of the seventh hell, he said seriously. Buddha. What happened to Zero? Tell me. He said as his staff turned into a sword. Hajin. Well, he died because inside his body he was just a cocoon that had to break, he said somewhat mockingly. Enraged, Buddha throws a spear at Hajin, who summons a sword, and the two begin to fight. But Orochi and his group. Hyoudou. Why was Zero just a cocoon to that monster? He said incredulously. Orochi. Someone must have put a parasite inside his body, which formed Hajin, but who? He thought. He thought about it for a while, and a dark-haired man came to mind. Orochi. Damn you Beelzebub. He said angrily since he was responsible for Zero's death. On the sand. Buddha tried to see Hajin's movements, but unfortunately Hajin had no soul, so he couldn't see his movements. Hajin turned his sword into a spear and lunged at Buddha, who made a shield with his staff, but it was useless as the shield he made with his staff broke and Buddha was able to dodge the attack, but ended up losing an eye. Buddha saw that the shield he made had a huge hole, so Buddha turned his weapon into a knife and lunged at Hajin. Hajin and Buddha exchanged cuts and blows, and Hajin gave Buddha a powerful headbutt, sending him flying. Hajin then lunged at Buddha again, and they exchanged cuts once more. Hajin used so much force in a thrust with his sword that it caused Buddha's weapon to break. Buddha found himself disarmed. He had no weapon whatsoever, and worst of all, he could not see his opponent's movements because he had no soul. Buddha. I won't succeed, I'm sorry Orochi, he said, closing his eyes. Orochi wanted to stop this fight because it was unfair, but he couldn't, and if he did, all the gods would turn against his people, and he didn't want that. In Buddha's thoughts, he was in a void, and then he saw Zero. Zero. Don't give up, Buddha. Defeat him. I know you can. He said with a smile. Buddha. I can't, he's too strong, and the worst part is I can't see his movements, he said with his eye closed. Zero. Use my weapon. Once you take it, we will become one. I will disappear from this world, but if you don't, I will die. He said seriously. Buddha. I can't, I don't want you to die, he said, finally seeing him. Zero. I know you don't want to, but thanks to you and the Aztecs, I know what happiness is, and that's something I will always treasure forever. He said with a smile. Buddha thought about it and said. Buddha. Good, I'll ask Orochi to bring you back to life later, you can count on it, my friend. He said as he saw a light and went towards it. Buddha opened his eyes and saw that Hajin was going to cut him in half with his sword, but he dodged it and quickly went to grab Zero's sword. When Buddha took Zero's weapon, he felt all his energies return and saw a small glimmer. That was Hajin's soul. It was small, but enough for Buddha to see Hajin's movements. Hajin thought he would easily kill Buddha, but Buddha easily dodged Hajin's attacks. Hajin. What? He said, surprised. Buddha showed no mercy to Hajin and inflicted a great number of cuts on him, causing Hajin to scream in pain. Buddha ends up cutting off Hajin's arm, who cried out in pain, and humans and Aztecs shouted with excitement. Hajin, very angry, lunged at Buddha and tried to kill him, but Buddha cut her face, tearing out one of her eyes. I smell a cry of pain. Hajin saw Buddha bleeding from his entire body, especially from his lost eye, and Buddha cut Hajin in half. Hajin. I won't give up, he said while trying to cut him, but his body turned to ashes and disappeared. Referee. In the following fight, many gods desired victory, but in this fight, the winner is Buddha. He said while all the humans and Aztecs congratulated him, but they saw how he was about to fall, but he was held up by Orochi. Orochi. You did well, Buddha, he said with a smile. Buddha. Thank you, he said, falling unconscious but still conscious. Chapter 32 Atom vs Uranus. Buddha was seen on a stretcher being taken to the hospital. Orochi. You did very well, Buddha, he said with a smile. Buddha. Thanks, but you owe me a pack of Coca-Cola flavored lollipops, he said as he fell unconscious. Orochi. Consider it done, he said with a smile. Everyone congratulated Buddha even though he ended up badly injured. They had to give him credit since he almost died. Orochi says. Orochi. Well, the next one is you, Adam, show what the father of humanity is made of. He said seriously. Adam? Of course, he said with a small smile. On the sand. Referee. Humans are humiliating the gods since no god has survived, but anyway, in the next match there is a strong human, he hates the gods more than anyone, he was banished from paradise along with his wife, he proclaimed himself as the man above men, he is Adam, the father of humanity, he said, while a large piece of rock rose up in the arena, and there was Adam in a red velvet armchair. Around the large rock were several animals, and Adam jumped off the rock, which disappeared. Adam was seen taking a bite of an apple, but he spat it out. Adam? It's our, he said emotionlessly. Thus everyone saw Adam in the arena of battle, and everyone murmured about Adam. Aphrodite. He's very small, she said, looking at Adam. Kurumi. It's been a long time since I've seen him, she said with a smile. Asia. You know him? She said, confused. Toga. Yes, when the gods banished Adam and Eve, Adam hated the gods very much, but Orochi gave him a home, and so Adam and Eve lived happily until their death. She said with a smile. Anubis. That explains why Adam decided to help Orochi, he said seriously. On the sand. Adam looked serious, waiting for his opponent. Referee. On the side of the gods is an ancient god, responsible for creating the titans, heartless monsters capable of killing women and children without mercy. He is the grandfather of the deceased Zeus and Poseidon. He is Uranus, the first god of the skies. He said as the gates where the gods emerge open, revealing Uranus looking very serious. Referee. It will be interesting to see this fight, the father of humanity against the first god who made heaven, he said while everyone paid attention to this fight. Referee. As they say in Monterey, Fiero, which means begin, he said as Adam and Uranus began to approach each other. Uranus. What is your sacred weapon? All the humans who have fought have had one, so what is yours? He said seriously. Adam. It's here, he said, showing a metal gauntlet. Uranus. Pathetic. This will be quick and I can avenge the death of my grandchildren. He said as he launched himself at a speed of 0.001 seconds. Uranus thought he was going to hit Adam, but Adam dodged it. Then Uranus began to deliver a large number of kicks that no one saw. Adam dodges all the blows without any problem until Uranus gets tired. Uranus. How, he said, surprised. Adam. My turn, he said while doing the same kicks as Uranus, which surprised him since not only were the kicks the same, but they didn't have the same speed as Uranus. Uranus dodged the kicks, but one he couldn't avoid, and it hit him in the face, and another in the ribs that sent him flying, crashing into the arena wall. Uranus. Unhappy. He said as he grabbed some dirt from the floor and threw himself towards Adam. Uranus began to give it a great amount of force at a speed of 0.0. But it was easy for Adam to dodge Uranus's blows. No one else moved, only Adam and Uranus were the only ones who could move, and they combined their blows. Uranus, in a dirty move, brought his fist close to Adam's face, and Adam threw dirt in his eyes, causing him to be blind. Adam received blow after blow until Uranus grew tired and everything returned to normal, with humans and Aztecs watching Adam on the floor. But Orochi and his group. Issei. What happened? He said, seeing Adam on the floor. Orochi. Uranus fought dirty, it seems he threw dirt in Adam's eyes, so he would lose his mimicry vision, he said seriously, but gave a smile. Orochi. It's good that I trained him so he can fight with his eyes closed, he said with a smile. Lincoln. He's a genius, he said, looking at the sand. Adam stood up in the arena, somewhat injured, with his eyes closed. Adam. That was a dirty move, but I'll still defeat you. He said coldly. Uranus. How will you do it? I know you have that technique, mimicry vision, but it only works if you see the opponent, so you don't stand a chance. He said seriously. Adam. Orochi taught me to fight without needing to see the opponent, he said seriously. Uranus. We have to see that, he said as he launched himself towards Orochi at a speed of 0.0. Again, no one moved, but Uranus decided to use all his strength in a single blow at that speed. He was about to hit Adam, but Adam, despite having his eyes closed, dodged the blow, and with the same force and speed, he returned the blow, piercing his stomach. Uranus. Aya, scream of pain and spitting up a large amount of blood. Then a girl screams. That's how it's done, love, said a blonde girl. Adam recognized the voice. It was his wife Eve accompanied by their 2 children. Eve. Abel. Cain. Adam gave a small smile as Uranus spat out a lot of blood. Uranus. Unhappy. He said as he lunged at Adam again, but Adam raised his right arm and a barrage of blows struck Uranus, causing him to scream in pain. But Orochi and his group. Issei. Hey, that's not your technique, punishment of the gods, he said, looking at Orochi. Orochi. I told him to copy my technique with his eyes closed. It was difficult for him, but he finally managed it. It's not as strong as mine, but it does massive damage. He said seriously, remembering how Adam was able to copy his technique and cause him some harm. On the sand. Uranus was seen with all his bones broken, so Adam approached him. Uranus. Why do you fight? What do you gain from this? He said while trying to stand up, but it was useless. Adam. Everyone tells me that, now you well, I don't fight for fun, nor do I do it for pleasure. I only protect my offspring. He said as Adam mercilessly kicked Uranus, decapitating him, and his head was sent flying into the arena. Uranus's headless body was visible as it fell to the ground, while a large amount of blood flowed from his body. Referee. The winner of the combat between God and man is Adam, the father of humanity. He said while humans and Aztec celebrated, but Eve, unable to stand it any longer, threw herself at Adam and kissed him in front of everyone. His children also went to hug their father, and he returned the embrace despite having his eyes closed. Orochi. Only a few more fights are needed to reclaim what is mine, he said seriously as he watched Adam return to them. Chapter 33 Qin Shi vs Hades. Adam was seen returning to the others who congratulated him. Orochi gave him water to heal his eyes, which were red from not seeing anything. Orochi, good job Adam. Go and give those eyes a rest. He said seriously. Adam. Thank you, I'm going to bed. He said as he went to rest. Orochi. Well, you're next to fight, Qin Shi. I hope to see great potential in you. He said with a smile. Qin Shi. Of course, he said with a smile. So he went to the arena while the others watched him leave. On the sand. Referee. In the next match there is someone who is capable of claiming your soul, someone who maintains control over the living and the dead, he even respects him more than Zeus and Poseidon combined. He is Hades, the god of death, he said as Hades passed by on the side of the gods with his scythe. Hades. I will avenge you, brothers, he said seriously and determinedly. Referee. On the side of humanity is someone who, while alive, defeated the first monster that appeared in the human world. He is someone who brought peace to all of China. He is someone who even feels the pain of his people. He is Qin Shi, the first emperor of China. He said as Qin Shi entered the arena, passing over the gods. The gods complained because a human was walking over them, but they saw how Qin Shi was in the human's position. Qin Shi. I will win this for my mother, he said, remembering the promise Orochi made to him that if he won, he would revive his adoptive mother and son. Referee. Begin, he said as Qin Shi drew a sword and Hades prepared his spear. Thus they both launched themselves, clashing weapons, and both were evenly matched. Hades exerted a great deal of force, but Qin Shi drew air into his mouth and expelled it in a ball of air, causing Hades to begin losing strength. Hades. What? He said, surprised. Qin Shi slashed him across the chest and kicked him, sending him flying several meters and crashing into the fence. Hades stood up as he looked at Qin Shi. Hades. I promised I wouldn't lose, he said, taking out a part of a trident. But the traitors. Gabriel. That's it, she said, surprised. Isaka. It's Poseidon's weapon. She said, surprised. Everyone watched as Hades fused Poseidon's weapon with his own, creating a trident with a scythe at the bottom. Hades raised his hair, taking on an appearance identical to Poseidon's, and lunged at Qin Shi, who literally couldn't see it, and slashed him across the stomach. Qin Shi removed the blindfold that covered his eyes, revealing stars in their pupils. Qin Shi launched himself at great speed, where weapons clashed, and the sounds of them colliding could be heard. Qin Shi launched his air spheres again to weaken Hades, but Hades destroyed them and lunged at Qin Shi. Qin Shi moved very quickly, making several cuts to Hades, who tried to cover himself, but Qin Shi became very fast. Hades. Since you're so fast, he said, trying to deflect his attacks, but they were difficult for him to dodge and evade. Qin Shi. By sensing the feelings of my people, I can merge their strength and make it my own, he said as he cut him in the stomach again. Hades jumped back and saw Qin Shi. Hades. So you can feel the pain of your people. He said with a smile and plunged the trident into his stomach. Qin Shi cried out in pain as he felt the same as Hades, where the damage Hades had inflicted upon himself was visible. Hades lunged again at Qin Shi, who launched a sphere of air at him that Hades could not dodge, causing him to weaken. Qin Shi lunged at Hades with his sword, but Hades launched an energy attack at Qin Shi, who was unable to dodge it and was sent flying. Qin Shi crashed into the arena wall, but it was clear that Hades used all his strength, causing Qin Shi to lose his left arm. Qin Shi was badly hurt, but he still wouldn't give up easily. So Qin Shi looked at Hades. Qin Shi. Even though I don't have an arm, I can still fight, he said while holding his sword. Hades. You are one of the few beings who can cause me this pain, but tell me, what does it mean to be a king to you? he said seriously as he approached Qin Shi somewhat weakly. Qin Shi. A king, to me, means someone who must guide his people, someone they trust, someone who must keep his people safe, and someone who even feels his people's pain. He said as he walked towards Hades. Hades? Well, let's finish this, Emperor of China. He said as he prepared his trident. Hades thought he had already won, but he was wrong, as Qin Shi again launched a sphere of air that weakened Hades, and Qin Shi struck Hades' weapon with his sword, breaking it. All the gods, humans, and Aztecs gasped in surprise as Qin Shi destroyed Hades' most important weapon. Referee. The human Qin Shi destroyed Hades' weapon, he said as humans and Aztecs gave a victory cry. Hades was surprised to see his weapon broken and tried to strike him with what remained of his broken weapon, but Qin Shi ended up cutting it in half, killing the god Hades. Hades, before dying, gave him a smile and said. Hades. Thank you for this great fight, Qin Shi. Now I can spend time with my brothers. He said as he disappeared into particles. Referee. The fighter Qin Shi is the winner and humans win, he said while humans and Aztecs celebrate, but before they could continue their celebration, they are stopped by Orochi. Orochi. Yes, humans won Ragnarok, but this isn't over yet, since Zeus signed this, he said while creating a hologram for everyone to see. It was a deal that stipulated that if humans won each round they would have all the territories of the gods, and if humans lost a single round, it would mean the destruction of humans, just like Orochi's. All the gods, humans, and Aztecs were shocked, as the humans would have a difficult time. They had to win every battle or else it would mean the destruction of all. Orochi. Have faith, I know my chosen people will win, he said with a reassuring smile, taking Qin Shi away with the help of a lowly who was Qin Shi's Valkyrie. So they left, but they had faith that they would win. They absolutely had to win. Chapter 34 Lincoln vs Beelzebub. Note. Many who have read Lincoln fanfiction will be in for a huge surprise when they see who Lincoln's Valkyries are, and don't be sneaky when downloading, because whoever does is gay. Qin Shi was so badly injured that he had to be carried away on a stretcher. Orochi. You did well, Qin Shi. They'll have your mother back. He said with a smile. Qin Shi. Thank you, he said, falling unconscious, but was taken to the hospital by his Valkyrie. Orochi. Well, next up, Lincoln, show us what you're made of. He said with a smile. Lincoln. Sure, let's go girls, let's show them what we're made of. He said with a smile. Of course, my prince, said a blonde, making Lincoln blush. Do. If we win, you'll give us a hard time against the wall tonight, said a brunette. 3. We'll paint together too, said a blonde with pigtails. 4. And also play some video games, said a dark-haired girl with glasses. 5. And if you can, we can go to the mall, said a brunette. Lincoln. Sure girls, but we have to win this, he said with a smile. Susanna got jealous and hugged him, making the other 5 jealous. Susanna. Remember that I am the main one in your harem, she said while surprising him with a kiss. Orochi. Hey, you can keep fighting later, it's time to leave. He said seriously and they all nodded and left with Lincoln except for Susanna. On the sand. Referee. In the next match is someone whom the gods fear, someone who, if he wanted, could have killed Tannin. He is evil in person, he was responsible for the death of Zero, the god of fortune, the Beelzebub, the god of hell, he said as a large number of flies appeared and formed a mat where Beelzebub emerged, looking serious. Beelzebub. How boring, he said coldly and seriously. The gods were silent. They couldn't believe Beelzebub was here. No one could fight him, so they paid close attention. Referee. On the human side is someone whom the Aztec children admire, he said while watching some Aztec children throw savvy figures. Referee. He is someone who was blamed for bad luck by his own family. He is someone who felt like he was living in hell itself. If it weren't for Orochi, he wouldn't be here, since his own family was about to kill him. He said, causing surprise among the humans and Aztecs, as well as the gods. Referee. It's Lincoln, the strongest kid in history, or better known as the bad card. He said as Lincoln flew in wearing an upgraded savvy suit. But the traitors. Christina, like her friends, was surprised. There was Lincoln, the person they all loved. Christina. Bunny, she said, surprised. Stella. It's Linky, she said, surprised. Molly. It's clear she's been training, she said, blushing. Cookie. And he looks taller, she said blushing. Rias. So that's Lincoln. She said, surprised that a child would be fighting in Ragnarok. On the sand. Referee. This will be interesting since a child will fight in Ragnarok, this has never been seen before in life, he said while everyone was interested in this fight. Referee. Let's fight. He said while Lincoln and Beelzebub stared at each other very seriously. Beelzebub. Are you seriously going to make me fight a kid? You know, I feel sorry for you, Lincoln, so I'll give you the privilege of throwing the first punch. I don't plan on dodging, so go ahead. He said seriously as he approached Lincoln. Lincoln. You know, getting overconfident is a big mistake, so I'll do it, he said as he drew his right arm back and punched Beelzebub hard, sending him flying and crashing into where Ares and Hermes were. All the Aztecs and humans were amazed that a child could strike the god of hell. But the traitors. Everyone was speechless as Lincoln hit Beelzebub really hard. Sid. That's the way, Linky. He said encouragingly. Jordan. You can do it, he said while encouraging him. Sererg. What strength? He said, surprised. Ollie. He far surpasses the strength Issei had before, he said, surprised. On the sand. Beelzebub was seen descending into the arena, but he suddenly spat out 2 teeth, surprising everyone, and he looked very angry. Beelzebub. G attack, he said as he struck his staff on the floor, and several giant flies appeared and attacked Lincoln. Lincoln used his super strength to punch the flies, and he used his laser vision to kill some of them. But Beelzebub took advantage of that to deliver a sledgehammer kick, leaving Lincoln on the ground. Beelzebub was about to hit Lincoln, but Lincoln delivered a powerful blow to his groin. Beelzebub. Aiya, scream of great pain. But the traitors. Everyone. Ouch, they said while touching their crotches. But Orochi and his group. Everyone. Ouch, they said while touching their crotches. Adam. He's going to need ice for that, he said, looking sadly at Beelzebub. On the sand. Taking advantage of the pain in Beelzebub's children, Lincoln began to deliver a large number of blows that began to cause Beelzebub a great deal of damage. Beelzebub. You unhappy child, he said, grabbing his arm and starting to whip him from side to side, but it didn't last long because Lincoln burned his face with his laser vision, letting him go. Lincoln started running and gave him a powerful kick that sent him flying. But that wasn't the end of it, as Lincoln ran while Beelzebub was being thrown and gave him another kick, sending him flying. Finally, Lincoln jumped to where Beelzebub was and gave him a hammer kick that sent him back to the arena. Beelzebub made a large hole where he fell in, and Lincoln was climbing down. Lincoln. That was easy, he said with a smile, but then Beelzebub appeared very furious and at great speed struck Lincoln in the ribs, paralyzing his body. Beelzebub. Insolent child, he said, giving Lincoln a great beating. You could hear Lincoln's bones breaking while Beelzebub continued to hit him. But the traitors. Christina. Bunny, she said worriedly. Sid. Don't give up, he said encouragingly. On the sand. Lincoln used his laser vision to attack Beelzebub, causing them to back away due to the burns. Lincoln could already move, but Beelzebub had broken both his legs, leaving him only able to float. He also felt a lot of pain in his body, so Lincoln puffed out his cheeks, leaving everyone confused. Then Lincoln spits out something white where a kind of ghost-like shape forms. Lincoln. Attack, he said as the ghost nodded. The ghost was heading towards Beelzebub, who struck him, but upon receiving the blow, the ghost smiled, then glowed and exploded. A large curtain of smoke was visible, but as the smoke cleared, Beelzebub could be seen without his left arm and with a large number of cuts on his body. Beelzebub. How, he said, seeing the damage that ghost had done to him. Lincoln. This is my chance, he said, containing all his strength in a single punch. Lincoln flew quickly towards Beelzebub, who didn't expect that, and Lincoln gave him a great blow to his ribs. It sounded like all of Beelzebub's ribs broke. Beelzebub spat out a large amount of blood and fell to the ground. Beelzebub didn't move until his eyes turned white. The referee approached Beelzebub and checked his pulse, but there was nothing. Referee. Beelzebub is dead, he said in surprise as everyone gasped in surprise. Referee. In this match the winner is Lincoln the Corrupt card, he said while humans and Aztecs celebrated. Lincoln fell and was about to hit the ground, but he was caught by the 5 Valkyries. Lincoln. Girls, he said, looking at his Valkyries. Lincoln, please stay with us, she said while moving him from side to side, but this caused Lincoln to hit his head several times. Nikki, stop. You're going to kill him if you keep this up, said the brunette angrily. Nikki. I'm sorry Amanda, she said sadly. I know it will wake him up, she said as she approached him and whispered in his ear, I'm not wearing underwear and I'm on my period, she said as Lincoln woke up. Lincoln. Seriously, Marta. He said, blushing like Ria's hair. What did you tell her, sister? Said the dark-haired woman. Marta. Nothing, Sheila, please heal our prince, she said while putting her head in her lap. Sheila. Of course, she said as she began to treat him. Lincoln. I beat you in strength, Francisca, he said, looking at the brunette. Francisca. Yes, but I'll win at riding, if you know what I mean, she said with a mischievous smile. Lincoln just blushes and looks at the fourth wall. Lincoln. Well, you might be wondering who they are. Well, the oldest is Amanda. She's a shopaholic and loves perfumes, but she's a really good girl and she's afraid of clowns. The second is Marta, the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, and she's the most popular Valkyrie after Brunhild. The third is Francisco, a fighting sports fanatic who loves food. She once ate the entire banquet Orochi made for everyone, but luckily Orochi wasn't upset. Next is Nikki, the most popular artist among the Valkyries. She's very pretty and sweet and a huge sticker fan. She once covered my whole body in stickers. And the last one is Sheila, the smartest girl, way smarter than Lisa. I have a great time with her because she's a fan of video games, just like me, and comics. He said while explaining who they are. Lincoln. Besides, they're my girlfriends, just like Susanna, he said blushing. Well, keep watching the Ragnarok fights, he said while being carried by everyone to the hospital, but he watched as Beelzebub's body disappeared in particular. Meanwhile, with the traitors. Christina and her friends watched this with great jealousy. Christina. Who do they think they are? Nobody touches my bunny. She said very jealously. Sid. They took it from me, he said, grinding his teeth. Stella. They'll pay for this, she said, clenching her fists. Jordan. Those bitches will regret taking what's ours from me, she said jealously. Molly. Lincoln is ours, she said jealously. Cookie. Linky, you're going to eat my cookies, and I don't mean the ones you eat, she said with a gloomy look. Chapter 35 Tadano vs Loki and Execution. Lincoln was being taken to the hospital by his girls. Orochi, you did very well Lincoln. Before you go to the hospital, I want you to stay a little while because I want you to see this. He said seriously. This creates a hologram where some people appear wearing black robes. Lincoln. Who are you? He said, looking at them. Orochi. They're the Louds, he said seriously. That caused surprise and anger in everyone at the same time. Orochi. Don't worry, I have an idea to get rid of that trash, he said with a devilish smile. On the sand. Referee. Attention gods, humans and Aztecs, before we begin the next match between God and man, the god Orochi wants to make an announcement. He said this while Orochi was in the arena and the referee gave him his trumpet. Orochi. Attention everyone. Here are some unfortunate people who need to be executed right now. He said as everyone was shocked and began to murmur. All the traitors swallowed hard, thinking it would be them, but it wasn't. Orochi. And you might ask why. Well, see for yourselves what these wretches did. He said while creating a hologram large enough for everyone to see. Thus all the gods, humans, and Aztecs looked upon the unjust treatment Lincoln received in the matter of bad luck, the mockery, the humiliations, the beatings he received from his own family, and the betrayal he received from his friends and girlfriend. Everyone was shocked and angry to see all that Lincoln suffered. Referee. This is unacceptable, he said angrily. There were many reactions. Adam was furious that one of his descendants had done that to a child. It was unforgivable. His wife Eve was crying, while his children were very angry at all that he had suffered. Aphrodite was so furious that she smashed the two statues that held her breasts. Odin smashed his seat where he was sitting, while his raven said death, death, death over and over again. Issei and his friends were furious. They were angry to hear Lincoln's version of events, but seeing what they had done to him was unforgivable. The traitors were so furious that the factions released an aura that filled those who sat near them with terror and fear. Lincoln's girlfriends hugged him as he couldn't help but cry at the sight of his own suffering. Luco and Brunhild were furious when they saw that. They couldn't believe that those humans had done that to a child. Orochi's children were crying as they witnessed all of this and were embraced by their mothers and Orochi himself. Mayu. Please don't do that to us, Dad, she said while hugging him. Orochi. Of course not, I love them so much I'd rather die than do that to them, he said while calming his children. The Aztecs unfurled their brown wings and shouted to their leader for justice. Orochi. Of course there will be justice Row B 34 seats 12 to 23 Aztecs who are there could take the robes from those people, he said very seriously. The Aztecs did as mentioned and removed their robes, leaving everyone in shock upon seeing that it was Lincoln's former family. Lin Sr. Hi, he said very nervously. Aztecs. Break their mothers. He said as all the Aztecs who were nearby began to beat up all the Louds. Rita. Enough. She said as an Aztec woman broke a bottle over her head. Aztecs. How can you call yourself a cursed mother? He said while pulling her hair. This was seen by the traitors who said nothing, even though they deserved it, which was the reason they didn't revive us to be part of the team. Orochi. Aztecs, bring me those trash. He said as the Aztecs stopped hitting them and took them to the arena while humans and some gods threw food, garbage and some non-lethal but painful magical attacks at them. Thus all the Louds arrive at the arena very beaten and injured. Thus Orochi chains them up and places them in the middle of the arena. Orochi summons a spiked whip and mercilessly begins to lash the Louds with a great number of lashes. The Louds screamed in pain while their people yelled for them to suffer more. Orochi made the floor so hot that it burned the skin just by stepping on the sand, making the Louds scream even worse. But the traitors. Toga and Kurumi watched excitedly as they saw what Orochi was doing to those people. The Keno imagined Orochi was Issei, where she imagined Issei had her in bed and dominated her while mercilessly penetrating her vagina. On the sand. The Louds were bleeding from their backs, knees, palms, toes, and more. Then the 13 humans, representing humanity, entered and looked very coldly at the Louds, who already knew why they were there. The first to start would be Futuro, who begins to hit them with his hammer until he leaves them dead. Orochi healed them, and next would be Sasuke, who cut off their dark circles and noses, making them scream in pain. Orochi healed them again, and Jack unleashed a barrage of knives that struck them all over their bodies, causing them to suffer even more. Orochi healed them again, and Ryota beat them until he broke every single one of their bones. Orochi healed them again, and Buddha, who had recovered, mercilessly struck them with his staff. Orochi healed them again, and Adam began to beat them to the point of breaking their bones. Orochi healed them again, and Kinshai, who was already better, beat them, treating them like rag dolls. The Aztecs shouted with excitement as they watched the punishment being given to these heartless people who had no compassion for a child. Tadano, with his 2 swords with chains, cut off several parts of their bodies. Naoto did the same with his sword. Saji strangled them with his absorbent glove. Shido mercilessly struck them with his knuckle dusters. And Issei broke their bones with his power. Finally, Orochi created a portal and spoke to Lincoln. Orochi. Listen, Lincoln, this portal leads to a hell I created called the T-Dimensions. Here they will suffer for all of existence. It's your decision whether you want to take them there or let them suffer in hell where, after receiving their 100-year punishment, they will reincarnate into other people. He said very seriously. Lincoln looked at his former family, remembering how he was beaten, humiliated, and despised by them. He even wondered if he was part of that family where everyone had talent except him. Rita. Please forgive me, son, she said crying. Lin Sr. Please, you are our greatest pride, he said while kneeling. Lincoln approached them and mercilessly gave them a powerful kick that sent them flying into the portal. Then he did the same with everyone except Lin Jr., who was responsible for starting everything. Lin Jr. Please forgive me, little brother. I shouldn't have done that. I'll do anything. I'll clean your room, I'll quit sports, I'll stop being superstitious, but please forgive me. She said crying. Lincoln ripped off her blouse, leaving everyone confused, and then he took off a necklace that had a silver heart on it. Lincoln. This belongs to Lily, he said while holding the necklace. Lincoln. I hope you suffer worse than I did, he said, giving her a roundhouse kick that sent her flying into the portal. Only in the doorway could the Louds' cries of pain be heard, and then it closed. Lincoln was serious and didn't say anything until Orochi surprised him by giving him a hug. Orochi. I know it was difficult for you, but you know what? I don't see you as a friend, I see you as if you were my son. He said while continuing to hug him. Orochi. White hair suits us both. I wanted to tell you this before, but you were still hurting from what happened, so I'll tell you now. I understand if you don't want to. He said as he pulled away. Orochi. Lincoln Lu not only Lincoln, do you want to be my son? He said while proposing this to Lincoln. Lincoln remained silent until Orochi began to cry tears of joy and lunged towards him. Lincoln. Yes I do, he said while hugging him. Orochi simply responds with a smile, and all the humans and Aztecs congratulate them. Referee. That's a wonderful scene, he said while wiping away one of his tears. The other children of Orochi approached them, as did their girlfriends, and they shared a group hug. Lukoa. Welcome to the Lincoln family, he said with a smile. Lincoln. Thanks, Mom, he said with a smile. And so they left, leaving the sand alone. Referee. Well, we'll take a break after that. He said while everyone waited for the next fight. Lincoln felt good about having condemned his former family to all they had suffered and also happy to be adopted by Orochi. Orochi. Well, the next one to fight is you, Tadano, he said with a smile. Tadano. Great. He said excitedly. Orochi. I wish you luck, he said seriously. So Tadano left with his Valkyrie, who wanted to confess her feelings for him. On the sand. Referee. Well, after seeing that father-son scene, let Ragnarok continue. He said as everyone shouted with excitement. Referee. On the side of the gods there is a liar, someone who can deceive even the most cunning. He is someone who wants to avenge his brother who died in Ragnarok. It is Loki, the god of deception. He said as Loki entered the arena. Loki. It will be interesting to see who I will fight against, he said while all the gods looked at him. Referee. On the human side is someone who was frustrated with a crime he didn't commit, someone who would already be dead if it weren't for Orochi. He is Tadano, the comedian of the Aztecs, he said as the human gates opened, but no one passed through. Then music starts playing, and Tadano is seen walking by in a rather peculiar outfit, making an epic entrance. Tadano's entrance XD. Some broke out in a sweat, while others recorded their epic entrance. But the traitors. Ren. It's him and he looks very handsome, she said with hearts in her eyes. Komi blushed as she saw Tadano again. She had seen him at the execution, but seeing him closely, he looked very handsome. On the sand. Referee. Begin, he said as they both looked at each other. Tadano pulled out a rather special mask and put it on. He began to scream, worrying everyone, but then a fog surrounded Tadano's body. When the fog dissipated, Tadano's face was green and he had a smile on his face. Lascara. Tadano. Magnificent, he said with a smile. Loki. Enough. He said as he threw a chain knife at Tadano, but Tadano easily dodged it. Tadano mocked Loki, who began throwing his chain knives faster, but Tadano dodged them effortlessly. Tadano. Well, it's time for the balloons. He said as he moved very quickly to where a balloon stand appeared. Tadano. Come in, my dear god, don't be shy, small or large, they can come in. He said as Loki, very confused, approached. Tadano inflated a balloon and made a giraffe out of it. Tadano. This is a giraffe, here you go, son. He said, handing the giraffe to the referee. Referee. Thank you very much, he said, looking at the balloon. Tadano. And for you, my dear god, it is a foreign animal, he said while moving the balloon, shaping it. Tadano. A foreign puppy, he said as Loki tried to take it, but Tadano popped it. I'm sorry son, it had rabies, and I had to kill it, and this is my favorite, he said, inflating a balloon and shaping it. Tadano. The machine gun, he said as the balloon transformed into a real machine gun. Loki's eyes widened in shock as he tried to shield himself, but bullet struck him in the shoulder. Loki. Unhappy man, he said, throwing his knives at Tadano, who dodged them. Tadano dodged them in rather peculiar ways. Tadano wore a bullfighter's outfit and shouted ole when dodging an attack. Another time he wore a Russian outfit and dodged Loki's attacks in the Russian style. Another one was where he was dressed as a singer dodging, another was as a cowboy where he pulls out a gun, but Loki takes it away from him. Finally, he had a suit, but Loki finally gave him a heart attack. Tadano. It hit me in the heart, he said while touching the wound. All the gods smiled, but they watched as he walked towards Loki. Tadano. Hug me, Loki, I see the light, he said while coughing. Tadano. Tell Lincoln I won't be here for Christmas, he said while coughing. Tadano. Tell Orochi he was a good teacher, he said as he started coughing again. Tadano. Tell Konoha that I love her, he said, but coughed in Loki's face. I'm sorry, was that necessary? Goodbye, he said, closing his eyes dramatically. Loki had a few tears in his eyes watching that scene, but the referee gives him a trophy, and some Aztecs applaud. Tadano. Thank you very much, he said as he was about to leave, but Loki put his knife to his neck. Loki. It's time you got serious, he said while holding his knife to his neck. Tadano grabs him and headbutts him, sending him flying. Tadano. Well, that was enough with those jokes. He said as he summoned a hammer and started running towards Loki. Tadano was giving Loki a real beating, and Loki couldn't defend himself. Loki broke free and created a fog that confused Tadano, as there were many copies of Loki. The locusts begin to beat up Tadano, who tries to figure out who's who and who he's actually hitting. Tadano recalled one of his energy-seeking training sessions where he closed his eyes and searched for Loki's energy, while the others hurt him badly. But the traitors. Komi. He's hurting him badly, she said while watching Tadano bleed from every part of his body. Najimi. I know he's strong, I know it, we just have to trust him, she said, watching the fight. Heed. I know he'll win, she said with a smile. Tadano-san. He found Loki's energy and struck him with his mace, destroying all the other locusts who were attacking Tadano. Loki flew out and saw that Tadano's mask had fallen off, but he still had serious cuts. Loki lunged at Tadano, but Tadano struck him again with his mace, sending him flying. Tadano ran towards Loki who was on the ground and with his mace broke his right arm completely. Loki. Aya, scream of pain. But the traitors. Ren. He's so strong, even though he's hurt he keeps fighting, sighs dreamily, he's a great man, I want that cock in my, but she didn't finish because Nakanaka covered her mouth. Nakanaka. There are children present, she said while Raiha and Hitomi looked at her confused. Tadano-san. Tadano pulled a giant pair of scissors from his back and looked at Loki. Tadano. This is the end for you. You know, my Valkyrie has the ability to summon various weapons, that's why my weapons hurt you. He said while throwing some threads into the sky. Loki is confused as to why he's throwing threads into the sky, but then he feels several threads on his body, preventing him from moving. Tadano cuts off his right arm, his left arm, his legs, his ears, and finally plunges the scissors into his ribs, hitting his lungs. Loki stares at Tadano. Loki. I hope my father wins, you wretch. He said as he fell to the ground dead. Tadano knelt down as all the Aztecs and humans shouted in victory. Referee. The next match between God and man, the winner is Tadano, the comedian of the Aztecs, he said while everyone celebrated. Tadano was about to fall unconscious from all the cuts he received, but he was carried by an albino girl. Tadano, don't give up, he said while carrying him. Tadano. Heck Kara, thanks for helping me, he said with a smile, but then he receives a kiss from Kara, who is surprised. Kara. Wait patiently for this, she said with a seductive smile. Tadano. You look amazing. He said, blushing. Kara. That's right, I'm very much in love with you, since you were the only one besides my sisters who knew me well despite my sadistic ways, she said with a smile. This provoked jealousy in Komi and the others, especially after seeing what happened next. He is mine, said an Aztec woman as she lunged towards Tadano and kissed him, knocking him to the ground. Tadano. Konoha, he said, surprised and blushing. Konoha. You said you loved me when you were fighting Loki, right? She said blushing as she healed him with her magic. Tadano. Yes, it's true, you are beautiful, tender, sweet, and I always try to make you perfect, but you already are, he said with a smile. Konoha blushes and Kara gets jealous. Tadano. I actually love them both, so I thought, what if I share them? Let them both be my partners, just like Orochi does with Luko and Brunhild. He said with a smile. They both look at each other and after thinking for a moment they agree. Both. Yesss, they said while kissing him, but a stretcher arrives and takes Tadano away, and they go with him to the hospital. Meanwhile, with the traitors. Komi and her friends had a very cold and serious look. Nin. Nobody takes what's mine, she said coldly. Ren. Who do you think you are, taking Tadano-kun away from me? She said, holding scissors. Komi had a dark aura as she watched Tadano being taken to the hospital. Komi. Thinking, Tadano-kun, you are mine, she thought as her eyes sparkled. Chapter 36 Naoto vs Aden. Tadano was being taken to the hospital while Konoha and Kara followed him. Orochi. He had a tough time but he didn't give up, he said as Tadano gave Orochi a thumbs up. Orochi. Well, you're next, Naoto. You're next to fight. He said seriously. Naoto. Of course, he said while wearing a special suit. But the traitors. Azazel. I see Orochi trained them well. All those who entered have already wiped the floor with the gods. He said seriously. Anubis. It's true, I wonder how strong the son Issei has with my daughter will be, he said while imagining a very strong grandson. Nagatoro. I can't wait to see Senpai fight, he said while looking at the arena. On the sand. Referee. In the next battle between God and man, here is someone whom many gods fear because of his fury. He is someone who wants revenge for the death of Thor and Loki. He is Odin, the strongest Norse god. He said as Odin entered with his ravens on his shoulders. Odin. I will avenge you, my children, said Odin as his ravens cawed. Referee. On the human side there is someone who was betrayed by his loved ones, someone who has a talent for painting, someone who has the soul of a warrior, it is Naoto, the artist of the Aztecs. He said as the human doors opened but no one passed through. Everyone saw the doors and no one passed through until a scream was heard. Naoto. This is Sparta, he said as Naoto entered the arena in a chariot with 2 white horses and he was wearing a Spartan outfit. Naoto gets out and approaches Odin, who does the same, and they both stare at each other. But the traitors. Nagatoro, like her friends, was surprised to see her beloved in the arena and he looked very handsome to them. Nagatoro. Senpai, he said, surprised. Amo. Country, he said, surprised. Sakura. Senpai, she said, looking excitedly at Naoto. On the sand. They were seen staring at each other until Odin's ravens turned into war axes. Referee. Let's fight. He said as they both looked at each other. Naoto then made his move, throwing his spear towards Odin, who didn't expect it and dodged it, but ended up cutting his cheek. Odin saw his cheek where it bled from the cut. Odin, very angry, lunged towards Naoto, who protected himself with his shield, and Naoto cut him in the chest with his sword, making him fall back. Odin. You are very strong, he said while touching his wound, but I am stronger, he said as his axes lit up blue and small rays appeared. Odin again lunged towards Naoto, who once more protected himself with his shield, but felt a strong electric shock that sent Naoto stumbling back several steps. Odin began to make many cuts to Naoto, who could not dodge any of Odin's axe blows. But the traitors. Nagatoro. Senpai, you can do it. He said encouragingly. Yashi. Senpai, said motivating him. Amo. You can do it, Pays, he said while watching Naoto receive cut after cut. Sona. I know he can, I know it's not all he has, she said, watching the fight. On the sand. Auden stood there and saw that Naoto was covered in serious cuts. Referee. The human Naoto is so wounded that it is unlikely he will be able to stand up and continue this fight, he said while the gods already had victory assured. Auden. Surrender and accept the fate of humanity, he said seriously. Naoto. I can't give up, he said, dropping his shield. Auden. Why are you fighting? Auden said seriously. Naoto. Nobody helped me when I was alone, when my girlfriends betrayed me my life had no meaning, but Orochi gave me a new reason to live, that's why I'm going to win, he said as he took off his cloak, which, when it fell to the ground, created a large hole. With Orochi and his group. Orochi. I see you've taken off your weights, he said seriously. Hyoudou. How much did each weight weigh? He said seriously. Orochi. The shield weighs 100 tons, and the cape 50 tons, he said seriously. Saji. It was very heavy, he said seriously. On the sand. Naoto no longer had the weights that hindered his speed, so he launched himself towards Auden at an incredible speed that cut off his left arm. All the gods were surprised to see that because it was so fast. Auden was simply surprised, as Naoto had cut off his arm without him noticing. Auden. You want to get serious. So be it. He said while doing a rather strange Nordic dance, but it caused Auden to gain great speed. But the traitors. Ross. I see she did her dance to gain speed, she said seriously. Sona. How does it work? She said seriously. Ross. Auden, by performing that dance, merges all the speed of all the Norse gods and makes it his own, but it only lasts a few minutes, he said seriously. Sestoro. I hope he wins, he said, seeing Naoto in trouble again. On the sand. Naoto could be seen, who was once again receiving a shower of cuts all over his body. Naoto. Damn it, if I don't defeat him now I'll die, he said seriously. Auden buried his axe in his chest, but Naoto didn't waste any time and buried his sword in his leg. Auden. Damn it, he said while moving, but not as fast anymore since Naoto hurt his leg. Naoto saw the spear he threw at Auden and had an idea. Thus Naoto approached while dodging and clashing weapons against Auden. Thus, being near the spear, he looks at Auden, and Auden looks at Naoto. Auden. Just give up, you don't have a chance anymore, he said seriously. Naoto. No, and you know what? My grandma is faster than you. You're just an old man waiting for the morgue. He said mockingly. Auden, furious, lunged at Naoto, who had anticipated this and stepped aside, leaving everyone stunned by what they saw. Naoto hid the spear behind his back and positioned it so that it would strike Auden directly. His plan succeeded, as Auden had Naoto's spear in his throat where he was dying from lack of oxygen. Auden fell to the ground trying to break the spear, but it was useless and he died. Referee. What a finish. He said, surprised to see that. Referee. The winner of this match is Naoto, the artist of the Aztecs. He said as he watched Naoto fall to the ground, breathing heavily. Naoto. I did it. He said as his sword, shield, and spear became light and a girl appeared, placing her head on his lap. Senpai, she said while using a little magic to help him heal. Naoto. Thank you, Rita, he said as he felt his wounds heal. Senpai, he said as they went towards him and healed him. Naoto. Michelle, thank you, he said as he felt both girls tending to his wounds. Michelle. Naoto-kun, I thought I was going to lose you, she said as she began to cry. Naoto. Don't cry, he said while wiping away her tears, but received a passionate kiss from Michelle. Michelle. You're going to make him responsible for my feelings for you? She said blushing. Rita. It's not fair, she said while taking his head in her hands and kissing him. Naoto blushed because two beautiful girls had feelings for him. Michelle. You know, I don't plan on fighting with you since I like you, so what do you say we share it? She said with a smile. Rita. You mean we're both Naoto's girlfriends? She said blushing. Michelle. Yes, what do you say, senpai? She said while taking his hand and blushing slightly. Rita. Yes, she said, making puppy dog eyes. Naoto. Of course. He said with a smile, but then fell unconscious from blood loss. But the traitors. Nagatoro. Those bitches, she said with dark eyes full of evil. Amo. Pays, he said with a psychopathic smile. Yashi. You're mean. He said with a sweet but scary smile. Sakura. Well, she said coldly. Sona. I see you haven't learned, Naoto, that you should only love us. She said coldly. Sestoro. You'll see what we'll do to you in bed, Naoto-kun, she said coldly. They all watched as Naoto was taken on a stretcher to the hospital along with Tadano. Chapter 37 Saji vs Mikoto. Naoto was being taken to the hospital badly injured by Rita and Michelle who were taking him. Orochi. I'll thank him later. Well, you're next to fight, Saji. Show your potential. He said with a smile. Saji. Of course, he said with a smile. On the sand. Referee. In the next match between God and man, on the side of the gods is an unknown god. He is a god who was responsible for killing the sun goddess. He is someone who was able to create an empire in Japan in the 9th century. He is Mikoto, the god of evil. He said as several rays appeared and Mikoto emerged. Ignore the sword. Mikoto. It will be quick, he said seriously. Referee. On the human side, but he doesn't finish because a song starts playing. Hyoudou was seen playing the violin. Referee. Excuse me, but you already fought. He said, confused. Hyoudou. I know, I'm just playing my friend's entrance song, he said with a smile. Then Saji is seen greeting everyone. Saji. Hello, hello, he said while everyone looked at him. But the traitors. They were watching as Saji entered the arena. Momo. Saji-kun, she said, looking at her beloved. Itsuki. Why is Hyoudou playing the violin? She said, confused. Miku, quintuplets. I have no idea, but it's good, she said while watching Hyoudou play the violin. On the sand. At that moment Hyoudou stops playing and several speakers appear and an electric piano appears in Hyoudou's hands. Hyoudou. This is Saji's fight music, he said as he began to play the piano. Saji then performed some parkour movements and his armor appeared. Saji. Prepare to lose, he said, wearing his armor. Referee. In this fight there is someone who was loyal to Issei, the ex-Sekiryuutei. He joined Orochi. He is the holder of the Vitra snake. ITS, Saji. Said while Saji was in a fighting stance. Referee. Let's fight. He said while they both looked at each other very seriously. Mikoto looked at Saji and without thinking, he lunged towards her with electricity coursing through his hands. Saji dodges Mikoto's blows, who was surprised to see a human dodging his attacks. Saji punched him in the stomach and with his other arm, made a rope that tied around Mikoto's waist and began to absorb his energy. Mikoto. What? He said, surprised. Saji pulled him close with his rope and punched him in the face. Mikoto decides to use one of her abilities, where a lightning bolt hits her directly, causing her to disappear. Saji. Where is he? He said, looking all around. Just then, Mikoto appears in front of Saji, surprising him, and he mercilessly punches her in the face, sending her flying. But the traitors. Sona. I see that Saji has become very strong, she said, looking at Saji. Tomo. I know he'll win, she said with a smile. Tsubasa. It's true, he's just like Issei, neither of them gives up, he said, watching the fight. On the sand. Saji tried to hit Mikoto, but he disappeared the moment he connected with the blows. Saji. I have an idea, but it will hurt me, he said seriously. So Saji let Mikoto hit him in the stomach, but Saji took advantage of this to grab his arm and slam him to the ground several times. Mikoto was surprised, as this was the first human to inflict this kind of damage on him. Mikoto. She said as she stood up. Saji. It's time to use my power. You're with me, Vitra. He said seriously. Vitra. Of course, mate, he said with a smile. Thus Saji increased his power where his armor was engulfed in black flames. Thus Saji launched himself towards Mikoto, who disappeared from Saji's sight, but that's what he expected, since Mikoto was going to hit him from behind, but Saji saw it coming and gave him a spinning kick that sent him flying into a pillar of sand. Saji's ex-girlfriends were cheering him on, but he was looking at Mikoto, who was slowly getting to her feet, as that kick had hurt her badly. Thus Mikoto disappears and reappears in the sand with a trickle of blood coming from her mouth. Mikoto. Not bad, kid, but I'm stronger. She said as several thunderclaps appeared in the sky and Saji dodged several thunderbolts falling from the sky. Saji couldn't stop because Mikoto showed him no mercy. Saji finally received a direct hit from the lightning bolt, which hurt him. Saji. He's strong, he said as he regained his posture. Saji. Vitra, we have to win this. He said while throwing black fireballs at Mikoto, who hit them, deflecting the fireballs. But that was Mikoto's mistake, since small pieces of fire were on her body. Thus, the flames that were on her body began to burn Mikoto, who was trying to get rid of the flames. Saji. It will be useless to try to remove those flames, they will burn you to death, he said seriously. Mikoto. No, she said while tearing off one arm and the other with her mouth. Everyone was surprised to see what the god did, and then they saw a thunderbolt strike the god, and Mikoto had arms made of electricity. Mikoto lunged at Saji again and punched him in the face, sending him flying. Saji went flying, crashing into the fence. He quickly got to his feet but realized that the impact had caused significant damage to his helmet. Vitra. Partner, if we take another hit, it will destroy the armor and I won't be able to repair it, so be careful. He said seriously. Saji. Fine, he said as he took off his helmet and looked at Makoto seriously. With Orochi and his group. Issei. I think I know what he's going to use, he said seriously. Orochi. Me too, he said seriously. Lincoln. What are you talking about? He said, confused. Orochi. Veil it, he said seriously. On the sand. Saji concentrated all his power until he reached his maximum, where everyone was surprised since that power easily surpassed Poseidon's. Saji then slammed his fist into the floor, surprising everyone, and they watched as the arena floor cracked completely. Saji cast a spell on the floor, and several black snakes appeared in the cracks. The snakes lunged at Makoto, who used her teleportation to dodge their attacks. Saji cast another spell where the snakes were engulfed in black flames and lunged toward Saji. Everyone watched as Makoto dodged and killed some snakes, but she found it difficult to evade their attacks. Saji. This attack is the strongest I have and I call it the Hell of Vitra, he said while the snakes tried to bite Makoto, but he killed some of them with his rays. But that was useless since snakes regenerate at a beastly speed. Thus Makoto launched herself toward Saji, having a large amount of electricity accumulated in her arm. Makoto struck Saji in the chest and his entire armor shattered into pieces. Saji flew away and Makoto watched as the snakes disappeared into the sand. Makoto. I beat you, she said, looking at Saji who crashed into the arena wall, leaving him badly injured. The gods, humans, and Aztecs, as well as the traders and Orochi's team and Orochi himself, saw Saji lose his left arm. Saji. Sure, heh, you fell into my trap, he said as he stood up with difficulty. Makoto. What? She said, but then she spat out a large amount of blood. Makoto looked into his stomach and saw that Saji's left arm was buried there, but the arm was engulfed in flames from Vitra. Saji. That wasn't my strongest attack. The strongest is this one. He said, launching 5 black fireballs that surrounded Makoto and began to spin around Makoto's body, who was confused. Saji. Lucifer's tornado, he said as the flames spun faster, forming a tornado around Makoto, whose body was engulfed in flames. Makoto could only scream in pain as her body was destroyed into ashes. Desperate, Makoto launched a lightning bolt at himself to heal himself, but it was useless as the flames burned away all traces of the god. In the end, Makoto disappeared in ashes and the tornado vanished. Saji fell to his knees and smiled. Saji. I won, he said while on his knees. Referee. The winner of this match is Saji, the wearer of Vitra. He said as humans and Aztecs screamed with excitement. The beautiful girl emerged from Saji's body and helped him to his feet. Saji. Thank you, Jin, he said with a smile. Jin. You're a big fool, you lost your arm, he said while looking at his missing limb. Saji. It was that or lose, he said seriously. Jin. Then you'll be responsible for what I'm about to do. He said as he grabbed his face and planted a kiss on him. Saji was surprised to see his Valkyrie kiss him and even more so when he saw what happened next. He's mine, she said as she lunged at Saji, knocked him to the ground and kissed him. Saji. Daira, he said, surprised. Jin. Hey, he's mine, he said while hugging him. Daira. You're wrong, it's mine, she said as she grabbed it and took it. They both argue for a while until they both reach a single conclusion. Both. Then we have to share it, they said at the same time. Daira. What are you saying, Saji? She said blushing. Saji. He said, unsure of his decision. Vitra. Accept it, partner, it's clear they love you, Vitra said. Saji. I sighed and smiled, accept, he said as they both lunged toward Saji, but he fell unconscious from blood loss in his amputated arm. Without wasting any time, they both pick him up and take him to the hospital. Meanwhile, with the traders. Momo. They took Saji away from me, she said in a cold voice. Tomo. Those bitches are going to pay, she said seriously. Baruko. Nobody take Saji-kun away from us, she said coldly and seriously. Chapter 38 Shido vs Apollo. Saji was taken to the hospital by Jin and Daira, who lost a lot of blood. Orochi. Good job, Saji. I'll regenerate your lost arm later. He said as he watched Saji being taken away. Orochi. Well, you're next, Shido. Prove you're the best sniper. He said with a smile. Shido. Sure, he said, holding a sniper rifle. On the sand. The sand was seen pouring out, forming several walls in different positions, and some had holes. Everyone was surprised to see this. Referee. This is a sniper arena. The human representing humans and the god representing gods requested this arena. He said while everyone was surprised. Referee. So let this match begin. He said as everyone screamed with excitement. Referee. On the human side, there is someone with perfect aim, someone who can even hit a target from 5,000 kilometers away. He is someone who was betrayed by his loved ones. That's right, he is Shido, the Aztec sniper. He said as Shido entered wearing a black suit. Weapon he uses. But the traitors. Oka. Shido, she said, looking at her beloved. Origami. This is the first time I'm going to see him using firearms, she said, interested. The Tori. Who will Oni-chan fight against? She said, looking at the arena. On the sand. Referee. On the side of the gods is the god who was responsible for killing the god Michael, who betrayed the angels. He is someone who loves humans but represents the gods. He is Apollo, the god of the angels. He said as Apollo descended from the sky with his golden wings and bow. The gods were surprised to see the god who refused to participate in Ragnarok, but here he was representing the gods, so they all shouted with excitement. Referee. Let's fight. He said as Apollo and Shido hid in the walls to start the fight. Shido prepared his weapon while Apollo drew his arrows to begin this combat. Shido went out first and was aiming for everything since Apollo could appear at any moment. Shido looked all around to make sure Apollo didn't set a trap for him. Thus Shido saw Apollo and shot at him, which Apollo dodged, and with his bow, he launched several arrows of light at him. Shido hides in the walls waiting for an attack from Apollo, but nothing happens. Shido then leaves and walks while pointing. But Apollo came out and launched an arrow that split into several arrows, and Shido took out a shield he had on his back and protected himself from the arrows. So once the rain of arrows ended, Shido shot Apollo in the shoulder with his weapon. Everyone watched as Shido managed to shoot the god, who then left the scene before Shido could shoot him again. But the traitors. Azazel. He's good with a weapon, he said with interest. Origami. It's clear he trains very well, she said, looking at Shido. Miku, spirit. If it's true, I've already damaged the god, she said, watching Shido reload his weapon. On the sand. Shido was looking for Apollo, who was hiding. Shido saw a bloodstain and went outside unexpectedly, finding nothing there. But that was a trap, as Apollo came out behind Shido and shot an arrow into his left arm with his bow. Shido let out a cry of pain as he stared at the arrow in his arm. Apollo drew another arrow, but Shido, still in pain, shot the god with his weapon where the arrow was, causing him to scream in pain. Apollo. Damn it, he said, seeing his bleeding arm. So Apollo took out his angel wings and flew out of the arena and took out a golden arrow and shot it into the sky. Shido was confused, but he realized that the arrow summoned a rain of arrows and they fell all over the fighting arena. Shido protected himself with his shield, but one hit him in the right ear and another in his left leg. Shido pulled both arrows out of his body while bleeding. Apollo went down to the arena and decided to look for Shido. Apollo was looking for Shido, so he found him and shot him in the head with an arrow. But he saw Shido disappear into ashes. Apollo approached the ashes but realized it wasn't Shido. Apollo. A clone, I see you can clone yourself without any problems, he said seriously. He was then riddled with bullets all over his body, causing him to scream in pain. He looked around but saw nothing. He hid behind a wall while watching all the shots he received. Shido was at a great distance and surrounded by many clones he had made of himself. Thus they all disappear and Shido throws a flash grenade that blinds Apollo for a few moments, which Shido does not waste, and gives him a large number of cuts with a combat knife. Apollo regained his sight and saw his entire body. Apollo. You know, kid, you're strong. But I'm stronger. He said as he took out his wings and propelled himself into the sky. Apollo spun around until he formed a tornado and several arrows came out of it. The walls that protected the opponents flew away and Shido's only protection was his shield. The arrows were also aimed at the spectators, but Orochi created a barrier to protect everyone. Shido watched as his shield broke, unable to withstand so many arrows. So Shido, with no other option, ran towards the tornado until he was close to it. Shido jumped into the tornado but was met with an excessive amount of heat and also with arrows that burned even his organs. Shido didn't back down and approached Apollo, who was still circling. Shido pulled a chain of grenades from his chest and ran towards Apollo, not caring if he was losing a lot of blood. Shido grabbed Apollo by the arm and Apollo was surprised that he didn't react as Shido put the grenade collar around his neck. Apollo tried to remove it, but it was too late as the grenade necklace exploded around his neck. Everyone watched as the tornado disappeared and both of them fell to the sand. No one responded, especially Apollo, but he stood up, badly injured, as evidenced by the burns and the fact that his right arm was no longer there. Meanwhile, Shido was on the floor with serious injuries and it was clear that he wasn't breathing. In Shido's mind. This was on his mind while he was talking to an albino girl. Don't give up, Shido, said the girl looking at Shido. Shido. I'm badly hurt, Simon. I don't think I can do any more. He said, looking at the girl. Simon. I know you can and I believe in you, your team trusts you, the Aztecs believe in you, he said while taking his hands. Shido. I don't think I can do any more, I'm sorry, but he didn't finish because the girl kissed him. Shido was surprised to be kissed by the Valkyrie and he gladly reciprocated. Shido. Okay, I'll fight again. He said as he disappeared. On the sand. Everyone looked worried as they watched Shido not move from the floor. Shido's exes looked at him with great concern, especially Katori and Toka, who were hoping to see him standing again. But Orochi and his group. Issei. Come on Shido, don't give up, he said, seeing that he wasn't moving. Orochi. Come on, you're stronger than you look, he said, looking at Shido's body. Humans and Aztecs watched this with concern. If he died, it would be the end. So an Aztec woman shouted his name. Mariel. Come on Shido, you can stand up, said the Aztec woman shouting. Aztec. That's right, come on, show us who's the best sniper in history, Shido, said the Aztec. Aztecs. Shido, 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 Shido. Everyone encouraged Shido to stand up. Everyone saw Shido groan in pain and stand up, badly injured, while a lot of blood came out of his body. Shido was in serious condition, as his left arm was riddled with holes, as were his legs, where the bone of both legs was even visible. Apollo approached Shido very slowly while complaining of pain. Shido did the same, he approached him and they both looked at each other seriously. Apollo. You know, kid, you earned my respect. No one except you has survived a fight against me. He said with a smile. Shido. Thank you, God Apollo, but it's time for this to end. He said while holding a knife. Apollo. You're right, he said while holding an arrowhead in his hands. Referee. Incredible. This blow decides who wins this fight. He said as everyone stared at the arena in suspense. Thus Apollo, with the tip of his arrow, tried to stab him in the stomach, but Shido was faster, as he buried his knife in his chest, hitting him in the heart. Apollo stared at Shido as he spat blood and felt his life slipping away. Apollo. Great fight, kid, he said with a smile as his body turned to ashes. Shido. You too, this fight was incredible, he said with a smile. Apollo. I say the same, I hope they win the final fight, he said with a smile as he disappeared. Shido. That was a great god, he said, looking at the sky, but his body couldn't take it and he fell to the ground. Referee. In this fight the winner is Shido the Aztec sniper, he said as everyone screamed with excitement. Mariel quickly went to Shido and began to heal him with her magic. From his body emerged an albino girl who also begins to heal Shido. The stretcher arrived and took Shido away, and both girls followed the stretcher where Shido was going. Orochi. That fight was incredible, they fought until their bodies couldn't take it anymore, he said with a smile. Issei. Yes, that's true, he said with a smile. Orochi. Issei, you will be the last participant in Ragnarok, he said seriously. Issei. Okay, he said with a smile. Issei. Goal, we have to show what we're made of, he said with a smile. Goal. Of course, he said with a smile. Brunhild. Good luck, little sister, she said while giving her a hug, as did her other sisters. What will happen next? Chapter 39 Issei vs Anubis. Shido was being taken to the hospital while Simon and Mariel followed the stretcher bearers. Orochi. Well Issei, let's go, he said with a smile as Futuro, Saji, and he left. Note. Saji, who was already better and had his arm back thanks to Orochi. On the sand. Searches. It seems this is the last fight, he said seriously. Rias. My Issei will finally fight, she said with a blush. Sona. It's true, I really want to see him fight, she said, blushing. On the sand. Referee. This is the final fight of Ragnarok. He said as everyone screamed with excitement. Referee. On the side of the gods is the most powerful god of the Egyptians. He is capable of destroying other races if he so desires. He lost the war of conquest he waged against Orochi a billion years ago. He hates Orochi, and Orochi hates this god. I am talking about Anubis, the god of the Egyptians. He said as a sand tornado appeared in the arena and Anubis emerged. Anubis. This time I'm going to win, Orochi, he said seriously. Referee. On the human side is, but he doesn't finish because a piano melody with several instruments is heard. Everyone saw Orochi playing a song. Referee. Hey, you already fought a while ago, he said, looking at Orochi. Orochi. "Yes, I know, but I'm only playing for my right hand," he said with a smile. So everyone saw Issei dancing with a purple-haired girl. "Oh. It's a beautiful song," he said while keeping the rhythm. Issei. "Yes, that's right," he said dancing. Issei. "Guys, can you play my favorite song?" he said with a smile. Orochi. "Of course," he said as Saji and Futuro entered with instruments. Orochi summons an electric guitar and begins to play. Referee. On the side of the humans is the former Sekiryuutei. He was betrayed by the Earth's factions, banished from the supernatural realm, and held responsible for freeing Orochi. He is Orochi's right-hand man. He is Issei Hyoudou. He said as everyone screamed with excitement, especially the Aztecs who had grown fond of Issei. Issei wore his Blood Emperor armor, and gold became a light that entered his body, and he looked at Anubis very seriously. Issei. "I recommend you give up now if you want to live," he said seriously. Anubis. "You don't know, Zeus had a plan," he said seriously while looking at Issei. Anubis. "And that was for me to copy all the abilities of the gods who fought," he said seriously. Issei is surprised and continues. Anubis. "Look," he said while summoning Thor's hammer. Issei was surprised and Anubis, without saying anything, launched himself at a speed of 0.00000000001 seconds with the hammer. Issei smiled and dodged the blow. Issei. "Heh, you know Orochi also had that plan, but the difference is that I copied my friend's abilities. Look," he said using Lincoln's laser vision. Anubis received the laser treatment on his chest and it caused him to complain of pain. Referee. "Incredible. This fight will be the most exciting ever," he said as everyone screamed with excitement. But the traitors. Rias. "You can do it my Issei," she said while encouraging him. Asia. "You can do it Issei-san," she said while shouting. Aphrodite, representing the earth. "You can do it, my love," said the goddess. On the sand. Anubis summoned Poseidon's trident and with incredible speed began to unleash a rain of blades. Issei summons Sasaki's swords and protects himself, but he also summons Jack's gauntlets and launches himself towards Anubis, punching him in the face. Anubis is surprised but doesn't let that stop him and launches himself forward, summoning Odin's axes. Anubis launched them towards Issei, who dodged them, but it was a distraction, so Anubis could summon Hercules' hammer and hit him on the head, destroying his helmet. Issei stood up as blood trickled from his right eyebrow. Issei. "Not bad, you can withstand this," he said while using blood control, and Anubis used his own mace and broke his legs. Anubis. "I a bastard," he said as he felt his bones breaking. Issei. "You know, relying on your own power is costly, so why didn't I humiliate you?" he said while summoning Vali's wings. But the traitors. Vali. "I'm copying my skills," he said seriously. Zeus. "That kid is very strong," he said seriously. On the sand. Issei divided Anubis's power to such an extent that he was very weak. Anubis summons Mikoto's lightning bolts and recovers his energy, healing his legs. Anubis. "Enough," he said, invoking Apollo's bow and launching several arrows. Issei summons Shido's rifle and shoots each arrow, destroying them. Issei uses Adam's vision and summons the same bow as Apollo. Issei fired several arrows and Anubis received a large number of arrows all over his body. Anubis removed all his arrows, summoned Zarafuku's sword and launched himself towards Issei. Issei summons Naoto's sword and they exchange several cuts. Issei knocks Anubis down and summons the Buddha staff, striking him on the head, which splits open. Anubis cried out in pain and used his own power wherever he was, summoning a giant sun with his staff and launching it towards Issei. But the traitors. Issei's ex-harem. "Issei," they said very worried. On the sand. Issei didn't flinch and threw his right hand. Issei. "Punishment from the gods," he said as the sun was destroyed very quickly by that attack. Anubis was surprised to see his attack disappear and Issei, using Futuro's spear and Tadano's scissors, launched himself at Anubis and cut off both of his arms. Anubis cried out in pain and used Mikoto's regenerative power to regenerate his arms. Anubis uses Hades' scythe and he begins to attack Issei. Issei, fed up with this fight, summons the blocking chains and blocks all of Anubis's abilities. Anubis. "What?" he said as he felt all his powers disappear. Issei increased his power and summoned his armor, Fury of Nature. Issei launched an attack in the form of a white sphere towards Anubis, who was unable to dodge or deflect it. The attack exploded upon contact and as the smoke cleared, only Anubis's head was visible, but his eyes were lifeless and his brain was also visible. Orochi covered his children's eyes so they wouldn't see that and the gods were surprised and shocked since the strongest god had been defeated. Referee. In the final battle between God and man, the winner is Issei Hyoudou, which means humans win. He said as humans and Aztecs celebrated. The light came out of Issei and Goal appeared and gave him a big hug. Goal. We won, he said while hugging him. Issei. I know, he said with a smile as he picked up Goal and they spun around. Issei and Goal stared intently into each other's eyes and slowly moved closer until they finally shared a kiss. They were kissing in full view of everyone. Goal's sisters squealed with joy and Issei's friends congratulated him. Of course, that moment didn't last long, as three girls said. The three. He is mine, they said as they lunged at Issei. The first to kiss him was a redeed with horns. Issei. Thoru, he said blushing. The next one was a dark-haired woman with a horn on her forehead. Issei. Elma, he said, blushing even more. The next one was a redeed with enormous breasts. Issei. Lulu, he said, now red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, with the traitors. All of Issei's ex-girlfriends were furious to see that. Rias. Those bitches, she said as she unleashed her power of destruction. Akeno. Who do they think they are? She said very jealously. Isaka. Nobody kisses my husband but me, she said jealously. On the sand. Toru. He's mine, she said while burying Issei's face in her breasts. Elma. That's a lie, he's mine, she said while pulling him in and burying his face in her breasts. Goal. Don't even think about it, he's mine, he said while hugging him. Lulu. Ha, you don't have what he likes, she said while burying Issei's face in her enormous breasts. Issei just had a perverted look on his face as he felt the breasts of three beautiful dragonesses. Toru. That's enough, how about we do the same thing the others did? She said with a smile. Goal. You mean sharing Issei? She said blushing. Toru. Yes, or what do you think? She said with a smile. The three of them considered Thoru's idea and all three agreed to share Issei. Issei. I wasn't expecting this, but I'm satisfied. He said with a smile while hugging his four official girlfriends. But the traitors. Rias. Who do they think they are? She said jealously. Asia. Issei-sen is mean, she said with a pout. Hineko. Issei-senpai unfaithful, I said would be. Kuroka. You'll see, Issei-naya, the punishment you'll receive for being unfaithful to us, she said jealously. They were all making comments about Issei, about how he would be punished, and things like that. It will continue. What did you think of my fights? Tell me which one you liked best. Futuro vs Thor. Orochi vs Zeus. Sasaki vs Poseidon. Jack vs Hercules. Ryota vs Shiva. Buddha vs Zero Y Hagin. Adam vs Uranus. Inshai vs Hades. Lincoln vs Beelzebub. Hex vs Loki. Naoto vs Odin. Saji vs Mikoto. Shido vs Apollo. Issei vs Anubis. Which one did you like best? Comment below. The 14 strongest humans. This is not a chapter, but a list of the 14 strongest humans who fought in Ragnarok. I'll tell you their nicknames, weapons and abilities, weaknesses, achievements, and why I put them in that place. So let's begin. Number 14. Jack the Ripper. Nicknames. Absolute Evil or Anonymous Lord. Weapons. Gloves that can turn anything they touch into a divine weapon. Abilities. He has great intelligence in killing and has the eye of emotions. Wherever he is, he can see a person's emotions. Weakness 1. He becomes obsessed with finding the color of a person's fear, as we saw in the manga and in chapter 1. Weakness 2. He is not very fast, so the opponent can easily ambush him. Achievement 1. Jack was able to kill the real Jack the Ripper and saved the prostitute who was about to be murdered by the real monster. Achievement 2. He was able to kill Hercules not with strength but with intelligence. In addition, he was able to see again the color that only his mother gave. Why? Some will ask why I put Jack in such a low position. Well, he is the weakest human but at the same time the strongest, but his two weaknesses are a major blow to this character. Number 13. Buddha. Nickname. The strongest teenager in history. Weapons. Staff that can turn into a shield, knife, and sword. Abilities. He has lotus eyes that can see an opponent's movements just by looking at their soul. Weakness 1. Since he cannot see the opponent's soul, he can exploit this weakness of Buddha to easily defeat him, as we saw in the manga and the episode when he faced Hagin. Achievement 1. He was able to lead an entire town and be admired by that same town, where every time he went he was respected by all. Achievement 2. He was able to kill Hagin, the god of hell from the 7th heaven. Of course, he almost died if it weren't for the help of Zero, who was able to give him back the ability to see the opponent's movements. Why? Many will ask why I still place Buddha in such a low position. Well, it's because Buddha is strong, but only by seeing the soul of the opponent. If the opponent doesn't have a soul, he would have serious problems. Number 12. Sasaki. Nickname. The toughest loser in history. Weapons. He has two swords known as clotheslines. Abilities. He can see the opponent's movements just by watching them walk, and in his mind he imagines a fight with them, creating a plan to win. Weakness 1. This one can see the opponent's movements, but I couldn't calculate their speed, as we saw when he fought Poseidon. Achievement 1. By losing to each opponent, he was able to copy each of their sword skills. Achievement 2. He reached levels that no one else reached, where everyone knew him as the person who reached the sun. Achievement 3. He was able to kill the sea god, although he almost died, but he received support from everyone and, motivated, was able to defeat Poseidon. Why? Well, I put Sasaki in such a low position because he's not very fast and when he's injured, he doesn't have as much speed. Number 11. Ryota. Nickname. The strongest sumo wrestler in history. Weapons. None. Abilities. He possesses superhuman strength that can match Orochi's. Weakness 1. Lacking weapons, Ryota can take a lot of damage from weapons. An example is Shido's weapon, as Shido can kill Ryota with a shot to the head. Achievement 1. He won so many bets that he became known as the gambling maniac. Achievement 2. He was able to kill the god Shiva without much trouble, overcoming Shiva's strength, who fused his own strength with that of the Indian gods. Why? Well, many will ask why I put Ryota in such a low position. Well, it's because sometimes Ryota gets overconfident in his strength and doesn't realize that he can be killed with poison or weapons. Number -10. Naoto. Nickname. The artist of the Aztecs. Weapons. Sword, shield, and spear. Abilities. Can withstand a lot of weight. Weakness 1. It doesn't have much resistance. Achievement 1. He was able to defeat his president in an art contest. Achievement 2. He was able to defeat Odin, the strongest Asgardian god of all. Why? Well, Naoto isn't very resilient when it comes to enduring pain, so he's very weak in stamina, but he's strong in strength and speed, although that doesn't help him much. Number -9. Qin Shi. Nickname. The first emperor of China. Weapons. He has armor that can kill gods. Abilities. He can see a person's weak points and can expel air bubbles from his mouth, weakening the opponent. Weakness 1. He relies heavily on his air balls to win, which causes him to become overconfident. Achievement 1. He was able to kill the monster god that terrorized all of China. Achievement 2. He could have been the first emperor of China. Achievement 3. Defeated the god of death. Sure, he almost died, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he was able to defeat him. Why? Well, Qin Shi is a strong character, but he becomes overconfident in fights, and that allows his opponent to take advantage of it. Number -8. Tadano. Nickname. The comedian of the Aztecs. Weapons. A mask that makes him immortal and scissors. Skills. None. Weakness 1. When using the mask, he lets himself be carried away by his own madness. Achievement 1. He was able to become friends with Komi, who was at that time the most popular girl in the school where he studied. Achievement 2. He was able to defeat the god of lies. Why? Well, I put Tadano in this position because characters like Saji, Issei, and Orochi would beat him in a one-on-one fight. Number 7. Lincoln. Nicknames. The corrupt letter, the man of the plan, the master of persuasion, and the son of Orochi. Weapons. None. Abilities. Laser vision, super strength, creating clones and kamikaze ghosts. Weaknesses. None. Achievement 1. He made many plans that would have turned out perfectly if it weren't for his ex-sisters. Achievement 2. She was able to endure a lot of stress from her former sisters for several years of her life. Achievement 3. He was able to defeat the god of hell, better known as Beelzebub, the god of flies. Why? Well, I put Lincoln higher than Tadano because Lincoln has more patience than Tadano, and he doesn't let himself be carried away by his own anger, something that Tadano also doesn't let himself be carried away by his anger, but if he uses the mask he lets himself be carried away by his madness. Number -6. Shido. Nickname. The Aztec subdivision. Weapons. Flashbangs, grenades, combat knife, and sniper rifle. Abilities. Can see great distances. Weaknesses. None. Achievement 1. He was able to seal the powers of the spirits so that they would not be a danger to society. Achievement 2. Defeated the god Apollo, who was the strongest sky god. Why? Well, I put Shido in this position because Shido is more of a ranged attacker, which gives him a great advantage, and he can also withstand a lot of damage, so I can't say he's a weak character. On the contrary, he's a strong character. Number -5. Serving. Nickname. The Vitra Bear. Weapons. None. Abilities. Can summon Vitra's gauntlet, can create flames that destroy the opponent's very soul, can create snakes that attack the opponent, can transform into a giant snake, and can absorb the opponent's energy. Weakness 1. He is sometimes arrogant, but it doesn't happen very often anymore, but it is still a weakness. Achievement 1. He was able to give many problems to the god Loki who represents the earth along with Issei. Achievement 2. He was able to give Issei, who at that time had Mio, a very serious fight. Although he was defeated, it does not take away the fact that he was able to give him a very serious fight. Achievement 3. I defeated Mikoto, who was responsible for killing the sun goddess. Why? Well, I put Saji in this position because characters like Futaro and Issei can defeat him. Although Saji is a strong character, they can still beat him. In Futaro's case, the reason he can defeat Saji is because Futaro is very clever and can make a plan to defeat him. Number -4. Futaro. Nickname: the Master of the Aztecs. Weapons: a spear and Thor's hammer. Abilities: he can summon armor that makes him very strong, he can create many spears, and he is very fast. Weaknesses: none. Achievement 1. He was the top student in his school for being very intelligent and at the same time being the tutor of the quintuplets, of course, before they betrayed him. Achievement 2. He was able to defeat the thunder god Thor, who was responsible for killing an entire army of giants. Why? Well, I put Futaro higher than Saji because tell me who survives a decapitation like him, plus Futaro is smarter than Saji and Lincoln. Number -3. Adam. The one who takes the bronze medal. Nickname: the father of humanity. Weapons: steel gauntlet. Abilities: can copy the opponent's abilities just by looking at them. Weaknesses: none. Achievement 1. He was able to kill the serpent who was responsible for blaming his wife Eve and her being expelled from paradise. Achievement 2. He was the first human in humanity to earn that nickname. Achievement 3. Defeated the god who made heaven. Why? Well, I put Adam in this position because he is one of the strongest characters that exists, both in the story and in the manga. Number: Issei. The one who takes the silver medal. Nicknames: Sekiryuutei and right hand of Orochi. Weapons: none. Abilities: can block opponents' abilities, can use opponents' blood against them, and can copy opponents' abilities and turn them against them. Weaknesses: none. Achievement 1. He was able to defeat Razor, who was said to be immortal. Achievement 2. He was able to seal Loki, who intended to kill his father Odin. Achievement 3. He was able to defeat Rizuum, the leader of the Chaos Brigade. Although he was a clone, that doesn't change the fact that he beat him. Achievement 4. He was able to defeat Trixa, the most feared being of all. Achievement 5. He was able to get revenge on Ryo, who was responsible for taking everything from him. Achievement 6. Defeated Anubis, the god who had serious problems with Orochi. He has more achievements, but I listed the most important ones he had in his life. Why? Well, Issei is basically Orochi's right-hand man, and he can only fight Orochi at 90% power, so he's the second strongest. Number -1. Orochi. He takes the gold medal. Nicknames: the leader of the Aztecs, the god that history forgot, and the most powerful god of all. Weapons. Abilities. There are too many to list, but I'll mention a few. Punishment of the gods, chains of punishment, mind reading, omnipotence, no hunger, room of time, etc. Weaknesses. Achievement 1. He was able to defeat the evils, who were an aggressive race that only destroyed and killed people. Achievement 2. He was able to defeat his brother and right-hand man along with his wives, although he ended up weak, it does not take away from the fact that he was able to take on all 5 of them together. Achievement 3. He is the most respected god of all. Even the other gods fear and respect him greatly. Achievement 4. He was able to defeat Zeus, the god listed as the strongest god of all. Why? Well, Orochi is the strongest god of all, and if he wanted to, he could destroy the earth with a single attack. Furthermore, he alone could defeat the entire Chaos Brigade along with Trixa. So, what did you think of my list? In your opinion, how would you rank your list and why? Okay, see you later. Chapter 40, Treaty of Olympus. In the arena, the 14 humans who fought in Ragnarok could be seen, while the referee held a book. Referee. Well, to the winners of Ragnarok, I need you to tell me a phrase that will mark history and your person, he said seriously. The referee approached Futaro and said. Referee. Okay, please say your phrase. He said as he brought his trumpet closer. Futaro. I don't give a damn about the god of thunder, he said with a smile, causing some amusement among the others. Referee. I can't put that in, he said seriously. Futaro. Damn it, then put, strength is important, but so is intelligence, he said seriously. Referee. Great line, he said, writing Futaro's line. On the sand. Miku. That phrase is wonderful, she said with a smile. Bitsuki. That's true, she said with a smile. On the sand. The referee approached Orochi and said. Referee. What is your phrase? He said as he brought the trumpet closer. Orochi. I am the strongest and all the gods can beat me, he said while looking somewhat arrogantly at the gods who looked away. Referee. I can't put that in, he said somewhat fearfully upon receiving Orochi's response. Orochi. Well then, being the strongest doesn't mean you treat others like trash, he said while the Aztecs looked at their leader with admiration. Referee. Great phrase, sir, he said, writing the phrase in the book. But the traitors. Kurumi. Heh, always so noble, she said with a smile. Miyuki. That's true, she said with a smile. On the sand. The referee approaches Sasaki. Referee. What is your phrase? He said as he brought the trumpet closer. Sasaki. Well, my motto is, you have to lose to win, he said with a smile. Referee. Interesting phrase, he said, writing the phrase in his book. The referee approaches Jack and the humans look at Jack uncomfortably. Orochi, fed up with this, approaches Jack. Orochi. Hey, do you want them to know the truth about you? He said with a smile. Jack. Of course, my Valkyrie already knows who I am, he said with a smile. Orochi placed his hand on Jack's forehead and everyone saw who he really was. Everyone was surprised because he wasn't the real Jack the Ripper, but rather Mr. Anonymous. Some women saw Jack with management because he saved them, so everyone shouted Jack's name. Jack. Thank you, he said with a smile. Orochi. You're welcome, he said as he returned to his place. Referee. Well, what's your phrase, Mr. Jack? He said, looking at Jack. Jack. Well, my phrase is, people judge without knowing the person, he said seriously. Referee. Great quote, Mr. Jack, he said while writing Jack's quote. Referee. What's your line? He said, looking at Ryota. Ryota. Well, I've got it. My motto is, always run towards your dreams, he said with a smile. Referee. Strange sentence, but it's acceptable, he said while writing his sentence. But the traitors. Mecha. Heh, that's a beautiful phrase, she said blushing. Ferrari. That's true, she said with a smile. On the sand. Referee. What is your phrase, human Buddha? He said, looking at Buddha. Buddha. It's good. Arrogance never leads to anything, only the good deeds you do. He said while eating a popsicle. Referee. Okay, he said, typing the sentence. The referee approaches Adam. Referee. What is your phrase? He said, looking at Adam. Adam. Well, it's good. You have to protect those you love no matter the cost. He said while the humans looked at Adam with admiration. Referee. Beautiful phrase, he said while writing Adam's phrase. The referee approaches Kinshai. Referee. What is your phrase? He said, looking at Kinshai. Kinshai. Well, mine is, a true king feels the happiness and pain of his people, he said with a smile. Referee. Great quote from a great king, he said, writing Kinshai's quote. The referee approaches Lincoln. Referee. What's your phrase? He said with a smile. Lincoln. Well, mine is, luck doesn't make you win, it's the effort you put in, he said with a smile. Referee. That's a very mature statement from you, young Lincoln, he said while writing Lincoln's quote. But the traitors. Christina and her friend sighed with love upon hearing Lincoln's phrase. On the sand. The referee approaches Tadano. Referee. What's your phrase? He said, looking at Tadano. Tadano. I know, lies never led to anything, the truth always comes out, he said with a smile. Referee. That's true, he said, writing down Tadano's phrase. But the traitors. Homie. Thinking, you said it, so we lied at your trial. I'm so sorry. She said, lowering her head. On the sand. The referee approaches Naoto. Referee. What is your phrase? He said, looking at Naoto. Naoto. Well, my phrase is, anger blinds us and makes us look weak. He said seriously. Referee. That's right, he said, writing Naoto's sentence. On the sand. Sestoro. Great line, senpai, he said with a smile. Nagatoro. That's true, she said with a smile. On the sand. The referee approaches Saji. Referee. What is your phrase? He said, looking at Saji. Saji. Well, my phrase is, those who tell lies are trash, but those who betray are worse, he said seriously. Referee. That's true, he said, writing down Saji's phrase. But the traitors. Momo. Saji, she said sadly. Baruko. Saji-kun, she said sadly. On the sand. The referee approaches Shido. Referee. What's your phrase? He said, looking at Shido. Shido. Well, my motto is, you have to be patient to achieve things. He said seriously. Referee. Interesting, he said, writing the sentence. But the traitors. Oka. Shido, she said, looking at Shido. Origami. Forgive me, she said sadly. On the sand. Finally, the referee approaches Issei. Referee. What is your phrase? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. Well, my motto is, always fight for what you want, he said with a smile. The referee writes Issei's sentence. But the traitors. Rias. Great line, Issei, she said with a smile. Mine. That's a worthy word from someone like you, my love, he said with a smile. On the sand. Referee. Well, here are the winners of Ragnarok, he said as humans and Aztecs celebrated. Orochi. Well, before I finish this, I'm going to bring back to life some gods who fought in Ragnarok, he said seriously. This caused surprise among the gods, and so Orochi raises his right arm and they appear. Hercules, Zarafuku, Hades, and Apollo were surprised. Hercules. We're alive. He said, surprised. Without thinking twice, Goal launched himself towards Hercules and gave him a tight hug. Goal. You're alive. He said happily upon seeing his best friend back. Hercules smiled and responded. Zarafuku. I'm alive, he said, surprised. Orochi. It's good to see you, Zero, he said while hugging him, just like Buddha did. Zero returns the hug. Hades. I'm alive, he said, surprised. Kinshai approaches Hades. Kinshai. That was a good fight, Hades, he said with a smile. Hades. Likewise, he said with a smile. Apollo. I'm alive, he said, surprised. The woman with a good figure rushed towards Apollo and gave him a tight hug. You're alive. I thought you were dead. Said the woman crying. Apollo. Calm down Gabriel, I'm fine, he said, returning the hug. Orochi summons a piece of paper, a table, and a pen. Orochi. Hades, he said as Hades approached Orochi. Orochi. You're Zeus's older brother, so sign it. He said seriously. Orochi. I call it the Treaty of Olympus, which consists of all the gods giving me back my former territories and theirs, he said seriously. Hades is surprised and examines the treaty in detail. Orochi wasn't lying, he will take everything from the gods. Hades. I am a man of my word, so I accept the defeat of the gods. He said as he took the signature pen. Thus Orochi had it official, he had his territory back and he also won the territory of the other gods. Orochi. Don't feel bad, Hades. You can still go to hell to do your work, even though it won't be your home anymore. He said seriously. Hades. Thanks, I guess, he said with a smile. Hercules then received a strong hug from Ares, who was crying tears of joy at seeing his brother back. Hercules. I'm happy too, he said while hugging him. Orochi. Well, we have to celebrate our victory. Would you like to come, Hercules, Zarafuku, Hades, and Apollo? He said with a smile. Hercules. I can bring Hermes and Ares, he said with a smile. Apollo. And I love Gabriel, he said with a smile. Orochi. Of course, he said with a smile. All the gods disappear, as do the humans and Aztecs, except for the traitors to their homes. Of course, the gods no longer had any territory since they had lost it. Orochi was about to teleport away, but she was stopped. Wait, said a voice. Orochi saw and was surprised by what he saw. Issei, Saji, Futuro, Lincoln, Tadano, Naoto, Ryota and Shido were shocked to see who they were. Betrayed. ITSU, they said in shock. Chapter 41 There is no forgiveness. All the betrayed men saw their ex-girlfriends and friends. But Orochi. Orochi. What are you doing here? He said so angrily that he frightened his children. Kurumi. Orochi, it's good to see you again. She said as she approached Orochi. Orochi. Well, I don't, he said seriously. Toga. Orochi, please forgive us. We didn't know we were making such a big mistake. She said as she began to cry. Orochi. Yeah, right, he said seriously. Miku, goddess. Orochi, she said as she approached Orochi. Orochi. Stay away from me, you damn bitch. He said very seriously. Miku, goddess. You're still angry about that time? She said while lowering her head. Orochi. I'm not angry, I'm furious with you. He said very seriously. Miku, goddess. It was an accident, she said as she began to cry. Orochi. Of course, launching an attack that was capable of destroying the earth was an accident. Ha, don't make me laugh. Besides, I couldn't absorb that entire attack that caused thousands of animals to become extinct and you also caused the death of 12 million Aztecs, he said angrily. Miku was just on her knees begging Orochi for forgiveness when Aphrodite approached Orochi. Orochi. I've made it very clear to you, Aphrodite. I don't want anything to do with you. He said angrily. Aphrodite. Please give me another chance, she said on her knees. Anya. Daddy be careful, she said while Orochi saw Miyuki with a syringe ready to inject her contents. Orochi took her wrist and looked at Miyuki. Orochi. What were you trying to do? He said coldly and seriously. Miyuki. You, she said without having an idea. Orochi began to exert force, causing Miyuki's wrist to hurt. Miyuki. Stop, my hand, she said while trying to break free from Orochi's grip. Orochi lets go of her and looks at her. Orochi. I don't want to see them again, he said as he walked towards Brunhild and Lukoa. Kurumi summons a rifle and shoots at Brunhild, but Lukoa creates a protective circle, shielding her. Lukoa, annoyed, lunged at Kurumi, who didn't expect it, and received a punch to her stomach that knocked the wind out of her and left her unconscious. Lukoa. Don't attack my harem sister again, she said angrily. Orochi just smiled, picked up his children, and prepared to leave. But Futaro. Futaro. What do you want? He said coldly and seriously. Miku, quintuplets. Futaro, is that you? She said as she approached. Futaro raises his spear and points it at them. Futaro. Don't even think about coming near us, he said seriously. Ichika. Futara, please forgive us, she said as tears began to fall from her eyes. Futaro. Forgive them. Ha. Don't even dream about it. Wasn't the love I gave them enough? Where did I fail? He said as his expression changed to a depressed one, but he was hugged by Alice. Alice. They're not worth it anymore, she said while giving him a kiss on the cheek. Futaro felt happy while the quintuplets were jealous. Nino. Who do you think you are, kissing our boyfriend? She said jealously. Andres. Don't make me laugh, her boyfriend. You guys cheated on her, so he's not a boyfriend anymore. She said while hugging him. Itsuki. It was a very serious mistake, please come back home to your little sister and us, we need you, she said crying. Futaro. Little sister, ha, I don't have any sisters anymore, only brothers who support me and I support them, he said seriously and coldly. Upon hearing that, Raiha began to cry and begged her brother for forgiveness. Raiha. Little brother, please forgive me, she said on her knees crying. Itsuba. Uesugi please forgive me, she said as she approached, but Futaro threw his spear towards Itsuba who received a graze on her cheek, cutting her cheek and receiving a large cut. Itsuba just cried while looking into Futaro's eyes. Miku, quintuplets, approached Itsuba and hugged her. Miku, quintuplets. Why? She said crying while looking at her sister crying. Futaro left with his harem without saying a word while the quintuplets were crying. But Saji. Saji summons his gauntlet and glares hatefully at his former harem. Saji. I told them clearly that I don't want to see them again, he said seriously. Tomo. Saji, please come back, she said crying. Saji. Ha, don't even think about it, he said seriously. Momo. Please, it was a damn mistake to sleep with Ryu, she said crying. Saji. It was a mistake, it was a mistake. He shouted but was hugged by Jin and Daira. Jin. They're not worth it anymore, he said while hugging him. Tsubasa. Hey, he's only ours. He said angrily as he lunged towards them. Both were prepared, but they saw Saji lunge at her and deliver a powerful blow to her face that broke her nose. Rias. How dare you hit your girlfriend? He said angrily. Saji punched her in the stomach, knocking her unconscious. Saji. I wonder why, he said sarcastically. Saji returned to his girlfriends while they just cried as they watched their man leave. With Shido. Shido. What are you doing here? He said, very annoyed. Oka. Shido, she said as she approached. Origami. Shido said the same way. Shido summons his weapon and points it at them. Shido. Don't you dare approach me or my brothers, he said seriously. Katori. I thought I was your sister, she said heartbroken. Shido. You stopped being that since you kicked me out of my house, he said seriously. Katori fell to her knees as a large amount of tears streamed from her eyes. Miku, spirit. Shido, forgive us. I used to hate men, but you were the exception. I don't know what I was thinking when I betrayed you. Please forgive me. She said while on her knees. Shido. You think a simple apology solves everything? No, I loved you more than you could imagine, but now I feel nothing for you anymore. He said seriously. Natsumi. Don't say that, she said as she approached him. Shido shoots her, the bullet grazing her ear, which she felt. Shido. One more step and it'll be in the ear, he said seriously. Oka. You would never hurt us, she said as she tried to approach, but Shido shot again, almost hitting her foot. Shido. If I can, I'm leaving and I never want to see your faces again, he said as he left. His entire ex-harem was crying as he begged for forgiveness. Han Lincoln. Lincoln. What are you doing here? He said as his eyes turned red, ready to use his laser vision. Christina. Bunny, she said sadly. Lincoln. Don't call me that. Only Marta and my other girlfriends can call me that. He said seriously. Marta. Ooh Linky, she said while hugging Lincoln, burying his face in her breasts. Stella. Hey, only we can hug him like this, she said jealously. Sheila. Well, not anymore, he's ours and we love him as much as he loves us, she said while giving him a tender hug. Cookie. Ha, you're not beautiful, you look like a nerd who only likes anime and video games, she said mockingly. Upon hearing that, Sheila felt so bad that she began to shed tears. Her siblings and Susanna hug her to make her feel better. When Lincoln saw his girlfriend crying, he got so angry that he lunged a cookie and punched her hard in the face, breaking her nose. Lincoln. If you ever make one of my girlfriends cry again, I'll clone myself 100 times and all of us will give you a beating you'll never forget. He said coldly, making his harem scared but also excited. The others were scared as they watched Cookie lying unconscious on the floor with a broken nose. Lincoln. And you, Christina, I never want to see you or your bitchy friends again. He said seriously as he left. Lincoln's ex-girlfriends were just crying and begging for forgiveness. Tadano-san. Tadano. What are you doing here? He said seriously, summoning his scissors. Ren. Hidehito, he said happily as he approached. Tadano, at great speed, launched himself towards Ren and tore out his eye. Ren just screamed in pain while everyone stared in shock at what he had done. Tadano. That was for the time you kidnapped me, he said seriously. Komi takes out her notebook and begins to write. Komi. Tadano-kun, please forgive me, I didn't know you were innocent, the notebook said. Tadano. Yeah, right. You all lied at the trial, even you, Najimi. I thought we were friends, but I see you're just a bitch who only looks for big hicks. He said seriously. Upon hearing that, Najimi begins to cry. Tadano. You're not far behind either, Nin. I thought you were my friend, just like Keed, but you both lied at the trial. I guess what they say is true. We see faces, but we don't know people. He said seriously. Both women apologized to Tadano, but he ignored them. Tadano. Komi, you're the worst. You were my best friend, I even loved you more than you could ever imagine, but I see you're just a useless girl who can't even speak properly. He said seriously. Upon hearing that, Komi began to cry while softly saying, I'm sorry. Tadano left with his girls while they all begged for his forgiveness. With Naoto. Naoto. What are you doing here? He said, summoning his spear and sword. Nagatoro. Senpai, she said happily upon seeing him again, even though he was no longer a spaghetti noodle as she used to call him, but that didn't bother her, on the contrary, she loved it. Amo. Country, he said happily anyway. Naoto. For you, I'm Naoto. Only my girlfriends can call me that. He said seriously. Yashi. Sorry, he said childishly. Sona. Please forgive me, Naoto-kun. I left you alone when you needed my help the most, so please forgive me. She said, waiting for his response. Naoto. No, you know I ask you for advice on how to improve our relationship every day, but you kept saying, I don't have time, or I'm too busy to listen to a loser, he said seriously. Upon hearing that, Sona just starts crying, begging for forgiveness. Sestoro. Naoto-kun, he said as he approached. Naoto. You're worse. You always played cruel pranks on me. I remember the baking soda prank that left me blind for 2 weeks. You know that if I hadn't been taken to the hospital in time, I would have been blind for months. He said, very annoyed. Sestoro. Please forgive me, he said crying. Naoto. There is no forgiveness for anyone, he said as he left with his girls. The others only asked for his forgiveness and for him to come back to them, but he ignored them. Ryota's son. Ryota. What are you doing here? He said, stomping his foot on the ground, leaving a huge crack. Himeko. Ryota-kun, she said as she approached him. Ryota. Get away, you damn cheater. He said seriously. Harari. Ryota-kun, I sincerely apologize. That wretch hacked the school's banking systems and made you look guilty. She said seriously. Ryota. Ha, you think that solves everything? You know I used to live like a bum. That school took everything from me, left me with nothing but a bunch of problems and a bitch for a girlfriend. He said seriously. Himeko. Please forgive me, she said crying. Ryota. No, find yourself another big hick to sit on, he said as he left with his girls. The girls just begged for his forgiveness, but he didn't listen to them. Issei-san. Issei. I've made it very clear to you all, you mean nothing to me anymore, he said seriously. Rias. Don't say that, we can still fix it. She said as she approached. Issei. No, you're just a bunch of crows looking for your prey to eat. He said seriously. Asper. Issei-senpai, I didn't mean to betray you. I was just following the president's orders. He said, crying. Issei. Ha, I don't believe you. He said seriously, although he felt that he wasn't lying. Jack saw Gasper's color and saw that his aura was not lying. Jack. Young Issei, I believe that vampire isn't lying. He said seriously. Issei became curious, so he called Orochi to read his mind. Orochi. Come closer, transvestite vampire, he said as Gasper timidly approached. So Orochi touched his head and saw that he hadn't lied, he was just following Ria's orders. Orochi. He doesn't lie, he tells the truth, he said seriously. Issei felt happy again because another one of his friends hadn't betrayed him. Gasper. Issei-senpai, he said fearfully. Issei just threw his arms out. Issei. Come on, Gasper, I forgive you. You were just following Ria's orders. He said with a smile. Without thinking twice, Gasper rushed towards Issei and hugged him, asking for forgiveness. Issei. Gasper, you're forgiven now. He said with a smile. To ensure that no demon followed them, Orochi placed his hand on Gasper's chest and removed the fin piece that made him a demon. Orochi. Alright Gasper, now you're 100% vampire, he said while throwing the elfin piece to Rias. Issei. Welcome to the Betrayed Club, he said with a smile. Gasper. Thank you, he said happily. Rias. Hey, give me back Issei and Gasper. She said angrily. Orochi. No, they are free to decide whether or not to return to you, he said seriously. Mine. Companion, said the dragon. Issei. I know you, he said, confused. Mine. It's me, Drake, how mean you are, he said with a pout. Issei was surprised because Drake had been a girl the whole time. Issei. You're the unhappy woman who left me, he said seriously. Mine. It was a huge mistake, please forgive me, he said crying. Issei. No, I don't forgive people who left me, and you're no exception. He said seriously. Mio only fell to her knees since Issei did not forgive her. Zeus. Young Issei, I ask that you return to us and be the betrothed of my daughters, he said seriously. Anubis. Also from my daughter, he said seriously. Issei. I won't do it, they betrayed me even before, I still remember their rejection, he said seriously. Zeus. It was a mistake, so please, he said on his knees, be the perfect boyfriend for my daughters, he said while on his knees, since he couldn't force Issei to be his daughter's fiancé. Issei. No, and I've already told you 1,000 times that I don't intend to be the pillar of the alliance again, he said seriously. Gabriel. Please come back, we need you, I need you, said the most beautiful angel crying. Issei. No, so just forget about me, why? He said while everyone was talking at the same time. Betrayed. We will never return to you, they all said, then they went with the others and left. All of their ex-harems were just crying because their boyfriends and or fiancés didn't forgive them. So each one of them was saying nonsensical words. Rias. Issei, she said as her eyes sparkled. Komi. Tadano, she said in a cold voice. Itsuki. Futara, she said coldly and seriously. Oka. Shido, she said with her eyes shining. Imeko. Ryota, she said in a demented manner. Christina. Lincoln, she said while blushing. Kurumi. Orochi, she said as her golden eye glowed intensely. Nagatoro. Senpai, he said with a dark aura. Momo. Saji, she said very seriously and coldly. All. You will come back to us even if you don't want to, she said while they all had one main objective. Them. The others felt a great chill, so they all left the place. Chapter 42. Azazel's investigation. After the traitors were not pardoned, they decided to leave. At Gremory Castle. Everyone was heading to the office because Azazel was going to show them the research he had done. Azazel. Well, first I'll tell you that the transformation I investigated wasn't just 1, but 3. He said seriously. That surprised everyone, and Azazel continues. Azazel. Well, first I'll show you the first transformation I researched, he said as a screen appeared showing a child with long hair and a grumpy face. Rias. Who is he? She said, confused. Azazel. Well, I used my dimension gun to see some strong transformations. Some were very weak, but others were very strong. Well, first I present to you the turbo transformation, he said seriously. Everyone. Turbo transformation. They said in surprise. Azazel. Well, you see, this transformation allows the user to use their anger to their advantage, but you have to control that transformation well, or you could lose control of it. He said seriously. Rias. One question, can we merge our power with turbo power? She said seriously. Azazel. If it makes them 50 times stronger, he said seriously. That caused surprise in everyone, so this continues. Azazel. The next one is bloodthirsty, he said as the image changed to a girl with red hair screaming. Azazel. This works the same as the turbo transformation, only this one increases your speed and reflexes and also makes you more resistant so you can withstand a massive explosion, he said seriously. That surprised the traitors again as they watched the screen. Azazel. The bad thing about this transformation is that you must control it very well, or else you can fall into madness, he said seriously. That surprised everyone again, and this continues. Azazel. And lastly, there's the Saiyan transformation, he said while showing a subject with golden hair. Azazel. This was the strongest one I found, since it not only increases your power, but also includes Saiyan God modes, he said seriously. This shows the Saiyan transformation from mode 1 to 4 and the God and God Blue transformations. SSJ. SSJ2. SSJ3. SSJ4. SJDIOS. SJDIOS Blue. SSJ God Blue Kaioken. That surprised everyone since they were very strong. Azazel. Luckily, I sent several spy flies to draw blood from all of them, and look, he said while taking out vials with various types of blood. Azazel. So who wants these transformations? He said as he saw how they were all looking. Thus, Issei's ex-harem, Orochi, Saji, Futaro, Tadano, Ryota, Shido, Lincoln, and Naoto each took 3 vials that contained those transformations. Azazel. Are you safe? He said seriously. Christina. I left my bunny alone, now I must help him properly, she said seriously. Himeko. I also left Ryota alone, but this time it will be very different. She said it would be the same. Azazel. Well, you just need to drink the blood from the vials, and then I'll give you your training. He said seriously. So they all nod and take the blood. At first they were disgusted, but for them it was necessary to do it. That's how they all felt a heartbeat and felt very strong. Rias. I feel very strong, she said, looking at her hands. Isaka. I thought I was the only one, she said while looking at her tails. Itsuki. I feel like I have too much energy, she said seriously while moving her feet. Zeus. I will bring my daughters so that you can give them that blood and begin their training, he said as he left. Anubis. My daughter will be very excited too, he said as he left. Rias. With this power I'll have my Issei back, she said with a smile. Bakeno. And once we have him, we'll erase his memory so he won't leave us again. She said with a triumphant smile. Rias. Get ready, Issei, she said with a sweet smile. Itsuki. Get ready, Futaro, she said, her eyes glowing. Kurumi. Get ready, Orochi, she said as her eye glowed. Momo. Get ready, Saji, she said with a smile. Nagatoro. Get ready, Senpai, he said with a playful smile. Himeko. Get ready, Ryota, she said with her red eyes. Komi. Get ready, Tadano, she said with a smile. Christina. Get ready, Linky, she said with a smile. Oka. Get ready, Shido, she said with a smile. All. Because you won't know what awaits you, they said with a demented smile. With Orochi. Orochi. So that crow is researching a transformation to defeat us. He said seriously. Asper. That's right, I don't know what he's investigating since it was very private and only he knew what he was investigating, said the vampire. Orochi. I see, he said seriously. Issei. And now what do we do? He said seriously. Orochi. We must train for any attack, he said seriously. Lincoln. That's right, that way they won't stand a chance against us. He said with a smile. Shido. That's right, well, less talk and more training, he said with great determination. Orochi. Yes, but first we must celebrate our victory, he said with a smile. Issei. That's true, he said with a smile. Some time later. There was a large forest where a big party was taking place and it was being watched over by police and some soldiers. Issei was seen competing with Lukoa to see who could drink more. Saji and Futaro were seen elsewhere, arm wrestling. Jack was seen elsewhere talking to Hercules. Jack. I have an idea to improve this party, he said with a smile. Hercules. What do you have in mind? He said while looking at him. Some time later. Jack had given his entire team drinks that contained a special drug to enhance the night. Orochi. Until dawn, he said while everyone celebrated. The next day. There was a great mess in the forest and many Aztecs were sleeping on the ground. But in a cabin, it looked just as much of a disaster. Orochi was seen waking up in a room, but he felt 2 arms on his body. He saw and realized that Brunhild and Lukoa were sleeping naked with him. Orochi. No way. He said as he quickly left the room. He arrived thinking that what had happened last night had happened, but saw a machine gun on the floor, a motorcycle crashed into the wall, and a destroyed tower of champagne glasses. Orochi. What happened last night? He said, looking at the destroyed cabin. This was making coffee while looking at all the chaos that was there. Issei-san. He was in a room naked, and when he woke up he realized he had extra weight on his body. He removed the sheet he was wearing and saw that Goal was completely naked and next to her were Thoru, Alma, and Alulu, also completely naked. Issei blushed as he looked at his naked girlfriends. He went to the room and saw the destruction of the place and saw Orochi drinking coffee. Issei. What happened? He said as Orochi gave him a cup of coffee. Orochi. I have no idea, I only remember that we were celebrating and nothing, he said seriously. At that moment, Tadano was seen arriving in the room and sitting down. Tadano. What happened last night? He said while touching his head. Issei. No idea, he said while passing him a trace of coffee. They heard the scream and saw something that left a mark on them. It was Gaspar, but he had something special. Orochi. He said while laughing at Gaspar. Issei and Tadano couldn't stand it and started laughing. Both. Haha. The reason they made fun of Gaspar was because he had breasts literally the size of Rias. Gaspar. It's not funny, he said, crying comically. Orochi. Okay, he said as he approached him and a light illuminated him and Gaspar no longer had breasts. Gaspar. Thank goodness, he said, looking at his normal chest. Gaspar approaches them and they have coffee. Gaspar. What happened? He said, confused. Issei. I have no idea. We need to gather everyone to find out what happened yesterday. He said while they searched for the others. Chapter 43, What happened yesterday? Orochi had gathered everyone and they began to explain. Issei. Well, I woke up along with Thoru, Alma, Ululu, and Goal, he said, blushing. Lincoln. I woke up with Amanda, Marta, Francisca, Nikki, Sheila and Susanna, he said blushing. Shido. I woke up with Simon and Mariel, he said blushing. Ryota. Me with Nova, Mai, and Kuoh, he said, blushing. Saji. Me with Jin and Daira, he said blushing. Naoto. Me with Rita and Michelle, he said, blushing deeply. Tadano. Me with Kara and Kotonoha, he said blushing. Futuro. Me with Randras, Yamaha and Alicia, he said blushing. Orochi. And I'm with Brunhold and Lukoa, he said blushing. Everyone. What happened last night? They said, confused. Orochi. And you, Gaspar, where did you wake up? He said, looking at him. Gaspar. I woke up with a tall girl, I don't know her name, but he said nervously. Orochi. What about you? He said, looking at him. Gaspar. I had my Hennis and her and us, he said, red with embarrassment. That surprised everyone, and Issei hugged him. Issei. My student is quite the man, he said, congratulating him. Gaspar. Thanks, I think, he said happily. Then a noise is heard, and everyone sees that it was Jack wearing a robe and carrying a katana, and next to him was his naked Valkyrie. Jack. It was a great night, bitches, he said happily. The others covered their eyes when they saw the Valkyrie naked in front of them. Gaspar fell unconscious with a nosebleed. Issei. Thinking, damn, if Goal finds out I saw his sister naked he'll kill me, he thought fearfully. Orochi. Thinking, damn, if Brunhold finds out about this, I'm sure I won't have any more offspring. He thought while imagining Brunhold with scissors and him tied to a table. So everyone had ideas of what their partners would do to them, so Jack takes out a sheet and covers his Valkyrie. Scene change. Hercules. Well, I woke up in a jar of pickles, he said seriously. Everyone looks at him with a WTF face. Hercules. Don't ask, he said while remembering how he woke up. Orochi. Well Jack, can you tell us what we did last night? He said seriously. Jack. Well, first you summoned an incredible number of dancers, or better known as strippers, haha, they all had great bodies. Well, you groped them, and then you gave Gaspar breasts because he said he should feel like having breasts, he said while remembering everything. Gaspar blushed as everyone started laughing. Jack. Then you shared with Lukoa to see who could drink more, so you both drank, and in the end you won. Then you summoned a motorcycle, and Issei bet that you didn't know how to drive. Orochi took it as an insult, and you drove the motorcycle, but you ended up crashing into the cabin. Then Lukoa injected you with a liquid, and you went crazy and took Lukoa and Brunhold to a room, and you know what you did there, he said, blushing as he remembered the screams they made. Orochi was surprised to hear that and blushed at the same time, since he hadn't thought about what he did. Jack. Then you, Issei, decided to be a breast judge, where you touched each dancer's breasts to find out which breasts were the best, he said, taking out a pin that said breast judge. Jack. Then you wrestled with Hercules and broke his arm, then you threw a bowling ball at a tower of champagne glasses, and then Thoru cast a spell on you, and you took them all away, and you know what happened, he said while recounting everything. Issei was surprised to hear what he did. Jack. Lincoln, you went to a room with your girlfriends and played strip poker where only in your room were many moans heard, you dirty pig, he said mockingly. Lincoln turned red with embarrassment, but he didn't do anything with any of the dancers. Jack. Then Naoto and Ryota played a game of sucking on the dancers' breasts to see who could get milk, he said seriously. Both. What, they said, red with embarrassment. Jack. In the end, Naoto won because he was the first to find the dancer who was milking. Then they played a game of who could hit the best, which Ryota won. After that, they gave Gasper a machine gun so he could become a man, but in the end, Gasper went flying because he was too light and the machine gun's force was too much for him. He said seriously. Jack. Then they played tug of war, where Ryota won because he knocked Naoto to the ground 3 times. After that, Naoto angrily took Rita and Michelle to vent his anger, he said seriously. Naoto. I didn't hit them, did I? He said while imagining how he hit them. Jack. If you mean they were screaming for you to hit them harder and give it to them good, then I think so, he said seriously. That made Naoto blush greatly, who imagined that. Jack. Then Ryota played cards with his girls, where they lost, and you know what happened next. He said seriously. Ryota blushed as he imagined that. Jack. Then Tadano and Shido drew on the dancer's breasts to prove that Garfield's eyes were 2 breasts. In the end, it was true. Then Tadano did an erotic comedy show where I was dying of laughter telling each joke. Then Shido played a game with Adam where he couldn't hit the apple he had in his mouth, he said seriously. Jack. Shido took it as an insult, so you said something stupid, luckily you hit the target. Then, when they were both drunk, they took their girlfriends and you know what happened, he said seriously. Jack. Then Saji and Futaro had a motorcycle race where Buddha was chasing them because they stole his sweets. Then they fought because Futaro won the race, but Buddha hit them with his staff for stealing his sweets. Then they forgave each other and helped Issei be the breast judge where they had a serious debate about who had the best breasts, but you, Futaro, were the butt judge, he said seriously. Futaro? What about me? He said, blushing. Jack. You left a lot of red butts because you spanked them to see which one was the best, he said seriously. Jack. Then they both took their girlfriends and you know what happened, he said seriously. They were all red-faced with embarrassment when they heard what they had done that day. Orochi. We mustn't tell our girlfriends what happened last night, he said, red with embarrassment. Everyone. Done. They all said the same thing, red with embarrassment. Hours later. Everyone was eating except for their girlfriends, who were still sleeping because the effects of the alcohol hadn't worn off yet. Orochi. What a night, he said while rubbing his head. Adam. You can say that again, Eve is going to be furious with me for drinking too much, he said while rubbing his head. Sasaki. Look what Kinshai and I found, he said, holding a camera. Jack. Hey, Locke gave me this camera, he said while eating. Orochi. Hey, that camera has photos, he said as he approached. Sasaki. Yes, and she has some very strong ones, she said with a smile. Lincoln. I say we delete the photos, he said as he approached, as did the others. Zerafuku. Are you crazy? Can I know how I ended up in a bush? There it is. He said as he approached. Sasaki. Yes, she said with a smile. Orochi. Listen, we're only going to look at them once and then we'll delete the evidence, he said while taking the photo. Everyone. Okay, they said as they started looking at the photos. Everyone who sees the first photo is surprised and shocked. Everyone. No way. They said while looking at the photo. In the first photo, Futaro was seen spanking a dancer. In another, Zero was seen sucking on some breasts. In another, Sasaki and Kinshai were seen in a drinking competition. In another, Lincoln was seen jumping out of the cabin and falling into a tree. In another scene, Issei was seen wearing a judge's outfit while touching and examining a breast closely. In another scene, Futaro and Saji were seen on motorcycles while Buddha chased them. In another, Futaro and Saji were seen bleeding from the head and Buddha had an annoyed expression. In another photo, Luko and Brunhild were seen topless, showing their breasts. In another, Jack was seen being thrown into a fountain in the forest. In another, Saji was seen sucking Gasper's breasts. In another, Naoto was seen vomiting next to the cabin. In another, Hercules was seen sleeping on a pool table. In another, Jack was seen putting a jar of pickles on Hercules' head. In another, Shido was seen with his gun, shooting Adam, who had an apple in his mouth. In another, Gasper was seen having a machine gun and firing it, but being sent flying. In another, Orochi was seen riding a motorcycle and crashing into the cabin. In one scene, Issei and Hercules are seen arm wrestling, and in another, Hercules is seen screaming in pain because Issei broke his arm. In another, Kinshai was seen giving a thumbs up while behind him were many naked dancers. In another, Gasper was seen sucking a woman's breasts. In another, Jack was seen riding a forest bear. In another, Lincoln's harem was seen without bras while holding several cards. In another, Naoto was seen painting his naked girlfriends. In another, Tadano was seen pointing at a dancer and many people were laughing. In another, a dog was seen in the air with the help of some balloons. In another scene, Adam's Valkyrie was seen fighting Jack's Valkyrie while both of them supported them. Then another, Sasaki was seen with a big smile, while two women with enormous breasts were hugging him. Then another, Apollo was seen playing ping pong, while two women hugged him. Then another, Ares was seen being slapped by a woman. In one scene, Hades and Lincoln were seen playing hot hands, and in another, Hades was seen being taken to the hospital because Lincoln broke his hand. In another, Zero was seen sleeping in a bush while Futuro drew a harness on his head. In another photo, I saw the whole team gathered together with a big smile. When the photos were finished, everyone was surprised to see everything they had done, and Orochi broke the camera. Orochi. Nothing about what happened last night to the others, he said seriously. Everyone. Done. They said, blushing. Chapter 44. 1 year later. This year Orochi made many changes in Mexico. One of them was that he declared war on Colombia, Ecuador, and Venezuela. And why did the presidents of these countries mistakenly launch missiles at cities in Mexico where many people died? Thus Orochi declared war on the 3 countries where he defeated them, and the presidents had to give him 100% of their territory. Of course, the president of the United States didn't like that and demanded the independence of the 3 countries, but Orochi didn't. Now Mexico was bigger and now Orochi was in the backyard and there were many children. There were games for children and they were all having fun. Everyone. Happy birthday Anya. They said while Anya was dressed as a detective. So everyone was congratulating Anya on her birthday while Orochi was talking to someone on his phone while moving some hamburgers on the grill. Orochi. What do you mean you can't bring me a bondman? Hey, it's my daughter's birthday. He said, moving his hamburgers. Orochi. I don't want a magical princess, I want a bondman, he said, already starting to get annoyed. Orochi. They can't and won't give me my money back, fine, but if your company sees you calling the next day, don't say why. He hung up. At that moment, Lukoa approaches Orochi. Lukoa. What's wrong, darling? She said worriedly. Orochi. The character who was going to play bondman can't come because he has family matters to attend to. There's no time left. He said seriously. Anya approaches. Anya. Daddy, bondman is coming. She said excitedly. Orochi, seeing his daughter's expression, gave her a smile. Orochi. Anytime, he said with a smile. Anya. Yes, leaves excitedly. Orochi. I know what to do, he said while giving his spatula to Lukoa. Scene change. Many children were seen watching a Tadano magic show. Lincoln was on stage in a box and Tadano was cutting the box in half with a power saw. So everyone sees Lincoln cut in half and then Tadano puts them back together and out comes Lincoln without any cuts. All the children applaud and then music is heard. Then the lights go out and a guy dressed as Bondman appears in the center of the stage. That guy was none other than Orochi disguised as Bondman. Everyone was excited, especially Anya, who was looking at her favorite character. Orochi was making spy-like movements, and with the help of Issei, Saji, Adam, Jack, Kinshai, and Futuro, who were disguised as assassin ninjas, they were helping with the show they were putting on. Orochi struck his friends without hurting them while they pretended to be in a serious fight. After defeating his friends disguised as ninjas, Hercules and Zero appear, disguised as assassins, and attack Orochi. Orochi pretended to fight them while all the children watched the show with excitement. Orochi ran towards a tower where everyone saw him going up the stairs and Naoto, Ryota and Shido appeared, disguised as ninjas, and shot at Orochi. Orochi took cover from the bullets, then pulled out a paint gun and shot the 3 of them in the head. After climbing to the top of the tower, they found Buddha disguised as the main villain from the Anya series, and the 2 fought while behind them was Brunhild disguised as the princess. Everyone watches their fight until Orochi throws Buddha into the void and everyone applauds the show he put on. Thus Orochi unleashes Brunhild and she embraces her, following the script of the show. In the end, all the show's participants were on stage and everyone applauded them. Orochi takes off his suit and his children hug him. Anya. Daddy, I loved it. She said happily while hugging him. Orochi. That's great, daughter. Very well, children, let's eat cake. He said as they all excitedly went to the cake. Orochi smiled at the sight of his daughter's happiness and then Issei approached. Issei. I think they want to confess already, he whispered in Orochi's ear. He became serious and went to a place away from the children. He arrived at a warehouse and upon opening it, he found all the former presidents of Mexico. They all showed signs of torture and suffering. Jack was there too, grinning from ear to ear at the sight of their colors. Orochi. Very well, you damned rats, now you're going to confess where you left all the money you stole from the people of Mexico. He said seriously. Everyone was silent and then Orochi pulled out a metal board. Orochi. You know what? I promised my daughter that if she got good grades and behaved well, I would throw her a birthday party and look, she kept her word. Now I want to show you a magic trick. He said as he approached Selena's. Selena's was very scared of what Orochi would do, so Saji put a bag over his head like a napkin and took his head. Orochi. Very well, open it. He said as Selena's refused but received a blow from Lincoln and, having no other option, opened it. Orochi. Well, have you ever seen teeth sticking out in your life? No, right. Well, this is what they looked like. He said as he pulled the metal plate back and Selena's teeth went forward. Selena screamed in pain as a large amount of blood came out of his mouth. Everyone watched in terror and Orochi retreated, as did the others, except for Jack. Orochi. Jack, finish them off. They're no longer of any use to me. I already have the information I want. He said, leaving the warehouse. Hina. Wait, you said you wouldn't kill us if we told you everything, he said, scared to see Jack taking Selena's blood in his hands and making a terrifying smile on his face. Orochi. Yes, and he kept his word. I won't kill them, but he will. He said, closing the warehouse, and only the cries of pain from the former presidents of Mexico could be heard. Issei. What do we do with the bodies once Jack is done with them? He said seriously. Orochi. I know what to do, he said seriously. But the traitors. This year Odin sent all the boys' former harem members to a time room where one day was a year. This room was used by his son Thor to practice his hammer. So in total, all of them were training for 365 years without rest. And so everyone sees the door to the time room open, revealing all the boys' ex-harem members. All of them, without exception, possessed monstrous power that put the true Zeus and the beast of the apocalypse to shame combined. Rias. Brother, she said with a smile. Searches, like Azazel and Michael, said nothing. Searches, why could Rias already easily defeat him? Azazel, why was his assistant so far surpassing him? And Michael, because his sister Gabriel and Irina surpassed him too easily. Zeus and Anubis were not left behind either. Zeus wondered why his daughters Athena and Artemis surpassed him so easily. And Anubis, because his daughter Charybdis already far surpassed him. Rias. And how are you? She said with a smile. Searches. Wow, sister, you're incredibly strong. He said, surprised. Rias. Thank you, now with this power I can have Issei back, she said confidently. Itsuki. And Futuro too, she said happily. Komi. Let's not let our efforts go to waste, said Komi, who now had no more problems communicating. Thus they all had only one purpose now, and that was to have their loved ones now with their power. Over the birth of the first god. A long, long time ago on Earth, before the appearance of dinosaurs or animals, nothing existed. Nothing, not even at that time, there were only two races. Humans, who were a very weak and fragile race. Even a stone could kill them. And the evils, a race just like humans except they had red eyes and black hair. All this race did was rape human women, kill, murder, and destroy anything in their path. The evils showed no mercy to any human, but the worst part for humans was that in those times the earth had little oxygen or vegetation. It was a desert where death was the only thing to expect. Humans were lucky if they lived one day at a time. The evils ruled 95% of the earth, 4% was very dangerous to inhabit, and 1% was ruled by humans. Another disadvantage for humans was that at that time the sun did not give off the light it gives off today. Finding natural light was a real stroke of luck. Luckily for the evils, they could see in the dark, and it was too easy for them to inhabit the earth with no one to oppose them. Humans were defeated. 1% of their territory was inhabited by the evils. The men who lived there were killed by them, and the women were raped by the evils to multiply their offspring and for pleasure. Humans begged not to be killed, and women begged not to be raped, until a light appeared in the sky. The evils were amazed to see that light in the sky. The humans also gazed in awe at the light in the sky. The humans felt respect and gratitude, while the evils felt something they had never felt before in their lives. Fear. Below is a being with white hair and brown eyes and a symbol on its chest, and behind it are 20 brown wings. He was human, he wasn't evil, no one knew what he was or who he was. The being with a human appearance looked at the evils with hatred. He didn't know why he looked at them that way, but he sensed an evil within them. They should be killed without mercy. Beings like them should not exist. The being raised its right arm, and something humans had never seen before surprised them. A barrage of blows struck the evils directly. All the evils that were there were killed by the large number of blows they received. The humans stared in amazement. They had never seen anything like it in their lives. No evil survived that attack. The humans knelt before the being, who was confused by their reaction. He couldn't speak, he couldn't tell them to stand up, he could only shout for them to stand, which they did. The being raised its arm and the black clouds of its territory disappeared, where humans watched in surprise as the sunlight shone. They even saw something green growing out of the ground. The being brought something liquid in its hands. It didn't know what to call it, but it poured it where that green thing was growing. It worked because it started to extract something very hard: coffee. The humans helped pour that clear liquid stuff into that hard brown stuff. Everyone watched it with fascination. It was the first tree to grow on Earth and it was very beautiful to humans and that being. They saw those green leaves and the branches of the tree. They placed rocks around its trunk to make it feel protected. The humans watched as more trees grew and everyone helped to pour what they called water on the growing trees. They watched as the trees grew and even saw some of them sprout something interesting. Some got something round and green, others got something red hanging from the branch, and still others got small round things together. The being approached these objects that the trees had pulled out and curiosity got the better of him. First, she put the round thing in her mouth. It tasted horrible but sweet. She removed the hard thing surrounding it and ate it again. It tasted sweet. It was the first thing she had ever eaten. Then he continued with the thing in a rather strange way. It tasted delicious, it was sweet but not juicy, I ate it while feeling an incredible flavor in my mouth. Then he continued with those small, round spheres. They tasted just as delicious as the previous ones. Each one had its own flavor. If it was the birth of the first fruits of the earth. Out of curiosity, humans approached and ate the fruit as well. It tasted delicious, especially to humans, who found the fruit delicious and also felt like they were gaining strength. Being the path well, humans follow it. He killed every evil he encountered along the way, in full view of everyone. He killed the evils who kept women as hex slaves. They couldn't say a word. They were grateful to be freed. As a thank you, they kissed him on the lips, who for some reason blushed. It took the creature 2 months to kill 95% of the entire evil population, as it did not rest and killed until no one was left alive. The humans were astonished to see such a feat. They were unable to kill any evil beings, and he, in that short time, killed the vast majority. Finally they reached the nest where the evils reproduce, which was a huge cave. The cave was heavily protected, but the creature killed them without any problem. They entered the cave where everyone watched as the creature killed everyone. To feel useful, humans freed the women who were slaves of the evils. The being arrived at a throne where a muscular evil was while several women licked his member. Upon seeing them, he became so angry that he put on his loincloth and ran towards the creature. The creature remained unfazed and received a powerful blow from the muscular evil. The blow did not affect him, and the being punched the evil leader in the stomach. The evil one screamed in pain as he felt his stomach being ripped apart. The creature crushed his head and yelled at the humans to get out of there. They all ran away from the place, and the creature destroyed the cave, even if there were survivors. The being succeeded. He killed 100% of all the evils. They were extinct now, and humans ruled the entire earth. The being felt happy but saw as a huge stone that came out of the sky fell towards the earth. The being took everyone to a safe place, an empty place, and went to where the destruction was and saw the planet Earth destroyed. There was no way humans could inhabit that place. Thus he led them to a void so that they could live happily. I took them to another planet that was full of vegetation, so it helped them find lodging. He created a language so they could communicate. It was hard work, but he succeeded. I created the first language of the human race. The being could no longer call them humans, as they were far stronger than the average human. I call them by their new name, their new race, the Aztecs, beings who were capable of protecting and being loyal to the being. The people now called Aztecs were happy to be a new race, so the Aztecs decided to give the being a name. They thought for months about what name to give the being. Until they came up with the perfect name for the being. Orochi, they liked the new name of the being very much because it reminded them of the first trees they had ever seen. Orochi, now better known, loved his new name. Thus the years passed, and Orochi, with his powers, saw the land where that enormous stone had fallen from the sky and saw that there were already dinosaurs. I don't take them because it would be too dangerous for them to be on the ground. He watched the earth for a long time and saw another giant rock falling to earth, killing the dinosaurs. That was the complete extinction of the dinosaurs. Orochi saw the destruction that stone caused, but he didn't care much. More years passed, and he saw the land again, and finally, he had the perfect conditions for his people to live happily. So he asked them if they wanted to go back to Earth. Something that everyone accepted since they missed their home. Thus Orochi took them back to the land where they first arrived, to a place with many trees and not very dangerous beings. He saw the whole place. There were no beings like the evils, only these beings, some harmless and others savage, where Orochi killed them. Orochi called them animals, and his people gave each animal a name. The Aztecs were overcome by curiosity and ate a wild boar, enjoying its taste. Orochi also liked its taste, so they began to make their new home. Orochi created the first empire that encompassed all of America as it expanded across the entire continent. Orochi was the leader, and Orochi saw another stone heading towards the earth. This time he got to work and was going to hit that stone, but he realized it wasn't a stone. It was an attack directed at the earth. Orochi absorbed the attack, but it was too strong and he couldn't absorb it all. It hit a significant part of his empire, killing many Aztecs. Orochi became furious upon seeing the casualties he suffered and went to find the one responsible for the attack. He found it 100,000 light-years from Earth. He was surprised that it was a girl who launched the attack. Orochi asked her name, and her name was Miku, the first goddess in existence. Orochi felt offended since he was the strongest being of all. Thus they both fought. Orochi for revenge to avenge the death of the fallen Aztecs, and Miku to destroy that false god. In the end, Miku was the one who was humiliated since Orochi's powers were beyond even the limits. Orochi didn't kill her, but he gave her a good beating that she never forgot. Miku was interested in that god. He wasn't like Poseidon, Zeus, or even Shiva. He did care about his people, he tried to talk to him, but he ignored him, he even offered her his hand in marriage, but she refused because she had earned Orochi's hatred. She never gave up and tried, but her efforts were in vain. Orochi discovered the existence of other beings. Demons, angels, normal humans without any gifts or powers, and gods. Orochi remembered what Miku said about the gods, so he proclaimed himself god of the Aztecs. He went to where the other gods were to introduce himself. Everyone without exception was surprised by the power he possessed. Even Zeus, who could not believe such power in a being like him. Those who were not afraid of him were Hercules, who at that time was taken to Olympus to complete his 12 labors, Apollo, Zarafuku, Buddha, Hades, Kurumi, Miyuki, Toga, and Aphrodite. Another one who did not fear him was the former goddess Quetzalcoatl, better known as Kuoh. He remembered that blonde human with whom he got along well as with his wife and children, until he died. He remembered his name was Adam, who told him that he was banished from paradise, and Adam told him everything. Orochi believed him and even got along very well with Adam and his children. Upon witnessing his immense power, the gods instantly proclaimed him a god, for he was a being whose power could not be taken lightly. He got along well with Buddha and Zero, becoming friends with them. He also met Aphrodite, whom Orochi saw not for her body but for her feelings. Aphrodite fell for Orochi and asked him to be her husband, which Orochi accepted since he had feelings for Aphrodite. Orochi lived for many years beside Aphrodite, but he discovered that she slept with Shiva. Orochi beat Shiva up that day and broke up with Aphrodite, who begged him to come back to her, saying it was the alcohol that made her do that. Orochi didn't believe him, and they both ended their marriage. Then he met Kurumi, Toga, and Miyuki. Orochi didn't want to have a relationship with them, but in those days after Orochi had broken up with Aphrodite, something inside him came out. A black mass emerged from his body, forming someone just like him. Orochi called him Joshua, his brother and second in command of the Aztec faction. The Aztecs accepted it not out of pleasure, but to make their leader happy. Orochi and Joshua got along well, and Orochi came up with the idea of giving powers to the most loyal and faithful Aztec he had. He gave powers to Christian, the most loyal Aztec he had. He also gave powers to the other Aztecs, but these were only limited to summoning brown wings and spears of light. But it gave Christian powers that equaled those of Buddha and Zero combined. That was Orochi's big mistake. After getting to know the three goddesses better, they became a couple. At that time, before the five betrayed Orochi, Anubis, the Egyptian god of death, attacked Orochi's territory. This angered Orochi, who responded even worse, to which Anubis surrendered, saying he owed Orochi a favor. After some time, years one could say, Orochi was betrayed again, and this time by his brother and right-hand man. Since he discovered the five of them having an orgy if his wives were unfaithful to him again. Orochi, furious, fought against the five. Yes, but why were Kurumi, Toga, and Miyuki fighting against Orochi? Well, it was because Joshua cast a mental spell on them to make them fight against Orochi. Of course they slept with their two classmates willingly. No one forced them to have sex with them, it was their own choice. Thus their fight lasted a long time, but finally Orochi defeated those he trusted. He killed his brother and right-hand man, and the latter did not have the courage to kill his wives, so he sealed them away and asked Anubis for a pyramid to collect the favor. Thus, they were even where Orochi sealed them in a crystal pyramid hidden within an Egyptian pyramid. Orochi was left very weak, which the demons, angels, and fallen angels took advantage of to conquer all his territory. Orochi couldn't do much when he was sealed away. Orochi swore to take revenge on those wretches. Only Orochi, before being completely sealed, saw his people massacred and killed. That day the most powerful god of all left, and even Zeus feared him. This was the first god that existed in the world, and nothing would be known of him for a very long time. End. Chapter 45 First Attack. But the traitors. Anubis. His powers are amazing, he said, surprised. Parabit, thank you dad. With this power, I'll have Issei back. I was stupid to reject him. She said seriously. Christina. With this I'll have Linky back, she said happily. Rias. Well, tell me what our husbands did while we were training. She said seriously. Searches. Well, I sent some demons to check out the forest where Orochi threw a party to celebrate winning Ragnarok. The demons found a broken camera, so they took it, repaired it, and were able to recover the photos inside. He said seriously. Rias. Can we see them? She said curiously. Zeus. Of course, in fact we haven't seen them, he said while summoning a screen and the photos appeared. At the end, the men were red-faced from seeing so many breasts, while the girls were green with jealousy at what their men had done. Rias. Issei, she said, unleashing her turbo power. Ren. Darling, he said as he unleashed his bloodthirsty power. Anubis. Well, putting that aside, who will attack first? He said seriously. Rias. I thought it through very carefully, and we're all going to attack them so there won't be any problems, she said seriously. Mine. It's risky, but it will be effective, she said seriously. Azazel. I wish you girls the best of luck, he said seriously. Rias. Thank you, we'll return with our husbands. She said as they all left through a magic circle. In Mexico. A forest is visible where a magic circle was seen from which unfaithful women emerged. Rias. Well, we're here. Here's the plan. Lincoln's harem will search for him and give him the option to return peacefully. If he refuses, force him back. She said seriously. They all nod their heads. Rias. We'll all go and attack our man. I wish you all the best of luck. She said while taking a picture of Issei with her out of her pocket. Rias kisses the photo and says. Rias. It won't be long now, Issei, she said while putting the photo away. So they all go to different places. Han Lincoln. Lincoln was at the supermarket buying groceries. Lincoln. Well, Dad said that if I did the shopping I could buy me the zombie brand chocolate vanilla one, okay? He said while taking peanuts for Anya. So Lincoln finished shopping and went to an alley to use his flight to get home faster. As he flew, he felt something, an unknown power. It wasn't from his father or mother, nor from his friends. So he flew higher and arrived home, left his shopping at his doorstep, and went to the place. While he was flying, some people he never wanted to see again ambushed him. Stella. Hi Linky, she said with a smile and a hexy pose. Lincoln. It's you, I've made that perfectly clear to you, she said seriously. Cookie. Linky, please come back, she said pleadingly, as she didn't want to fight. Lincoln. No, besides, I don't know how they can fly. Oh well, never mind, goodbye. He said as he took flight back home. At that point, Jordan and Molly interfere with their path. Christina. Bunny, you didn't understand correctly. You'll come with us willingly or, she said as her hair turned dark red, as did her pupils, and several spiked bracelets appeared on her hands, and she wore dark clothing, or the hard way, she said seriously while her power was active. They all activated their turbo power, revealing dark tight-fitting clothes, and their hair and pupils were dark. Lincoln. Sorry Dad and girls, I don't think I'll be home for dinner. He said, summoning his suit and readying his powers. With Shido. He was teaching some Aztecs how to shoot until his classes ended. Shido. Alright, that's all. You can go home now. He said with a smile. Everyone says goodbye to Shido, and he packs his things to leave. As he walked, he felt chills. That wasn't good for Shido. He thought this path was cold until he reached a particular spot. He arrived at a place where there were no people until he saw those he didn't want to see. Itsumi. Hello my dear Shido, she said with a seductive smile and striking a hexy pose. Shido. Wow, she's a real bitch, he said seriously while taking out his sniper rifle. Oka. Come on Shido, please forgive us, she said as she approached him. Shido. No, besides, I already have a good life. They can't live with that. He said seriously. Ishino. We can't live without you, she pleaded. Shido. Well, I can live without you all. You can find someone else besides me. He sighed. Have a good day. He said as he left. Before leaving, Kagaya and Yuzuku stop on their way. Origami. I don't think you understand, she said, activating her spirit power. Hora. You will come back with us, she said, activating her spirit power. Miku. Whether it's by fair means or foul, she said, invoking her spirit power and her piano. Katori. Oh bad, she said, invoking her spirit power combined with her turbo power. Thus they all do the same thing, having a monstrous power. Shido. Thinking, damn, they're really strong. I'm sorry, girls, I don't think I can make it to dinner. If they don't kill me, my girls will for being late. He thought seriously and a little scared. With Naoto. He was in a paint store where he was the owner. He was selling a painting. Naoto. Thank you for your purchase, he said as the customer left with a painting. Naoto put up the closed sign and packed his things to leave. Once he finished, he closed his shop and went home where his girlfriends were waiting for him. Naoto. That's great. Rita's going to make shrimp ramen and Michelle's her apple pie. He said while looking at his phone message. This path led to a street with many light poles. This path, but then all the lampposts were destroyed and Naoto stopped walking and became serious. Nagatoro. Senpai, he said, emerging from the shadows. Amo. Country, he said, emerging from the shadows. Naoto. It's you. I've made it very clear that I'm not coming back to you. He said seriously. Sestoro. Come on, senpai, we shouldn't let it get to this point. Please come back. He said as he approached. Naoto. No, don't you understand? No means no, he said angrily as he left, but Sona and Yashi stopped him. Nagato. I don't think you understand, he said, unleashing his turbo power. Amo. You'll come back to us willingly, he said while unleashing his turbo power. All. Oh, the bad ones, they said, unleashing their turbo power. Naoto is surprised to see the power that they all exude, so he summons his sword, spear, and shield. Naoto. Sorry girls, I don't think I'll make it to dinner. He said while getting into a fighting stance. But Futuro. He was at a university teaching classes. Futuro. Well students, see you tomorrow. Don't forget to do your homework. He said as his students left. Futuro packed his things and went home to rest. Futuro. Well, Yamaha is going to make my favorite, roast beef, he said while looking at a message from one of his partners. He walked through the streets until his path was stopped by some girls. Futuro. Damn it, can't you leave me alone? He said, looking at his ex-harem and his ex-sister. Itsuki. Futara, please come back with us, she said seriously. Futuro. No, let me make it very clear with you that I won't be coming back again. You can go to a corner and let someone else catch you because I won't. He said as he started to walk away, but Nino and Miku stopped him. Nino. I don't think you understand, he said, activating his turbo power. Raiha. You'll be my Oni-chan again, she said, activating her power. Miku. And you'll come back to us, she said, activating her turbo power. Ichika. Whether it's the easy way or not, she said, activating her power. Itsuba. Oh, the bad ones, she said while activating her turbo power. They all had their turbo power activated to attack Futuro. Futuro summons his hammer and spear and gets into a fighting stance. Futuro. I don't think I'll make it to dinner, sighs, I'll have to really push the girls to forgive me for being late, he said while imagining that. Ryota's son. He was teaching sumo wrestling to his students until his class ended. Ryota. Well students, class is over, you may go. He said, bowing. They all say goodbye to their teacher and everyone leaves. Ryota was walking towards his house where his girls were waiting for him for dinner. Ryota. I hope the girls made spicy ramen, he said while walking. As he walked, he felt a bad feeling, so he got into an attack position and then Yumeko and the others appeared. Yumeko. Ryota-kun, she said happily. Ryota. Let it be very clear that I don't want anything to do with you, he said seriously. Midori. Come on, darling, come back, she said in a psychopathic manner. Ryota. No, I'm happy living without you all, especially you, Yumeko. He said seriously. He was about to leave, but Karari and Ririka stopped him. Mary. I don't think you understand, she said, activating her turbo power. Midori. You will return with us, she said, activating her turbo power. Erna. Whether it's the easy way or the good way, she said, activating her turbo power while wearing a sweet smile. Yumeko. Oh, the bad ones, she said, activating her turbo power. They all activate their turbo power and prepare to attack Ryota. Ryota. The girls are going to kill me for being late, but oh well, it wasn't my fault, he said while getting ready. But Saji. He was in his motorcycle workshop putting everything away after a day's work. Saji. What a day. I hope the girls made bean buns with meat. He said as he walked towards his house. Saji was walking but felt a presence. Bitra. Be careful, partner, I sense some strong presences, he said seriously. Saji saw several magic circles appear on the ground and realized it was his entire ex-harem. Momo. Saji, she said while looking at him. Saji. I already told you I don't want anything to do with you, so get lost, he said seriously. Queen. Please come back, she said pleadingly. Saji. You can't go off with another idiot who'll put up with you. He said as he walked away, but Raruko and Tsubasa stopped him. Tomo. I don't think you understand, she said, activating her turbo power. Momo. You'll come back willingly, she said, activating her turbo power. Baruko. Oh, the bad ones, she said while activating her turbo power. That's how they all activate their turbo power and get ready. Saji. Well then, let's fight. He said while activating his armor. Tadano-san. He was performing an adult comedy show and after it ended he was returning home. Tadano. Wow, the girls make great ramen, he said while walking. Tadano walked until he felt a bad feeling and stopped. Tadano. Get out, he said seriously. Then Komi and her friends come out. Komi. Tadano-kun, she said happily. Tadano. It's just you guys, just get out of my life, I'm happy now and Ren, how do you see it now? He said mockingly at the end. Ren. Heh, you gave me this wound, but it doesn't bother me, on the contrary, I'm proud to be marked by you, she said while blushing. Tadano. You're crazy, but oh well, goodbye, I have a dinner waiting for me, she said as she walked towards her house. Tadano went his way, but Najimi and Nin stopped him. Nakanaka. I don't think you understand, she said, activating her turbo power. Hitomi. You will return to be my brother one way or another, she said, activating her turbo power. Komi. And you'll come back with us the bad ones, she said, activating her turbo power. So they all activated their turbo power and were ready to attack. Tadano summons his scissors and looks at them seriously. Tadano. Sorry girls, I don't think I'll make it to dinner. He said while getting into a fighting stance. But Orochi. He was in the president's office giving an interview. Orochi. Well, as you've seen, this year our country has grown a lot both in territory and economically, in addition to the multi-million-dollar deal we have with Russia and China for oil, gas, salt and silver, he said while showing his results. Some time later. Orochi. And lastly, the new Aztec train will start in Baja California Norte and end in Venezuela, he said as everyone applauded his new project. And so everyone says goodbye to Orochi and he too prepares to leave. Orochi got into his limousine and while his driver drove, Orochi checked his laptop. Orochi. Thinking, well, the resources in my territory are so abundant that I can sell some to other countries. Who would have thought that the gods abandoned my ancient territory and still claimed it belonged to them? How stupid. That's why they lost their territories. He thought while watching some Aztecs working in Orochi's territory. Orochi had a bad feeling, so he quickly grabbed his driver and got out of the limousine, only to see it explode. The driver was scared and Orochi knocked him unconscious and left him in a safe place. Orochi looked up at the sky and saw that it was his former harem. Orochi. What do you want? You see, you almost killed an innocent human. He said seriously. Kurumi. We knew you could rescue him, but we came for you. She said with a smile. Orochi. I already told you I don't want anything from you, besides, I already love two wonderful women and have perfect children, he said with a smile. Orochi. So get out of my life, he said as he was about to leave, but dodged an attack from Miku. Aphrodite. I don't think you understand, she said, activating her turbo power. Miku. You'll come back the good way, she said, activating her turbo power. Toga. Oh, the bad ones, she said, activating her turbo power. That's how they all activate their turbo power. Orochi transforms into his god mode and looks at his former harem. Orochi. I don't think I'll be able to have dinner on time, he said while activating his powers. Issei-san. He was in an office while deactivating a computer virus. Once he had done this, he went to his office and told his boss. Issei. Sir, the virus has been eliminated, the banking systems are now secure, he said with a smile. Boss. Thank you very much, Issei. You can go now. Take the month off. He said with a smile. Issei. Thank you, he said as he left. Issei was walking home where his dragons and his Valkyrie were waiting for him. As Issei walked, he felt a bad feeling, so he activated his two gloves. Issei. Get out, he said seriously. Then Rias and the others come out and surround Issei. Rias. Hi Issei, she said while striking a hexy pose. Issei. What do you want? Let me make that very clear to you. He said seriously. Irina. Come on, darling, come back to us and let's be happy, she said while showing her angel wings. Issei. No, and I still don't understand why you and Gabriel didn't fall if you sinned. Well, I don't care, so goodbye. He said as he activated his Aztec wings and was about to leave, but Karabit, Athena and Artemis stopped him. Hiroka. I don't think you understand, darling Naya, she said, activating her turbo power. Zenobia. You will return to us and give us a child, she said, activating her turbo power. Akeno. Whether it's the easy way or the hard way, she said with a smile while activating her turbo power. Rias. Oh bad, she said, activating her turbo power. So they all activated their turbo power and challenged Issei to a fight. Issei. I hope Thoro and Gol aren't mad at me for being late, he said while getting into a fighting stance. Now our betrayed ones were in serious trouble. Do they think they will win? Well, don't miss the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Oh wait, wrong story. Chapter 46, Round 1. Fyodoro looks very seriously at the quintuplets and his ex-sister. Fyodoro. I'll say it only once, get out of my life or suffer the consequences, he said seriously while gripping his spear tightly. The quintuplets and their ex-sister didn't back down and continued like this. Fyodoro. I had to try, he said as he lunged towards Itsuki to slash her, but she dodged him. Nino kicked her, but Fyodoro hit her with his hammer, sending her flying. Fyodoro feels 2 kicks to his shoulders and sees Miku and Yotsuba who gave him a double kick, but Fyodoro doesn't kneel and grabs them by the legs and slams them to the ground. Raiha knees him in the chest, but Fyodoro grabs her head and headbutts her. Ichika launches a blue fire fist attack, but Fyodoro cuts through the fire fist with his spear. Itsuki and Nino gave him 2 knee strikes to the chest, but Fyodoro hits them both with his hammer, sending them flying. Fyodoro, tired of this, throws his hammer, hitting them all with a direct blow that leaves them all on the ground. Fyodoro takes the hammer and looks seriously at everyone. Fyodoro. Last words, he said while pointing his spear. Itsuki. You fell for it, he said while activating his bloodthirsty power. They all do the same, and Fyodoro gets serious. The first to attack was Miku, who gave him a very deep cut on his cheek that drew blood, which greatly surprised Fyodoro. Fyodoro tries to hit Yotsuba and Ichika with his hammer, but they are too fast. Ichika. We're going to win. She said while throwing blow after blow at Fyodoro who was protecting himself with his hammer. Han Lincoln. He looked seriously at Christina and the group and said to them. Lincoln. I'll tell you this only once, surrender and never come back or else face the consequences, he said seriously while his eyes were red. None of them left and they were in the same position with their turbo power. Lincoln. I had to try, he said as he lunged towards Stella who did the same. Stella and Lincoln exchanged blows, but Jordan took advantage of that and kicked her in the stomach. Lincoln feels no pain and uses his laser vision, hitting Jordan squarely, sending him flying in another direction. Hookie and Molly lunge at Lincoln and both punch him in the face, sending him crashing to the floor. Lincoln quickly stands up, puffs out his cheeks, and spits out some ghosts. Lincoln creates 6 ghosts and orders an attack on the traitors. The ghosts fly towards the girls, but they fire an energy attack that destroys them. But that was a distraction for them, as Lincoln hit them all with a lampist at 6 o'clock. The 6 were sent flying towards an abandoned house, destroying the. Sid quickly emerges from the rubble and rushes towards Lincoln. But some knives hit him squarely, causing him to scream in pain. Lincoln turned around and saw that it was Jack who was on top of the house. And he didn't come alone, as he was accompanied by Hercules. Jack. I see you're in trouble, young Lincoln. He said as he approached him. Lincoln. Thanks guys, and what are you doing here? He said with a smile, but he was confused. Jack. We were looking for a coffee shop to show Locke and Hercules what tea time is like, but we saw you fighting and came to help you. He said, watching the others emerge from the rubble. Christina and company approach and see that Lincoln is no longer alone. Christina. Hey bunny, I see you're not alone. Well, it's time for round 2. She said, activating her bloodthirsty power. They all do the same thing, and Lincoln, along with Hercules and Jack, get into fighting stances. Jordan launched himself at great speed towards Hercules and punched him in the nose, causing it to bleed. Hercules is surprised because that was quick, so he summons his deck and begins to fight Jordan. Molly joins in and they both attack Hercules, but he summons a blue fire lion that sends them both flying. Jack was fighting Sid and Molly, where Jack was throwing knives and debris, but they were hitting the knives and debris and getting closer to Jack. But Jack leaps into the air where he was, having placed threads in the area and thrown the knives, which bounce off the threads. Molly and Sid protected themselves, but some knives hit them directly. Lincoln fought against Christina and Cookie, who combined punches and kicks. Lincoln creates a clone of himself, which then attacks Cookie, while Lincoln fights Christina hand to hand. Lincoln. This is going to be a long one, he said while headbutting her, but Christina took advantage of that and kissed him. Lincoln. That's disgusting. He said while wiping his lips. Christina. You'll say otherwise when you kiss the ones down there, she said seductively. Lincoln is disgusted when he hears that and they continue fighting. With Naoto. He looked at Nagatoro and her friends and said. Naoto. I'll only say this once, get out of my life and you won't die, he said seriously. None of them took a step back and he sighed. Naoto. I had to try, he said as he lunged towards Nagatoro. She dodges the cut she was about to receive and strikes Naoto in the stomach, but before her blow can hit him, he protects himself with his shield. Amo lunged at Naoto and landed a blow that sent him flying, but Naoto threw a grenade he had on his chest and it exploded at Gamo's feet, sending him flying. Yashi lunged at Naoto and began to unleash a barrage of blows, with Naoto protecting himself with his shield. Sona and Sastora join the barrage of blows and Naoto protects himself with his shield. Naoto slowly approaches around 3 o'clock and cuts Sona, tearing her blouse and exposing her breasts. Naoto blushed since it was the first time he had seen Sona's breasts in person, but he didn't dwell on it and pulled a knuckle duster from his pants and lunged towards them all. Naoto was throwing slashes at all those who were dodging the blows. Nagatoro and Sakura rushed towards Naoto, who saw that coming. Naoto then punches both of them in the face, sending them flying. Amo, Sona and Yashi combine their powers and create an electric fist, which they then launch towards Naoto. Naoto was about to take the full force of the attack, but the attack was deflected in another direction. Naoto realized that it was none other than Ares and Hermes who had witnessed everything. Ares had a shield just like Naoto and a sword, but instead of a Spartan helmet, he had a helmet from the German Empire. Hermes had a harpoon and a shield. Ares. "Hello Naoto," he said with a smile. Naoto. "Hey guys, what are you doing here?" he said, looking at them. Hermes. "We were going to go to a naughty girls club, but we saw you fighting, so we came here instead," he said with a smile. Ares. "So they're your exes, right?" he said, looking at him. Naoto. "Yes, but someone else is missing." "But who?" he said while trying to remember who was missing. Nagatoro. "So your friends came," she said with a smile. Amo. "We need more power," he said, activating his bloodthirsty power. So they all do the same, and a power surrounds them where they all had blood-red hair. Naoto is surprised and they all say. "All." "Round 2, they said as they lunge towards the 3. "But Saji." "Saji. Last warning, stay forward, he said seriously. None of them backed down, so Saji, with no other option, launched herself towards her former harem. Saji lunges towards Momo, but she protects herself from the blow with her arms. Amo kicks Saji in the stomach, sending him flying into a building. Saji emerged from the rubble, his armor at 100% and purple fire emanating from his fists. Thus Saji lunges towards everyone, and Momo and Raruko throw punches at Saji, who dodges and hits Momo and Raruko, who dodge Saji's blows. Tsubasa lunges at Saji and delivers a hammer kick that leaves him on the ground. Saji quickly gets to his feet and punches Tomo, who was about to hit him. Saji's flames surround Tomo, but she remains unfazed. Saji. "This is the end for you, faithless one," he said seriously. Tomo was serious, but she let out a scream and Saji's flames disappeared from her body. Saji. "What?" he said incredulously. Tomo. "Oh my Saji, your flames won't be of any help now that we've trained. Your flames can't hurt us," she said with a smile. So they all rushed towards Saji, but a blow from a mallet hit them squarely, as did a cut to his chest. Saji saw that it was Buddha and Zero who had come to help him. Saji. "Guys, what are you doing?" he said, surprised. Buddha. "Well, Zero and I came here looking for a karaoke bar, but we saw you fighting them, so we came to your aid," he said seriously. Saji. "Thanks guys," he said with a smile. They then see Saji's former harem stand up and activate their bloodthirsty power, which surprises Saji, Buddha and Zero. Momo. "Saji, it's time for round 2, she said with a demented smile. So the 3 of them get into fighting positions and begin to fight. Ryota's son. Ryota. "Last warning, stay put or suffer," he said seriously. Neither of them took a step back, so Ryota lunged towards Yumeko. Ryota was about to hit her, but Rina kicked him, sending him back several steps. Ryota struck the floor, causing a small tremor. That was enough to confuse everyone, so he paralyzed Karari and punched her, sending her flying. Without wasting any time, Ryota lunged towards Rakira and kicked her, but Soraka punched him with electricity, sending him flying several centimeters backward. Ryota felt several shots in his back and saw that it was Mary and Midari who had turbo-powered weapons. Both were going to continue firing, but their weapons were cut in half. Ryota saw that it was Sasaki and his friend and rival Miyamoto. Ryota. "Guys, what are you doing here?" he said, confused. Sasaki. "Well, we were going to your place to practice our swordsmanship, but we saw you fighting and came to fight," he said while getting into position. Ryota. "Well, thanks guys," he said with a smile. Yumeko. "Hey, that's cheating," she said, pouting. Miyamoto. "You have no right to say that," he said seriously. Yumeko. "Well, it's time for round 2, she said, activating her bloodthirsty power. They all do the same thing and activate their power. Miyamoto had his 2 swords ready, Sasaki concentrated to learn his opponent's movements, and Ryota removed his suit, unleashing his full power. Tadano-san. Tadano. "Last warning, leave or die," he said seriously. Neither of them took a step back, so Tadano summoned his scissors and lunged at Komi. Tadano was going to cut Komi, but Nin kicked him, sending him flying. Tadano threw some threads into the air that tied Nakanaka Kitana Jimmy Ren and Inagashima. That prevented them from moving, so Tadano summons an AK-47 and shoots them, making them scream in pain. Tadano was going to shoot them in the head, but Komi kicked his weapon away and Inaka kicked him in the face, sending him to the ground. Bukaru takes advantage of that, just like Himiko did. They launched an energy ball that sent him flying. Tadano reacted and with his scissors prevented the impact of the ground and threw his scissors towards Rumiko, but Najimi kicked them away. Then a blue-haired boy and a blonde boy appeared and punched each of them at great speed, leaving them on the ground. Tadano. Makoto, nurse, what are you doing here? He said seriously. Nurse. Well, we were going to go get some swimsuits, but we saw you fighting with the bitches, so we came instead. He said narcissistically. Makoto. Nobody hurts our friend, he said seriously, but inside he was dying of fear. Ren. Great, the narcissist and the scary weirdo showed up, she said angrily. Nurse. At least we tried to defend Tadano. You betrayed him, but we supported him when he was in trouble. He said seriously. Tadano smiled, knowing they were the only ones who hadn't betrayed him. It had been a good idea to ask Orochi to bring them, as both were impoverished, their families having turned their backs on them for supporting a criminal. Nin. Round 2, darling, he said with a smile. Then they all let out a scream and activate the bloodthirsty power. Thus, the three of them get into fighting positions. But Shido. Shido. Last warning, leave or die, he said seriously. Neither of them took a step back, so Thoka lunged at Shido with her sword, but Shido summoned his own sword as well. Shido. They forgot that I have powers just like theirs, he said, freezing Thoka's legs and hitting her with his weapon. Thoka flew away, so Origami lunged at Shido, who shot at her with his rifle, but she dodged the shots. Instead of hitting him, Origami grabbed his cheeks and kissed him. Origami. How are you? She said with a smile. Shido. Disgusting. He said as he headbutted him, but Miku let out a song that sent him flying. Katori takes advantage of that and punches him in the stomach, sending him to the ground. Shido shoots at Katori, but she protects herself with her weapon. Itsumi turns her weapon into candy, but she realizes she has more weapons. Shido pulls another rifle from his back and shoots Natsumi in the chest, making her scream in pain. Izuku and Kagaya lunged at Shido, and both punched him in the face. Shido was sent flying, but Yoshino froze him, and Toka and Katori broke the ice where Shido was trapped, revealing several injuries. Shido. They got stronger, he said seriously. Then several arrows are launched towards the spirits and Apollo appears, but several balls of air also appear and hit the spirits, and to finish them off they are cut by a spear. Everyone saw that they were Apollo, Qin Shi Huang, and Hades. Shido. Thanks guys, what are you doing here? He said, looking at them. Qin Shi. Well, we were going to a bar, but we saw you fighting, so we came to help. He said seriously. Katori. Heh, good move, but this isn't all, she said, activating her bloodthirsty power, but that wasn't all, as several magic circles with the Gremory symbol appeared behind the spirits. Several of Katori's soldiers appear, ready for battle. Shido. Get ready, this is going to be a long one. He said seriously. The four. Yes, they said seriously. Issei-san. Issei. Get out or die, he said seriously. None of them took a step back and Issei effortlessly bound them all with his locking chains. Issei thought he had blocked her powers, so he lunged at Office and landed a full-force blow, but nothing happened. Issei-K, he said incredulously. Office kicked him, sending him a few steps back, and Rias said. Rias. My lovely Issei, we knew you were going to use that technique on us, so we cast a spell on ourselves, so that your blood control and block won't affect us. She said with a triumphant smile. Issei was surprised, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. Issei lunges towards Kaneko, but Kuroka delivers a double kick and to top it off, Gabriel kicks him, sending him flying into a building. Enemu launches an energy attack at the building, but Issei throws himself in his blood gauntlet. Issei punched Penemu in the nose, making it bleed. Issei gave her a spinning kick that knocked her out of the fight. But Issei summons Ascalon to protect himself from an attack by Zenobia and Arena. Mio, in his armor, lunges at Issei and strikes him in the back, causing him to scream in pain. Ravel and Kaneko then deliver a double kick that sends him crashing to the ground. Issei. Heh, not bad, he said as he stood up and healed himself with his blood. Issei punched Kaneko and Ravel, knocking them out of the fight. But Issei, using Ascalon, protects himself from a double attack by Penemu and Gabriel. Issei. But I knocked you out, bitch. He said while looking around and saw Asia healing Kaneko and Ravel. Issei. I knew it, he said, launching an energy attack towards her, but Akeno and Tsubaki launched an attack to prevent Issei's attack from reaching Asia. Issei. I'm in trouble, well, that's what I'd like to say, if I can also copy their powers, he said, activating their turbo. Issei, now with turbo power, launches himself towards all those who are protecting themselves from Issei's attacks, but his body is paralyzed. Thus they all receive the blows from Issei and cane to the ground. Issei saw that it was Gasper who came to help Issei. Issei. Gasper, what are you doing here? He said, looking at him. Gasper. Well, I went to the pharmacy to buy some condoms, but I saw you fighting, so I came over. He said as he approached. Issei. Heh, you know Nicole likes it without a condom, right? He said mockingly. Gasper blushes deeply. Gasper. Issei-sensei, I'm not ready to be a father yet, even though Nicole wants one, he said blushing. Issei laughs at his friend, but unbeknownst to him, Lefei was about to launch an energy attack when she was struck by someone who sent her flying. They both saw that it was Adam. Issei. Adam, what are you doing? He said, looking at him. Adam. Well, I was escaping from Eve since she found out I took my children to the caring ones, so it's best if I don't come back for a few days. He said nervously upon seeing Eve's furious face. Issei. Wow, that explains a lot of things, he said, understanding Adam. Gasper. Also the bruises he has, he said, noticing some small bruises on Adam's body. Rias. Wow, more guests, well, round 2, she said, activating her bloodthirsty power. They all do the same and get into fighting positions. Issei, Gasper and Adam do the same and launch themselves. But Orochi. He was easily dodging the blows and attacks of his exes. Orochi. Boring, he said while dodging. Garumi paralyzes Orochi's body and fires many shots at him with her turbo power, but still nothing happens. Orochi. Pathetic, he said, hitting her and sending her flying several meters back. Toga. Why can't we hit you? She said while trying to stab him but nothing happened. Orochi. You know, my friends and I trained because Gasper told us about you and your power. I was no exception, I trained too, and look, he said, hitting Aphrodite in the chest. Aphrodite. Kai Orochi, evil, she said seductively. Orochi. Wait, I didn't mean to, but he didn't finish because Miyuki kicked him, sending him back a few centimeters. Orochi. Well, it's dangerous for people to be here, especially with you guys, so, he said, invoking a button and an alarm sounded throughout Mexico. Thus all citizens evacuate the city to a secure bunker. The Aztecs helped evacuate the humans, and once they had evacuated the humans, they went to help Orochi and his friends. Do they believe the traitors will win this time, or that the betrayed will win? Chapter 47 Hyoudou vs Quintuplet and a surprise. Hyoudou fought faster against the quintuplets and their sister. Hyoudou would shoot lightning bolts and strike them with his spear or make cuts on them. The quintuplets were not to be outdone, as they wanted to knock Hyoudou unconscious to erase his memory and live happily ever after. Hyoudou. Why don't you give up? He said as he threw his hammer at Miku, but she dodged it and Hyoudou hit her with his spear. Itsuki kicks him and Nino punches him in the face, making him stumble back. Itsuki. Because we love you, she said while threatening to cry. Hyoudou. Was that before or after that idiot showed his true colors? He said seriously. No one could tell him otherwise because he was right. Hyoudou. You know, when they cheated on me, I fled Japan. I didn't want anything to do with you. There were even times when I had to eat from the garbage and watch other couples live happily, and me? Well, I was the fool who fell in love with bitches like you. He said while grabbing his hammer. Hyoudou. Do you know what it was like for me, what it was like for me to be betrayed by the people I loved? He said while hitting Raiha. Itsuba. But we can fix it, we can still have that future we planned, she said while launching a fire attack. Hyoudou. That dream died when you destroyed it, he said as he increased his power and hit the quintuplets harder. Ichika was being beaten by Hyoudou, but Raiha and Nino kicked him in the face, but it didn't make him back down. Hyoudou grabs Raiha and Nino's legs and slams them to the ground, then sends them flying into a building where it is destroyed. Itsuki increased his bloodthirsty power and lunged towards Hyoudou. But he easily grabs her face and headbutts her hard, making her forehead bleed. Itsuki. Ai, scream of pain. Hyoudou kept headbutting Itsuki. Miku and Yotsuba start hitting Hyoudou to make him let go of Itsuki, but it doesn't work. Hyoudou was about to kill Itsuki with headbutts, but then he received a double kick to the face. Hyoudou flew toward several houses that luckily had already been evacuated by their inhabitants. Hyoudou passed through 10 houses and in the last one it collapsed and Hyoudou was hit by the rubble. Miku Yotsuba saw their ally who saved Itsuki. The girl drew a phoenix tear and healed Itsuki. Miku Takebayashi-san, said surprised. Takebayashi. That's right, he said, having activated his bloodlust. Itsuki. Thank you, she said with a smile. They see Hyoudou emerge from the rubble and he looks to see who attacked her. Hyoudou. Well, besides the unfaithful ones, the worst one came along, he said seriously. Takebayashi. Fudro-kun, he said happily upon seeing him, but Fudro didn't look happy. Fudro. I told you never to look for me again, he said seriously. Takebayashi. Fudro, I can explain that time, she said as she approached him, but he pointed his spear at her. Fudro. Ha, the fact that you slept with someone behind my back, ha, what can you explain? He said seriously. Flashback to a year before Fudro met the quintuplets. It was Valentine's Day, the day when many boys gave chocolates to their partners or confessed their feelings to someone. That day Fudro had saved enough to buy the most beautiful bouquet of roses and some inexpensive chocolates since he didn't have enough to buy anything better for Takebayashi, who was his official partner. Fudro was looking for Takebayashi to give him his gift and spend their special day together. Fudro was looking for Takebayashi and asked a girl, who told him that she had gone to the infirmary with a boy. Fudro became worried because he thought Takebayashi had been hurt, so he rushed to the infirmary. But upon arriving, he heard moans of pleasure and the thud of flesh. Fudro began to tremble as he arrived, and upon reaching the infirmary, he saw something that broke his heart into pieces. It was Takebayashi having sex with a boy who was more muscular and stronger than Fudro. Fudro unconsciously began to cry upon seeing that, so, gathering his courage, he opened the door, where they both watched as it opened and were both shocked. Takebayashi. Futara, it's not what you think, she said, frightened. Fudro. I hope you continue to have fun, Takebayashi. We're finished. He said while wiping away his tears, leaving the bouquet and chocolates on the nearby desk and leaving the infirmary. Takebayashi quickly gets dressed and chases after Fudro to explain everything, but he can't find him. Takebayashi tried everything to get back with Fudro, but he rejected her. She even challenged him, saying she could get a better grade than him and if she succeeded, she would come back to her. But in the end Fudro got the best grade and she left humiliated. Later she learned about the quintuplets and how they had been unfaithful to Fudro. But she didn't judge them since she had done the same thing. She decided to look for him, just like the quintuplets, but they sought her out so she could help them defeat Fudro, and in exchange, they could share him among all of them. Without hesitation, she accepted because she wanted Fudro no matter the cost. Vindel flashback. Fudro. Wow, the bitches with the bitches, this is new, he said seriously. That angered them all, so without thinking they lunged at Fudro. Riha launched fire and electricity attacks at him. The quintuplets launched fire attacks at him, where Fudro further increased his power to face the traitors. Fudro unleashed a powerful beam, causing them all to scream in pain as they fell to the ground, losing their bloodthirsty power. Fudro. Last words, he said as his hammer throbbed intensely. Itsuki. We haven't lost yet, he said as he transformed into Super SSJ-1. They all do the same thing, and Fudro takes a step back. Fudro was surprised because they now had more power. Fudro didn't let that surprise him, so he lunged towards Nino, who easily dodged him and punched him in the face, making him take several steps back. Fudro tried to hit them several times, but they easily dodged. Fudro. I'll have to use it, he said while summoning his armor. Fudro was now stronger, so he launched himself towards the quintuplets, Takebayashi and Riha. Fudro. One question, he said while hitting Riha, but Yotsuba kicks him, which he catches and throws into some rubble. Itsuki. What love? She said while throwing punches. Fudro. Where did they get these powers? He said while dodging a kick from Ichika. So they tell him about how Azazel gave them those powers to bring him back. Fudro. That explains a lot, well I already knew, but I wanted to satisfy my doubt, he said while Miku was able to kick him, but he was in SSJ2. Miku. Now we have one for you, she said while punching him in the jaw, but Fudro returned the blow to her stomach, sending her flying. Fudro. Well, that's fair, tell me, he said while sweeping to knock Takebayashi down, but she jumped and Riha punched him in the face. Nino. Where did you get those powers? She said seriously. Fudro. Well, Orochi gave them to me, but they're not just any powers, you know Lu Bu, he said seriously. Miku. The strongest Chinese war general in history, what does that have to do with anything? She said, confused. Fudro. Well, Orochi fused his soul with mine, now I have his fighting skills and dexterity, plus I can make his attack stronger, he said, dodging an attack from Itsuki. Fudro. But that's not all. Millions of years ago, there was a faction that no longer exists. He said seriously. Fudro. That was the monster faction. Years ago, monsters and humans lived in harmony, but those damned angels instilled fear in humans, making them think that monsters would steal their souls to become stronger and eventually gods. He said while dodging a double kick from Nino and Miku. Fudro. That faction fell to the humans, but there was one monster who never gave up. That was Undyne, the strongest monster soldier after Sans and Azrael. She never surrendered, but she was defeated by Gabriel, the daughter of God. he said seriously. Takebayashi. And what your powers have to do with that monsters? He said while trying to hit it but couldn't. Futuro. Orochi fused his soul with mine, meaning I have his powers, he said with a smile. That surprises the quintuplets, Takebayashi and Raiha. Futuro. Isn't it great? I have the powers of the strongest Chinese general and the powers of the strongest monster. He said while paralyzing everyone's souls, preventing them from moving. Thus Futuro takes out his Aztec wings and launches a rain of spears at them, who try to defend themselves, but it was useless. The quintuplets, Takebayashi and Raiha, were injured, so they drew a phoenix tear and healed themselves. The quintuplets let out a scream and transformed into SSJ gods. They all had pink hair and their bodies were slimmer. Thus, all of them, at great speed, launched themselves towards Futuro, who protects himself, but it is useless. The quintuplets showed no mercy towards Futuro and rained blows upon him. Nino and Yotsuba then gave him a double kick to the face that sent him flying. Futuro. Damn, I wish Rangeres was here, then I'd become stronger, he said as he threw his hammer at Miku, but she deflected it. At that moment, 3 lights enter Futuro, and he feels a great power within him. Love, we arrived on time, said a voice inside Futuro. Futuro. Rangeres, is that you? He said while dodging a kick from Ichika. Rangeres. Yes, and I didn't come alone, said the voice. Hello, darling, said another girl's voice inside him. Futuro. Yamaha, and don't tell me Alicia is the same, he said while waiting for the answer. Alicia. That's right, she said with a smile. Yamaha. We will give you our power so that you can win this fight, she said, motivated. Futuro. Thank you, girls, he said with a smile. Futuro had to end this, so he flew into the sky with his wings and spun around with his hammer. Itsuki. What are you doing? She said, confused. Miku. Prepare your final attack, let's do the same, she said seriously. They all do the same thing except Raiha, who comes up with an idea. So she goes somewhere else. They all prepare their best attack and then they launch a combined attack and Futuro throws his hammer with all its power. Futuro prepares his next attack with his spear. Thus he launches the attack of the Devourer of the Skies, combined with the power of Thor. The attack stalled and neither side made progress. Futuro pressed harder with his spear as the quintuplets pressed harder. The quintillizes and Takebayashi transforms into SSJ God Blue Kaioken. Thus they exerted more force, causing Futuro's attack to recede. Futuro decides to unleash his full power, thus countering the quintuplets' attack, and Takebayashi retreats to such an extent that he was about to hit them directly. Futuro. This is the end for you, you damned women. He said while giving another shove. But then Raiha, with a special knife given to her by the more specific Olympian, stabbed him in the back. Futuro spits blood and loses strength. The quintuplets and Takebayashi waste no time and attack him directly. Futuro took the full force of the attack and the 3 lights emerged from Futuro, revealing Rangeres, Yamaha and Alicia unconscious. The 3 of them couldn't withstand Futuro's power and couldn't take it anymore, especially after Raiha stabbed him. The large cloud of smoke hung over the place and the quintuplets and Takebayashi were exhausted from the work they had done. Then they see Raiha unconscious, having taken a significant hit from their attack and unable to remain conscious. As the smoke cleared, Futuro could be seen unconscious, as well as his harem. Itsuki. We did it. She said, surprised. Miku. Yes, she said happily. They all start celebrating after defeating Futuro. Without wasting any time, Takebayashi placed a piece of paper on him that had a seal, just like Futuro's harem, blocking his power. Futuro no longer had powers, nor did his harem. Nino. We won. I can't believe it. He said happily while hugging an unconscious Futuro. Takebayashi. Well, let's get back to the factions, then we can have some fun with Futuro, she said mischievously. Thus they all leave Mexico with Futuro, whom they handcuffed arm and foot to prevent him and his harem from escaping. And so they went through a magic circle with Futuro and his harem. While the other betrayed ones felt a heartbeat in their hearts, they decided to keep fighting. Chapter 48 Naoto, Ares and Hermes vs schoolchildren and another surprise. Naoto lunged towards the girls, while they did the same. Naoto protected himself with his shield and at the same time fought against his ex-harem. Hermes shot arrows from his harpoon at them while they destroyed the arrows. Ares fought against Gamo, where they exchanged blows and Gamo destroyed Ares' sword. Naoto was fighting Nagatoro, their swords clashing, but Naoto did something new. So Naoto created a fireball and placed it on Nagatoro's chest, where he let out a scream of pain and flew away. Sona lunges at Naoto and headbutts him hard, cracking his helmet. Sona let out a cry of pain, as it did hurt her, and Naoto cut her chest and kicked her, sending her flying towards a building which collapsed in the process. Naoto. Why are you fighting? Tell me what you gain by fighting me. he said while blocking an attack from Sakura with his shield. Nagatoro. Because we love you, she said while shedding a few tears. Naoto. Ha, what a big lie, don't you remember when they left me for him? I felt alone, empty, and with a pain that I thought would kill me sooner or later. He said seriously while dodging a kick from Yashi. Hermes strikes her with his harpoon, but receives a kick from Gaemo and Sakura. Gaemo. We know we made a big mistake, day and night we paid for leaving you, you don't know how many times we cried for you, waiting for the moment to give ourselves to you, and show you how much we love you, he said while shedding a few tears. Nagatoro kicked Ares, but he grabbed her leg and slammed her to the ground where she screamed in pain. Naoto. That moment will never come. Besides, they're no longer virgins. They can no longer surrender to me. He said seriously. Yashi. You're wrong about that, he said with a smile. Naoto. What do you mean? He said seriously and confused. Gaemo. Thanks to Azazel, we all regained our virginity, and he also destroyed all traces we had of that bastard. And you know why? Because only you will be able to enjoy these bodies. She said while moving her breasts, making Naoto blush and look away. Naoto. So what? That doesn't undo the damage they did. He said as he increased his speed and left them all on the floor. Ares, Hermes, and Naoto point their weapons at them and see them. Naoto. Last words, he said while holding his sword to Nagatoro's neck. Nagatoro. We haven't given up yet, he said while transforming into SSJ. They all do the same thing and make the three of them take a step back. Hermes is surprised but doesn't let it surprise him, so he shoots an arrow at Yashi, but the moment it touches it, the arrow is destroyed, and Yashi mercilessly punches him, piercing his entire chest. Ares and Naoto. Hermes, they said as they approached him. Hermes spat out a large amount of blood as he felt his life slipping away. Naoto. Hermes, please answer, he said while looking at Hermes' large wound. Hermes. Naoto, tell Orochi it was an honor to meet him, he said while closing his eyes. Ares could only cry upon seeing his brother dead, and then, furious, he lunged towards the students. Ares is hit by Sona, but he, very angry, breaks her leg. Sona. Aiaiaia, scream of pain. Naoto, equally enraged, summons a large fireball and hurls it at his former harem. They all launch an attack, but Ares strikes them all, causing the fireball to hit them directly. They were all hurt, especially Sona, who drew a phoenix tear and healed herself. He then transforms into a Super Saiyan God and launches himself towards Ares. Sona kicked Ares, and he responded with a punch. But his arm could not withstand Sona's strength and was sent flying elsewhere. Ares. Aiaiaia, scream of pain. Ares tries to counterattack Sona, but an energy saw cuts off his other arm. Ares saw that Sakura had cut off his arm, and finally Gaemo gave him a double kick that decapitated him. Ares died and only Naoto remained, who, upon seeing his dead friends, let out a cry of fury. Naoto. Aiaiaia, scream as a light surrounds him. The light lasted a few seconds, and Naoto was wearing armor. Thus Naoto had armor so he launched himself towards Yashi at incredible speed and punched her, sending her flying into several houses and knocking her unconscious. Gaemo. Yashi, he said as he ran to where he fell. Nagatoro and Sasoro begin to fight with Naoto, who had the advantage. Sakura and Sona join forces where the four of them unleash a barrage of blows on Naoto. Naoto produced Aztec wings and flew into the air, launching a shower of fireballs like meteorites. Yashi had already awakened thanks to Gaemo, who gave him a phoenix tear. So they both made a shield that didn't help them much, so they were all on their knees in their SSJ God mode. Nagatoro. Before you kill us, tell us where you got those powers, she said seriously while touching her right arm. Naoto. Since they will die, I will tell you, do you know Leonidas, the pride of Sparta? He said seriously. Sona. Yes, but what does that have to do with anything? She said seriously. Naoto. Orochi fused his soul with mine, now I have his knowledge and fighting skills, he said seriously. That surprises his former harem a little, and he continues. Naoto. And that's not all, there was an extinct faction, that's the monster faction, a faction that fell because of humans, but well, there was a monster that tried to bring peace between humans and monsters, but failed when a human killed it, he said seriously. Naoto. That was Toriel, the monster queen. She was very powerful, more so than her husband. Orochi fused her soul with mine. He said seriously. Naoto. Isn't it great? I have the powers of Spartan pride and the powers of the monster queen, and with this power I will kill them and avenge my friends. He said while preparing a large fireball and flying into the air. Thus Naoto launches the fireball towards his former harem, but they quickly transform into their SSJ Blue Kaiken and launch a fused attack. Naoto's fury grew so great that his strength increased, and his fireball was about to hit them directly, ending their lives. Naoto. Die, you damn women. he said as he was about to launch a full-blown attack. But a purple-haired girl launched an attack from behind, causing Naoto to lose his strength, and her attack hit him directly. Naoto screamed in pain as the attack hit him full force. Naoto fell unconscious to the floor as he saw his former harem before collapsing. Sona. Hana, you took a long time, she said seriously and annoyed. Hana. I'm sorry, but I was taking care of them so they wouldn't disturb the fight you were having, she said while holding an unconscious Rita and Michelle. Negatoro. Great job, Naoto is ours now, he said while placing a paper blocking his power. Hana did the same with Rita and Michelle. Thus they all form a magic circle where they disappear along with Naoto and their partners. Our betrayed ones have suffered their second defeat, but they believe they will win. Chapter 49 Lincoln, Jack, Hercules vs youngsters. Lincoln lunged towards his ex-girlfriend and friends, just like Hercules and Jack. Lincoln was hitting Stella, but she, with her bloodlust, bit him on the arm. Lincoln. Aya, he screamed as he felt Stella's teeth. Lincoln slams her to the floor and she lunges at Cookie, who had Jack cornered. Lincoln punched Cookie, sending her flying into a building. Jack. Thank you, young Lincoln, he said while throwing knives at Molly, who defended herself, but some hit her directly. Hercules struck energy attacks from Christina, Sid, and Jordan, but his mace took the form of a bird and deflected the attacks back at them. Lincoln cloned himself, making 5 clones, and they launched themselves towards the girls. Lincoln's clones beat Christina and company until they were left in the corner. Lincoln. Last words, traitors, he said while his red eyes were ready for his laser vision. Christina. We haven't given up yet, she said while transforming into SSJ. The others did the same, having golden hair. Lincoln was surprised, but he didn't let it surprise him and lunged at Christina, punching her squarely, but she didn't move an inch. Christina returns the punch to his stomach, drawing blood. Hercules. Lincoln, he said as his club turned into a bull and threw it at them, sending them all flying towards a building that was destroyed. The traitors emerged from the rubble but were met with a barrage of knives from Jack. But they transform into SSJ-2 and launch themselves at incredible speed towards Jack. Stella plunges her fist into Jack's stomach, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. Lincoln and Hercules. Jack. He said as they ran towards him. Jack struggles to his feet while spitting blood as he uses his coat to cut through a building that was about to fall on the traitors. Jack, with his little strength, runs towards them and catches them all to prevent them from escaping. They broke free from Jack's grip, but it was too late as the building collapsed on top of them. Hercules and Lincoln searched through the rubble and found Jack badly injured with many broken bones. Lincoln. Jack, hang on, he said while looking for a hospital, but the vast majority of buildings were destroyed and people had already evacuated. Jack. I don't think I can get out of this, young Lincoln. He said while spitting blood. Hercules. Damn it, hang in there Jack, he said while carrying him and looking for a nearby hospital. Jack. I can't get out of this anymore, Locke break the wall and you don't have to suffer the same fate as me, he said as his gloves turned into threads and a Valkyrie lowly emerged. Locke. No, if you die, I will die with you too, he said while resting Jack's head on his legs. Jack. Why? You have so many things to live for, I don't. He said as he felt his life slipping away. Locke. Why, I love you, he said while kissing him, which surprised Lincoln, Hercules, and Jack himself. Jack. Wow, I didn't expect this, young lady, but I'm in love with you too, he. Guys, thanks for appreciating my friendship and also thanks for making me see that beautiful color again. He said with a smile. Jack turns green and his body begins to shatter like glass, just like Locke. Lincoln. Jack, he said while shedding a few tears. Jack. Don't cry, young Lincoln, keep living your life as you wish, he said while hugging Locke and both bodies turned to dust, disappearing from the world. Hercules. Jaiik, he screamed as he saw his friend disappear. Lincoln wept as he watched Jack die, but then noises were heard from the rubble of the building Jack had brought down, and Christina and her friends emerged with serious injuries. Christina. That almost killed us, she said as she pulled a tear from Phoenix and healed herself along with the others. Hercules. So Jack's sacrifice wasn't in vain. He said incredulously. Sid. Yes, it was stupid of me to do that, she said seriously while transforming into SSJ-4 like the others. Hercules. Aiia, scream as he throws his mace into the air and it turns into a portal. Hercules. Come to me, dog of Hades, he said as a 3-headed dog appeared in the portal and the 2 heads of the dog bit his arms and another one his head. Hercules had a different appearance and launched himself towards the traitors. Lincoln doesn't hold back either, launching himself at Christina and company who combined blows with both of them. Hercules struck furiously at the girls, who had to dodge quickly to avoid being hit directly by the attacks. Molly made a disc of light and threw it towards Hercules. Hercules thought it was an energy attack, so he struck it, but his arm was cut off, specifically his left arm. Hercules remains unfazed and launches himself again. Lincoln kneed Christina in the forehead, causing her to bleed, and, not satisfied with that, he delivered a double kick to her face that sent her flying into some rubble. Hercules had Molly under his control, but he became overconfident and Cookie created a disc of light that sliced Hercules in half, causing him to release Molly. Lincoln. Hercules, he said as he ran towards him, but Jordan and Sid interrupted his walk, who had SSJ God active. Hercules. Jack, is that you? He said as he saw Jack for the last time and died. Lincoln let out a cry of pain as he watched his other friend die, then glared hatefully at Christina and her girls. Lincoln. Before you do this, tell me why you're doing this, he said, holding back his anger. Jordan. Because we love you, he said as he approached him. Lincoln. They weren't to blame for anything, but oh well, I can't negotiate with bitches like you, he said as they got angry at the comment. Sid. First of all, where did you get these powers? She said seriously. Lincoln. The powers you saw for the moment were given to me by Orochi. He said they were useless to him and gave them to me, and then he fused 2 souls with me. He said seriously. They all pay attention to what he says. Lincoln. The first one is Mediton, the monster robot. Orochi fused my soul with the monsters, and there was another one, he said seriously. Lincoln. The other one is Nikola Tesla, the smartest scientist in the world. I have the monster robot with me, and Nikola Tesla too. He said with a smile. Lincoln takes off his cape and looks at them. Lincoln. Get ready, this won't stay like this, he said while flying into the air and touching his chest. Lincoln. Transformation Neo, he said while clutching his chest, and his 2 legs detached from him and his cape turned into a metal box that he put on his back. The 2 legs that separated from Lincoln are placed on Lincoln's back. His muscles grow and 2 new legs sprout from his back, as if they were tree roots. Smoke surrounds him as the girls watch Lincoln's new transformation. When the smoke cleared, everyone was surprised because Lincoln had his hair standing up like Poseidon, his 2 legs had turned into metallic wings, and he was wearing armor and had very large and heavy legs. Lincoln. This is my Neo transformation, he said as his right arm transformed into a cannon. Without wasting any time, Lincoln flies at incredible speed, his left arm transforming into a blade and mercilessly cuts off Jordan's arm. Jordan. A scream of suffering upon seeing his missing arm. Christina and company rush towards Lincoln, who does the same. Lincoln. Thinking, I can only control this transformation for 5 minutes. If I break that time, my body will give out no matter what situation I'm in. He thought seriously. Lincoln launched a powerful beam towards Christina, who was unable to dodge it, and it burst her left eye. Stella transforms into SSJ Blue Kaioken and launches herself towards Lincoln. Lincoln's problem was that his armor grew heavier with every passing second. That was the price he paid for wielding such power. Stella punched him in the chest, cracking Lincoln's armor slightly. Lincoln then grabbed her by the hair and stabbed her in the stomach with his blade, causing her to lose her transformation. Ball. Stella, they said as Lincoln takes a rock and throws it at Cookie, who dodges it, but Lincoln, having the armor, can teleport and punches her that goes right through her. Cookie, Stella, Jordan and Christina were badly injured, while Sid and Molly watched as Lincoln lunged towards them. Both do the same thing, transformed into SSJ Blue Kaioken, and both fight for their mercy. Both of them hit Lincoln, and he did the same to them. Lincoln spits up a large amount of blood, not from the blows, but because he only has 1 minute left. Lincoln. Shit, he said as his 2 winged legs separated from him and launched themselves towards Sid. Sid, who didn't expect that, is pierced by 1 leg through her chest and another through her stomach, causing her to spit blood. Molly. Sid, she said as Lincoln punched her hard in the face, sending her to the floor. Molly steps back as she awaits her end, but then she hears a voice. Divide, 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 divide. Lincoln lost his armor while spitting up a large amount of blood and fell unconscious. Molly saw that it was Volley who divided Lincoln's power. Molly. Volley-san, she said while looking at her partner. Volley draws several tears from Phoenix and heals all of their serious wounds. Of course, he couldn't give Christina back her eye, so she would have to live with that. Christina. Thank you, she said with a smile. Volley. Yes, they were very difficult to defeat, she said, having Lincoln's harem. Volley. Well, let's go. She said as they left through a magic circle, but not before sealing the power of Lincoln and his girlfriends. In the underworld. Searches. How do you think the girls fared? He said while taking a sip of tea. Azazel. I don't know, but I bet they'll come back with good news, he said while seeing a magic circle. The quintuplets appear on the floor along with an unconscious Futuro and his harem. Zeus. I see you succeeded, he said with a smile. Itsuki. Yes, although we almost died if it weren't for Raiha who helped us, she said while holding Futuro in her arms. Searches. Well then, congratulations girls, go to a room and if you want you can have fun with him, he said as they all excitedly went quickly to the nearest room. So they go in and put Futuro to bed. Raiha. Do you think he'll accept me? She said nervously. Nino. Of course, especially since they're no longer blood brothers, he said with a smile. Raiha was happy to hear that while they waited for Futuro to wake up since he was no longer a threat. But the leaders. Hades. It seems they were able to defeat Futuro, well, let's wait for the next one, said the skeleton, but saw another magic circle where Nagatoro and her friends appear with an unconscious Naoto along with their partners. Michael. They were able to beat Naoto, he said, seeing that they were all happy. Hana. Yes, and if you'll excuse us, we need to know who will get pregnant first. She said as they all took Naoto away with their partners. Searches. I wonder who will be next, he said while seeing another magic circle where Christina and her friends appear along with Vali and Lincoln, who was unconscious along with his harem. Poseidon. I see you succeeded too, said the bearded one. Christina. Yes, and if you'll excuse me, we have to apologize to our man in a big way, she said as Lincoln and his harem were taken to a room. This is the third defeat for the betrayed. They are their only remaining hope for victory. Chapter 50 Ryota Sasaki Miyamoto vs Gamblers. Ryota lunged at Yumeko, who easily dodged him and was about to hit him when Sasaki cut her cheek, causing her to back away. Sasaki dodges 2 kicks from Mary and Midari who were in their bloodthirsty mode. Urna, Sayaka and Ririka were combining cuts with Miyamoto, who wouldn't let them cut him. Hirari was fighting against Sasaki, who was doing the same. Miyamoto inflicted several cuts on Runa, Sayaka and Ririka, who were severely injured. Yumeko was bleeding from the mouth while Ryota held her by the neck. Ryota. Last words, he said, preparing a blow. Yumeko. I haven't given up yet, she said as she transformed into SSJ, kicking Ryota in the groin, knocking him out of the fight for a moment. They all do the same and launch themselves at great speed towards Sasaki and Miyamoto. Sasaki dodged the girls' thrusts, but they gained speed to such a degree that the old man could not predict their movements. Miyamoto was being humiliated by Sayaka, who showed him no mercy and was receiving cut after cut. Ryota grabs Yumeko by the face and throws her towards Runa, who takes the impact. Ryota lunges towards Mary and Midari, who are surprised but are punched by Ryota, sending them crashing into a building and destroying it. Miyamoto was about to kill Ririka, but Runa, who had recovered from the impact, lunged at Miyamoto and punched him through the stomach. Miyamoto spits up a large amount of blood as he recovers, but Kurari kicks him, breaking his neck. Sasaki. Miyamoto, he said as he watched his friend fall dead. Sasaki concentrates to such a degree that he can predict everything, and without thinking much, he cuts off Midari's left arm, who screams in pain. Sasaki approaches Yumeko and cuts her, taking away one of her eyes. Yumeko screamed in pain as she touched her eye. Ririka approaches Sasaki transformed into SSJ2 and throws a punch, but he defends himself with his swords, which shatter into pieces. Sasaki takes the blow, drawing blood, and to finish him off, Mary creates an energy scythe and cuts off Sasaki's head, leaving him dead. Ryota was in shock upon seeing his 2 allies dead, and he activated his full power, beating all those who tried to stop him, but his fury was too great. Ryota was hitting Ririka and Kurari on the head and slamming them to the ground where they screamed in pain, but Yumeko activated Ssj God and launched herself at Ryota and punched him, knocking him to the ground. Ryota watched as they all stood up, even Midari, who had her right arm. They all transform into Super Saiyan gods and launch themselves towards Ryota, who defends himself, but their blows are stronger and faster. Yumeko gave him a hammer kick that knocked him to the ground, and he stood up. Yumeko. Surrender, darling, and give yourself to us, she said as heart-shaped pupils appeared in her eyes. Ryota. Never. Before we finish this, tell me how you got those powers. He said while bleeding from some parts of his body. Yumeko explains how she got her powers. Ryota. I see, he said as he approached his backpack and took out a gallon of gasoline. Yumeko. Now tell us how you got those powers, she said while looking at him. Ryota. Do you know Raiden, the strongest sumo wrestler in history? He said seriously. They all deny it, and he continues. Ryota. Well, Orochi fused his soul with mine, and I have his strength, he said while everyone now understood his strength. Ryota. But that wasn't all. There was an extinct faction before, and that's the monster faction. Orochi fused the soul of Papyrus, the skeleton monster. Isn't it fabulous? I have Raiden's strength and Papyrus's powers, although unfortunately I can't pull bones out, but I can paralyze people. He said while opening the gas can. Ryota. It's time to end this, he said as he took out a lighter and set himself on fire. All. Ryota, they said worriedly. Ryota, now engulfed in flames, lunged at Yumeko, who was unable to dodge and punched him, knocking her to the ground. Upon seeing this, they all rushed towards Ryota, but each time they struck him, they felt their skin burst into flames. Ryota was hitting Runa like she was a sack of potatoes, but Mary, with a machine gun she had earlier, started shooting at him, and Ryota ran towards her. But Midori shoots at her with her gun, but Ryota takes a rock and throws it at her head, knocking her unconscious. Sayaka lunges at him and delivers blow after blow, but Ryota headbutts her, knocking her unconscious. All activate except those who were unconscious, SSJ God Blue Kaioken. Ryota was in trouble again, but he didn't give up easily. Ryota was beating them all up while they gradually lost ground to Ryota's strength. Ryota. This is your damn end, he said while preparing a blow that would destroy the entire body of whoever was hit by it. Ryota throws it towards Yumeko, but then they hear a roar and all see who it was. It was Seryerg who wore his golden lion armor as his fist pierced his stomach. Ryota spits out a large amount of blood and falls unconscious as his flames leave his body, returning him to normal. Yumeko. You took a long time, she said while placing a seal on Ryota's chest, blocking his strength. Seryerg. I'm sorry, but these girls are strong. He said, with Nova, Mai, and Kula behind him. Seryerg. They almost died, but luckily I arrived in time, he said while carrying Ryota's unconscious girls. Yumeko. That's right, we have to go. I can't wait to taste Ryota-kun's delicious eat. She said while imagining Ryota dominating her and pounding her hard. And so they all leave in a magic circle. This was another defeat for the betrayed, but we must not lose hope. Chapter 51 Saji, Buddha and Zero vs Sitri clan. Saji, Buddha and Zero get into fighting stances upon seeing the Sitri clan with their bloodthirsty power. Momo and Raruko lunge towards Buddha, who tried to see the girl's movements, but his soul was covered by the bloodthirsty power. Zero creates a spiked bat and launches himself at Tsubasa and Rias, who then launch themselves at Zero. Saji lunged towards Tomo, who did the same, and both combined punches and magic attacks. Tomo tried to hit her, but Saji dodged and punched her, sending her flying. Zero struck Tsubasa, who blocked with his arm, but Zero created a spear and tried to stab Tsubasa. However, Rias kicked Zero, sending him flying. Buddha shielded himself from the blows of Momo and Raruko, who mercilessly launched magical attacks at him. Buddha turned his staff into a mace and struck them both, sending them flying and crashing into a building. Saji. Damn it, I just want a life without you, he said while grabbing Tomo and headbutting her, causing blood to flow from her forehead. Saji begins to slam Tomo to the floor as she screams and begs him to stop, but he shows her no mercy. Then he feels a cut on his back, which makes him scream in pain and release Tomo. Saji turned around and saw a blue-haired girl he hadn't seen in a long time. It was Benia who had the bloodthirsty power active. Benia. Hello Saji-kun, she said lovingly. Saji. Well, it seems that Loli Fox will give me trouble, he said as she gets in white and moves her side. Benia. We didn't know what we were doing, it's okay, we regret it day and night. If you don't believe us, look at our essence and you'll see that we are virgins again, she said while looking at Saji. Saji didn't believe it, but when he saw it, it was true. They were all virgins again, but that didn't matter to him anymore. Saji. They think I care about that, they don't know the pain I felt when I learned that the women I loved stabbed me in the back, he said while tying Benia up by the waist, but Tsubasa lunges at him taking advantage of Zero fighting Rias. Saji was about to smash Benia into the ground, but he was sent flying by Tsubasa, who had the strength of Tori. Saji fell to the ground and spat out a tooth, then angrily lunged towards Tsubasa and Tomo. Buddha combined thrusts against both Citrus. Momo creates a ball of dark energy, and it slowly approaches Buddha while he blocks Raruko's attacks. Momo takes advantage of this and throws the energy ball at Buddha's left eye, causing him to scream in pain and be hit by thousands of attacks. Benia joins the attack and with her scythe cuts Buddha across his chest. Buddha. Aiya, scream of pain as the scythe had a magic that greatly harmed Buddha. Zero. Buddha, he said as he lunged to help his friend, but Momo and Raruko wouldn't let him move. Buddha was receiving a barrage of attacks, but Buddha made a shield to defend himself. Buddha shielded himself from the attacks while looking at his wounds. Zero creates an axe and launches himself at great speed towards Momo, who tries to dodge Zero, but he evades the attacks and ends up receiving a cut to his chest from Zero. Raruko tried to help her but also received a cut, this time on her back. Zero quickly moves towards Buddha, who protects himself with his shield, and Zero launches himself towards Rias and Benia. Rias punched Zero, but Zero tried to cut her with his axe, but Benia cut Zero in the chest. Zero. Aya, scream of pain. Saji tried to help Zero and Buddha, but Tsubasa and Tomo's attacks prevented him from moving. Benia transforms into SSJ and mercilessly cuts Zero in two horizontally. Saji and Buddha. Zero, they said as they increased their power and struck everyone, quickly approaching Zero. Buddha. Hang in there, Zero-chan, he said while carrying him, but Zero-chan was losing too much blood. Zero. Take care, he said with a smile, falling dead. Tomo. What a pathetic god, he said while transforming into SSJ. Ria. I bet he was just a pathetic loser, she said mockingly. Buddha. Shut up, you're dead. He said furiously as his staff turned into his side. Buddha lunges towards the citrus and mercilessly cuts off Tomo's arm, who screams in pain. Without thinking twice, Tsubasa, transformed into a Super Saiyan, lunges towards Buddha and delivers a punch that pierces his chest. Buddha was so focused on his fury that he grabbed Tsubasa by the head and headbutted her, knocking her unconscious. Momo and Raruko gave Buddha a double kick, which caused him to retreat, but Benya clashed his weapon with Buddha, who was making his effort. Saji was watching the fight, but he was chanting very quietly so that no one would hear him. Ria makes a blade and cuts Buddha's side in two, leaving Buddha disarmed. Momo, transformed from SSJ2, lunges at Buddha and decapitates him, causing him to fall dead. Saji. I'm sorry guys, but I swear this won't stay like this, he said while wearing his Vitra armor, but it had a change. Saji had his armor, but it had purple and black flames and a katana that made him look more intimidating. Momo. Before we fight, tell us how you became so strong, she said while looking at her ex. Saji. Easy, Orochi trained me and that's not all, do you know Ajita, the demon child? He said while looking at him. Baruko. You mean the strongest samurai of all? She said while looking at him. Saji. Yes, but that's not all. I also have the powers of Asger, the Monster King. Isn't it fabulous? I have the powers of the Demon Child and the Monster King. He said with an arrogant smile. Saji. So prepare to die, he said as he wasted no time and cut off Momo and Raruko's arms, who screamed in pain as flames engulfed their severed arms. Saji launches himself at great speed towards them all and begins to make several cuts until they are so seriously injured that they have to transform into SSJ God Blue Kaiken X20 to fight Saji. Saji had already knocked out Tsubasa, Ria and Tomo. Only Momo, Rukuro and Benya remained standing, all of them seriously wounded by Saji. Saji. Die you damned infidels, he said while preparing a deadly attack. The three of them close their eyes, but when they open them, they see that Saji has an expression of pain and a huge hole in his stomach. Saji fell to the ground and behind him was Razor who had a serious expression. Razor. You got cocky, he said seriously. Momo. You took a long time, she said while healing Saji with a phoenix tear, but before doing so she casts a sleep spell on him and blocks his powers. Razor. I'm sorry, but I was busy with them. He said while he had Saji's harem tied up while they were unconscious. Baruko. Well, let's get out of here. She said, making a magic circle, and they left. This was another defeat for the betrayed, but as some say, life is full of surprises. Chapter 52 Tadano, Makoto and Neris vs Liars. Tadano summons ninja stars and throws them at the traitors. Komi destroys the ninja stars with an energy scythe. Neris was fighting hand to hand against Ren and Makaru. Makoto was fighting evenly against Nin and Keed, who made a good team against Makoto, who had the same strength as Ryota, only he couldn't burst into flames. Neris could freeze time for 30 seconds, but the downside was that he had to wait 1 minute before he could do it again. He also had Lincoln's strength. Tadano. You damn bitches. He said, throwing some threads into the air where the threads caught Najimi, Komi, and Rumiko, who tried to remove the threads, but Tadano made several cuts, causing them to scream in pain. Tadano grabs Najimi by the hair and puts a grenade in her mouth, and she flies out. Komi kicked Tadano in the head, but he grabbed her foot and slammed her to the ground. Ren grabbed Tadano's head and gave him a passionate kiss, making Tadano look at Ren with disgust. Tadano. That's disgusting, he said while spitting out a little saliva. Ren. You won't be disgusted when you try the ones below, I know you like them, Tadano-kun, she said while kneeing him in the nose, sending him flying. Tadano crashes into a building, causing it to fall on top of him. Makoto gets angry when he sees his friend beaten and lunges, but Nakanaka kicks him, sending him flying. Tadano emerged from the rubble, visibly annoyed, and glared at Ren. Tadano. When this is over, I'm going to brush my teeth with bleach for 2 hours. He said as he lunged at Ren and began to beat him up, who tried to defend himself. Najimi tries to help Ren, but Najir won't let her proceed. Najir freezes time and begins to beat up Najimi, Keed, and Nin, who were unaware of what was happening. In the end, all three fell badly injured, but Nakanaka gave her a kick that sent her flying, and to top it off, she received a punch from Komi. Tadano already had Ren by the neck, and Ren had an AK-47, while pointing it at Tadano's stomach. Tadano. "Goodbye, you damn second-rate Yandere," he said as he was about to shoot, but someone gave Tadano a powerful kick that sent him flying. Makoto and Neru saw a blonde girl they hadn't seen in a long time. "Komi. Kawaii," she said seriously, looking at her rival. Kawaii places a phoenix tear on Ren, where she recovers from her injuries. Tadano approaches where she is and looks at Kawaii very seriously. Tadano. "Well, it seems that Kawaii's Mega Fox has joined these bitches," he said while she glared at him angrily. Kawaii. "Tadano-kun, you have no idea how much I missed you," he said seriously. Tadano. "Yes, ever since that time you rejected me," he said seriously. Flashback to 2 years ago. Tadano looked very nervous as he stared at Kawaii, who was looking at him very seriously. Tadano. "Kawaii-san, I've felt something very strong for you for a long time now. Every time I see you, my heart beats faster. So, Kawaii, would you be my girlfriend?" he said while removing a sheet from the floor where Kawaii's name was written with flowers. Kawaii just stares very seriously at Tadano and says to her in a very cruel way. "Kawaii. Did you really think you and I would ever be anything? Heh, Ikuto-san is better than you," she said while mercilessly stepping on the flowers that had her name written on them. Kawaii stepped on them in full view of Tadano, who could only watch as his unrequited love destroyed his work. "Kawaii. I hope you understand, you're just a loser," he said as he left while Tadano just got on his knees as tears streamed down his face. Tadano was depressed for 2 months until he pulled through and changed schools. And what happened to Kawaii when he rejected Tadano? Well, it turned out that her boyfriend Ikuto was just an arrogant, boastful womanizer, since one day she caught him kissing a cheerleader and he was saying hurtful things about her. In the end, Kawaii broke up with him and she ended up depressed, but she remembered Tadano's kind gift and his beautiful confession. In the end, she tried to win Tadano back and be his girlfriend, but he ended up hating her so much that he didn't want to see her at all. When she learned of his arrest and imprisonment, she tirelessly investigated to find Tadano, but eventually learned of his escape. She searched for him, but in the end, Najimi sought her out to help them find Tadano. He didn't like the idea of sharing Tadano, but if he could have Tadano, even if it was shared, he would. Vindel flashed back. "Kawaii. I cried day and night about it, but look, I really want you back, and this is the proof," she said while taking off her shirt where she was only wearing her black bra and turning it around to show a tattoo. On his back he had a tattoo that said "I love you Tadano-kun." Tadano just looked at her, bored, and stared. "Tadano. I don't care about that anymore, this time I'll finish you off for good," he said while summoning 2 M5s and firing a large number of shots at Kawaii, but she summoned a shield and slowly approached Tadano. "Homie. Take this, narcissist," she said while throwing salt in Nerus's eyes, who screamed in pain. Ren, tired of Nerus, punched him in the face. Nin, Keed, Himiko, and Anaka create a combined attack where the attack hits Nerus directly. Nerus. Damn it. Screams as he disappears and dies. Tadano and Makoto couldn't believe it as they watched their friend being murdered in front of him. Makoto, furious, grabs Nin and Komi and slams them to the floor as they scream in pain. Makoto lunged at all those who defended themselves as best they could, but Makoto showed them no mercy. To finish off Makoto, Komi transforms into SSJ God Blue Kaioken and creates an energy sphere. Makoto. "I can deflect it," he said as he punched Komi's attack, who didn't move. Kawaii approaches him and, with a knife, stabs him in the stomach, making his eyes widen in shock. Kawaii leaves while Makoto takes the full force of the attack and dies. Tadano. "No," he said, unable to believe the death of his friends, the only ones who supported him and were his best friends. Tadano became furious when roots sprouted from the floor and trapped everyone. Tadano throws some threads and catches them all, then cuts them all without exception. They all transform into SSJ God Blue Kaioken X20 and launch themselves towards Tadano, who doesn't stay behind and uses his nature alongside him. He controlled the trees and roots to attack his traitors. They were doing the same thing, but Tadano was losing. Tadano casts his strings again, but someone stabs him in the back. And that was Uriel who stabbed Tadano in the back and he fell to the floor while touching his wound. Tadano. "Attacking from behind is cowardly," he said, but Kawaii touched his elbow, causing him to fall unconscious. "Ren. We won," she said excitedly as she placed the seal on Tadano, blocking his powers. Uriel. "Sorry for the wait, but they gave me too much trouble," he said while he had Tadano's harem tied up. Uriel. "Especially her," he said while his body had several cuts and he looked at Kotonoha. "Homie. Okay, let's go," she said as they made a magic circle and left. Another defeat for the betrayed, but they believe that whether they win or lose. Chapter 53. Shido, Kinshai, Hades, and Apollo vs Spirits. Shido lunged towards Katori and Thoka, who did the same. Apollo was in charge of Katori's army, who came en masse since they were a great number. Hades lunged towards Origami, Natsumi and Miku, who were giving Hades serious trouble. Kinshai was fighting against Yoshino, Kagaya and Yuzuku, and Kinshai had a difficult time since the three of them attacked him from a distance, while he was mostly a melee fighter. Shido. I just want a life without you guys, he said while summoning explosive bullets and shooting Katori, sending her flying. Katori crashes into a building, but she uses her axe to create an attack and throws it at Shido. Shido dodged it but cried out in pain as Thoka cut his back. Thoka. Shido-kun, I don't want to hurt you, but I want you to come back with us. She said while looking him in the eyes. Shido. Was that before or after that bastard charmed you with sweet words? You know, I was completely in love with you all. He said while cutting Thoka's chest where a line of blood ran. Origami. We can still fix it, she said while dodging a thrust from Hades. Shido. You know, Thoka, I fell in love with you for who you were, even though you were a glutton. Origami, I loved you even though you were a pervert who looked for any opportunity to have sex with me, which I'm grateful never happened. Yoshino, it hurt me more because I trusted you completely, but you betrayed me. Kagaya and Yuzuru, you were like twins who, even though you hated each other, showed that you cared for each other, and I liked that about you. Miku, I liked you a lot even though you didn't like men and treated me like trash in the first few days. And you, Natsumi, I loved you despite everything, but I see that we didn't have that feeling, he said while shedding a tear. Upon hearing Shido's words, they were all overcome with guilt, but their love blinded them to such an extent that they didn't want Shido to leave their lives. Thoka. We'll do it the hard way then, she said while summoning a sword and transforming into SSJ and launching herself at Shido and making a cut which makes him scream in pain, and since she cut part of his left shoulder leaving him without use of his arm. Shido draws out a phoenix tear and heals his wounds, and Shido unleashes a barrage of bullets which explode upon contact. Apollo. Damn it. He said while launching arrows at Katori's special squad, but a girl gave him a powerful blow that sent him flying. They were two blondes whose goal was to have Shido. Both blondes lunged at Apollo, and the first blonde girl made 2 cuts on Apollo's chest, leaving an X-shaped cut. Apollo cried out in pain as he saw a purple color in the cuts, so without wasting any time he launched a rain of arrows at Katori's squad. Apollo. I'm tired of you guys, he said while creating a fire tornado and launching a rain of arrows at the squad and both blondes who hid. The tornado lasted 5 seconds as Apollo fell to the ground while spitting blood. Apollo. What's happening to me? He said while spitting out a lot of blood and touching his cut on his chest. Blonde 2. You see, Angel, the cut you received had cursed dragon venom, which is deadly to gods and supernatural beings, but it is also deadly to angels like you. But the difference with an angel is that this venom has a faster effect than on other beings, she said as Apollo turned green and spat out a kidney. Apollo. Damn bitches, he said while creating an arrow, but it was very weak. Blonde. Anything to get Shido back. We made a grave mistake leaving him alone, but this time we'll love him and pamper him when he's sad. She said while holding a sword and, to end Apollo's suffering, cut off his head. Kinshai and Hades stared at Apollo's dead body, especially Shido, who couldn't believe the death of his friend and rival. Katori's allies rushed towards Kinshai, and the 2 blondes who killed Apollo rushed towards Hades. Hades dodged the attacks of both blondes who were moving at great speed in Super Saiyan form, and he moved to dodge the attacks of all those who attacked him. Hades is attacked by Origami, who is sent flying, but Miku uses her piano to create a sound wave that sends him crashing to the ground. However, Natsumi transforms her spear into a candy cane, leaving Hades unarmed. Both blondes slashed Hades' arms, causing him to scream in pain, and Origami stabbed him in the stomach with a sword, causing him to scream in pain as he bled to death. Origami. We promise not to make the same mistake, he said, cutting off his head and killing him. Kinshai had ice encased in his body, and Yuzuru and Kagaya launched a combined attack, killing him and leaving no trace of his body. Shido was the only one left like this. Very angry, he looked at all those who had surrounded him. Shido. Good move, but it's time to use my power. He said seriously. Katori. With all due respect, darling, but I don't think you can beat us. She said while looking at him. Shido. Well, it's all or nothing. He said as he disappeared and a fog appeared, leaving everyone confused. Thoka. I don't see anything, she said while looking around but seeing nothing. Then a lightning bolt struck from the sky, hitting one of Katori's soldiers and killing her. Several lightning bolts began to strike the sky, killing the vast majority of Katori's soldiers. In the end, only the 2 blondes remained, who then killed Apollo. Katori. Launch attacks without mercy. If Shido doesn't want mercy, we won't give it to him. She said as they all created attacks and launched them into nothingness, but nothing happened. At that moment, a shot hit Thoka, who was struck in the chest and fell to the ground as her transformation disappeared. Thoka fell to the floor while touching her wound. Ishino was also hit by a bullet which caused her to fall to the ground, losing her power. They all received a bullet in their chest, where they all gradually lost their power. Only Katori remained, who also received a bullet, but in her leg. Katori simply closed her eyes to await her end, but then the fog dissipated, revealing Shido unconscious. Behind him stood a blonde girl holding a key and an albino girl holding a book. "We arrived on time," he said while looking at the blonde. 2. "I told you we shouldn't have gone to that burger stand, they almost killed the girls," he said as he sped off towards them and healed their gunshot wound. "Oka. Thank you, Mukuro-san," she said with a smile. "Katori. You too, Nia-san," she said, looking at the albino girl. "Miku. You guys didn't do badly either, Ellen and Karen," she said, looking at the blondes. "Ellen. Karen." Thus Thoka placed the seal, blocking his power. Thus they all disappear along with Shido, leaving behind the corpses of Katori's army. Chapter 54 Gasp vs Vampires. Gasp was helping Issei by paralyzing his exes Kaneko and Kuroka, who couldn't move and were then kicked by Adam, sending them flying. Isaka tries to kick Adam, but he dodges and kicks her, sending her flying. "Isaka. Fight me, father of humanity," he said while getting into a fighting stance, but Adam didn't get into a fighting stance and looked at Isaka seriously. Upon seeing this, Gasp attempted to paralyze Rias and Akeno, who were fighting hand to hand against Issei. Then Gasp receives a powerful kick that sends him flying. Gasp stood up, but saw some people he never wanted to see again in his life. Valerie. Abigail. Ghost. Shizuka. Beatrice. White. Gasp stands up and glares at them with hatred. Gasp. "It's you, I never in my life imagined seeing you again," he said seriously. White. "Gasp-kun, you have no idea how happy we are to see you again and start from scratch," she said as she approached, but Gasp had a death stare towards her and everyone else. Gasp. "Yes, of course, don't you remember the times you gave me those unfair punishments?" he said while looking at them. Abigail. "We didn't know, we never imagined that you weren't a pervert who took off our underwear and spied on us naked," she said while looking at him. Gasp. "I always told them it wasn't me and that I was being beaten and mistreated and worse, they don't remember the toilet incident," he said while remembering that day. Flashback. At that time Gasp did not belong to the Gremory clan and was in his village receiving the hatred of everyone because of his power. Gasp was looking for food in the trash and luckily for him he found cheese, rotten but still edible. Gasp was happy, but then Gasp saw his abusers. Shizuka. "That's how we found you," she said while looking at Gasp with hatred. Gasp tries to escape, but White blocks his ability, leaving him like a harmless child. Gasp is being held by Aswang and Beatrice, who are looking at Gasp as if he were a criminal. Abigail. "Did you think we wouldn't notice you stole our underwear?" she said while looking at him. Gasp. "I never did that," he said, scared, since he didn't know what they would do to him. Then Shizuka shows him a recording of him leaving the locker room of a girls' vampire school, holding a bra with hearts and white panties. Gasp didn't know what to say since it was very real, but he would never do that. Gasp. "I swear I would never do that, I swear," he said while crying from fear at their death stares. At that point, Gasp was taken to a dilapidated bathroom and wide open one where a very dirty toilet was visible, with a lot of pumpkin in it. Gasp. "No, please," he said crying. Then Abigail put her head in the toilet, which made Gasp feel disgusted, very disgusted and scared. 30 minutes later. Gasp was crying while smelling very bad while the girls took pictures of him. The swang. "I hope you learn your lesson from this, and if we find out you stole our clothes again next time, it'll be much worse for you," he said as they left. When Gasp felt his power again, he went far away from the village and a week later met Valerie, whom he got along well with, but some time later he met Rias and became part of her peerage. Vindel flashback. Gasp glared with great hatred at the girls who were crying as they remembered that day. Abigail. "Gasp-kun, we're really sorry. You have no idea how many times we cried remembering those days," she said while crying. Gasp. "How did they know I wasn't the pervert who stole underwear?" he said while looking at them. Beatrice. 2 months after you left town, when you left the thefts of our clothes were still going on. We thought about Colgate stealing underwear from the flag's location, but we couldn't find you, and that day we decided to ambush him, me and the others," she said while looking at her. White. "But when we discovered it wasn't you, it was that miserable guy from the football club. When we saw it wasn't you, we beat him up and forced him to tell us the truth," she said seriously. Abigail. "It turns out that bastard took advantage of your bad reputation, made you out to be the bad guy and the pervert, and he confessed to us that he framed you, and we beat him to death," she said seriously. The swang. "We looked for you that day to apologize, but we never found you. We even offered a reward to find you, but nothing," he said while lowering his gaze. Abigail. So forgive us and let us start over and let us love you please, she said as she knelt down like the others. Asp just stared seriously at them all and created a deadly attack that almost hit them directly, but they dodged it. Asp. Do you think I'll forgive you? You know I had to go to the bathroom in a box because I was afraid of the toilet that day. You know the damn traumas you left me with, so I don't plan to ever forgive you. He said as his eyes changed to those of a vampire and he created several bats which attacked the girls. So they all prepare and rush towards him where Gasp paralyzes them all, but White didn't give up and blocked his ability to freeze time, leaving Gasp no choice but to attack. So they all attack and Aswang turns into a vampire and Abigail throws a ray at all the vampires where Gasp returns to normal and had a serious wound. Aswang approaches in his vampire form and bites Gasp's neck where he felt his magical reserves draining away. Beatrice, using her ice ability, approaches him with a ball of ice and freezes Gasp, who is unable to move. To finish, Valerie approached him and delivered a powerful blow to his neck, causing Gasp to fall to the ground. Asp, with his last bit of strength, tried to attack Valerie, but Shizuka threw knives at him. When they touched him, he felt a lot of pain, and even more so when they exploded, and Gasp fell to the ground, out of the fight. So White approaches him and places a seal on him to block his power, but before they leave, a beautiful girl glares at them all with fury. Asp. Nicole, he said, falling unconscious. Nicole. You all hurt my cute vampire damn bitches, she said as she lunged at everyone who couldn't react, and Valerie received a punch that sent her flying. Nicole was beating Valerie up, who was defending herself, but her effort was in vain since she was a very strong Aztec. Nicole unfurls her 10 Aztec wings and launches herself towards Abigail, who unleashes a lightning bolt, but Nicole strikes the bolt with her arm, deflecting it. Nicole's eyes were red with fury and she was furious to see her vampire hurt. So she was furious and was beating Abigail, who couldn't defend herself. Beatrice threw an ice ball to freeze her, but Nicole released an aura of fire to render her attack ineffective. Nicole kneed Beatrice, sending her flying, but Aswang transformed into a bad and bitter neck where she felt her energy drain away. Nicole grabbed Aswang and crushed the vampire. Aswang returns to normal and is badly injured. Nicole is about to kill Aswang, but White blocks her power. White and Shizuka exchange blows, causing her to lose ground, but Gasp stood up and tried to help his girlfriend, but it was in vain since his power was blocked and he couldn't do much. So Abigail hit him on the neck to knock him unconscious again, leaving Nicole even angrier. Nicole. You'll pay for this, you bitch. No one touches my cute little vampire. She said while grabbing Abigail by the head and giving her a powerful headbutt that knocked Abigail unconscious. Valerie, with all her might, touches Nicole's elbow, but Nicole punches her, knocking her to the ground. Then the girl hits Nicole in the neck, knocking him unconscious. They all saw that it was Office who helped them a little. All. Thank you, she said, bowing. Office. You're welcome, we'll see you in a few moments, you can take Gasper-kun and make him yours, she said as she went to fight Issei. So they take Gasp and Nicole and leave. Thus only Issei and Orochi remained, who fought. Chapter 55 Issei and Adan vs Gremories. Issei was in his turbo mode fighting against Rias and Mio who increased their power. Rias punched Issei in the stomach, but Issei kicked her in the face, sending her flying. Kaneko threw fire punches at Issei, but he destroyed them. So they all activate SSJ mode to put an end to this, while Yusaka takes care of Adam. Issei copies his ability from his former harem, where he launches himself at all of them, who do the same. Yusaka and Adam combined blows, but Adam copied Yusaka's blows. Yusaka was being beaten up, but she didn't give up against Adam, who was using his divine reflection. Issei was fighting hand to hand against Kuroka, who was evenly matched with Issei, but Issei was gaining ground with his blows. Zenobia cuts Issei in the chest, but he doesn't flinch. Issei punches Zenobia, but she defends herself with her sword. Issei uses his blood control and makes Irina and Zenobia impale themselves with their swords, causing both to scream in pain, especially Zenobia, since Irina's sword was holy. Both fell to the ground badly injured, but Asia heals them, and Irina recovers and goes to fight. Zenobia had a slow healing process, but she would heal. Issei. Take this. He said as he launched a powerful attack towards them with the aim of killing them. Before the girls can be attacked, Tsubaki summons her mirror, which absorbs the attack. In a matter of seconds, the mirror shatters, returning to Issei stronger, and Issei receives his own attack. Issei heals himself because he copied Asia's ability, and he heals himself. Isaka was badly injured, so she activated Super Saiyan God Blue Kaioken X20 and launched herself at Adam, who copied her ability. They combined blows, but something was wrong with Adam. And it was that his eyes had prominent veins, and he felt a great heat in his eyes. Isaka mercilessly attacked Adam, who then used his divine reflection to defeat Isaka. Adam struck Yusaka, causing a trickle of blood to appear at his mouth, but a drop of blood fell in a place where it shouldn't have. And that was when a drop of blood fell into Adam's eyes, and his eyes and body, unable to withstand the power, exploded, and Adam protected himself from Yusaka's blows. Yusaka mercilessly beat at Dan, who felt like his arms would break at any moment. Adam heard nothing at that point, only a baby crying. Adam. That's a crying baby, calm down, don't cry, daddy will kill the scary men, daddy is here, he said as Yusaka punched him right in the face. Adam remembered how his son cried while he tried to cheer him up, while Eve laughed at the sight of her husband like that. Adam had a smile like this. Adam takes Yusaka by the hair. Yusaka. Damn you, she said while grabbing Adam's hair in the same way. Adam. I tempt you, you dirty boar, he said as they both screamed and mercilessly exchanged blows, neither stopping. Adam hit Yusaka regardless of whether she was a woman, and Yusaka did the same to him. Adam and Yusaka didn't stop, and Issei saw this and tried to help Adam, but Seraph launched a powerful attack that sent him flying. In the end, both Adam and Yusaka let go of each other's hair, and Yusaka was on her knees bleeding from her eyebrow, nose, and lip, with about 85% of her bones broken from Adam's blows. Yusaka waited for the next blow, but nothing happened. He only saw Adam with a smile on his face and his fist raised in the air. Yusaka. You're dead, she said while looking at him. Yusaka. Heh, look, you left the leader of the Yokai on her knees, but I promise you that we will never make that mistake again, father of humanity, she said as Adam turned to dust and disappeared. Asia approaches Yusaka and begins to heal her, but her healing would take as long as Zenovia's. Issei. Well, I'm tired of pointless games, so let's get to the main course. He said as his eye turned blue. Issei then summoned some bones, leaving everyone confused. Issei. It's a beautiful day out there, people are working, the children are happy, the old ladies are sweet heh, he said while smiling. Issei. On days like this, traitors like you must burn in hell, he said as he put his arm down, and they all fell to the ground, and several bones pierced them, which made them all scream in pain, and more bones attacked them, but they saw some strange bony heads, and released a very painful beam. They were all badly injured, and then they heard strange music. They all saw Issei, who had a blue eye and a respectable yet terrifying appearance. Issei then throws white, blue, orange, purple, and red bones at them, which hurt the girls, but they don't back down, and continue throwing punches at Issei. Issei easily dodges all their attacks. He sees Yusaka being revived by Asia, so he summons a bone and throws it at Yusaka. Not having fully recovered her strength, she is hit by the bone, causing her to spit blood. Asia. Yusaka-sama, she said while looking at Yusaka's serious injury. Yusaka. Please, bring Issei-kun back, she said as she fell dead and her body turned to dust. Not everyone believes this. Yusaka, the leader of the Yokai, had died before their very eyes. So, without waiting any longer, Issei launched more attacks on the girls. Rias launched a destructive attack at Issei, but he dodged it without much trouble. However, Karabit created a fire tornado that was ineffective against his bones. Karabit's tornado starts to unleash meteors, which Issei dodges, but Kuroka punches Issei in the face. Rias. Issei, I propose something to you, all or nothing, she said while having a fit. Issei. So you're going to play like that, then I accept, he said, creating an attack. Thus, they all perform a combined attack with SSJ God Blue Kaiken X20 and launch it where the attacks merge and collide with Issei's attack. Issei copied their transformation, but his eyes began to bleed, but he didn't care and attacked anyway. Issei and the girls don't give up and both attacks don't let up. Akeno. We trained until our bones broke. I'm not going to lose you again. I know I was a bitch and it's a damn mistake I pay for every day. I can't lose you because my life will never have meaning if you're not in IT. She said while activating SSJ God Blue Kaiken X40 and the attack gains ground. Issei. You don't know the pain I suffered, the days I thought about you, the betrayal I suffered, especially from you, DDRAG, or Mio, or whatever you are. I loved you, Rias, more than you couldn't imagine. The times I masturbated thinking of you, the times I thought about your breasts, or the times I thought about all the details for our dates, but everything went to hell when you betrayed me. He said while gaining ground in his attack, especially when four heads that shoot rays help him. Issei had it pretty much won, but something happened. On that day, Issei would discover the consequences of copying a very powerful transformation without training and practicing it. Issei felt all his bones break and he screamed as his attack lost much of its power, something everyone saw. Rias. Now, she said as they all gave it their all and Issei received the attack, feeling it fully. Issei fell to the ground unconscious while still feeling those consequences. Rias. We did it. She said as she placed Issei on her lap and placed the seal on him. Rias blocked all of Issei's power, but Akeno grabs Issei by the head. Akeno gave her a French kiss, and when they separated, Akeno had a satisfied look on her face. Rias. Akeno, what are you doing? She said, very jealous of what her queen had done. Akeno. I'm sorry, but I really needed this urgently. She said, feeling good after kissing him even though he was unconscious. They all left, but Issei, without the girls noticing, gave a satisfied smile. Chapter 56 Orochi vs Goddesses. Orochi looked at his ex-wives, then raised his arm and struck the girl several times. Miyuki lunges at Orochi and tries to cut him, but Orochi turns around at great speed, so the attack misses him. Orochi creates a ball of ice and freezes Toga, who had a crazy look on her face. Orochi looked at them all without fear, and without wasting any time they transformed into SSJ God Blue Kaioken X20 and launched themselves towards Orochi, who received a punch from Aphrodite, who was very serious. Aphrodite sang a song that made Orochi's ears bleed. Orochi. Damn it, I forgot your deadly song for the gods, he said while bleeding from his ears. Kurumi paralyzes Orochi and receives several shots that caused Orochi to feel a lot of pain. Orochi. Damn it, I got overconfident, but it's time you saw my true power, he said as a symbol appeared behind him. Orochi screamed as a power beyond limits appeared within him. The Aztecs, feeling the power of their god and leader, kneel down as he says, "Long live Orochi." Aztecs. "Long live Orochi, long live Orochi, long live Orochi, long live Orochi," they said over and over again. The song was heard throughout the world, and the supernatural world was heard, and everyone felt a great power, even the leaders. Searches. This is the true power of Orochi, he said while trembling with fear. Hades. How terrifying, he said while feeling fear. On the battlefield, Orochi had black hair with his symbol shining at its brightest. Note. Imagine that your hair is black. Thus they all saw Orochi's great power and took a step back, but they still attacked. Toga kicked him but it wasn't effective, then Kurumi shot him several times, but they weren't effective either. Then Miyuki threw several knives at him that destroyed upon contact. Aphrodite sang her song, but it was not at all effective. She didn't even see a grimace of pain in him. Orochi raises his arm and they all feel several blows, and they all fall to their knees. Orochi, at great speed, launches himself towards Aphrodite and delivers an incredible number of kicks all over his body. Aphrodite was being attacked mercilessly, and the worst part was that she couldn't do much. Orochi gave her a hammer kick that left her badly injured on the ground. Orochi approaches Toga, who is terrified by his power. She approaches him and delivers a hammer kick, but it bounces off the floor. Orochi then grabs her by the neck and sends her flying. Orochi creates two energy balls and throws them at Toga, who is hit by the attack and falls unconscious. Without wasting any time, Orochi lunges at Miku, who can't believe the power he possesses. She creates a magic circle and unleashes a powerful attack, but Orochi still manages to approach her, grabs her head, and mercilessly uses Miku's face like a mop. Miku screamed in pain as she felt as if her face was being dragged across the ground. Orochi grabbed her by the neck and then headbutted her, knocking her unconscious. Orochi sees Miyuki, who is terrified by his immense power. Orochi approaches her and she throws knives at him, but nothing happens. Orochi grabs her by the neck, but Miyuki had a secret weapon ready. Miyuki. I'm sorry about this, she said while throwing a strange powder at him, which made Orochi scream in pain and release Miyuki, who watched as her ex-husband screamed in pain while touching his face. Kurumi. What did you throw at him? She said while looking at him. Miyuki. Orochi's only weakness is the earth of eternal volcanoes. It's extremely difficult to obtain, as only 1 in 10 million planets possess it. Fortunately, I found a small amount on planet 66,666,666,666,666. That planet had a small portion of Earth, but I only managed to gather that much before the planet exploded due to its weakened core. She explained. Orochi screamed in pain, so Kurumi took advantage and fired a barrage of shots at him. Orochi felt immense pain as the bullets pierced him. Then a portal opens, revealing Great Red, who rushes towards Orochi upon seeing him and begins to fight. Orochi does not give up and does so anyway, although he was gradually weakened by that land. Orochi and Great Red were having a great fight where neither of them would give up, but Great Red was losing ground to Orochi. Orochi wanted to end this once and for all, so he raised his arm, but Great Red grabbed his arm before he could use his technique and kicked him. Orochi. I'll have to use this, he said while spitting blood thanks to the earth. Orochi. Eternal Hell Strike, he said as he stepped back as if he were going to fall, and a great blow hit Great Red. Great Red felt all his bones shatter into pieces as if they were made of glass, and Orochi watched as Great Red's body was destroyed to pieces by his blow. Great Red had been defeated again by Orochi, so Orochi crushed his stomach where Great Red screamed in pain, and Great Red could only wait for the end. Orochi saw Miyuki and Kurumi. He had to defeat them before it was the end and he fell unconscious, where he would remain asleep for 3 weeks to recover his power and strength. Thus Orochi approached them and they tried to attack again, but Orochi already had them by the neck. Kurumi. That feels so good, she said excitedly as she felt Orochi choking her. Orochi remained unfazed and was about to kill them until. Orochi. A scream of pain as someone had buried a sword in him. Orochi turned around to see Aphrodite, who was holding a sword. Orochi. What, I was supposed to have knocked you out of the fight. He said while spitting out a lot of blood. Aphrodite. We were prepared, you know, she said while showing a phoenix tear. Orochi only believed it was his first defeat in his entire existence. Thus Orochi fell to the ground unconscious while his ex-wives placed a blocking seal on him, but this seal was too powerful for a god as mighty as Orochi. So they picked him up and carried him away, but they didn't notice the small smile Orochi gave. Chapter 57 Surprise. The leaders were waiting for the others and saw Ryoda's ex-harem holding Ryoda unconscious. Himeko. We did it. Can we go have fun with Ryoda now, please? She said, looking at the leaders. Searches. All yours, he said as they all excitedly left. Then another portal opens, revealing Saji's ex-harem holding an unconscious Aji. Momo. Saji-kun is home again, she said while holding an unconscious Aji. Haruko. If you'll excuse us, we have to enjoy our milk, she said as they took Saji away. Then they saw another magic circle where Komi and her friends appeared holding an unconscious Tadano. Komi. Mission accomplished, she said while hugging Tadano. Ren. If you'll excuse us, a huge cock has to destroy my vagina, she said as they went to the room. They then saw another one where Katori and the others are very happy, with Shido unconscious. Michael. They did it, he said while looking at them. Origami. That's right, well, we have to make babies with Shido-kun, I wouldn't mind if they were twins or triplets or even better, quintuplets, she said while imagining having a baby and Shido happy about it. So Origami takes Shido away so that without wasting another second they can start making babies. Then another portal opens, revealing Gasper's friends holding him unconscious. Abigail. We did it. It was difficult, but we did it. She said while holding Gasper in her arms. Beatrice. If you'll excuse us, we have to enjoy some white blood, she said as they took Gasper away. Then another portal opens, revealing Rias and the others holding Issei. Rias. We did it, but Yusaka died. She said happily but sadly because of the death of her harem companion. Michael. That's not a problem, he said, taking out a glass. Thus a light illuminated everyone for a few moments, and when it ended they saw Yusaka alive again, but she was naked. Azazel thanked Michael while looking at Yusaka's naked body. Yusaka saw that and slapped Azazel hard. Yusaka. The only one who can see me naked is Issei, you damn crow. She said as she stood up. Thus they all rejoiced to see Yusaka alive and all go to be his for Issei. Then they saw another portal where everyone was surprised to see the goddesses holding Orochi unconscious. Kurumi. We have it, after so long we have it, she said while hugging Orochi. Miyuki. If you'll excuse us, we have to, you know, create the Orochi lineage, she said as they left. Thus the leaders were surprised to see how all the men who had betrayed them were defeated by their harem. Searches. This calls for a celebration. He said, taking out a very fine wine and pouring it into glasses. But without anyone noticing, Grayfia leaves, leaving the leaders to celebrate. Grayfia walks on and knocks on a door where Itsuki can be seen naked. Itsuki. What do you need? She said while it was noticeable that she was sweating. Grayfia. Yes, Azazel-sama asked me to go get the boys to begin his brainwashing, she said while looking at her. Itsuki. I'm sorry, but right now we're having something intimate with Futaro-kun, she said while Raiha was seen riding Futaro. Raiha. This is incredible, she said while riding Futaro's member. Grayfia. That's too bad, I don't think they like Futaro, do they? She said while looking at them. Miku. What are you saying? She said while looking very sweaty and with a white liquid coming out of her privates. Nino. We love him and we're showing it, he said while looking at himself with several faces of semen. Grayfia. Well, if they brainwash him now, Futaro might reciprocate. She said while watching them. Itsuba. That's very obvious, she said while traces of semen were noticeable in her mouth. Grayfia. It will only take 20 minutes. They don't want Futaro to reciprocate, to touch their breasts and suck them, to penetrate them faster and deeper until they reach a beautiful climax, she said while watching them. Ichika. That's possible, she said while looking at them. Grayfia. When Searches does it with me and it's reciprocated, I feel his hands touching my breasts and squeezing them as his member goes in and out again and again, she said while everyone was thinking. Itsuki. Okay, but 20 minutes, she said while looking at her. Grayfia. It will take 1 hour since brainwashing takes time, she said as they all readily agreed. So she dresses Hyoudou and gives him to Grayfia. Grayfia. Thank you, now put on your best clothes to make a good impression on your Hyoudou, she said as they all nodded and went to bathe together. Grayfia takes Hyoudou to the bathroom. Grayfia. Stop pretending you're unconscious, go throw up, she said as Hyoudou opened his eyes and without wasting any time they went to vomit. Hyoudou. How disgusting. He said, vomiting. Grayfia. Okay, I'll go get the others so they can throw up with you. She said while going to get the others. So Grayfia went to get the others, telling the girls the same excuses, but it was very difficult to convince the goddesses that Orochi was a hexual object. So everyone was in the bathroom vomiting as much as they could. Grayfia. Calm down now, she said, seeing everyone vomiting. Didano. You know what that sick woman Ren did to me? He said while vomiting. Lincoln. Or Christina's sick woman, he said while vomiting. So after 15 minutes of vomiting they relax. Issei. Well, let's continue with our plan. Grayfia, where are our girls? He said while looking at her seriously. Grayfia. They're in the dungeon, be careful of the guards, she said while looking at them. Asper. Tell me, why are you helping us, Grayfia-sama? He said while looking at her. Grayfia remains silent and begins to shed tears of sadness. Grayfia. I can't forgive myself. I betrayed Issei-kun because Sirzechs forced me to. When you left, I wanted to help you, but I never could because of fear. I understand if you want to kill me. She said while crying. Issei approaches her and hugs her as she cries on Issei's shoulder. Issei. Don't worry, Jack told me you didn't want to betray me either. I wanted to help you, but I couldn't, so you're forgiven. He said as they looked at each other. Grayfia cried tears of joy as she hugged Issei, burying his face in her breasts, where Issei had a perverted expression. Issei. Go to Mexico with Milikas, you'll be safe there, he said as Orochi gave him a letter so he could go with his son. Grayfia. Issei, when you return, I want to go on a date with you. She said with a blush. Issei blushes and his friends tease him. Issei. Of course, he said with a smile. So Grayfia kissed him on the cheek and left. Orochi and the others draw a magic circle from their chest and a seal emerges, the one that was placed on them to block their power, and they destroy it. Orochi. What a weak seal, he said while feeling good. Lincoln. It's true, even the seals of Israel are stronger, he said while cracking his neck. Orochi. Speaking of him, he said while making a magic circle on his ear. Orochi. Israel, are you ready? He said while speaking to Israel. Israel. At your signal, he said as all the Aztecs were ready. Orochi. Attack at my signal, he said as Israel agreed. Orochi. Gentlemen, it is time to attack all that is supernatural, he said as everyone nodded. So these guys end up in jail because of their girlfriends. Chapter 58 Counterattack. Issei and the others went to the dungeon, killing the guards and leaving corpses in their wake. Thus Orochi breaks the padlock on the door and they enter, where they see several cells and they arrive at some in particular. Hyoudou breaks down the door and sees his harem chained up, and Hyoudou breaks the chains. His girls hug him while crying tears of joy at seeing him. Hyoudou. Calm down girls, we'll get out of this, I swear, but I need you to lend me your full power to make it happen. He said while looking at them all. Yamaha. We'll help you, but on one condition, she said while her eyes were covered. Hyoudou. Which one? He said, confused. Alicia. That you subdue us and give it to us hard and without rest, she said while looking at her. Randras. And may it last a week, she said, looking at her boyfriend. Hyoudou blushes and thinks. Hyoudou. Thinking, who would have thought that those innocent faces you have hide a huge lust and masochism, heh, I like it, he thought with a smile. Hyoudou. Alright, my naughty girls, he said, giving each of them a playful slap on the butt, exciting them. Thus they become allied and enter Hyoudou, making him stronger. On Gasper. Gasper broke the cell where his girlfriend Nicole was, which had many chains. Gasper broke all the chains and Nicole, being free, threw herself towards Gasper and kissed him passionately. Gasper was blushing because Nicole had lifted him up to kiss him, since Gasper was shorter than Nicole, who was the same height as Rias. Thus they separate, having only a thin thread of saliva. Nicole. I missed you so much, she said with a smile, but then she smells something and starts to smell like Gasper. Nicole. Why do you smell like a woman? She said with a lifeless look, scaring the vampire. Gasper explained to Nicole what they had done, where Nicole almost destroyed Gremory Castle. Nicole. Where are those bitches whose heads I ripped off? He said while holding two swords ready to kill. Gasper. Don't worry, we're going to counterattack, but I need you to lend me your power, he said while looking at her. Nicole. And why would I do that? She said while making a small scene. Gasper knew how to tame Nicole, so he approached her and touched her bottom, making her blush. Gasper. Because I don't know any other girl who has a hexier, stronger figure and a juicy ass that I eat every day, he said while she blushed, and with that she fell surrendered. Nicole. Okay, but I want us to do this non-stop until we're both satisfied once this is over. She said while taking Gasper's small hands and placing them on her breasts. Gasper. Done, my hexy Aztec, he said as Nicole turned into a light and entered Gasper's body. Gasper felt stronger and more powerful because Nicole's power was so high that if we compare the power of Sirzechs and Azazel, they would be trash compared to Nicole, who was very strong. Tadano's son. Tadano broke the chains and freed his girlfriends, who rushed towards him and kissed him. Tadano. Are you okay, girls? He said while checking their bodies. Hera. We're fine, Tadano-kun, she said with a smile. Konoha. I'm sorry I wasn't stronger, she said, lowering her head and crying. Tadano took her by the chin and gave her a kiss without lust, only love. If someone were to see it, it would be one of the most beautiful scenes, surpassing even Titanic. Konoha felt happy that it was reciprocated. Tadano. Listen, I need you to lend me your power, he said, looking at them. Hera. But why? She said, looking at him. So Tadano explained to them the plan they have to end all of this. Konoha. I understand, but we want something in return. She said while looking at him. Tadano. And what would it be? He said while looking at her. Hera. Once this is over, we want a date, she said blushing. Konoha. Separated, and that it ends up in a hotel, she said blushing. Tadano blushed because the difference between his girlfriends was that one was perverted but tender, and the other was perfect in her own way and improved day by day. Note. I seriously hate Mikoto for doing that to Konoha, I really like that she died in the anime. So he accepts and they both become allied and Tadano becomes stronger. Han Lincoln. He arrived at a cell, broke it open, and freed his girlfriends. The girls, now free, rushed towards Lincoln and kiss him. Marta. My prince, she said, kissing him. Susanna. We knew you would rescue us, she said while kissing him. Lincoln. Listen girls, I need you to lend me your power to end all this, he said while looking at them. Sheila. We understand, but we want something in return, she said while looking at him. Lincoln. And what would it be? He said, looking at her. Francisca. I want a date at the Chinese buffet with a happy ending, she said blushing. Marta. I want a perfect date with a happy ending, she said blushing. Sheila. I want a date at the aquarium, museum, and comic book store with a happy ending, she said blushing. Nikki. I want a date at the stamp shop and the teddy bear shop with a happy ending, she said blushing. Amanda. I want a date at the clothing and fashion store with a happy ending, she said while blushing. Susanna. And I want a date at the anime and cosplay stores with a happy ending, she said blushing. Lincoln blushed because they all had differences, but they had something in common. They were all perverts. He had discovered several photos of himself naked and some of them had lipstick of different flavors on them. Lincoln. I accept, he said as they turned into light and entered Lincoln. Lincoln felt very strong at this moment, knowing that now his ex and her ex-friends wouldn't stand a chance against him. Ryota's son. He used his strength to break the cell where his girlfriends were chained up. Thus he frees them, and being free, they rush towards Ryota and cover his face with kisses. My. We knew you'd come, she said while kissing him. Kula. Forgive us for not being strong, she said with her head down. Nova. I was winning, but the bastard attacked me by surprise, she said with her head down. Ryota kisses each one, which makes them reciprocate. Ryota. Don't worry, we're going to end this, but I need you to give me your power to finish them off. He said while looking at them. My. And what do we get in return? She said while looking at him. Ryota. Tell me, I'll give you anything, he said while looking at them. Mai leans close to her ear and whispers. Mai. Use that chain and hit us so hard we won't be able to walk for weeks, she said seductively, making Ryota blush. Ryota knew that Mai was a masochist, Kula at Sundeer, and Nova addicted to pleasure through masochism, but he still loved them regardless of who they were. Ryota. I accept, he said, causing them to turn into light and enter him. Ryota felt stronger than he actually was. Compared to Seryerg, he was like a sheet of paper. But Saji. He broke the cell and saw his girls chained up, so he broke the chains and freed them. Jin. I thought you wouldn't be able to win, he said while hugging him. Saji. Don't worry, we'll get through this. He said while kissing her on the cheek. Ira. But how, she said, looking at her boyfriend. Saji. We're going to attack everything, but I need you to lend me your power, he said while looking at them. Jin. Okay, but on one condition, he said while looking at him. Saji. Anything but money, since I spent it all on that motorcycle, he said while remembering how he spent all his savings on a brand new motorcycle. Ira. "No, silly, once this is over let's go on vacation to Cancun since you have a house there," she said with a smile. "Jin. And that we do it on the beach without shame or embarrassment," he said while looking at him. Saji just had a smile on his face because his girlfriends loved being at the beach so much that he thought about moving to Cancun with them and, with Orochi's help, opening a motorcycle workshop and becoming a university professor. "Saji. I accept," she said as they turned into light and entered Saji. Saji felt very powerful, something Vitra noticed very well. "Vitra. My friend, your power has increased so much that you can destroy the country of Russia without any problems," she said as Saji smiled. "With Shido. Shido breaks down the cell where his girlfriends were chained up and breaks the chains, and when they are free they hug him. Simon. You stupid boy," he said while hitting him several times on the chest and crying like a little girl. "Mariel. We tried to fight, but that wretched woman blocked our power," she said while recalling the humiliation she suffered. Shido just kissed them and said. "Shido. Listen, to end this I need you to lend me your power to finish them off," he said while looking at them. "Mariel. And what do we get in return?" she said while looking at him. Shido then approaches both of them and touches their buttocks and in Mariel's case, her breasts. "Shido. If you lend me your power, I'll take you, Simon, to the candy store so you can eat all the candy you want and Mariel, you can use the handcuffs on me," he said and both of them accepted without hesitation. Thus, both become a light and enter Shido, where he sensed great power within him. With Naoto. He breaks the cell with his sword and upon seeing his girls in chains, he breaks them and they embrace him without hesitation. "Rita. We missed you, senpai," she said while hugging him. "Michelle. Don't ever leave us alone again," she said while hugging him, putting her face on his chest. "Naoto. Calm down, we're going to finish this, but I need you to lend me your power," he said, looking at them. "Rita. And what do we get in return?" she said while looking at him. "Naoto. Ask for whatever you want," he said with a smile. "Michelle. I want you to paint me naked and if it turns out well, we'll give you something really good in bed," she said seductively. "Rita. If I like the painting, I'll let you penetrate me in both my ass and mouth and also let you use me as your hex toy," she said seductively. Naoto blushed deeply because both of them liked it when he painted them naked and that was a way of seducing them. Naoto. "Okay," he said with a smile and both of them turned into light and entered him and became stronger. Issei-san. He reached the cell and broke it open, where he saw his dragons and Valkyrie in chains. So he breaks them and, being free, they hug him and shower him with kisses. "Toru. Issei-sama," she said while burying Issei's face in her breasts. "Elma. We swear we fought, but Great Red defeated us," she said with her head down. "Balulu. He knocked us unconscious and brought us here," she said while looking at him. "Bol. We're sorry," he said, lowering his head. Issei strokes their heads and says. "Issei. Calm down, we're going to finish this, but I need you to lend me your power," he said, looking at them. "Toru. And what do we get in return?" he said while looking at him. Issei. "Ask for anything you want," he said while looking at them. "Toru. Well, I want you to eat my tail and for us to go on a date," she said blushing. Issei. "This tail," he said while squeezing Thoru's butt, arousing her. "Toru. You know what I'm talking about," she said blushing. "Elma. I want to go to all the buffets I want," she said with a smile. "Balulu. I want to go to the amusement park," she said with a smile. "Bol. I want to go to the movies and the park," he said with a smile. Issei had a smile on his face because even though they were hiding their true intentions well, he was happy. "Issei. Done," he said as they all turned into light and entered him. Issei felt extremely powerful, since with this power he would easily defeat them. But Orochi. He arrived at a cell and saw Brunhild, Kuoh, and their children. Orochi breaks the chains that bound them and embraces them. "Brunhild. We put up a fight, but that wretched Anubis defeated us," she said, lowering her head. "Orochi. Calm down, go to Mexico with Grayfia and be safe because it will be a massacre," he said while looking at them. "Kuoh. We understand," he said while giving her a kiss. And so they say goodbye and their children hug him and wish him luck in putting an end to this. That's how they go to be safe. Thus everyone was ready to attack the factions. Orochi creates a magic circle on his ear and says. "Orochi. Aztecs, attack. Do not kill women or children, only those allied with the factions," he said as they accepted and attacked. "Orochi. Attack," he said as everyone immediately began attacking the guards who had arrived to stop them. Chapter 59 Traitors. Searches and the others continued celebrating their greatest achievement. Recovering the Sekiryuutei along with several very powerful kids and the most powerful god of all. Then Rias and the others arrive and see the leaders. "Rias. Azazel, have you finished erasing our Issei's memory?" she said while looking well groomed, just like the others. Ren. I hope Tadano-kun is ready, she said while wearing an orange dress and with a nice hairstyle. Azazel. What are you talking about? I thought you were making love with them. He said while looking at them. Abigail. Didn't they send us to Grayfia-sama to hand the boys over so they could erase their memories? She said while wearing a Valentine's Day cosplay. All the leaders denied it, but then they all felt a great power in the sky, so they quickly formed a magic circle to disappear. Thus they were far from Gremory Castle, where they saw it in ruins, and realized it was the boys who were looking at them angrily. Orochi. They thought their useless plan was going to work, he said while looking at them. Searches. Damnation, he said, making a magic circle. Searches. We need reinforcements, he said while addressing the demons, including Azazel, Michael, Seraphol, Aten Yasaka, Zeus, and Anubis. Demon. Lucifer-sama, we are being attacked by Aztecs, no, he said as an Aztec cut him in half. Angel. Michael-sama, we are being attacked by Aztecs and some rogue angels, no please, I have to, he said as an Aztec disintegrated him. Yakai. Yasaka-sama, we are being attacked by Aztecs, damn Aztecs, this is no joke, he said as an Aztec kills him by cutting off his head. Asgardian. Aten-sama, we are being attacked by Aztecs and several of our own are rebelling, he said as an Aztec cuts off his arms and tears out his heart. Olympian. Zeus-sama, Olympus is being attacked by the Aztecs. They are taking revenge for enslaving them for many centuries. There were even Aztecs capturing women. He said, but an Aztec killed him. Egyptian. Anubis-sama, we are being massacred by the Aztecs and they are capturing women for revenge. I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to rape your wife and daughters, no. He said as the Aztec killed him by burning him alive while Anubis heard the Egyptian screams. All the leaders heard their people being massacred by the Aztecs, even the vampires who showed them no mercy. So the boys see them and without saying a word they rushed towards them. Rias and the others were fighting against Issei, but he dodged them very easily. Issei dodges them as if they were made of paper while they transform into Issei God Blue Cake in X20 and launch themselves towards Issei, but Issei, having the power of his girlfriends, had it very easy. Issei punches Office in the stomach, piercing through and causing her to lose her transformation. Issei. Die, he said while making an attack that made Office fly away with that attack and with a huge hole in her stomach. Office fell into a lake and died, and no one believed it. Office, the dragon goddess of infinity, had died. Great Red lunged towards Issei, but Issei grabbed Great Red's head and descended at great speed, slamming it into the ground. Great Red bleeds from the nose, but Issei rips off his jaw and then crushes his head. Great Red had died in Issei's hands as he looked at Great Red's body with contempt. Issei. I'm sorry, Great Red, don't take it personally. He said while repeating the same words he said when he was betrayed. Rias. Damn it, how did you remove the lock seal? She said while trying to kick him, but he easily dodged it. Issei. That seal was a childish trick. Did you really think you could beat us? Well, no. Besides, you have two traitors in your group, right? Asia and Kiba. He said as Rias turned around and saw how Asia had pierced Kaneko, killing her, and Kiba had cut Zenobia and Arena in half. Rias. But how? She said, unable to believe that two more members of her entourage had betrayed her. Issei. Well, you see, he said as he began to count. Flashback 6 months ago. Issei and his friends were seen watching Kiba and Asia, who were in Orochi's territory. Issei. What are you doing here, you pair of traitors? He said as he looked at them. They both kneeled down, putting their faces on the floor. Kiba. Issei, we didn't want to betray you, but we had no other choice. He said while speaking. Asia. Issei-san, I had no choice but to do it. Rias Onisan forced me to have that relationship with Ryu, or else you would suffer the consequences. She said crying. Issei. In what way, Asia? He said while looking at them, and Jack looked at his color searching for a lie, but found no lies in his words. Asia. I would torture you with chess pieces. If I didn't continue that relationship, you would be tortured by it, so I had no other choice. Remember months ago when there was breakfast on the table? It was because I made it for you, even with a love letter, she said crying. Issei remembered the times months ago when there was a delicious breakfast, even a note that said, I love you, I care about you, good luck, darling, and other things. Issei. But 2 months before they betrayed me, the breakfasts weren't there anymore, why? He said while looking at Asia crying, but he felt a pain in his heart. Asia. They found out and forced me to stop. Even when you fell into a coma, I never stopped visiting you. I bathed you, told you stories I found, and other things. When you were betrayed, there were many times I went to a room alone to pray for you, that you would have good luck and find a partner, even if it wasn't me. I liked the idea of you being happy, even if it wasn't with me. She said, crying uncontrollably. Issei was shedding tears and Jack was looking at Asia. Jack. Young Issei, Asia doesn't lie, he said seriously. Orochi approaches Asia, who is still crying, and touches her head to read her mind. After that, he touches Issei's head so he can see Asia's memories. From his coma, Issei saw Asia washing his body with a towel. She was holding a book of dragon stories she'd found in a library. He saw how she was forced to betray him, how she lovingly made his breakfast and wrote his letters, how she was forced to stop again, and how she secretly went to his room to kiss his forehead. He saw how she cried so much the day he was betrayed, even locking herself in her room looking at pictures of herself with a frozen beginning. Finally, he saw how she prayed for him every single day, without fail, even asking for a good life for him. In the end, Issei was crying so much that he couldn't stand it anymore and rushed towards Asia to hug her, while tears streamed down his face. Issei. Forgive me, Asia, I had no idea about that. Why didn't you tell me? I would have defended you. He said, hugging the blonde while still crying. Asia. I didn't want you to get hurt because of me, I didn't want to do it so you wouldn't get hurt, please forgive me, she said while crying her eyes out. Both were crying, Issei because he saw all the pain Asia endured for him, and Asia because she couldn't do anything for him. Issei. Asia, I forgive you, he said, kissing Asia, who returned the kiss with tears of happiness. Asia then stands up and hugs Issei very affectionately. Issei. And you, Kiba, why did you do it? He said while looking at his ex-friend. Kiba. Well, he said, counting. Flashback. In an alley, the sound of blows echoed, and it was Sererg cruelly beating Kiba. Sererg. So you listened to us then? He said as he saw Kiba bleeding from his mouth and nose. Kiba. Never, I don't plan to betray Issei. He was the first to worry about me, so I don't plan to betray him. He said, lunging at Sererg with his sword, but Volley kicked him, knocking him to the ground. Volley. I know how to break you, she said while Razor had a girl under his control. Kiba. No, not her, he said, looking at his partner. Razor. Okay, let's do this. Betray Issei and we'll leave you and your girl alone, unless you want to watch us have an orgy with her. You know, your girl has a nice ass and tits. He said, groping Kiba's girlfriend's breasts and touching her ass while she cried. Kiba was between a rock and a hard place, so he had no other choice. Kiba. I'll do it, but leave Naomi alone, he said as Razor let go of her, and she ran to Kiba and hugged him. Volley. That's more like it. See you at the next meeting, and you'd better betray him, or else you'll see all of us raping your girl. He said as they left. Kiba let out a frustrated cry as she saw her girlfriend and knew she had no other choice. Kiba. I'm sorry Issei, but she's the love of my life, so I'm sorry. He said with his head down. Vindel flashed back. Issei didn't believe it, so he asked Orochi to read his mind, which he did, and he saw that what he said was true. Orochi. He's not lying, he said while touching Issei's head, and Issei saw everything, from the enormous beating he was receiving to his threat. Issei. Get up, he said as Kiba stood up and received a punch from Issei. Issei. That's what you get for not telling me, I would have helped you with that, he said, hugging Kiba. Issei. That's for not betraying me, friend. He said as Kiba responded. Issei. You're forgiven, Kiba. He said as Kiba felt happy. Orochi. Very well, I bet you didn't come just to apologize, did you? He said while looking at them. Asia. It's true, the girls are training with some new transformations, look, she said, activating the turbo, blushing at Issei since her clothes adjusted to her, showing the results of her training. Didano. What is that? He said while watching Asia's transformation. Asia. This one they call turbo, with it our power increases x20, she said seriously. Asia. This is the other one, she said as she transformed into a bloodthirsty creature where Asia had a face that said don't come near you or I'll kill you. Asia. It's called bloodthirsty, with it you're faster, it's not that different from turbo, she said while everyone watched. Asia. And this is the last one, she said, transforming into SSJ. Asia. This is the SSJ transformation, we have several phases of it, she said while transforming into SSJ2, SSJ3, SSJ4, SSJ God Blue and finally SSJ God Blue Kaiken X20. Everyone was surprised by those phases and they can say that they were very strong. Issei. I see. We need to train more so they can't defeat us. He said seriously. Orochi. I have one, he said as it began to speak. Orochi. Well, first we have to train to overcome that transformation, then we have to pretend that we were defeated, he said seriously. Naoto. And what's that for? He said, looking at Orochi. Orochi. So that they take us to Gremory Castle, where once there we will attack with everything. My Aztecs will attack their territory so that reinforcements don't arrive. We will let them do whatever they want to us without putting up any resistance. He said while everyone grimaced. Tadano. That's necessary, he said, looking at Orochi. Orochi. If we want to finish them off, then yes. Asia, you pretend you're still on her side, just like you, Kiba. Issei, you also pretend you hate Asia so they don't suspect anything. He said seriously. Issei. I don't like the idea of pretending I still hate Asia, he said hesitantly, but Asia kissed him on the cheek. Asia. Okay Issei-san, but if we succeed we can go on a date, she said blushing. Issei lifts Asia up and kisses her, which she reciprocates without hesitation, where they both show their love for each other. Lincoln. They're eating bread in front of the poor, he said as his friends laughed. Thus they both separate and these continue. Issei. Alright, well, you'll have to go back. Don't worry, we'll finish this very soon. He said with a smile. So they both nod and leave, but not before Asia puts a 4-leaf clover necklace around Issei's neck. Asia. Luckily, she said as she gave him one last kiss and they left. Issei smiled, now regretting throwing the wedding ring away to Asia. Vindel flashback. Asia sides with Issei, as does Kiba. Rias. They're miserable. She said as she lunged towards the three of them. Chapter 60 Massacre and Fate. Issei was beating Akeno up, who was trying to defend herself but couldn't do much. Issei punched her powerfully in the face, knocking her to the ground, and then grabbed her by the shirt. Issei. Why? He said as he began to cry. Issei. I loved you regardless of your flaws, I loved you with all your imperfections, but you betrayed me because, he said while looking at her. Akeno. I was a happy stupid girl, I let myself be convinced by a stupid pretty face without realizing that I lost what made me happy, she said crying. Issei takes her and kisses her, which she happily reciprocates, but Issei punches through her stomach. Akeno didn't care about that and decided to have that last moment with Issei as she felt her life slipping away. They separated and Akeno was slowly dying, but she had a smile on her face. Issei. Akeno, I forgive you, but I don't intend to bring you back to life. He said while looking at her. Akeno. If there's a second chance, I don't intend to waste it and I'll give you everything I have, she said as I fell dead but with a smile. Issei felt bad, but she had to pay for her betrayal. Asia was fighting evenly against the daughters of Zeus and the daughter of Anubis, who were being massacred by Asia. Parabit. You damn traitor. She said as she and the others created a combined attack. Asia also joins in and launches an attack, but Issei helps her by giving her power. Thus, Asia wins the attack, killing Zeus's daughters and Anubis's daughter. Asia, without wasting any time, launches herself at the remaining girls. The factions try to help, but then Israel arrives to attack them and prevent them from helping. Kiba was giving Razor a large number of cuts. Kiba. Never touch my Naomi again, he said as he mercilessly cut down Razor. Kiba summons a rather special sword and looks at Razor. Razor. What is that thing? He said, looking at the weapon. Kiba. It's a gift for being a new member of the Betrayed Club, it will be your end, he said while cutting off Razor's arms. Razor tries to regenerate, but his arms don't. Razor. What's wrong? He said, trying to regenerate his arms. Kiba mercilessly cuts off his legs and finally cuts him in half from the crotch to the head. Razor was dead and Kiba spits on Razor's corpse. Kiba. Never touch my Naomi again, you bastard. He said as he walked towards the others. Lincoln was beating up Christina and Stella. Lincoln knocked them both out and launched an attack. Lincoln. Die you damn bitches, he said as he launched the attack towards both of them, disintegrating them. Ryota, with his great strength, had killed Sererg, who tried to do the same, but he showed him no mercy when Ryota realized it. 2 hours later. A large pile of corpses was visible in the supernatural realm. Women were in cells as were children. Many had died. Only the boys' harem remained. Rias, Yumeko, Komi, Katori, Oka, Nagatoro, Sid, Kurumi, Momo, Abigail and Itsuki. Issei. Are you ready? He said, holding up his blood armor. Lincoln. Let's end this, he said, donning his Neo armor. Shido. This is over, he said while holding his rifle loaded with a very powerful bullet. Futuro. Never ever come back, he said while having his hammer ready. Tadano. I want to go home now, he said while preparing his attack. Naoto. Die, you damn thing. He said while holding his shield with a chain. Ryota. Never come back, he said as he contained his strength in a punch. So everyone had their attacks ready and Orochi gave the signal. Orochi. Now. He said as everyone immediately launched their attacks on the remaining girls. They all closed their eyes, accepting their defeat, and their bodies tore to pieces, killing them. Everyone celebrates upon seeing all their former harems dead. Thus, several lights emerge from the bodies of the betrayed and their girls appear and kiss them passionately. Orochi. It's all over now, let's go home, he said as they left, leaving behind a large number of corpses. So they arrived in Mexico and saw the place destroyed and many houses and buildings destroyed. "Orochi, what happened here?" he said as he walked. Then Issei saw Grayfia badly injured and between life and death. Thus Asia approaches her and begins to heal her. "Issei. Grayfia, what happened here?" he said while looking at her. "Grayfia. Rizavam took Milikas, Anya, Kana, Kuoh, Mayu, and Shota," she said as I fell unconscious. Orochi saw Lukoa and Brunhild badly injured, so he healed them. They both explained that Rizavam had taken their daughters and they were serious. In a secret base in the underworld. Rizavam was seen wearing an arrogant smile as he looked at a large monster. Trixa, who was free thanks to him. "Rizavam. With him, everything will be under my feet," he said while laughing arrogantly. Then a fallen angel approaches him. "Fallen. Rizavam Sama, a huge army is approaching," he said while showing a recording of a large number of Aztecs approaching his base at great speed. Not everyone looked happy, especially Issei and Orochi, who both had very unfriendly expressions. "Rizavam. Fear not, Trixa kill them," he said as the great being quickly went towards the Orochi army. "But Orochi. Orochi. That bastard won't get away with it, no one touches my children," he said as they all flew at great speed. They almost arrived, but then they saw the Trixa blocking their path. Everyone stops, so Trixa creates an attack towards them, but Orochi raises his arm. "Orochi. Don't get in our way," he said as a large number of blows hit Trixa, but it unleashes a great burst of fire. Orochi deflects the attack with his hand, so the Aztecs create spears and throw them at Trixa, where it suffered great damage. Hyoudou threw his hammer at him, knocking out one of his fangs. Issei performs several power-ups and unleashes an attack so powerful that it inflicts significant damage on Trixa. The Trixa screams in fury as Orochi creates an attack the size of the sun. "Orochi. Let's see if this is enough for you," he said, using his full power and launching the attack towards Trixa, which he couldn't dodge. Orochi threw him out of the ground so that the attack would not affect the earth. Thus the Trixa was destroyed by Orochi's attack and so they advanced. Rizavam stood with his mouth agape and so he ordered a retreat, but the Aztecs entered the base and began killing everyone. Rizavam was on the ropes, but then Issei pierced him with his arm, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. "Issei. Where is Kuoh?" he said while looking at him. Orochi arrives and summons a boat and fills it with boiling water. Thus Orochi takes Rizavam's head and begins to drown him with boiling water, where Rizavam felt hell on his face. "Orochi. Never touch my daughters again," he said while showing Rizavam's face where he had suffered severe damage. Orochi then throws him into the air, creates an attack, and launches him towards Rizavam, killing him. So they searched for their daughters, and what they saw filled them with fury, as Kana, Anya, Mayu, and Kuoh were about to be abused by demons. Thus, they both mercilessly killed them in cold blood, and these men free their daughters. "Kuoh. Dad," she said while hugging Issei. Issei didn't know what to do, so he acted accordingly, since he couldn't blame Kuoh for the mistakes his mother made. Thus they leave, if not before Lincoln destroys the Rizavam base along with the surviving rebels. 2 months later. Some time had passed, and Orochi and his companions were living the high life. Orochi kept everything supernatural, including demons, angels, fallen angels, etc. Orochi was the leader of everything, something everyone accepted, and there were many casualties. In Los Angeles, 30% of them had died in the Aztec massacre. Orochi took care of them, improving his system, which enhanced the system God had left behind. Now, angels could have children without having to fall. They were now happy to know that, and even more so since Orochi was generous with them and gave them more power than they had before. Orochi improved their physical strength and endurance to the point where they were now equal to the Aztecs, but they still could not defeat them. Some Aztecs and angels became couples, and now some angels or Aztecs were expecting a new race, half angel and half Aztec. Among the fallen, 75% had died because they were very sinful. Orochi took charge of the remaining 25%, thus becoming their leader and improving both their techniques and defenses. The fallen had accepted their new leader, and moreover, some fallen who wanted to be angels again but couldn't now did so. And that was thanks to Juan, the scientist from Orochi, who created a potion to allow fallen angels who wanted to become angels again to do so. Some of the fallen fell in love with some of the Aztecs, and now both fallen and Aztecs were expecting new offspring, half fallen and half Aztec. 50% of the Yokai had died, but Orochi took care of them anyway. Orochi, in order to preserve the Yokai race, also returned to the Nico race, since Kaneko and Kuroka were the only ones. Thus Orochi trained them to become stronger, where the Yokai were already very strong. Some Yokai fell in love with some Aztecs and were now expecting children who were half Yokai and half Aztec. Among the demons, 80% had died and it was almost extinct. But Orochi took care of that as he launched aphrodisiacs throughout all the demon territories, taking Aztecs to handle them as his reward for their help. In the end, it all culminated in a huge orgy where now 100% of the women were expecting a half-Aztec, half-demon baby. Those who didn't suffer as many losses were the Asgardian, Olympic, and Egyptian women. Everyone's life changed when the factions fell, just like the gods, because of Ragnarok. Final chapter. Release the ancient god. 1 year later. Things changed a lot more now that Orochi became the leader of all things supernatural. The new races had already been born and everyone was happy about it, especially the fallen and demons, who now had more offspring. Orochi at that time annexed other Latin American countries such as Suriname, Guyana and French Guiana, as well as Peru, Bolivia and Chile. That was to improve their economy and army. The United States had broken the free trade agreement, but that was no problem for Orochi as it began doing business with China, Russia, Arabia and some European countries. That was a mistake for the United States as its economy has now declined to such an extent that the dollar is now worth $5 pesos per dollar in Mexico. And to make matters worse, it went down because the United States helped Ukraine with its war and was spending too much money on it. But anyway, moving on to the boys, they were in a room watching Issei. Issei. What do you say, guys, with or without, he said, wearing a stylish hat. Lincoln. No, the red bow looks better on you. He said while putting the bow on her. Issei was very nervous because he was going to marry Thoru, Alma, Ilulu, Gold, Asia and Grayfia. Issei. Can you believe it, guys? A year has passed and now our lives have changed. He said while remembering his life. Hyoudou. That's right, well, are you ready? He said while looking at him. Issei. First, let me go aside. He said, making a magic circle. Thus he arrived in the underworld, more specifically the cemetery, where he went to some tombs. Issei. Hello girls, I hope you're resting now. I want you to know that I don't hold a grudge against you and that I forgive you for being unfaithful to me, but I don't plan on bringing you back to life. Yusaka took very good care of Kunu and Sirzechs also took good care of Milikas. I consider them my children now that they've even changed their surnames to Hyoudou, heh. He said while leaving a ring on each of his ex-harem's graves. Issei. I hope you find peace. Well, goodbye girls. He said as he left, while Rias' soul could be seen in the place, as well as the others, and they took their rings and left with a smile. He made a magic circle and returns ready. Issei. I'm ready, he said as everyone else left, ready. So they all walked together while various memories of how they walked like this are shown. The boys could be seen walking, ready for the battles of Ragnarok. In another, the boys are seen bald because of a prank by Juan and Hyoudou. In another, the boys are seen riding bears while walking. In another, the boys are seen ready for the final battle against their former harem. So they arrive and open the door. Upon leaving, they saw many Aztecs, demons, fallen angels and other races and some had babies who were at most 2 or 3 months old. Issei arrived and waited, just like the others, for the brides. Issei saw his girlfriends walk by and he blushed deeply because his girlfriends were beautiful. They were all at their most beautiful and it could be said that they were too much for Issei as he turned bright red when he saw them so beautiful. Issei. They look beautiful, he said while looking at them. All. You too, Issei, they said as they looked at him. Thus Orochi approaches and begins. Orochi. Dear brothers, today we are here to witness the wedding and union between Issei Hyoudou and Thoru, Alma, Ilulu, Gold, Grayfia and Asia, he said as the ceremony began. 1 hour later. Orochi. Well, to conclude, Issei Hyoudou, do you accept these ladies until the end of time? He said, looking at Issei. Issei. I accept, he said with a smile. Orochi. And Thoru, Alma, Ilulu, Gold, Grayfia and Asia accept this jerk until death do them part, he said mockingly, causing laughter among everyone. Issei. Hey, he said angrily. All. We accept, they said blushing. Orochi. Well, by the power I possess, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the brides. He said as they, without waiting a second, launched themselves towards Issei, knocking him to the ground and covering him with kisses. Issei and his wives stand up and the others congratulate them. Issei looked around and saw his former harem, who didn't seem upset, though they did have smiles on their faces. Issei noticed that each of them had the ring he had left on their graves. And so they say goodbye and disappear. Issei also smiled and they left in a limousine that said, just married. So the limousine goes where everyone wishes it luck. 1 week later. At that time, Issei and his wives went to Ireland to celebrate and then they returned to Mexico. Thus they arrived and upon arriving Orochi struck Issei on the head. Issei. Why is that? He said while touching his head. Orochi. You know you caused an earthquake that lasted a week in Ireland and even longer because of the echoes they heard, he said while looking at him. Issei. Lies, he said, but saw Orochi pull out a recorder. Orochi plays the recording. Toru. Give me a child Issei-kun, get me pregnant tonight, she said while her heavy breathing could be heard. Asia. Issei-san, don't be kind to me, leave me in a wheelchair, she said as applause could be heard. That's how they all moaned and screamed with pleasure. They were all red, plus Asia and Gol, who literally ended up in wheelchairs. Orochi. Kunu thought they were playing wrestling and wanted to join in, but I knocked her unconscious. He said while holding Kunu in his arms. They were all red-faced because they hadn't thought their moans and mating would leave an echo in the place. Orochi. Don't worry, I erased the Irish people's memories so they don't remember that awkward moment. He said as everyone calmed down. This is how weddings like Gasper's happened, who was expecting a child with Nicole. After the faction's defeat, she tied him up and had sex with him until he was unconscious, but it was just a matter of him taking control, and Nicole became the rapist instead of the raped. Nicole was very happy because she was going to have a child with the man she loved. In the end they went to Romania to celebrate, but they didn't have sex because they didn't want the baby to be hurt because of them. Hyoudou's wedding went well, as his girls were happy to marry their man. They went to Canada to celebrate, where Orochi scolded him because he caused a great earthquake that terrorized Canada, and many thought it was the apocalypse since the tremor did not stop for a week. Now Hyoudou was expecting his 3 children who were on the way. Tadano had good luck with his girlfriends. During that time, Kotohona became a housewife because she wanted to be more perfect for Tadano, but he told her that she already was. Tadano married his girls who were happy, especially Kara who was expecting a baby with Tadano. Tadano was happy about that and they went to Germany to celebrate their honeymoon. Kotohona had to endure Tadano's treatment of her in bed as he was gentle with Kara but not with her. In the end, she was very sure that she was expecting a baby by Tadano because of those sleepless nights she had with him. But Saji, he became a university professor, just like Hyoudou. Saji moved to Cancun because his girlfriends loved the heat and he could handle it. Saji married his girls on the beach in Cancun and he was very happy to marry the women he loves. Saji took them to Brazil to celebrate, where the 3 of them had a great time, especially when Saji discovered that his wives were pregnant. Saji became very protective of them and even had everything ready for his new children. But Shido. He became a sniper master in the Mexican army. Shido had married his girlfriends and he was happy about it, especially when Simon told him he was expecting a baby. Shido was happy about that and they got married. Shido took them to Colombia to celebrate and in the end, Mariel had to endure the treatment Shido gave her in bed. He was gentle with Simon, but not with her, to the point that she had to use a wheelchair. Shido was happy because he was expecting his 2 children who were on the way. He also did well with Naoto. Naoto had married his girls and they were happy, especially Rita, who was expecting Naoto's child. Naoto took them to France where they visited art museums in Paris. Naoto showed no mercy to either of them in bed, where in the end Naoto had to buy 2 wheelchairs and 2 cushions for both of their butts. He also got along well with Ryota. Ryota married his girls, took them to Russia, and he and his girls had sex like animals to the point that they almost caused a volcano to erupt. Ryota was very happy as he was now expecting his children who were on the way. Things also went well for Kiba and his partner, especially when he found out she was pregnant with his baby. Kiba took her to Japan and they both had a good time, but without sex, since Kiba didn't want to hurt his son. He also did very well with Orochi, since he married his girls. This took them to a planet where there were very beautiful landscapes full of strange but very beautiful flowers. Finally, they went to a field of flowers, but they didn't know that those flowers released a very strong aphrodisiac, to the point that they did it non-stop, to the point that they almost destroyed the entire planet. Everyone was fine, or well, there was just one more person missing. 10 years later. Lincoln was seen getting ready for his wedding. Lincoln. Dad, how do I look? He said while wearing a white suit. Orochi. You look good, son, he said while fixing his hair. Issei. Who would have thought, the boy now a man, he said while looking at himself with a more adult body. Hyoudou. Don't cause any earthquakes on the honeymoon. He said, making Lincoln blush. Orochi. And don't destroy the planet either, he said, looking at Lincoln. Lincoln. Okay, he said while they finished fixing Lincoln. Lincoln. I look good, he said while looking in the mirror. Dad, Uncle Lincoln's wedding is about to start. He said while looking at Issei. Issei. Of course, Issei too, of course, he said while patting his 10-year-old son's head. Issei too was the son he had with Grayfia and was a brown-haired boy with some platinum hairs like his mother and brown eyes. So they arrive and wait for the brides. Lincoln was mesmerized because his girlfriends were goddesses of beauty. If they were beautiful before, now they were gorgeous. This is how the wedding began, where Lincoln ended up with lipstick all over his face. So they left in a carriage and went to the United Kingdom to celebrate. Lincoln left his harem in a wheelchair and was waiting for his children. The lives of our betrayed loved ones changed a lot, especially now that they were parents. It was all thanks to Issei, since he freed the old. End. A different ending. Note. This is an ending where they won, but in an unexpected way. On the battlefield where our betrayed comrades won, a large number of corpses could be seen. Death was everywhere, but in the middle of nowhere, several people could be seen laughing as they watched each other. It was none other than the ex-harems of the betrayed. They were all laughing because they couldn't believe it. Kurumi. Ha 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 ha, wow Rias, I can't believe your plan worked. She said while looking at Rias. Rias? Me neither, she said while wiping away a tear. The Keno. Okay girls, let's get rid of that so we can go back again, she said as Rias made a magic circle, and there were 13 crystal skulls. Each one had a different color, but they had something in common. The belief was that if someone collected all 13 skulls, they could have a wish granted by them. Note. They are like the Dragon Balls, but the difference is that these actually exist, but only 4 of them have been found, and the others are lost. So they put them together and say. Rias. We wish to return to the past to fix the mistake that took our boyfriends away from us, she said while the skulls did nothing. They all watched and thought the plan had failed, but then the skulls began to spin where they had been spinning, until the whole place turned white again. They were all looking at this, and then they saw darkness. Thousands of years ago. The goddesses were seen awakening in their realms, and their memories remained intact. Toga looked out over her kingdom and called a servant. Servant. Tell me, your majesty, he said while looking at her. Toga. What year is it? She said while looking at him. Servant. We are on the 5th solar anniversary of the lunar birthday, he said seriously. Toga. So, 20 million years before Christ, she said while looking at him. Servant. Excuse me, he said, not understanding. Toga. You can go now. She said as he left. Toga smiled, knowing she had returned to the same past. Things took a big change for our traders. Thus they repaired their mistake, except for Aphrodite, who set a trap for Shiva. Aphrodite tricked him and took him to a place where no one could hear them. Aphrodite performed an erotic dance for him, where Shiva, lost in excitement, had his guard down, something Aphrodite didn't miss the opportunity of and castrated him. Shiva screamed in pain, and it was even worse when she tortured him to death, blaming him for her divorce from Orochi. Aphrodite was now happy, since she had not divorced Orochi and lived happily by his side, especially when she seduced him with her voice, and Orochi showed her no mercy. This time, Miku didn't make the mistake of launching an attack on Earth and instead decided to introduce herself to Orochi, where they formed a great friendship. Later, Miku became Orochi's second partner. Miku was happy, especially now that she could kiss Orochi and have relations with him. Kurumi, Toga, and Miyuki also decided to follow Miku's example and became friends with Orochi, but it only took 6 months for them to become Orochi's partners. So the 5 of them were happy to be back by Orochi's side. But they made the decision to include Luko and Brunhild in Orochi's harem, where both were now happy to be by their beloved side. Kurumi killed Christian so that he wouldn't be a problem, and Joshua never existed since Orochi wasn't betrayed. The world underwent many changes since America was discovered but not divided among several countries, such as the United Kingdom, France, Spain, among others. America was formed in a single country where Canada, the United States, Mexico, Central America and South America never existed, but their tastes remained. Germany and its allies won World War I, as France and the United Kingdom never received help from the United States because that country never existed. This meant that World War II never happened, and Hitler never intended to start another war since they had won the first one. So many countries underwent many changes, especially in America, which produced many inventions such as electricity, the calculator, tacos, the water-powered engine where no one was silenced, telepathy, and others. Now they lived happily beside Orochi, not caring how many changes history had undergone. Tadano-san. This went through many changes, as now Kawai accepted her feelings, but not before breaking up with her boyfriend. Tadano was happy because Kawai was very affectionate with him, to the point that on their first Valentine's Day, she gave Tadano his first time. Tadano had a very good relationship with Kawai, but he was surprised when Najimi confessed that she was a woman and that she had feelings for him. Kawai accepted the idea of having more girls since someone like Tadano should be shared. Najimi became Tadano's second partner, and more than anything, Najimi demonstrated her feminine beauty. After that, he met Komi and the others. In a swift move, Ren became Tadano's admirer, never letting anyone hurt him. In an act of wanting to be Tadano's partner, he kidnapped and raped him, but he was saved by Komi and Najimi. This time, Tadano had his first orgy where he had sex with Komi, Najimi, and Ren, who all developed a slight limp when walking. As time passed, Tadano built his own harem, but he was shocked when his friend Ricardo was murdered in a cruel manner. And that was because Komi, Ren, Keed, Nin, and the others killed him so that he wouldn't blame Tadano again. Tadano was happy because he had a harem that loved him, but the main ones were Kawai, Najimi, and Komi. After that, he met the Aztec Kodahona and the Valkyrie Kara, where both, as in the original story, became his partners. With Futuro. This underwent many changes, as in the original story he became the tutor of the quintuplets. But he was surprised because everyone was paying attention to him and everything. After that, they confessed their feelings to Futuro, who didn't want anyone to feel uncomfortable by accepting one of them, but they told him they had no problem sharing him, and Futuro accepted all of their feelings. Futuro met Geronimo, but the girls kept him away from him, and Miku told him crying that Geronimo tried to grape her, whereupon Futuro beat him so badly that he beat him to death. Futuro was happy, especially since Takebayashi agreed to share him, as this time she didn't make the mistake of sleeping with someone else. Rai had became more affectionate with Futuro, and eventually she confessed her feelings for her brother. He told her it was wrong, but her father said it was okay to have a relationship with her, since they weren't siblings. Thus Futuro had a harem, and some time later he met the Valkyrie Randring and the Aztecs Alicia and Yamaha, who over time fell in love with Futuro, and his harem accepted them for obvious reasons. With Naoto. He initially met Sona, who became Naoto's girlfriend, as did Hana. Naoto was no longer so shy, and as time passed he met Nagatoro, Geimo, Yashi and Sakura. Naoto got along very well with them, especially since they defended him from the bullies. Once Naoto was with all 6 of them together, they put an aphrodisiac in his food, causing him to lose control and have sex with all 6 of them without stopping in the classroom. Naoto was happy because he had a harem, and even more so because he met Nagatoro's sister and made her his girlfriend, who accepted his feelings. Naoto had a harem that treated him well, especially since they did whatever he asked, such as posing nude, which they enjoyed, going on dates, going to his house, and being raped, among other things. Naoto met Rick, but his girls forbade him from being with him because he was a bad influence on him. Rick was killed by the Yakuza before he could do anything, and they were angry because they couldn't kill that miserable man who had taken away their happiness sooner. Now Naoto had some wonderful girls, especially after meeting the Valkyrie Rita and the Aztec Michelle, who, as time passed and they got to know Naoto, became his partners. Naoto was happy because he had a harem that loved him just the way he was. Ryota's son. When he lost a bet to Mary, she made him her dog, but she didn't humiliate him. Instead, she made him her boyfriend. Ryota was surprised because Mary treated him like trash, and even more so because she defended him from anyone who tried to humiliate him. Then she met Yumeko, who beat Mary, and she became friends with Ryota. Yumeko charmed Ryota with her allure. Yumeko made a bet with Ryota. If he won, she would give him her virginity, but if she won, she would do whatever she wanted. In the end Ryota won and Yumeko, as promised, gave him her virginity, although of course she would have given it to him, even if she had won the bet. Although she loved that Ryota was rough with her, and that was shown by her very red bottom. Yumeko and Ryota had a relationship, and more so after Mary joined, and then the others did too. Ryota was invited to the student council meeting where he was the center of attention, and the other member was ushered out, as it would be a moment just for them and Ryota. Ryota was the victim of an aphrodisiac powder, courtesy of Midari, where Ryota lost control and raped Yumeko, Mary, Runa, Rikira, Kurari, Midari, and Sayaka. They all ended up in wheelchairs after that, and Ryota had a harem with the student council girls and the most popular ones. Of course, some tried to intimidate him by threatening to take his girls, but Ryota beat them up and he was surprised at how strong he was. After that, Ryota met Francisco, but Yumeko told him he shouldn't be with him. Ryota asked why, but Yumeko threatened him that if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have sex with anyone for a month. Upon learning this, Ryota accepted and later discovered that he had been murdered, but before dying he was tortured in a very cruel way. Ryota was happy with his harem, especially after meeting the Valkyrie Nova and the Aztecs Mai and Kuoh. He was delighted that they became his partners after witnessing his strength. With Shido. Shido at this time had a great relationship with Katori, who was the first. After that, upon discovering about spirits, he met Toka, with whom he got along very well, to the point that she became another of Shido's partners. Shido was happy because he had girls who loved him. After that, he was kidnapped by Origami, who tied him to the bed and took advantage of him to such an extent that she eventually lost consciousness, and Shido, driven by lust, treated her like his hex toy. Origami became another of Shido's partners, and he was happy. After that, he met Yoshino, and she got along very well with Shido, eventually becoming his girlfriend. Later, while in a relationship with Shido, he met Kagaya and Yuzuku, whom he got along well with, and eventually Shido made them his next partners. After that, Origami made a dinner at her home and invited everyone, including Shido, where they all enjoyed Origami's food. What they didn't know was that Origami put an aphrodisiac in the food where Shido had his first orgy, where he gave it to everyone, even Yoshino, and Shido didn't give a damn about the UN or the FBI. After a while, he met Miku, with whom he got along very well. Later, she made him some music to help him relax. After that, she became Shido's girlfriend, and he accepted her feelings. After a while, he met Natsumi, with whom he got along very well, especially after she gave him sweets. Natsumi decided to live with him, where they both had a good relationship, and after a while that relationship changed into a romance. As time passed, Shido met Miruko, who was very serious, but with Shido she was very affectionate, so much so that she slept next to him. After a short time, he met Nia, who was more direct and used her power to make Shido have relations with her. Nia was left in a wheelchair after that because she hadn't considered Shido's large size and his ruthlessness. After that, she met Karen and Ellen, who betrayed the Dem, an organization whose objective was to destroy the spirits. Thus Shido got along well with both of them, and in the end, Shido became their boyfriend. Shido was very happy because he had beautiful girlfriends and they did whatever he wanted. After a while, he met Arturo, but they quickly distanced themselves from him, saying he was a bad influence on him. After that, Yoshino and Miruko arrived crying and told him that Arturo had tried to abuse them, but they had escaped. Shido lino de furia la dio la pirgal piso Arturo y lo medo don sus chicas en secreto mirabeniso teniendo una sonrisa al ver a su novio torturar al quien les quito todo antes. Shido was very happy now, especially after meeting the Aztec Mariel and the Valkyrie Simon. At first, he got to know them well, and after that, he became their boyfriend. Han Lincoln. Lincoln at that time had a great relationship with Christina, who was very affectionate with him, to the point that she gave Lincoln some underwear, which made him blush because it belonged to his girlfriend. After that, Christina let Lincoln meet Sid, Molly, Stella, Cookie, and Jordan. Each one charmed Lincoln with her own allure, and in the end, Christina agreed to share her bunny, which made Lincoln happy. After that, with a spell Rias told them about, they enhanced their bodies, each one possessing the body of a goddess. Lincoln quickly became infatuated with them, and then, after a while, the matter of bad luck arose. They didn't want to, but they had to, and they let Lincoln suffer through the matter for a month, but of course they supported him by giving him affection, food, and water. In the end, his sisters tried to beat him up, but they arrived and, possessing superhuman strength, gave them all the worst beating, including the loud parents. They took Lincoln away and convinced him that his family wasn't worth it. In the end, Lincoln went to live in Christina's mansion and made it as he pleased whenever she wanted. Of course, Lincoln enjoyed it too. Lincoln was now being trained by his girls so that no one would abuse him again, and he became very strong. After some time, Lincoln met the Valkyrie quintuplets, Sheila, Marta, Armanda, Francisca, and Nikki, and also the Aztec Susana, who, as time passed and they got to know Lincoln, became his girlfriends. Now Lincoln was happy to have his harem, but he promised to protect them from everything, and that's why he trained day and night, so that no one would touch them. Han Gaspar. During this time, when Gaspar was not part of Ria's nobility, he received help from the vampires Abigail, Beatrice, Wither, Aswang, Shizuka, and Valerie. That's how they took care of him and didn't let anyone hurt him. Gaspar was happy about that, but Rias arrived and offered him a deal to become part of her peerage. Of course Gaspar accepted, but on the condition that his friends came with him. So Rias accepted without thinking, and Gaspar became Ria's bishop. Rias gave Gaspar and his friends a mansion where each of them pampered Gaspar, and when Gaspar turned 15, they all turned him into a man. They all thought Gaspar would be easy to tame, but they were wrong. Despite his cute face, Gaspar was a beast in bed, and they all had to use wheelchairs for 2 weeks. Gaspar was very happy to have everyone's support, especially that of Issei, his sensei, and his friends. After a while, Gaspar met Nicole, the strongest Aztec woman in Orochi. Nicole quickly fell under Gaspar's charms and became another one of Gaspar's partners. Gaspar was happy because they loved him regardless of whether he was a transvestite. But Saji, during this time, upon becoming part of the student council, quickly got along very well with the girls on the council. Of course, Sona and Tsubaki weren't interested in him, but the others were. Saji had a good friendship with everyone, but after a while that friendship changed into love. Saji fell in love with all of them, and on Valentine's Day he confessed his feelings to them, who accepted his feelings. Once, upon seeing that Sona and Tsubaki were not there, Tomo released a gas to make Saji lose control. In the end, Saji had a huge orgy with all of them, who were happy to be marked by Saji, as evidenced by a tattoo they received after having sex with him, now bearing the mark of Vitra. After a while, Saji met Benya, who quickly got along well with him, and after some time, Saji had a relationship with Benya, and she did the same things that Kaneko did with Issei. And that was sitting on her lap, although she comically argued with Haruko, since they both loved Saji's lap. Saji was happy having pretty girls, but after a while he met the Valkyrie Jin and the Aztec God. At first he befriended both of them, and after a while he had a relationship with them. Saji now had a harem, and they all loved him like never before, and he showed it both emotionally and sexually. Issei's son. Issei's life changed at age 15 when he found 2 cats in the street. Issei adopted them without knowing that his life changed the day he took in both cats. Thus, the first to act would be Kaneko and Karuka, who already had a great plan. Thus, having gained Issei's trust, they took him by surprise while he slept and made him theirs. Issei, seeing 2 cute Nico girls and being a pervert, didn't think twice and took them without hesitation. Thus they became Issei's first girls, training him from that age. Issei loved them so much that the day demons came for them, he defended them without hesitation. As the years passed, Issei met Rias, though he didn't know it, but he was already the one chosen for her. Rias convinced him to become part of the occult club and its entourage. Of course, he also took Kaneko with him as his tower. Thus, Issei got along very well with Rias, Akeno, and Kiba. After a while, Issei met Rainer, but the girls, as compensation for Issei's stupid mistake, turned Rainer, Mitlet and Kalwerner into his hex toys. The 3 of them, after receiving so many grapes from Issei, lost their minds and came to enjoy being Issei's toys, where all 3 begged to be the first. After that, Issei met Asia and she met him, and they became great friends, and after a while they became boyfriend and girlfriend. Note: Asia and Kiba don't remember anything. This is how Issei met the student council, where he got along well with Sona and Tsubaki, especially after being challenged by Sona to a chess game in exchange for going to the familiar's forest. In the end Issei won, of course Sona let him win, and now he was the fiancé of Sona and Tsubaki. Of course she included herself in the challenge, where in the end she let herself lose, and she was also Issei's fiancé. After a while, he met Ravel, with whom he got along very well, and eventually formed a relationship with Issei. In the game, Razor, aided by Rias, Issei easily defeated Razor because the girls each gave him a quarter of their power. Issei had no problem overcoming him. Then time came and Issei reunited with Irina and met Zenobia. Thus, the 2 became great friends, and while Issei slept, the 2 girls took advantage of the moment and made Issei theirs, telling him it was part of their mission. Thus, both quickly became Issei's partners. After that, Issei easily defeated Gabriel, and Kiba defeated Fred and Valper. Then came Asia's kidnapping by Diodora, where in the end Issei killed Diodora and Asia, as a reward, gave him her virginity. After some time, other events occurred where Issei had a large harem and toys that he no longer considered toys, but partners. Issei had a great life with many women who loved him very much. I even consider Kunu and Milikas as his children. But one day Lefei, Kaneko, and Akeno arrived at Issei's place crying, telling him that a guy had tried to assault them, but they had managed to escape. And it was none other than Ryu, whom Issei, upon learning this, sought out and killed in a very slow and painful manner. Grayfia had divorced Sirzechs because she no longer saw the spark of passion, and after that, getting along very well with Issei, she had a relationship with him, which Sirzechs accepted, and he married another woman. After some time, Issei met the dragons Thoru, Alma and Alulu, and the Valkyrie Kuoh, who was just as shy as Asia. Thus, upon meeting each other, they became Issei's partners, and he was very happy to have such beautiful partners, and he had the privilege of touching and possessing their bodies. Years later. It looked like a big wedding where all our main characters would get together with their girls. Michael. Orochi, leader of the Aztecs, do you accept Kurumi, Toga, Miyuki, Aphrodite, Lukoa, and Brunhild until the end of time? He said while looking at him. Orochi. I accept, he said while looking at his women. Michael. And Kurumi, Toga, Miyuki, Aphrodite, Lukoa, and Brunhild accept Orochi until the end of time, he said while looking at the girls who were wearing beautiful wedding dresses, and Kurumi, Miyuki, Aphrodite, and Lukoa had a small bump on their stomachs. All. We accept, they said with a smile. Michael. Well, by the power vested in me by my father, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your brides. He said, but saw how they all, without wasting any time, showered him with kisses. Some time later. Issei was seen in his suit, and his girls were all smiling broadly as they gazed at each other lovingly. Michael. Issei Hyoudou, you accept Rias, Akeno, Asia, Kaneko, Kuroka, Ross, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Rainer, Mio, Kalwerner, Mitlet, Lefei, Penemu, Gabriel, Yusaka, Aphrodite, Athena, Artemis, Karabit, Sona, Tsubaki, Seraphol, Nyx, Office, Sekiryuutei, Griselda, Grayfia, Thoru, Alma, Ilulu, and Gol until the end of time, he said while looking at Issei. Issei. I accept, he said without thinking. Michael. And you girls, do you accept Issei Hyoudou as your husband until the end of time? He said while looking at them. All. We accept, they said while it was noticeable how Rias, Akeno, Thoru, Asia, Kuroka and Arena had a noticeable bulge in their stomachs. Michael. Well, by the power that father gave me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your brides. He said as they all, without wasting any time, rushed towards Issei, knocking him to the ground and covering his face with kisses. Some time later. Shido was seen wearing a wedding suit and his harem wore beautiful dresses. Michael. Shido Itsuka, do you accept Katori, Toka, Origami, Yoshino, Kagaya, Yuzuru, Nia, Miruko, Natsumi, Miku, Ellen, Karen, Mariel, and Simon until the end of time? He said while looking at Shido. Shido. I accept, he said with a smile. Michael. And you girls, do you accept Shido until the end of time? He said, looking at the girls, but Origami, Toka, Ellen, Nia and Mariel had a noticeable bulge in their stomachs. All. We accept, they said with a smile. Michael. By the power vested in me by father, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the brides. He said, but saw how they all, without wasting a second, rushed towards Shido and kissed him all over his face. Some time later. Asper was seen wearing a wedding suit and standing at attention, while his brides wore beautiful dresses. Michael. Gasper Vladin, do you take Abigail, Beatrice, Aswang, Shizuka, Wider, Valerie and Nicole until death do you part? He said, looking at Gasper. Asper. I accept, he said with a smile. Michael. And you girls, do you accept Gasper until death do you part? He said while looking at all of them, but Abigail, Shizuka, Valerie and Nicole had a noticeable bulge in their stomachs. All. We accept, they said with a smile. Michael. By the power vested in me by my father, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your brides. He said as Gasper fell to the ground as they all rushed towards him and began kissing him. Some time later. Fyodor looked nervous but resolute while his girlfriends wore beautiful wedding dresses. Michael. Fyodor Uesugi, do you accept Itsuki, Miku, Nino, Ichika, Yatsuba, Takebayashi, Raiha, Yamama, Alicia and Randring until the end of time? He said, looking at Fyodor. Fyodor. I accept, he said with a smile, putting his nerves aside. Michael. And you girls, do you accept Fyodor until the end of time? He said while looking at the girls, but Nino, Miku, Takebayashi and Alicia had a small bump on their stomachs. All. We accept, they said with a smile. Michael. Well, by the power that father gave me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your brides. He said as they all, without wasting a second, rushed towards Fyodor and showered him with kisses. Some time later. Tadano looked very nervous but resolute as he was going to marry his girls. Michael. Tadano Hidehito accept as a Kawai Komi Najimi Kid Ren, Nakanaka Rumiko Anaka Inagashima, Himiko Hitomi Makaru Kodahona y Karahasta el final de los tiempos, Dai Homi entras via Tadano. Tadano. I accept, he said with a big smile. Michael. And you girls accept Tadano until the end of time? He said, looking at all of them, but Komi, Kawai, Ren and Nin had a small bump on their stomachs. All. We accept, they said with a smile. Michael. Well, by the power that father gave me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your brides. He said as they all rushed towards Tadano and showered him with kisses. Some time later. Saji was seen smiling as he looked at his girlfriends. Michael. Saji Genshiro, do you accept Momo, Haruko, Ria, Tomo, Tsubasa, Benya, Jin and Daira until the end of time? He said, looking at Saji. Saji. I accept, he said with a smile while his partner Vitra looked proud of him. Michael. And girls, do you accept Saji until the end of time? He said while looking at the girls, but Momo, Tomo, Jin and Daira had a small bump on their stomachs. All. We accept, they said with a smile. Michael. Well, by the power vested in me by father, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your brides. He said as they all rushed towards him. Some time later. Naoto and his girls were seen and he had a smile on his face, as did his girls. Michael. Naoto Hachiauji, do you take Sona, Hana, Nagatoro, Geimo, Yashi, Sakura, Sestoro, Rita and Michelle, until death do you part? He said, looking at Saji. Saji. I accept, he said with a smile. Michael. And girls, do you accept Naoto until death do you part? He said, looking at the girls, but Sona, Nagatoro, Geimo and Sakura had a noticeable bulge in their stomachs. All. We accept. They said with a big smile. Michael. Well, by the power that father gave me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your brides. He said as they all rushed towards him, knocking him to the floor and covering him with kisses. Some time later. Ryota was seen looking at his girlfriends who were wearing beautiful dresses. Michael. Ryota Suzui, do you accept Yumeko, Mary, Runa, Rikira, Kurari, Midari, Sayaka, Mai, and Kula until the end of time? He said, looking at Ryota. Ryota. I accept, he said with a smile. Michael. And girls, do you accept Ryota until the end of time? He said while looking at all of them, but Yumeko, Kurari, Mary, and Kula had a noticeable bulge in their stomachs. All. We accept, they said with a smile. Michael. Well, by the power that father gave me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your brides. He said as they all, without wasting a second, rushed towards Ryota and showered him with kisses. This is how they all looked as they left the church in heaven while everyone congratulated them. Some time later. There was a huge hall where our protagonists could be seen dancing with their girls on a large dance floor. Christina. I can't wait for the day I marry my bunny, she said while hugging Lincoln's arm. Lincoln. Me neither, but we have to wait until we're 20, he said while looking at Christina and kissing her. So they danced while the girls had big smiles because they had won and their prize was their boyfriends. After a while, they went to different places to enjoy their honeymoon, where everyone, without exception, caused earthquakes. Their honeymoon with the girls was particularly intense with Ryota, who showed no mercy to his girls. But instead of getting angry with Ryota, they loved the harsh treatment they received from him. After all, there are endings that no one expects. And let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.